The protagonist is a stubborn and aloof newcomer to the prison. After catching the attention of 3 prison bosses, they use various methods to break his pride, while their own hearts gradually fall for him. Meanwhile, I, who only committed a minor offense, was mistakenly assigned to Pascal Prison, a facility for serious criminals due to a system error, and to my misfortune, became the protagonist's cellmate. Earlier, an inmate merely smiled while collecting his name tag and surveillance number, only to be struck on the buttocks with a baton by the guard. Listening to the man's screams, I kept my head down like a quail, terrified that the blue sparking rod might land on me. The guards here seem to have some strange fixation, always targeting the inmate's buttocks with their batons. My exquisitely beautiful face paled slightly. Being struck there would be even worse. The white-haired one, what was his name? Don't make me resort to force. The guard's impatient words were cut off mid-sentence. Si Jing. My name is Si Jing. Hearing the guard's voice, I reflexively looked up, and the baton, mid-swing, froze in the air. The guard's Adam's apple bobbed stiffly a few times. What kind of face was this? A beauty so androgynous that even the plain prison uniform couldn't diminish its radiance in the slightest. Though I was already a prisoner, the guard only needed one glance to know it couldn't possibly be my fault. I was clearly wronged. Who could be so cruel as to send such a flawless, 360-degree beauty to prison? With a face like this, how could I ever be at fault? Sir, could you please give me my name tag? I extended my hand gently, cautiously glancing at the guard. Why wasn't he handing it over? Was there some issue? And why were the other inmates acting so strangely? The moment I looked up, the previously noisy room fell into dead silence. I felt the weight of numerous scorching gazes shamelessly scrutinizing me. Among these many stares, one stood out piercingly cold, giving me the illusion of being watched by some venomous, cold-blooded creature. The overwhelming sense of aggression made me uncomfortable, and I wanted to return to my cell as soon as possible to rest. The moment I spoke, the guard snapped out of his daze. The once ferocious man now stammered like a love-struck teenager. Let me check. Si Jing, cell 719. With that, he handed me my name tag. Thank you. When handing over the name tag, he accidentally brushed against my hand, soft and warm, like cotton. The guard recoiled as if scalded. By the time he processed the sensation, I had already walked some distance away, the faint, distinct scent of jasmine lingering at the tip of his nose. The guard stared at the slender, upright figure and called out, "Mr. C, take it slow. Be careful not to slip." He inhaled deeply, trying to etch my fragrance into his nostrils, to draw it into his lungs. Puzzled, I turned back and nodded politely. Understood. Thank you. The guard was so elated he nearly fainted, craning his neck to watch my retreating figure until it disappeared. He felt that escorting a new inmate today was the best decision he'd ever made. Only after I had walked far away did the guard revert to his usual impatient demeanor. The way the death row inmates looked at me irritated him. These societal dregs had no right to taint Mr. C with their filthy gazes. Brandishing his baton, he barked at the prisoners below. Next. Quit staring, you worthless scum. A gaunt prisoner lowered his head, his voice hoarse as he extended a bony hand to receive his name tag. Mei Songxue. The guard waved dismissively. Mei Songxue, cell 719. The young man nodded and walked away, his steps unsteady. The guard spat at his retreating figure. What a sorry sight, skinny as a monkey. Just wait till he gets bullied inside. Lucky bastard, getting to share a cell with Mr. C. The guard had no idea how much his own eyes resembled a starving wolf's, how he wished he could strip off his uniform, throw on prison garb, and gleefully lock himself up in cell 719 with me. What kind of prison was this? How was it any different from heaven? Well, there was one difference: heaven didn't have me. It wasn't until I stepped out of the roll call room and truly entered the prison's interior that the reality of my incarceration finally sank in. The cell block was a 7-story tube-shaped building, with floors 1 to 7 arranged in descending order based on the danger level and severity of the inmates' crimes. Simply put, the lower floors housed the most insane, violent, and bloodthirsty prisoners, the absolute top dogs in this prison's survival of the fittest hierarchy, while the higher you went, the more vulnerable the inmates became. I kept my head down, obedient and quiet, avoiding unnecessary glances. All the other prisoners could see was my slender, bamboo-like frame and my snow-white silver hair. Someone whistled from a distance. Hey, newbie, lift your head and let Big Brother have a look. If I like what I see, I'll take care of you in here. Another voice sneered. Look at that hair, like some kind of demon. Bet he's got some disease. Someone downstairs spat and laughed. Screw that, since when did disease ever stop you? The man didn't say a word, but he hemmed and hawed. Go on, how can you not go? Just look at that body, that little waist, tender as a willow branch. There's a shortage of them in this prison of despair. Cowardly, skinny, and without the slightest resistance. We are all men, and we are all locked up for the rest of our lives. There's no psychological burden at all in playing. It doesn't matter if they're dead or injured, just pull them out and throw them into the sea. Si Jing turned a deaf ear to these harsh words. He had never encountered this kind of crowd in his living environment since he was a child. He didn't know how to react. His face was a shade of red and a shade of white, and his body trembled gently, looking pitiful. But the men couldn't see it. He went up the stairs quickly, and just as quickly found his cell. He climbed all the way to the 7th floor, panting with exhaustion, but after a few steps, the brightly lit 719 was right in front of him. The guards on patrol saw him wandering in the corridor at once. Rushing over in stride, he brandished an electric baton. "Hey! Over there, stop!" Si Jing immediately didn't dare to move. He hadn't forgotten that when this stick hit a person, they would let out a pig-killing squeal. It was really too inelegant. So he chose to do as he was told and stand still, obediently waiting for the prison guards to approach. Sweat oozed nervously from the hand clutching his name tag, mentally rehearsing what he was going to say in a few seconds. By the time the prison guard's boots stood in front of him, Si Jing's entire body still stirred like a scared kitten. He straightened his arms, put his name tag in both hands, raised his head, and said sharply, "Hello, I'm the new name tag and this is my sigil." "Ah, screw it," said it backwards. Chapter 3, to hell with the old attacker, he made me stick to him. The prison guard froze and took the name tag, his afterglow sweeping it hastily. Instead, his eyes stared straight at Si Jing's face. The person in front of him had skin as white as jade, and lips like pink cherries. Because of nervousness, that smooth fine white forehead gave birth to fine beads of sweat, as if a plant under the rain jasmine of the world. The prison guard moved his nose, and it was really the scent of jasmine. He felt that he might have frightened him and softened his voice considerably. Paired with that meticulous uniform, it was somehow convincing in its majesty. "Newcomer?" "Well," Si Jing nodded, his eyes looking at the tips of his shoes, not daring to look into those stern eyes. He pointed to the iron gate, on which hung the iron plate 719. "This is my cell." "I know." The prison guard's voice was inaudible, his eyes dark and scary. He silently made a mental note of the cell number 719. He took out the key from his waist and inserted it into the somewhat rusty lock hole. Squeak! The door opened. "Get in." "Thank you," said the man, letting him in, but the man didn't move out of the way at all. The doorframe was that wide, and he alone took up 2/3 of it. The man was tall and leggy, with a cold, oppressive face. Si Jing would inevitably bump into him accidentally if he tried to go over. But everyone is a man, it should be okay, right? Si Jing was a bit of a dilemma. He had some slight cleanliness fetish, and the uniform on this prison guard was a bit dirty. "What, don't want to enter? Stay in the hallway if you don't want to go in." The man deliberately kept a cold face, one foot on the threshold, and his thin lips pressed closer to Si Jing, like a poisonous snake spitting out its letters. "But there are many people who died unjustly in prison. I don't know what will appear at night." At these words, Sajetsa's body momentarily swayed, as if shaken. The entire person was like a green jasmine that had been beaten by a rainstorm, wilting. Si Jing couldn't care about being dirty, and slowly moved over, carefully, not even daring to breathe, for fear of angering him. But suddenly, although he had been careful enough, for some reason, his feet slipped and he fell right on top of the man. Hiss! The prison guard's body was full of hard muscles that hurt his flesh. Water vapor instantly seeped out of Si Jing's beautiful fox eyes, and his long eyelashes were stained with crystalline teardrops. He will not beat him, right? He looks so fierce. At a glance, his temper is not very good. The prison guard did not move and withdrew his foot, and as if he had calculated it, he immediately reached out and held him. The timing stuck. Sigid looked like he just tripped and didn't even sway much. The prison guard's voice was low and slightly sandy, sounding a bit subtly compelling and somewhat intoxicating. "What did you say?" Si Jing held the other's arm and shook his head against his will. "Nothing. Can I go in now?" Si Jing's vocal line trembled slightly, his voice was clear and moist, without the slightest bit of aggression. "Go in." The guard took an afterthought step back, his voice regaining its authority and even taking on a bit of husky soft mellow. "My name is Susanna Toko. If you need anything, call me." After saying that, Susanna Toki gave Skeleton a deep look, turned around and hurriedly locked the door behind him. After Susanna left, Si Jing stood blankly in the center of the prison room. He gone? A stuttering, slightly timid voice rang out, startling Sikion. "Who's there?" Sigid looked around warily, and the cat was alert, the tips of her white floppy ears twitching twice. Only to see the bed on the top bunk on the right side slowly arch up a small hill, and then a person burrowed out. "Wow! You're so good looking." The man was built like a beanpole, with bangs, mushroom hair, and a pair of round-rimmed glasses on his face. I don't know how long the eyeglass lenses hadn't been wiped, and it was almost impossible to see the texture of the glass. I don't know how he did it, wearing glasses like that, but he could also see that the division mirror looked good. "My name is Gu Hui, you are the new roommate, right?" Gu Hui is a small stuttering, he looked toward the iron door there for a few times, and tremblingly got out of bed. "Hello, my name is Si Jing, I'm new here." Gu Hui smiled coyly, with some cold sweat on his face from his heart, looking a little funny. "Egu, just now can scare me to death." Si Jing nodded and sat on Gu Hui's bunk, where it looked like no one was sleeping yet. "Did you say Susanna Toki?" Eh? Before Si Jing could finish his sentence, Gu Hui jumped straight down. He looked anxious, his hands and feet flying about, almost going up to cover Si Jing's mouth. However, he looked at his dusty hands, and then looked at the clean and dry Sikyong, and thought it would be better not to offend him. He pulled over a chair and sat down, his face becoming solemn. You keep your voice down. Si Jing was unsure. What's wrong? Can't we talk loudly here? Gu Hui was on the verge of crying, staggering closer and whispering. That's the king of living hell. You don't not realize how many people have been killed alive by him. Means and ruthless, hit people in fears, time and again under the death hand. Si Jing was shocked. Toki Sol is so scary? Once, a few second-floor inmates saw him as handsome and wanted to him. 7 or 8 big men surrounded him in a cell. And guess what happened? What? Sikyo picked up on Gu Hui's words, his mind thinking of Susanna Toki's cold, handsome face. Gu Hui's voice trembled, as if he was still remembering the tragic situation. The screams in that cell rang out all night, and all 7 or 8 prisoners died. Streams of blood flowed far down the doorway of the cell. When the other guards opened the door, Susanna Toki was covered in blood like a thuli. The expression on his face hadn't changed a bit, and the iron pipe in his hand was still whipping piles of faceless dead flesh one at a time. Si Jing's face instantly turned white. Gu Hui was a bit intolerant, so he decided to say something else to change the subject. Si Jing, what crime did you commit? Sijit smiled shyly, recalling what was on the name tag. Misappropriation of public funds. Gu Hui's expression went blank for a moment. Just this? That's how you get transported to Pascal's? Couldn't have offended anyone. Si Jing is so good looking, it's not impossible for someone to salivate over his beauty and design to put him in here. With so much power and the ability to do such crazy things, there's no one else but those 2 crazy people on the first floor, right? Miserable. It's really miserable. Miserable. The more Gu Hui thought about it, the more reasonable he felt, and even the expression on his face as he looked at Si Jing brought on a few sighs and sympathy. Si Jing was not sure why he showed such an expression. Could it be that the crime he committed was too serious and scared him? He asked, Gu Hui, what about you? Gu Hui scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, I poisoned my whole family. Sechin? Is it surprising that such a charge here only deserves to stay on the 7th floor? What are the crimes of those on that floor? Slaughtering a city and destroying a country? Chapter 4, OMO. The old attacker is playing pitiful with me. Si Jing, in short you have to be careful here. The rule of this prison is to fight violence with violence and evil with evil. Pascal's prison only honors 3 things, violence, blood, and X. For the next 10 minutes or so, Gu Hui gave Si Jing the guidelines for survival in Pascal's prison. First of all, Timothy Soller was the only warden of this prison and could never be offended. Susanna advocates violence, prefers to beat people up, and often patrols the corridors on all levels with her baton in hand. Secondly, only 2 inmates lived on the first floor of the prison, which was even more absolutely forbidden. If you face those 2 people, you should only remember 2 words. Si Mirror listened and memorized, a nervous look in her pretty eyes. What? Listen. Gu Hui's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. It was as if there was some kind of demon living on one layer. Si Jing nodded. I know. He was just a cannon fodder anyway, though he had no choice but to be roommates with the protagonist. But as long as he behaves himself, there's always no one rushing up to bully him, right? Ka-da. While the 2 were talking, there was a sudden sound of a lock being unlocked. Gu Hui's eyes immediately became alert, and his entire body almost turned into a stump. With the swiftness of a bell ringing. Like a gaunt squirrel, Miso crawled back to the top bunk. Buried himself under the covers and shivered. Sikyong. The door opens halfway, revealing half of Sol's svelte and handsome face. He seemed to smile at Sijit. Then the baton pushed hard on the back of the man in front of him. Get the in. The door slammed back shut with a bang. The man who had been pushed in stood in the center of the cell with his head bowed. He gone? Gu Hui shuddered out from under the covers and looked hastily toward the door. The familiar scene reappeared once again. Don't be afraid, he's gone. Si Jing had a smile on the corner of his mouth, his eyes lightly rippled, like a sweet pink rain had fallen. With a smile, the beauty was incomparable. He looked at his new roommate and smiled as he was introduced. Hi, I'm Si Jing. He pointed to the top bunk with another smile. This is Gu Hui. Mei Songxue. The voice of the youth standing in the center was hoarse, but without losing the youthful pleasantness. Si Jing's beautiful eyes turned slightly, curiously sizing up Mei Songxue. So this was the main character. The one who will be surrounded by 3 men in the future. He was as slender as a bamboo, lean but with a stubborn tenacity. He had an icy air of refusal, but was not rude. He nodded politely toward the 2 men and found himself a clean bed to sit on. It was a lower bunk, just like Sikyo's. When they slept at night, the 2 happened to be head to head. You're pretty good looking too, eh?
Gu Hui quickly got off the bed, pulled over the iron chair, and sat between the two.
Mei Songxue didn't even look at Gu Hui, those icy cold eyes landed on Si Jing, the bottom of her eyes were unable to hide her amazement. There was also a hidden madness and strong possessiveness. It was a bit chilling to watch Si Jing. But his education from childhood made him not speculate about other people from the perspective of evil. He didn't know why Mei Songxue was looking at him like that, so he gently inquired. "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, the cold as ice Mei Songxue actually grinned a smile, as if ice and snow were melting. His eyes landed on Si Jing's pink moist eyes, circled around the bridge of his erect nose, and finally rested on the edge of his rosy lips. The tip of his tongue colorfully licked his upper lip, his tone lightly ghostly.
"It's nothing, we'll be good roommates from now on, Sikyo."
Mei Songxue's voice was deep and meaningful, calling the word Sikyong in a lingering way, her eyes deep and bottomless. Even Gu Hui felt bad when he heard this tone, but Si Jing didn't notice anything wrong. Si Jing nodded his head painfully, his warm smile like a small sun. "Good." Mei Songxue smiled with satisfaction, dropping those narrow peach blossom eyes, along with her long eyelashes fluttering gently.
It looked surprisingly soft and fragile for a few moments.
He shyly held out his hand to Si Jing, seemingly inadvertently rolling the cuff up a small amount to reveal his pale wrist. Faced with his new roommate's initiative and enthusiasm, Si Jing naturally responded gently and similarly extended his own hand. The nails are rounded and beautiful, translucent pink like blossoming roses. The bones of the body are as delicate as a jade's luster. The moment the two hands were clasped, Si Jing finally saw the scars layered on his pale wrist as Mei Songxue had wished. It was bruised and purple, as if he had been abused with cruel means.
"What's wrong with you? How did you get so badly injured?"
Si Jing freed his other hand and looked at Mei Songxue with tentative and worried eyes. Mei Songxue's eyes dodged for a moment, looking even more aggravated. Si Jing patted the other party's shoulder soothingly. "Show me." Mei Songxue gave a small nod of her head, an acquiescence. Si Jing rolled up the sleeve of Mei Songxue's prison uniform, revealing the scars on her entire arm, all marks of beatings with clubs. They were all new wounds, swollen up high, and some of the bruises had even begun to ooze blood. Si Jing looked at his wounds in shock, his fingertips hovering over them not daring to touch them. "Who hit this?" Mei Songxue seemed to have suffered a great deal of humiliation in general, hanging his eyes in embarrassment, there seemed to be teardrops flashing between his thick eyelashes. From Si Jing's perspective, it happened to be the most sympathetic gesture.
He whispered a name, Timothy.
Skeleton was filled with surprise and covered his lips with his hand.
This was completely different from the Timothy Solar he had just remembered. Susanna Toki looked like a very decent and serious person, a little cold, but didn't look like an unreasonable one. But what could Mei Songxue, a newcomer, who had just arrived at the prison, do to provoke Susanna? Sure. Gu Hui told him that Susanna was cruel and violent, and he didn't disbelieve him, but he just didn't see it with his own eyes. But now that Mei Songxue's gruesome wounds were right in front of him, he was really shocked. But Gu Hui spent a lot of time in prison, so he's taking this kind of bruise well. "Hey, recognize your own bad luck. It's just that you're lucky, Si Jing. When I was a newcomer, I was also beaten up by Susanna Toki." Si Jing lowered his eyes. He had only been intimidated by Solve Takuji in a not-so-gentle manner, he hadn't been beaten up yet. Luck was indeed kinda on his side. Maybe Tim Solve was in a good mood and didn't want to punch anyone. "So, do we have any potions or anything like that in the jail cell?
If you don't medicate such a serious injury, you might not be able to use your arm the next day." Gu Hui laughed like he had heard something funny, and tears came out of his eyes.
"Ha ha ha, shall see you are also too naive. How is that possible? If it's not some kind of life-threatening injury, you can only go to the prison doctor during release time." "I'm fine, Mirror, it doesn't hurt."
Mei Songxue's voice was clear and soft, the bottom of her eyes were full of stoicism and aggression, looking more and more pitiful, easily placing herself in a vulnerable position. He heard Gu Hui call him Xiao Si, but he just don't call him that, he just wanna call a different one. Sure enough, Si Jing's beautiful crystalline eyes flickered for a moment, revealing a hint of disbelief. But he didn't reject the title, instead he softly smiled. The smile made Mei Songxue's heart itch, and her dark and evil mind kept growing as if weeds were growing wild. Peach blossom eyes lit up a cluster of fire, smiling like a spring breeze. Si Jing froze for a moment, his nostrils flaring. Mei Songxue's smile was really quite pretty. It seems that in the future, we need to find a way to make him smile more. But Mei Songxue suddenly called him a small mirror. It feels so strange.
Ha, good roommate. Maybe Mei Songxue is a cold person on the outside, but actually kind and passionate on the inside, right? Right. Chapter 5, Old Attacker and I Become Good Roommates.
The knots of Mei Songxue's cold white throat slid up and down as the dark color under her eyes grew heavier. As expected, it was not in vain that he had provoked Susanna Shur madly before he came in, this injury was really worth it. Si Jing gently patted the other party's shoulder, his eyes flashing with a gentle clear light. "It's alright, I'll accompany you to the prison doctors when the wind is released."
Aha!
Mei Songxue almost squeezed out such a sentence from her throat. All he could think about was Si Jing's concerned look. No one had ever cared about him so much. Everyone before had approached him with an agenda, only Si Jing was different, releasing kindness towards him from the start. Such a warm person always made people want to get closer, and also made them want to be torn apart. Si Jing didn't know what was on his mind and concentrated on checking his wounds, thinking in his heart that he would bring him to the prison doctor early tomorrow. Goo! A stomach growl suddenly echoed through the empty room. Sikio blinked dully, his long eyelashes fluttering gently like a small fan. He lowered his head in some embarrassment. I seem to be hungry. The voice was as clear as a mountain spring, with some good-natured damp softness. Secretly poking and prodding to hook people, but he himself is unaware of it. He stroked his flat, soft belly with some dazed expression. There didn't seem to be anything to eat here, and he didn't have a dime on him, so he wasn't going to starve, was he? Goo! Another stomach growl. But this time it wasn't Sikion's. Mei Songxue froze for a moment, her eyes somewhat flustered as she looked in the other direction, seemingly embarrassed to show this embarrassment in front of Si Jing. His stomach was also hungry. Si Jing and Mei Songxue came late, and dinner time was already over. Gu Hui looked at the two of them and graciously pulled open his drawer. Let me find you guys something to eat? Si Jing politely didn't look around, thank you. Gu Hui waved his hand, a happy smile on his face. It's nothing, to be able to meet your roommates who get along so well. I'm quite happy. Mei Songxue took advantage of the time when Gu Hui turned around and looked toward the drawer that had lost its paint, and her eyes showed thick contempt. But the moment Gu Hui turned around, it switched to a look of gratitude. There was stubbornness in the gratitude, cold and firm, like a pine in the snow and poverty. Looking at Si Jing secretly marveled in his heart, it really deserves to be the protagonist. Mei Songxue's tone was sincere, thank you. Gu Hui rubbed his nose and offered them each a bottle of water and a bag of bread as if he were a treasure. All of them were the most common and cheapest kind from the convenience store outside. But in prison, they were all luxuries, and I don't know how long Gu Hui had been saving them. Si Jing knew that Gu Hui was sincere, so of course he couldn't bear to refuse and whispered his thanks. In his heart, he secretly decided that in the future, when he had something good, he would also share it with his roommates. Gu Hui's eyes lit up with flesh, and he stumbled over his words even more in excitement. Thank you guys, hey! I'm so happy. Si Jing elegantly chewed the bread in small bites. Even in a place like a prison, the way he ate was very elegant and beautiful. He swallowed a mouthful of bread before saying, we should be the ones to thank you. The mineral water in his hand was naturally taken by Mei Songxue, and after unscrewing the cap, it was handed back to him. Si Jing just happened to choke on the dry bread, took the bottle of water, gulped it down, and gave Mei Songxue a kind smile. Roommates are just wonderful. I didn't realize you could have such good friendships in prison. Wiping tears from his eyes, Gu Hui watched this amicable scene with great relief and shook his head repeatedly. It's that I should thank you guys, thank you for being willing to be friends with me. Mei Songxue held a harmless smile, biting the bread in her mouth. Gu Hui, resources are scarce in prison, where did you get so much food? Mei Songshue's expression was unusual, as if she was just asking casually. As for whether he knew something else, there was no way of knowing. As soon as he spoke, Gu Hui's face instantly went white, and his lips mumbled and opened and closed twice. As if she didn't see his difficulty, Mei Songxue pursued with a smile. What's wrong, is it inconvenient to say? No, I just… Gu Hui's eyes flickered, even with tears, and he instantly became frazzled. Si Jing did not know why Gu Hui's reaction was so great. He just wanted to pat Gu Hui's shoulder and comfort him. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, accompanied by a bell that rang throughout the prison, startling Si Jing. The iron door of the cell was kicked hard. The rough voices of men rang out from outside, in disarray, more than one. Come on out, don't hide in there. Sooner or later you have to come out, might as well be good. Hurry up and come out, deaf? The moment the men uttered their voices, Gu Hui's face turned pale, as if all the blood had been drained from it. Release time is up. What are they? The kicking outside grew louder, and Sikion put down his bread. Gu Hui's fear infected him as well, and he shrank uneasily toward the bed. Gu Hui shook his head, gulped lustfully, and went to open the door with a shaking hand. Si Jing asked in a trembling voice, do you have to open the door? Gu Hui's face was ashen, and he nodded, I must. Si Jing was new to the city and didn't understand Pascal's rules. But Gu Hui knew that they couldn't escape. Even if they didn't open the door for them this time, there would always be a time for the few of them to get out. Like going to the cafeteria to eat, like going to the plaza to get some air, or going to see the prison doctor if they got sick, it would always happen. The door was only half open, and a few sweaty men squeezed in, pushing and shoving Gu Hui, their mouths not dry. The moment they saw Si Jing, everyone lost their voices. Si Jing heard their suddenly aggravated breathing, and low, raspy expletives. It's so pretty, it would be worth it in this life if I could come here once. Si Jing was not a little cutie, not completely oblivious to the meaning of these words. His face flushed a shade of red and white with fear and shame.
The group of people exuded a ferocious aura and kept pressing forward. Si Jing's mind went blank and he subconsciously stepped backward, subconsciously grabbing Mei Songxue by his side. Mei Songxue did not move and lowered his eyes, his long straight eyelashes covering his brimming eyes, avoiding Si Jing from seeing his overly crazy eyes. The men's lustful gazes darted back and forth between Si Jing and Mei Songxue, their tongues against their cheeks. One flower-armed man yanked Gu Hui up and slapped his face, while those evil eyes always looked at Si Jing. "You're hiding such a beauty in your jail cell?" Gu Hui's eyes were filled with tears and his pupils contracted dramatically. Long, my words, you feel free to come however you want. Dawn. Move my friends, please. Chapter 6. In the middle of the night, the old attacker stood at the foot of my bed for punishment. When Lung's eyes narrowed, Gu Hui knelt down and kept kowtowing. However, he was kicked away by Lung, and the back of his head hit the foot of the chair and bled. Lung's mind was tickled by the incense on Si Jing's body, and his anger and blood surged, so he took a few steps forward regardless. Sensing that the visitor was not good, Si Jing's fingertips trembled lightly and nervously clutched the bedsheet. "What are you going to do?" Gu Hui did not care about the pain in his body, and quickly blocked in front of Si Jing. "Brother Long, please." Gu Hui's words were not finished, and Mei Songxue, who was just about to make a move, had not yet done so either, when the little brother behind Brother Long stepped forward. "Brother Long, this person we cannot touch. You forget what Susanna Toki just said." Lung's movements paused for a moment, as if he thought of someone scary. His big hand immediately turned a corner and rested on Mei Songxue's shoulder. "He can't. Then this person is always okay, right? This man has an unconquerable energy, and should have a different flavor when he plays." Mei Songxue's thin shoulders trembled slightly, raising her handsome phoenix eyes to meet the man's eyes. Si Jing thought he was afraid. But only Mei Songxue knew how excited he was, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Already thinking about how to break this man's teeth, twist his arms, and crush his eyeballs later. He was shaking with excitement just thinking about it. Unfortunately, in the next second, Lung's hand was fawningly taken down by his little brother. "Brother Lung, this won't work either." Lung glared at his little brother in displeasure. "What the is wrong with this one?" The little brother smiled back and forth. "Brother, the two on the first floor haven't seen it yet. It wouldn't be appropriate if we touched it first." Brother Long frowned. His little brother was right. Every time a new person was brought into the prison, they had to be shown to the two bosses on the first floor before they were allowed to do so. The bosses don't like it before it's their turn. But after all these years, the two bosses had never liked a man, so would this time be an exception? The little brother seemed to have read his thoughts and tried to persuade him. "Brother Long, it's better to wait until the bosses have seen it. It's not necessarily a good idea to look at it either, but at least we have to go through the motions. Otherwise those two would start a fire that could get them killed." Lung looked at the two stunning newcomers reluctantly and told a couple of men behind him to yank up Gu Hui. Accompanied by the bell of the end of release time, they took Gu Hui and dragged him away. Before slamming the door and leaving, Si Jing heard the men say to Gu Hui, "Serve you well and give you more bread this time." Gu Hui went away for the whole night and didn't come back. Patrols at Pascal prison are per head, and it doesn't matter if a person shows up in another cell as long as he or she isn't dead. As long as one is in Pascal's prison, one can never get out for the rest of one's life. So it doesn't matter what cell a person is in, just stay alive. That night, Si Jing tossed and turned and had trouble sleeping. He especially couldn't sleep when he found out where all the bread and mineral water came from. He knew that at this very moment, in some prison cell, painful screams came out of Gu Hui's mouth, only to be turned into bread and water that he and Mei Songxue swallowed into their stomachs. Those foods instantly became a bit hard to swallow. His eyes were red and pink like they were stained with peach juice. Even that tiny beauty mole was so colorful that it was moving. He put the bread into a bag and placed it on his pillow. Seeing that he wasn't eating anymore, Mei Songxue didn't eat either. He knew where it came from, and he knew the darkness and depravity of Pascal prison better than Si Jing. He wouldn't have touched a single bite if he didn't want to be seen as different by Si Jing. However, his eyes were appropriately red for a few moments, and Si Jing thought he was also worried about Gu Hui and patted his shoulder. "You have injuries on your body, so sleep first. Tomorrow when the wind is let out, I'll go to Timothy and beg him to get Gu Hui out." Susanna Toki was the warden of the prison, so he would be in charge of something like this, right? Through the prison uniform, the hand on his shoulder was as light as a feather, so Mei Songxue's eyes turned even redder. What Si Jing didn't see was that Mei Songxue's clenched fist was about to clench out blood. He restrained the maddening lust in his heart, his eyes growing darker and darker as he inclined his head to look at that excessively beautiful hand. He nodded and said in a muffled voice, "You go to bed early too, mirror." Rain fell during the night, crackling against the windows. The sound of the night rain was annoying, and the two men slept extremely uneasily. Si Jing was worried about Gu Hui. He couldn't imagine what means those people would use to torture Gu Hui. And Mei Songxue was under her own blanket, her eyes paranoid as she looked at Si Jing. In the darkness of the night, like a wolf that was about to launch an onslaught on its prey, it was a pity that the lamb being targeted was oblivious to this. Mei Songshue gently coaxed, "Little mirror, why don't I tell you a story?"
Mei Songshue seemed like a person who liked to hold everything in his heart, and now that he was willing to communicate more with people, Si Jing was certainly willing.
Yeah.
Mei Songshue told a simple fairy tale that Si Jing had heard her mom tell many times since she was a child. The story itself is nothing new, but Mei Songshue's voice is pleasant to the ear, better than a top voice actor. Si Jing really fell asleep while listening. The beauty's long gilt silver hair was spread out on the bed, and her sleeping face was quietly beautiful, like a charming snow demon. Thick eyelashes outlined in upturned eyeliner, perfectly curved, clean and seductive. Mei Songshue sat up from the bed, her eyes bright and scary in the dark night. He carefully put on his shoes and wordlessly paced to Si Jing's bedside. The tip of his scarlet tongue licked his upper lip, as if Si Jing was some very delicious food. The sleeping Si Jing's eyebrows moved slightly. He was sleepy but wanted to get up to use the restroom. Si Jing sat up in a daze, his eyes half open, like a sleep-deprived kitten, and yawned lazily. The color of the night was too thick, and Mei Songshue and the darkness of the night blended together like a silent sculpture. Si Jing did not see, down on the ground to put on shoes tripped a foot, Si is going to fall down, but was steadily supported by someone. He opened his eyes wide and saw a huge black shadow in front of him. Ah! Sikyung was so scared that her feet went limp. Who would have thought that there was a person standing at the head of her bed? Besides, is this a person or a ghost? Si Jing was sleeping heavily before, just woke up and forgot that he was in prison, and thought he was at home. He called out in fear, "Mom," the end of his voice with a panic tremor, like a small cat's claws scratching on the tip of the human heart. There was no response, and he finally remembered he wasn't home anymore. It was hard to see in the dark, and Si Jing's arms were as soft as spaghetti, so he actually fumbled around a few times. There is a temperature, not a ghost, it is a person. He realized that although the man was lean, his muscles were well trained and extremely tight and powerful. Mei Songshue stifled a grunt, his voice was thin and hoarse, as if it was a willow flake that would fall apart upon blowing. However, Si Jing had already heard that this person was Mei Songshue and was relieved. It was good that it wasn't some pervert. The first thing he didn't do was chastise Mei Songshue for standing here in the middle of the night and scaring him. Instead, he remembered that he had injuries on his body. He must have touched and hurt him just now, and he sounded apologetic.
"Why are you standing here? Is the wound hurting again?"
Mei Songshue curved her lips. What a silly little lamb, and to be concerned about someone else's injuries. I'm afraid that if he really did anything excessive to him now, this person would only pocket a tear and ask why he did it. "It's okay, it doesn't hurt." Mei Songshue's voice was gentle with some tears. Si Jing thought that he might be telling a lie. After all, the system had once said that Mei Songshue was a very stubborn person who didn't want to be seen as vulnerable by others. Si Jing expressed great understanding, and he greatly admired such a person. For a moment all the Dragon Aotion male leads from those novels he had once read appeared in his mind, and he had already brainstormed a bitter love drama for Mei Songshue. And so the tone of his speech to him was softer.
"Is it that you can't sleep?"
At this moment, Mei Songshue's image in Si Jing's heart was like this. Telling fairy tales for most of the night to lull him to sleep, but he himself couldn't sleep due to worrying too much about Gu Hui, plus the fact that it hurt too much to have injuries on his body. It's really quite adorable. Even though he was already so aggravated, he still didn't say anything, choosing instead to just get up and wander around the cell alone. Hey, in the future, if he was really pestered by those people, he was still willing to help him. Mei Songshue student is a very good person. He also had no choice but to become the PO text male lead. Tearful. Chapter 7, The Old Attacker Tells Me Stories. Mei Songshue froze for a moment, and the corners of her lips hooked up in a silent smile. Little Mirror was so good, this helped him find a good excuse. So he immediately switched to a scared tone and said with great embarrassment, "Well, I'm scared. So can I sleep with you, Mirror?" Sikio subconsciously felt bad. He wasn't used to sleeping with others, and he had been sleeping alone since he was 5 years old.
Witnessing Si Jing's hesitation, the corner of Mei Songshue's raised mouth dropped in loss.
Even a little bit of tears appeared in her eyes, and through the moonlight that parted the clouds, she appeared crystalline and pitiful. Si Jing immediately softened his heart. We are all men and roommates, locked up in this prison. Unsurprisingly, they're going to live together for the rest of their lives, and they should be helping each other out like family. Besides, Mei Songshue was seriously injured. It was really pitiful. Those soulful eyes were like precious pink jewels, still glittering in the dark night, and the absolutely beautiful youth gently nodded.
"All right, then bring your quilt and pillow.
I'll sleep with you so you won't be afraid." Mei Songshue's eyes immediately lit up, breathing heavily as she turned around and went to the bed to gather her own quilt. Si Jing took the opportunity to use the restroom. Luckily, the prison facilities weren't terrible, and every cell had a bathroom.
Sugetsu was soon back in bed, yawning shallowly.
He took the initiative to move his pillow to the inside of the bed, close to the wall.
But Mei Songshue was slow to come over.
His bed was obviously as simple as his, so why did it take so long to clean up?
Si Jing probed and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want me to come and help you for a bit?" "Little Mirror." Mei Sungshua's voice sounded a bit embarrassed. He said softly while carrying the mineral water that Gu Hui had exchanged at a huge cost. Little mirror, my quilt is all wet. Si Jing looked at him suspiciously. It was really strange now. He looked at the tightly closed window, and his pink pupils were thick with disbelief. How did the quilt suddenly get wet? Mei Songshua seemed to be afraid that Si Jing would refuse to sleep with him because of this, and her voice became aggravated and trembling, like a child who couldn't eat candy. I'm sorry, little mirror, I didn't know either. Sikio's long, beautiful knuckles scratched at her thin quilt, her innocent fox eyes blinking twice. It doesn't seem to be impossible to cover the same quilt if they are all boys. He softly soothed, it's okay, use my quilt then. The corners of Mei Songshua's mouth curled into a winning smile, so excited that her body trembled and she could only use all her willpower to restrain herself. Si Jing didn't pay attention to his good roommate's bad intentions at all, and his voice was clear. That pillow. Before he could finish, Mei Songshua poured the remaining small half bottle of mineral water on the pillow, her tone apologetic. Sorry, the pillow is wet too. I guess I'll just have to ask Mirror to use the same pillow as me. He discarded the mineral water bottle contemptuously. Unfortunately, from Si Jing's angle, he could only see the half-trembling body under the clear cold moonlight, stubborn and pitiful. Si Jing was completely unaware that he had walked into the other party's trap. Like a lamb that voluntarily threw itself into the arms of a wild beast, it showed its most sincere kindness and softness to the fangs of the beast. His eyes curved in a smile, so, okay then. It's okay to use the same pillow when you're under the same quilt anyway, right? Mei Songshua gave off a very reliable feeling, and her sleeping style should be quite good. So Mei Songshua obediently lay over. Si Jing's creamy and delicate face was close at hand, as if it would melt like butter with a gentle pinch. The light jasmine fragrance lingered in the end of his nose, wrapping his whole heart around every inch of his meridians. Little mirror. Mei Songshua's eyes fell on the beauty's snowy, delicate nose, the tip of which glowed like cold jade under the moonlight. What's wrong? Si Jing slightly inclined her head, her rosy lips opened and closed, exhaling like orchids. Mei Songshua smiled, like a sly fox. Look, I've called you Little Mirror, so you can call me Songshua, or Little Snow. He was afraid that he would seem too hasty, so he hastened to say. This seems closer, after all, to be locked up here for the rest of my life. I don't have many friends and am very insecure. He said it with such sincerity and earnestness in his tone that one could almost imagine the miserable life he used to lead. Blame it on the fact that his voice was just too good to be a substitute. Si Jing mentally mulled over the two nicknames. Songshua sounded good, close but not overly intimate. But he couldn't say Yuki, it sounded like he was calling his girlfriend. Sikion looked him seriously in the eyes and called out. Songshua. Mei Songshua smiled contentedly, her eyelashes half lowered, showing a bit of meekness, but the pupils under her eyelashes were bright and frightening. He screamed so beautifully, Si Jing, those eyes look at the dog with deep affection. His voice was already good, and the way he called his name seriously made his heart palpitate at the tip. The sound of Songshua was like a lover's murmur that penetrated his ears and took over his entire sanity. Mei Songshua hoped that Gu Hui would never come back and that he would die there. This prison cell doesn't need a third person. His eyes grew sinister, but Si Jing suddenly gave him the purest and most harmless smile, his voice so soft it was melting. Songshua, go to sleep, it's already late. Mei Songshua's malicious thoughts dissipated in an instant, and she softly said, Little Mirror, still listening to stories? Yes, I love listening to your stories. Si Jing readily agreed, who let Mei Songshua have a good voice. Mei Songshua's stories always came out of her mouth, as if she was born with a lot of fun stories hidden in those shallow thin lips. Just waiting for someone to show up, he could tell them all. Once upon a time there was a little child, eloquent and sweet, who grew a jasmine plant. He loved computers, programming, and flowers. Then he killed everyone and... After Si Jing's breathing gradually became steady, Mei Songshua fell silent, but the corners of her eyes seemed to have crystallized tears. Si Jing's cheeks were pink and moist, and she seemed to be sleeping sweetly, like a pure lamb under the moonlight. The rain stopped and the moon came out. Mirror, I. Mei Songshua's voice was soft, like a light mist. What did you say? Mei Songshua looked over in surprise. The youth still had his eyes closed and he called out softly. Little Mirror? There was no response, and the person in the bed was sleeping nicely, covered with a quilt, revealing a furry head. The rosy little mouth was muttering, so it was talking in his sleep. Mei Songshua laughed softly and licked the tips of his teeth, handsome and evil, and slowly finished the rest of the story. He killed everyone who bullied him, threw his body into the wild mountains, and then turned himself in. Thinking he had no hope in this life, he later met new hope in the most desperate prison. Chapter 8, Inverting the Big Dipper. The old attacker actually wants to beat me up. Early in the morning, Si Jing was woken up by the morning bell. Pascal Prison had a very strict routine. After the morning bell, inmates have 10 minutes to wash up. The guards will then unlock the door to each cell and let the inmates out for breakfast. The cafeteria opens at 7 a.m. sharp, after hours. Si Jing doesn't have any waking breath, only a little bit of confusion when he first wakes up. He gave a small yawn and realized that his body was hot. Crystalline beads of sweat ran down the line of the swan like snow-white neck, like flower dew adorning the delicate white collarbone. The color of her lips was like a pink cherry, and her lips were slightly open, limpidly moistened with juices. The beautiful youth slowly opened those stunning pink eyes, which were dense with a thin mist. The long, curly eyelashes fluttered, and the youth's eyes slowly became clear. Mei Songxue looked like a tree otter, sleeping on all fours. Although he was lean, his muscles were bulging and tight. Si Jing frowned his long, showy eyebrows, thanks to him thinking that this man was a good sleeper last night. How does it look like a good end of a three good young man, sleeping posture unexpectedly so loose? Si Jing is really hot and panicky, the bell is so noisy, but Mei Songxue is like deaf, sleeping sweetly. Si Jing gently patted his arm, his voice with the mute of first awakening. Songxue, get up. Well. In the morning, Mei Songxue seemed to have shed that air of rejecting others and acted like a big pampered dog. Little mirror, sleep some more. He had no choice but to soften his voice as he took Mei Songxue. Songxue, if you don't get up and wash up, we won't have any food. Mei Songxue lazily opened one eye, looking actually a bit mischievous, her voice carrying the remnants of pampering. Well, get up, listen to little mirror. Si Jing's face reddened unnaturally, causing Mei Songxue to laugh again. All men, what are you shy about? I'm not shy. Si Jing hung his eyes, even his thin eyelids were colored with light powder, like they were coated with rouge. Mei Songxue could see that this person was thin-skinned, so she stopped teasing him, lest she really get angry and cry. The two of them simply washed up, changed into a clean prison uniform. What Gu Hui had said yesterday, they had to go to the cafeteria early, otherwise the food would be snatched up. Si Jing followed behind Mei Songxue and was about to go out for breakfast together. He was thinking about Gu Hui in his heart and was a bit distracted, so he accidentally bumped into Mei Songxue's back. Si Jing covered his bumped red forehead. Egu. Mei Songxue's hand still maintained a posture of opening the door. But the door had already been opened. A tall, lanky figure stood in the doorway against the light. The man was dressed in a smart uniform with long sleeves half pulled up. The muscle lines on his arms and the protruding wrist bones all showed extreme explosive power. With a pair of polished military boots on his feet, he stood in the doorway with a majestic and domineering aura. The face was cold and stern, with knife temples and slender eyebrows, thin lips pursed carelessly, and eyes looking out of the corner of one's eye. The moment he saw Si Jing, the frost on his face abruptly melted, and even his thin lips curved up. The tip of the beauty's nose was slightly pink, and her eyes were moist with physiological tears, as if she had been bullied. Susanna's eyes darkened at the sound of Songxue. Especially since the man had also heard Sujutsu. He gave Mei Songxue a warning look and reached out to push the nuisance out of his way. As he passed him, his thin lips parted in a low, dark curse. Waste. When he looked at Si Jing, his tone became gentle again. How did you sleep last night? It was a master of face changing. As soon as Si Jing saw Susanna Toki, he thought of the ghastly scars on Mei Songxue's body. Plus, Gu Hui had said earlier that Susanna liked to beat people up, and newcomers would be beaten up by him, which was called setting the rules. Susanna came here early in the morning. Could it be that she suddenly remembered that she hadn't beaten herself up yet, so she came here specifically to beat him up? The mist of tears in Si Jing's eyes grew even more fierce, a foggy layer, almost about to turn into sweet dewdrops. He couldn't even speak, his voice was trembling, thin and drifting. I slept quite well. Timothy's eyes fell on the youth's shaking shoulders. He was slender, his snowy skin glistening, and his fear so great that he was on the verge of tears was even more pitiful. Solve sat down sashaying on Skeleton's bed, his smile deepening. Well then, sit down, don't stand and talk. Si Jing was even more scared. The ferocious Pascal's living Hades was speaking so gently to him, yet his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat him. What is this, hospice care? Or some kind of hidden threat? But he's got nothing. What's there to threaten him with? It's better to ask for clarification so that you can be prepared. He swallowed nervously, his hand probing the edge of the bed, and sat down carefully. Of course, only daring to sit on one edge, or a bit away from Susanna Toki. Trying to look less afraid, he asked in a low voice, Supervisor Timothy, are you here to beat me up? Timothy froze for a split second. What? To beat him up? Are you kidding me? How could he afford to? The first moment he saw him, he wanted to hide him. He'd be heartbroken if he lost a single hair. When Susanna looked at Mei Songxue, who was looking hostile and forcefully stubborn next to him, she cursed in her heart, good tea. When she heard Si Jing call him Songxue just now, Susanna guessed it. Mei Songxue must have said something to him. He gave Mei Songxue a cold look, and the latter raised her eyebrows provocatively at an angle that Si Jing couldn't see. Tim Solve's face was grim. Mei Songxue's kind of unyielding hardcore should have been beaten to death by him yesterday. But this man was someone who had been given special care from above. He couldn't die. So even if this person had provoked his authority yesterday without knowing how to die, he had to keep him alive. Mei Songxue's existence belonged to the federal secrets, and all his identity information in the outside world had been cancelled, basically equivalent to a dead person. He had to live in Pascal and could only live in Pascal.
Of course, Mei Songshue knew her own cards, that's why she was able to be emboldened in the face of Susanna Toki. But his arrogance was not without a price, and without killing him, Susanna Toki had the right to dispose of him in any way she wanted. Susanna Toki temporarily tempered her murderous intent towards Mei Songshue and gently lifted his jaw. Beating you up will come later, I'm here to give you something. Timothy treated Mei Songshue as if they were the only two people in the room. Mei Songshue's eyes suddenly turned cold as ice, and she was afraid that she would lose control and fight with Susanna in the next second. Seeing the youth's eyes widen instantly, Susanna resumed her light smile. Don't be afraid, just kidding. But Si Jing didn't think he was joking. His entire body wilted at the thought that he was going to be beaten up later. Eyes panicked, he looked at the baton that Timothy had pinned to his waist, then at Timothy's tense arm muscles. It's over, he's going to die. It's really going to kill him. He shed 2 lines of bitter tears in his heart and asked silently. System. Is it too late for me to back out now? No response. The all-consuming fast-wearing bureau. Chapter 9, My backyard is on fire and my old attacker is jealous. In fact, Susanna Toki was really delivering something. He clapped his hands twice, and 2 prison guards walked in and bumped off Mei Songshue. The prison guards were holding so many things in their hands that they were almost above their heads. Puzzlement surfaced on Si Jing's face. Is this? I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep here, so I brought you bedding. Timothy took the bedding from the prison guard, and some food. He very naturally ripped off the original rough bedding from Si Jing's bed and skillfully replaced it with brand new silk bedding. The little beauty's skin is as smooth as silk, it should be well pampered. Mei Songshue's hand gripped the back of the chair, almost pinching finger marks out of the hard steel chair. The bottom of his eyes were dark, so regretful, had he known that he would not have wet his pillow last night. He wondered what kind of expression Susanna Toki would have when she saw 2 pillows on the bed. Mei Songshue grinned nastily, her bony fingers running over the silk comforter with a smirk mixed with bright provocation. Really thanks, let you break the bank, the feel is very good Susanna Toki looked at him with a psychotic expression and plucked his paw away. What are you thanking me for? It's not for you to use. Mei Songshue moved a few moments closer to Tim Solve and whispered. Who said I wouldn't use it? The quilts me and Mirror had yesterday were really too thin, how sweet of you. The smile on Tim Solve's face steeply crumbled, his eyes were like knives, and he used an inch of strength in his hand, his knuckles viciously gouging into the wound in his waist. Hiss, ha, what a bad temper. Mei Songshue was in a good mood and didn't care about this pain, licking the tips of her teeth as she retreated to Si Jing's side. Like a family dog that had a fight with a wild dog outside, she came to her master after being bitten. Si Jing couldn't help but pat the back of his hand. The latter tensed up, revealing the tips of his well-behaved, white teeth. Resisting the tyrannical urge to punch someone, Susanna Toki put a pile of food on Sikio's bed. Snacks, milk, and fresh fruit, all flown in. A stark contrast to the half-eaten piece of bread on the pillow. Zell thought to himself that Sol's end-of-life care was really comprehensive and thoughtful. Sikion grew up with very good relationships, which made him very good at accepting kindness from others and at passing it on to others. He didn't push back, and although he was scared, he still said in a warm voice, Thank you, Overseer Toki. Timothy resumed his seat and waved at Skeleton. Don't be polite to me, come and sit down. When Si Jing sat down, Timothy was like a warm and considerate big brother next door, his voice was surprisingly a bit apologetic. It was supposed to be delivered to you yesterday. But there was a disturbance with a prisoner yesterday and it didn't make it over. Susanna Toki's tone was gentle and made you want to rely on it, with a sense of reliability that the man in front of him could set everything in motion. As soon as Mei Songshue saw this kind of false smile of Susanna Shur, she felt uncomfortable. He snorted, if you really meant it, you should have sent someone else, it's not like the other prison guards are dead. The veins on Timothy's temples bulged, he wanted to punch Mei Songshue, but he held back for the moment because of Si Jing's presence. But that didn't mean he would let Mei Songshue go. Susanna Toki didn't want to ignore him, but she was afraid of what Sikiu might think, so she explained. They're all rough and hairy, I'm afraid they're not considerate. Joke, how could he be at ease with other men coming to see Si Jing? Tell me if you're missing anything. Susanna Toki gently placed a pager in Sijit's hand, you can use this to contact me. Timberlake patiently showed him how to use it. Seeing that the youth was learning seriously, Susanna Toki's smile deepened, you can tell me if you're hungry too. Skeleton looked up and hesitated, but the rules of the prison. I am the rules of the prison. Timothy interrupted gently yet forcefully, his rough fingertips pinching his soft white cheek. The early morning sunlight fell on the youth's cheeks, soft and tender like a handful of water, as if sweet cream was melting and dripping in the next second. Fingers turned to tickle the peak of the beauty's lips, there, now come out with me. Si Jing felt her thin lips rubbing the skin, her brimming eyes tinted with panic. What are you doing? Susanna Shur raised an eyebrow and tapped the baton at her waist, teasingly saying, what do you think? Skeleton's face went white with a swish, a fragile wet powder at the end of his eyes, and his legs went weak with fear at Susanna's obvious gesture. By the way, Susanna said she was going to beat him up.
Susanna Toki smiled and wiped the ends of the youth's eyes, trying to get the woozy pink color on her fingertips, but unfortunately without success. Susanna Toki turned her head to the prison guard who had followed her chin raised in the direction of Mei Songxue. You guys take him away first. Yes. Timberlake smiled a chilling smile and said in a single word, be well entertained. The prison guard swallowed and gave Mei Songxue a sympathetic look, yes. Mei Songxue appeared indifferent and didn't struggle much. Looking at Si Jing's eyes were still pitiful, but the moment she turned around, the arrogance in the bottom of her eyes was like a shocking wave, and she looked at the prison guards and shivered. Generally speaking, this kind of person is either naive and stupid, not understanding how miserable the end will be if they fall into the hands of Susanna Shura, or they are very tolerant and ruthless characters. Skeleton's eyelids fluttered, his intuition telling him something bad would happen. If Mei Songxue got beaten up again, it would add insult to injury. He begged in a small voice, Supervisor Toki, don't hit him, okay? Timothy paused for a moment, gritting his teeth. Mirror, I'm not a violent person, so don't listen to what people say. Susanna Toki's stern eyes looked deep into the youth in front of him and smiled warmly, temporarily retracting his fangs in front of his prey. Inside, however, waves of shock had risen, barely able to suppress the violence and agitation that spewed forth. The look he gave Mei Songxue was terrifying to the point of being hair-raising. Calling him Chief of Time Supervision and calling this man Songxue, right? Pleading for another man under his nose? If he doesn't beat Mei Songxue to the point of vomiting blood today, his last name won't be Shura. Mei Songxue was taken out, the door to the room was closed, and only two people remained in the room, Susanna Shura and Si Jing. Susanna Toki's voice was soft and thick with danger. Finally, no one in the way. Si Jing's hand curled into the palm of his hand, his delicate fingertips trembling helplessly, Supervisor of the Time. Susanna Toki stopped his next words and said, call me by my name. The pretty fox eyes blinked twice helplessly, Tim Sol. Susanna Toki smiled contentedly, half lifting a pair of phoenix eyes, her eyes falling on the white, tight neck in front of her. What do you think of Mei Songxue? Si Jing breathed in, a hint of confusion coming through his eyes. He felt that Skeleton should have misunderstood something, and the truth was not at all what Skeleton thought it was. The tears in Si Cao's eyes were heavy, as if they were going to drip down in the next second. He eagerly opened his mouth to explain, his voice as soft as a cat's. It's not what you think. But before the beauty could finish her words, Susanna Toki just looked into those overly stunning pink eyes. Tear-stained eyes made his heart tingle and made him want to bully him even harder. And how was that? Before he could speak, Sigit's expression suddenly went blank for a moment. Timothy's baton rested threateningly against the side waist of his prison uniform, sliding slowly, the fabric bringing up a line of bouncy softness. But he knew that the baton had actually killed someone. Sikio panicked and mouthed off, looking even more distressed. No, we're just sleeping together. The man's brow instantly went cold, even the traces of the smile that had been maintained on his lips were about to disappear. Just sleeping together? You mean, before you've had a chance to do anything else? It's not what you think. Sunny said he was scared and that's why I stayed with him. Si Jing no longer knows how to explain, just hope that Solve can calm down. The cold, hard baton moved up provocatively and caught at the crevice of his ribs. With the slightest push from the man, it would hurt this pure jasmine to the point of tears. The cold color in Timothy's eyes turned into a deep, dark darkness, and his tone softened. Is that so? Then it seems I was wrong about Mirror? He sat up and smiled a gentle smile, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than an illusion. Let's go, Mirror. The beauty's tearful eyes, even the chaotic fluttering of her eyelashes made her fingertips tingle. He had a newfound appreciation for Timothy's moodiness. Skeleton's voice trembled like a fragile ceramic doll as he asked softly. Where to? Chapter 10, Old Attacker Threatens Me. Going to eat, what else does Mirror think he's going for? Susanna Toki resumed that gentle demeanor. Skeleton's heart was beating wildly, as if he were a kitten with a wild animal holding the back of his neck. Good go eat. Si Jing repeated the man's words obediently, trying to hide her panic, not realizing that the clueless look was even more adorable. Susanna's smile deepened and she reached out to rub his shiny, jade-like hair. It was getting late now, most of the inmates had already arrived at the cafeteria, and if they went late the food would have been snatched up. The long corridors were filled only with Solve holding Solve's mirror, one floor at a time. Sikio was a little hungry, but Solve was not slowing down, as if he didn't want the walk to be over too quickly. Solve, we'll run out of food if we go this slow, won't we? Susanna couldn't help it, she was getting to think he was cute. No one will steal our food. Skeleton nodded, wow. The two of them walked forward and backward, Susanna deliberately walking slowly to accommodate his pace. Skeleton sensed that Solve was still in a good mood now and whispered. Susanna Toki, I have a roommate, his name is Gu Hui. What's up? Susanna Toki's tone rose slightly, as if she was baiting the youth to say the next words. With tension in his eyes, Skeleton's translucent pink fingertips gently tickled Solve's knuckles, his voice full of worry and supplication. He was taken away yesterday and never came back. I wonder if you could.
Timothy heard the meaning of his words, but pretended not to know. His eyes fell on the fragile, thin white wrists, as if they could be snapped at the slightest pressure, and he asked in a tactful manner,
Do you want me to save him? Aha!
Si Jing looked up at him, his eyes bright with hope and nervousness. Can I?
It's okay.
Tim Sol's eyes were warm and moist, there seemed to be a river of stars flowing in his eyes, but Mirror has to be obedient. Those eyes looked like they could suck people in, and the pretty youth eventually threw in the towel and hung his head in panic. The youth's eyes rippled with light, and he gently nodded. That revealed a section of jade necklight ski tender, satin-like water-smooth texture slowly through the pink moist color. His long eyelashes fluttered, and between falling and lifting, they formed a moving shadow under his eyes, making him look like fragile glaze.
So good.
The man's voice was like a cold spring of kunzanite. Good to listen to. I feel like all the main characters in this book should go into voice acting, they'd make a fortune.
He would be the first to be a fan.
A layer of glistening water mist covered Si Jing's eyes, infiltrating the jewel-like pink pupils with radiant splendor. The jade-white face was covered in red clouds, as colorful as peaches and plums, making people want to do something even more excessive to him. He still couldn't believe that the person in front of him was the Susanna who was like a living hell in other people's mouths.
Susanna had a smile under her eyes and looked warm and kind. Susanna Toki, actually. He wanted to say that he didn't actually have to be so nice to him so that he would get a little stressed. And it's not like he has anything to offer him in return. Actually what? Timberlake inquired patiently, his smile unabated.
Mirror will have to think about it before you say anything, or I don't know if that friend of yours will ever come back safely.
Sikio whimpered and shook his head, curling his fingertips helplessly a few times before finally saying nothing. It was as if Susanna's eyes could see into what was going on in his mind, making him just want to hide. Si Jing reddened his eyes, and the delicate beauty mole at the end of his eyes trembled gently. The pretty face flushed with a pink tide, and the water mist condensed in the beauty's eyes eventually turned into flower dew dripping down. He actually cried. I can't believe he cried at the words of a man.
The shock of Timothy's words was so great that Skeleton couldn't say a word and just shook his head.
What happened to Gu Hui was already pitiful. He didn't want to harm Gu Hui with a single word from himself. Mirror, don't say anything I don't like. Oh.
How could Si Jing not have imagined that the person who was gentle like a big brother next door just a moment ago was now like a poisonous snake spitting out its letters? He could only nod his head helplessly.
Susanna Tokiwa smiled in satisfaction. That's a good boy, let's go eat, Mirror.
Susanna Toki knew he had already intimidated the man in front of him today, but he just couldn't help it. From the moment he'd arrived in Pascal, he'd been destined to have more than his fair share of people coveting him in this prison. He had no time for gradual progress. With his heart in turmoil, Sikion walked to the entrance of the cafeteria with the same hand and foot. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck him, and after the extreme shock, what came was the reality that had to be accepted.
It seems like he can't escape.
But he's always been a very see-through person. He took a deep breath, and his delicate, picturesque eyebrows relaxed, declining in the western flora, so beautiful that one could not take his eyes away.
If you're here, you're here. But he's a man. Forget it. A guy is a guy.
Si Jing glanced at the imposing man beside him, tall and leggy, with a strong body and superior looks.
It didn't seem too bad. I've been a widow for 20 years or so, what more do I need a bicycle for? Chapter 11, Old Attacker Wants to Have Dinner with Me.
The cafeteria of Pascal Prison was large, and the thousands of inmates who had committed the worst crimes ate here with no small amount of commotion. The whole cafeteria was noisy, and there was a fight, which seemed to be just about getting food. For a while the chickens flew and the pots and bowls flew about. The cafeteria was in chaos, and several inmates were wrestling together, punching and kicking. A few prisoners came out of the cafeteria with their stomachs covered in leaves and soup.
Boss Lu has entered the confinement cell. The people under Yen Chi are so damn jubilant. Say less, don't let anyone hear you. You still say that?
It's still your fault.
What's the point of eating 2 less pieces of meat? Boss Lu isn't here, can't you give them a break? How can I be blamed? My little ex-slaves haven't eaten meat for 2 days, don't I want to lose face as a big brother?
A few people brushed past, and the moment they saw Si Jing, their eyes flashed with amazement as they gazed at him in fascination.
However, in the next second, Susanna Shura blocked in front of Si Jing, the baton in her hand poised to strike.
A few people returned to their senses, nodded and called out, Superintendent Tim, and then took 3 steps back and forth.
Skeleton peered worriedly inside, shrinking a few inches toward Timothy. It's a mess in there.
Timothy hooked his lips, pleased with the youth's subconscious dependence on him.
It's nothing, just 2 sets of minions fighting.
As soon as the prison guard at the entrance to the cafeteria saw Timothy, he pulled the door open for him. Tim Sol stepped inside, his face slightly sullen and unruffled. The crowd that had just been more than noisy instantly quieted down and immediately buried their heads to eat. Occasionally, there were a few bold ones who, after glancing at Si Jing, hung their heads with their own thoughts. Everyone saw that beside the living Hell King, Susanna Shura was a stunning beauty. Sikio was so beautiful that he made people want to fall.
Even if there was an abyss of 10,000 feet behind him, there would be a large number of people who would be willing to put themselves in it in order to embrace him. Susanatoki had his own exclusive dining spot, with him as the center of the circle and within a radius of 10 meters, all the prisoners scattered like birds and beasts. Sigit had another clear idea of Solve's position in Pascal. Solve looked favorably at the pretty youth and thoughtfully pulled out his chair for him. "Sit down, Mirror, eat more." Mirror gave a small nod and thanked him in a hurry. "Thank you, you also eat a little more." After taking his seat, Sikio lowered his eyes and obediently rolled up the sleeve of his prison uniform a few times to avoid getting anything on it. Even though he was a prisoner, the youth in front of him looked like an elegant and noble prince. That kind of nobility and upbringing engraved in the bones was hard to disguise. The youth's hands were very beautiful, the white skin lustrous as jade, glistening with silky silk under the morning light. The fingers were long and slender, and with the action of rolling up the cuffs, the delicately protruding wrist bone was exposed. The youth's wrist was slender and supple, and Susanatoki's eyes traced the undulating curve, working their way up the wrist bone. The diaphanous veins outlined the youth's sensuous little arm just right, flushing pale pink at the elbow. But the scenery further up was covered by the prison uniform, which really got in the way. "Timothy, why don't you eat?" Susanatoki's sight was too obvious, those deep eyes extra paranoid as they looked at him, as if they were staring at long-coveted prey. Si Jing couldn't even ignore it if he wanted to. He put a piece of cod meat on Solve's plate and smiled. "Stop looking at me and eat." Susanatoki looked back and stared at the fish bubbling on her plate, curling her mouth. "Thanks, Mirror." He placed his hand on his thigh and pinched himself hard. Sharp pain shot through him, but he smiled a self-mutilating smile. It wasn't a dream, Mirror had really pinched him. He's so gentle, he smiles like an immortal who pities the world. His complexion returned to a gentlemanly and cool, his eyes hiding the boundless storm, slowly and methodically chewing the fish on the plate. Under the pressure of Tim Soller's authority, most of the people ate sullenly. It was so hard to take their heads off and just dump the contents of their plates in so they could hurry and get away from this demon. For a while, the whole restaurant was so quiet that only the sound of clinking cups and plates and the sound of Timothy and Skeleton's conversation remained. Sikio felt a chill behind him, as if something hibernating in the shadows was staring at him. He was no stranger to this feeling. Susanatoki could see that something was wrong with Skeleton and asked with concern. "Mirror, what's wrong?" Sikio fries a bit, once again catatonic and alert, his voice warm and soft. "I feel that someone is looking at me." With the feline's natural instinct for danger, Sikiong jerked his head back. In the next instant, he met a pair of wildly hostile Danfang eyes. Almost instantly, a cold chill crept up his spine. It was as if a cold-blooded animal had climbed up, freezing the blood in his entire body. The man not far away raised his glass to him in salute. The man had a perfect silhouette, hard-boned, with skin so pale that it was almost transparent, and a pair of phoenix eyes that were wickedly open, adding a lot of femininity to him. The man's scarlet tongue licked over his tiger teeth, his thin lips next to the rim of the cup, rolling the spicy liquor into his mouth, while his dark eyes were always staring at Si Jing. With the strong wine in his stomach, the upturned tails of his eyes were stained with a bit of crimson, and he was as evil as a gaudy ghost. Also meeting these eyes was Susanna. The man raised an eyebrow provocatively after meeting Timothy's intimidating eyes for a moment. He inclined his head and said something to his sidekick before leaning back in his chair and lazily dining. After a quick glance, Timothy said to Skeletor, "His name is Yen Shi, he lives in 102, and he's a dangerous man." So that man was a prisoner on the first floor, no wonder the aura on his body was so strong. Si Jing took a heartfelt sip of the sweet soup, took the handkerchief handed by Susanna and wiped the corners of his mouth. "That looks like it, I see." Si Jing nodded his head obediently. He could sense that Salarod was reluctant to let him touch Yen Shi. However, he felt that Susanna Shur was overly concerned. He was timid and gentle, he would not actively provoke such a character. Solve smiled and took back the handkerchief, putting it in his inner coat pocket. He knew that Skeleton was well behaved and understanding, but he couldn't guarantee that the others would be obedient as well. He looked into the distance. Yen Shi tilted his head slightly, his slender legs folded. The pale jade-like fingertips tapped the table one by one, revealing a smile of ambition. "Boss. Floor boss in the confinement room crazy, you quickly go to see it." When Susanna's eyes had just moved away from Yen Shi's face, a prison guard hurriedly ran in. The prison guard's uniform was wrinkled and had several bloodstains on it, and his body smelled strongly of blood. Susanna's complexion was aghast, and she immediately stood up, separating this prison guard from Si Jing. "What's going on?" The prison guard was clearly stunned, his chest heaving violently, his face like gold paper. "No. Don't know the building boss suddenly went crazy, a few of us cannot control He also killed 2 brothers. Susanatoki narrowed her eyes, pressing a hand on her baton and looking away from Yen Shi. The other man raised his glass to him. His lips were as red as blood, and on that white, transparent face the man looked more like a voluptuous ghost, or a vampire or something like that had never seen the light of day. The cool and ascetic Susanna Shur rarely cursed.
His brow grew gentle again as he turned back to face Si Jing.
Ah, Jing, good boy, eat slowly. When you're full, ask them to take you back.
He passed a wink to the few people around him and left the cafeteria in a hurry. The few prison guards who remained in place nodded to Susanna Toki and stood respectfully behind Skeleton, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. The inmates could see that Sujetsu was the one who had been given special attention by Solve. Susanna's reputation for ferocity was well known, so no one dared to come after him, even though everyone had dark thoughts about Sikyong.
But there was always someone who was an exception. Hi, my name is Yinchi, can I eat with you?
Si Jing realized that he was inviting trouble even if he was merely breathing.
For example, the one standing in front of him right now. Chapter 12, I just wanted to have dinner, but the old attacker asked me to accompany him back.
Yinchi's aura is intimidating, although he tries to pretend to be innocent and harmless when facing the youth, but that kind of wanton and open hostility simply cannot be hidden. Si Jing lowered his eyes and moved a little into the chair, doing his best to distance himself from Yinchi. His voice was clean, with a hint of helplessness and resistance.
There's an empty seat next to you.
Yinchi did not get angry as he faintly swept the circle, and all the prisoners lowered their heads. Including the prison guards who were eating, they all avoided his sight, frantically picking at their food, just like starving ghosts.
Si Jing.
Yinchi spread his hands, looking very regretful.
As you can see, none of them welcome me. I'm so lonely eating alone, and it just so happens that you're alone too.
Skeleton didn't think he was really alone, he was just about to say something like Susanna just left. But when he saw Yinchi's eyes that seemed to be smiling, he felt it was best not to say that out loud. The pretty youth frowned, his fox eyes blinking lightly, his long, thick eyelashes like butterfly wings fluttering, forming an extremely seductive eye line.
Seeing people's heart tingling, the desire latent in the body like wildfire burning uncontrollably.
Yinchi's heart and eyes were filled with the youth in front of him, those overly hot eyes tracing this glazed and pure body. He was not a patient man. If it were anyone else, he would have already started chopping people up by telling him to wait this long. But the other party was Si Jing, then he was still willing to wait patiently. He kicked away the chair that Timothy had just sat in, yanked a chair over, and said,
I want to eat with you. Instinct told Sigit that it would be best to get up and run away right now.
His body trembled a little, and he gently bit his lower lip, imprinting a tooth mark on those plump, soft, and delicate lips.
If it's just dinner.
The eyelashes of the young man whose eyebrows were declining fluttered for a moment, and he nodded curtly.
All right then. He was about to finish eating anyway.
Yinchi smiled lightly in satisfaction, elegantly serving himself a bowl of soup, his dark eyes staring at the codfish on his plate. He remembered that he had just given a piece of cod to Susanna Shura, and the smile on his face at that time made people look really jealous. Yinchi raised his head, his bone china spoon stirring in his bowl with a tinkling crunch, and opened his mouth.
I want to eat fish.
Si Jing, who was eating quietly, froze for a moment, thinking he was unable to pinch the food. Sikyong reached out and pushed the plate out a bit, politely making a pleased gesture.
Here, you eat.
Yinchi looked at the codfish that had been thoughtfully pushed in front of him and hooked his lips. It seemed that the beauty did not understand his meaning.
It was so silly and cute.
I don't know why, but he was extraordinarily patient when it came to Si Jing. He rephrased his meaning, I'm going to eat what you pinch for me. At those words Si Jing's glistening white fingertips trembled, lifting her brimming eyes, her vermilion lips opening and closing helplessly. Although Yinchi was smiling, his phoenix eyes were sharp and glowing with cold light, like a predatory falcon. In that instant, Si Jing suddenly remembered what Gu Hui had once said. When you meet the two on the first floor, you must do as you're told. Si Jing pursed her lips, her plain white hand picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish that was glistening with oil, carefully placing it in the bowl of Yinchi.
Wow, here you go. Thanks.
Yinchi smiled, his eyes flashing with a fiery light. Even that appalling oppressive feeling on his body had tightened for a few moments. Si Jing didn't quite understand what was going on with this person, just pinching a dish. Why would he be happy like this? He lowered his head in silence and concentrated on eating what was in his bowl. Luckily there wasn't much left, and soon he would be able to leave this shifty man. Yinchi did eat unhurriedly, except for the piece of fish that Si Jing gave him. He basically didn't eat anything. Most of the time, he was watching Si Jing eat. The way he ate was very elegant, taking small bites without even making a sound. Like a clean, beautiful Persian cat, so well behaved that you wanted to just keep looking at him. In order to look at the youth who was as beautiful as a dream for a little while longer, the always harsh and savage killing machine Yinchi started an awkward conversation. After racking his brain for half a day, he finally found a topic.
Surname Lu was confined, did you know that?
Si Jing, who had buried his head in his food, paused for a moment. Just now from the prison guard's mere words, he already knew about this matter.
So he nodded, aha.
The youth's white neck formed a perfect arc, and his clean eyes darted to tease the man, dropping daintily again. Yinchi was not the least bit self-conscious about not being treated well, and continued to look for words without words.
Do you know why he was confined?
Si Jing wasn't interested in the man surnamed Lu, and he didn't know why Yinchi was talking to him about this. Nay, he was really too slow to eat, so he could only swallow while shaking his head, even the beautiful tails of his eyes suffocating redness. He didn't want to chat, he just wanted to go back to his cell and stay there. But Yanqi wouldn't leave him alone, maintaining the small talk with gusto. Because he suddenly went crazy and killed 24 people. Si Jing choked, his reddened eyes and upturned tails making him look more like a compelling fox demon. Just what kind of person is it that would kill more than 20 people in one madness? This prison is scary. Yanqi had only wanted to find a topic to chat with the youth, but looking at him now, he seemed to have scared him. He grumpily scratched his hair, looking at the youth's look of terror but not daring to speak. He was surprisingly a little heartbroken. Yanqi's mind flew to find something else to talk about. Unfortunately, he really didn't have any experience in making small talk with people, and ended up speaking dryly. Do you know the surname Liu? Si Jing was confused. What did he mean by that? Is he threatening to send him to Boss Liu's place if he doesn't listen? There are so many people here, why are they focusing on him? He racked his brain, but he couldn't search his brain for any memories of him having offended Yanqi. He felt that the rice in his mouth didn't even taste good anymore and stammered, "No. Don't know. He lives in 101, he's crazy, you don't want to mess with him." Yanqi still had that cynical look, but his voice took on a warning. When Si Jing finally finished eating, he put down his chopsticks as if he was relieved and nodded his head quickly. It was too late for him to avoid a layer of people, how could he possibly take the initiative to mess with them? Today's encounter with Yanqi was purely by chance, and after this meal, the probability was that he and Yanqi would not have any interactions in the future. Thanks. He took the tissue handed over by the prison guard, looked at Yanqi, and smiled. I'm done eating, so I'll leave first. Si Jing's footsteps were light and quick as he turned around and left. But just as he turned around, Yanqi's long legs stepped forward, directly blocking him. Do you want to sit at my place? Those dark, sunken eyes stirred with a frenzied desire to plunder, and at 5'9" he stood up with a sense of oppression. Underneath the simple prison uniform was a vigorous and powerful body with a strong hormonal aura. A layer of water vapor spread in Si Jing's eyes, and the simple prison uniform set him off like a pure white blossom, cold and inviolable. His voice was small, weakly protesting, I don't. Then I'll take that as a yes. Si Jing choked. When did I agree? It feels like people here are not only bad, it seems like they have bad ears. His refusals never seemed to fall on deaf ears. Sikyong choked pitifully, white with a delicate little face that looked like it was trying to get out of the way. Yanqi's tone was gentle but could not be refused. Go back with me. The sturdy arm rested on his shoulder, and he could even feel the smooth and powerful muscle lines on his arm. Si Jing tried, and was completely unable to resist. Forget it. It feels like he just came to the prison for a day, and he has already become an emotionally stable capybara. Chapter 13, Bad, the old offense took me away. You can't take him away. Seeing that Yanqi was becoming more and more excessive, if he didn't stop it, something might really happen. The two guards left behind by Susanna stepped forward and blocked Yanqi's path. Si Jing looked at them with a hopeful gaze, her jewel-like pink eyes like they were moisturized with a pool of water, clear and translucent. It was hard for anyone who looked at them not to be moved by him, hard not to feel pity. Finally, he was saved. Yanqi wasn't going to threaten the prison guards, was he? Yanqi laughed contemptuously, and before he could speak, the little brother beside him stepped forward. The tendon-fleshed prisoner shook his head, breaking his bones to a clicking sound, a very obvious threatening posture. Half of the people in the entire restaurant stood up, slowly approaching in this direction, all of them Yanqi's men. The guard gulped and took a step back, saying with difficulty, Boss Yan, he is the person of the time supervisor, you see. Don't make it difficult for us. Yanqi patted the prison guard's face, eliciting a wave of creepiness from the other party. Boss Yan. Yanqi raised his eyebrows, his trimmed eyebrows into his temples, his phoenix eyes containing authority, and his voice was sly and light. Do you realize that this prison is not run by Susanna Toki alone? The prison guard froze, glancing at each other with his colleague beside him, seeing the same trepidation in each other's eyes. The two men pondered for a moment, but eventually stepped aside. Offending Susanna Shura and offending Yanqi would end in the same way, both would die. Only compared to Yanqi, Susanna might seem a little more humane. Between the two options of being hacked to death by Yanqi immediately, and having a certain chance of being punched to death by Susanna Shura, they chose the latter. Before taking Skeleton away, Yanqi reached out his finger and tapped the prison guard's work badge. Be smart. The two people left in place let out a long sigh, with a strong sense of helplessness and despair in their eyes. What bad luck, let's go, find a place where no one is. Be gentle. I know. The two unlucky bastards left the cafeteria and found a secluded spot. Seeing that no one was around, they immediately thrashed at each other until their heads were bleeding and they could barely stand up by holding each other. The youth's eyes were red at the end, looking even more enchanting and pitiful on his snow-white, porcelain-like skin, and he actually coughed under the extreme tension. Cough. Yanqi's suppressed voice rang out, What's wrong, are you tired? Si Jing eagerly shook his head, his tail voice carrying a thin tremor, Mr. Yan, let me walk by myself.
Yan Shi sensed Si Jing's evasion and completely ignored what he said. He liked this look of the youth being completely unable to resist, extraordinarily weak and cute. Yan Shi's mouth was tinged with a smile as he said to himself, looks like he's tired, just go back and rest. Si Jing's eyes reddened. How could he not realize that this egregious person was deliberately bullying him? He really didn't have a choice, it was impossible to beat and he didn't dare to scold him. He bit his lower lip nervously, and could only discuss with the demonic man in a nice voice. I want to go back, please, okay? The youth's voice took on a pleasing and begging tone, and his long silver white hair hung down at his waist, fond and charming, like a silk soft snow satin. As he walked, the pants leg was pulled up a bit, revealing the rounded and beautiful ankles. The white calves were as shiny and delicate as cream, as if flower juice would be dripping down that graceful curve in the next second. Yan Shi's eyes fell on that fine white skin. I heard you have a friend named Gu Hui. You don't want to see him actually turn into ashes, do you? Sikio was struck by lightning and instantly stopped talking, and was thus taken back to the second half of the first floor. It was also the other core area in the prison besides the superintendent's room. The layout of the other floors of Pascal's prison are similar, only one is different. The first floor is extraordinarily large, with the first half being a cafeteria capable of holding thousands of people, and the second half being prison cells. They passed through a small courtyard that was designed to avoid the sounds and odors of the cafeteria from affecting the cells on the first floor. After crossing the courtyard, they entered the second half of the first floor. The little brother following Yan Shi respectfully pulled open the door before leaving. Inside the door seemed to be another world. Si Jing couldn't help but marvel out, wow! There were only 2 prison cells on the first floor, 101 and 102 opposite each other. The corridors weren't as cold as the other floors, but instead had centralized air conditioning and bright overhead lights, just like the corridors of some 5-star hotels. Apart from the 2 prison rooms, the rest were all supporting facilities, such as a gym, swimming pool, and the like. There were also Chinese gardens and rockeries. The scenery was not normally good, it was like a resort center. His prison cell was a far cry from this place. Yan Shi looked at him with amusement, the youth's face flushed and his eyes glowing. It looked innocent and beautiful, like a tiny cutie who had never seen the world. Brought back to the lair by the evil demon. Yan Shi observed his expression, his voice low and soft. Do you like it here? Si Jing stiffened and shook his head back and forth. If he said he liked it here, shouldn't he be left behind forever? Yan Shi's arm tightened, his voice somewhat slurred. No? Si Jing whispered, no. Not. Yan Shi laughed a little as he realized, are you afraid of me? Si Jing was immensely relieved in his heart, he had finally realized that he was scary. Aha! He nodded seriously, with a hint of accusation, emphasizing, scary. Sikio sighed in relief, thinking that the man had finally realized his mistake. It wasn't like he couldn't forgive him if Yan Shi could let him go back and pretend that nothing had happened. When Si Jing's green and pouty eyes looked at Yan Shi, he didn't expect that what he would hear was, it's useless to be afraid, just get used to it. With those words, Yan Shi pushed open the door of the 102 prison cell. Si Jing? What do you mean, just get used to it? Every word was audible, but put together how did he not understand it? Chapter 14, The Old Attacker Loves Cartoons. Amidst Si Jing's weak and useless struggles, Yan Shi unlocked the door and brought him into the room. His prison room was understated yet luxurious, and the decoration was well thought out. It didn't look like he was in jail at all, instead it looked like a vacation center built especially for him. The room was a cool color, with a soft, cold light emanating from the point light fixtures around the ceiling. On the other side of the room is a black leather king-size bed with smooth lines and light gray silk bedding. There was also an entire wall of glass wine cabinets displaying a variety of expensive liquors. Even more striking was the wall full of firearms hanging on another wall. There were all kinds of models, a wide array of them, and the blackened muzzles of the guns reflected a cold, cold light. Noticing Si Jing's line of sight, Yan Shi laughed, looking good, these can be the real deal. When it came to firearms, a morbid fervor appeared in his eyes. Most of his 20 years of life had been spent in the company of these cold, iron fellows. They had brought him a great deal of wealth, along with a fearsome reputation. He walked to the front of that wall and spoke as if to a whole wall of treasures. This Winchester, it's my favorite, so hard to get. He pointed to another one that was a little longer. And this Colt, a little more practical, feels good in the hand. Si Jing didn't know anything about guns, but for the gun with the gold carving and rosewood stock, he thought it probably had a bit stronger collector's value. The youth had white hair and pink pupils, with confusion in his eyes, and a slender figure, as if the slightest exertion could bully him into tears. Yan Shi looked at the blown-out face, and then down to the perfect to flawless neck. If he knew about his evil thoughts, he would definitely cry out in fear, right? Si Jing was stiff as a wooden statue, he actually wanted to run away. This place was nice, but with Yan Shi's presence, the sense of oppression was just too strong. The smell of Yan Shi's body was pungent and flamboyant, just like him as a person. Si Jing's eyes fidgeted uneasily, but he didn't dare to move, knowing full well that he couldn't escape. Any random gun on this wall could take his life in a split second, and he did not yet have the ability to match speed with Yen Qi. And Yen Qi's dry, awkward conversation wasn't over yet. I'm out in the arms business. The youth seemed to be overflowing with sweet cream in his snowy skin, and listened to him with seeming understanding as he went into the details of those businesses. Yen Qi blinked gently, as if he could see that the youth could not understand. The corner of his mouth curled up and he changed the subject. That sinister and demonic handsome face looked surprisingly juvenile and playful. All the facilities on the first floor were built at my expense. He couldn't make small talk, so he could only casually say something about himself. Anyway, he knew that no matter what he said, the simple youth would respond to him politely, always not forgetting the upbringing that was engraved in his bones. He must have grown up as a young lord who was pampered 100 times at home, so cute that people wanted to bully him. Even more so, you want to mess him up even more when he's in tears. True to his word, Sagetsu didn't let him down, softly, though fearfully. Are you saying that you are the investor of this prison? Yen Qi nodded, removing his favorite gun and placing it in Si Jing's hand. You could say that. This was the first time Si Jing had ever touched a gun, and he couldn't help but feel very novel, his eyes widening like a curious cat. The touch of his hand was cold and delicate, yet very textured, very heavy, weighing heavily on his palm. Si Jing suddenly thought of something, with a look of wanting to say something, as if he was weighing his words. Then you. Why am I in jail here? Yen Qi took the initiative to ask the question he couldn't ask for him. It's no fun to make too much money, come in and have some fun. Si Jing. He couldn't understand how anyone could be too rich for his own good, and he preferred to think about things from a more reasonable perspective. Arms is a profitable and dangerous business in any country, so he thought that Yen Qi must have many enemies, and it was normal for him to hide in prison. Si Jing thinks that this person is not difficult to get along with, as long as you don't mess with him. Yen Qi didn't know what the youth was thinking, only that he was hanging his neck, looking well behaved as hell. He led Sikyong to sit on the leather couch, not giving Sikyong any time to hesitate. What are you doing? Sikyo was light as a kitten. Yen Qi's eyes fell on the youth's reddish cheeks, like delicate rosebuds that would ooze fragrant sap with a gentle pinch. He asked knowingly, his voice soft, why are you blushing? Mirror Mirror looked like a panicked bunny, completely exposing her fragile throat to the fangs of a vicious wolf. No, no. The youth's voice was a little choked, his waist soft as a puddle of water, his two long, joined legs soft and boyish. Yen Qi's eyes were gentle like a fragrant wine, mesmerizing and intoxicating. Watch a movie with me, okay? Just watching a movie? Si Jing's thin white fingers clenched the velvet blanket on the sofa, his fingertips whitening as he asked seriously. Yen Qi's voice was soft, something else is fine too. Si Jing's delicate little face whitened for a few moments. He felt that what Yen Qi was saying was definitely not good, so he shook his head back and forth. No. No need, let's just watch the movie. Yen Qi smiled, picked up the remote control on the coffee table and asked, what do you want to watch? Si Jing absent-mindedly said, you choose, after all, it's to accompany you. Yen Qi did not care at all about the youth's meager resistance. The slender fingers casually tapped a few times on the remote control, and an animated movie played on the large screen. The cheerful and childish melody echoed in the empty room. Combined with an entire wall of guns in the room and some prison big shot on the couch, it has a touch of dark humor. The soft light hit Yen Qi's high nose, creating an unusually beautiful light and shadow on his cold white to almost bloodless face. Yen Qi sang the theme song along with a tender childish voice, his voice low and sexy, his chest vibrating with it. He turned his head to Yen Qi in dismay, not realizing that Boss Yen liked cartoons. What a contrast. Surprisingly kind of inexplicably cute. Chapter 15, the old attacker seems to be rich. However, the next second Si Jing regretted it. Even if there was a moment where Yen Qi revealed his childish side, it simply couldn't change the fact that he was nasty by nature. Yen Qi raised his head and met Si Jing's watery eyes. Yen Qi's eyes then darkened, and his eyes were filled with Si Jing's half-lowered fox eyes. Pink eyes were clouded with a watery glow, lashes made into clusters by the hot, wet mist of tears. Come on, watch TV. He didn't understand what he had to watch. Sikyong used to be a fluent speaker, and now that he's just come to prison, he's being made to look like Gu Hui. The yellow sponge on the screen laughed merrily, looking even more pathetic to Si Jing, whose eyelids were now flushed with huma pink. Si Jing silently accused Yen Qi, his fox eyes lowered, aggravated, and pitiful. Yen Qi gave a low laugh. Fine, watch TV. The line of sight fell on the overwhelmingly beautiful face, seemingly unable to get enough of it. Do you want some fruit? Or juice? Si Jing was already used to it, he was unresisting, his beautiful eyes reflecting the pink starfish on the screen, unconsciously nodding his head. Yes, where is the fruit? Yen Qi reached under the coffee table and took out a cell phone, dialing a number. Send over some desserts and fruits. Si Jing's gaze was caught by the glowing electronic screen and he looked over in surprise. Why do you have a cell phone? He hadn't seen a cell phone since coming to Pascal's prison. He had thought that this prison had been isolated from the modern world, but he hadn't expected Yen Qi to even have a cell phone. But when he thought that this man could still have an entire wall of guns in prison and live in such a nice room, having a cell phone became unsurprising. Yan Chi said indifferently. The entire first floor of the prison, including the plaza outside, was built at my expense, so it's not normal to open a back door for me. Si Jing nodded. As expected, this was the money power. However, it seems that Yan Chi is even less like he's in jail and is completely here on vacation. It's really the same person with a different life. When he thought that Gu Hui might not be back by now, he lowered his eyes. It was better not to upset him. Gu Hui was already pitiful, he couldn't let him be held in hatred by Yan Chi again. He took advantage of Yan Chi's inattention and quietly took the 2 candies on the coffee table by the hand and slipped them into his pocket. Take them back to Gu Hui and Song Shui. Good lord. And Yan Chi, who was watching his every move, saw everything, just a few tiny candies, nothing at all. He would only think he was cute. Soon after, there was a knock on the door of the room and a respectful voice came from the door. Mr. Yan, what you asked for? Yan Chi was just about to get up when Si Jing stood up a step ahead of him. I'll go get it. HM? Why are you suddenly so well behaved? Yan Chi looked at the youth strangely. Those rosy lips were stained with water, the neckline of the rubbed prison uniform was slightly scattered, and the white and beautiful collarbone was very eye-catching. The youth's lowered eyebrows and eyes containing spring dew were exceptionally moving. It's better for me to go. The knot in his throat rolled up and down a bit, and his eyes darkened. He didn't want anyone to see him like this. Yan Chi got up in a rather good mood and opened the door. Si Jing slightly peeked his head down, and after meeting Yan Chi's eyes, he naughtily spat out his tongue, still looking towards the door. Yan Chi couldn't do anything about him, his fingertip nudging at him through the air. Like a warning to a disobedient kitten, but couldn't be bothered to hit it, so he could only helplessly rub the tip of the cat's pink nose. Outside the door was a man, wearing a chef's hat. In his hand was a cart with a variety of exquisite desserts, fruits, and chilled drinks. He was about to push the trolley into the room when he was stopped by Yan Chi, his tall body blocking the chef's view. No need to come in. The chef nodded. Okay, Mr. Yan. Yan Chi pushed the cart in. Feel free to take whatever you want. Thanks. Si Jing obediently found a comfortable position and nestled up. With a glass of white peach juice in his hand, he looked at the wide array of goodies on the cart and asked, why do you have to go to the cafeteria by yourself when someone brings you food over? Yan Chi was not at all reserved, looking at Si Jing with a smile, specially to see you. Si Jing's soft red lips held the rim of the cup. To see me? Aha! Yan Chi's neck tilted back, revealing a smooth neckline and sexy throat knot. My men say you're as beautiful as a heavenly creature, but Timothy Soller has taken care of it, and they didn't get a chance to bring you here. So I'll just have to see for myself. Sikio could only hide his flushed face with the action of drinking peach juice. Yan Chi watched the youth's movements and deliberately asked, is it good? Si Jing nodded in panic. It's sweet. Peach juice tasted sweet and quenched his thirst. Si Jing's white fingers pinched the cup, licked his lips, and rolled the juice on his lips into his small red mouth. Noticing Yan Chi's line of sight that was like condensing into substance, Si Jing's delicate little face turned pinkish white, blotting with a flushed flush. He lustfully used the back of his hand to cool his face, his voice small and shaky. Hurry up and watch TV. The background sound of the cartoon was cheerful and childish, but Si Jing couldn't watch a single bit of it. Not to mention the fact that he had already watched this animation many times when he was a child, but just the fact that there was such a person sitting beside him made him feel unable to watch it. Especially since this person kept looking at him as if he was some kind of beast hidden in the jungle. The atmosphere was somewhat stagnant, but at this moment, Yan Chi's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? Someone causing trouble? He glanced at Sigit and said lightly. Dispose of it and throw it into the sea without informing Skeleton. Chapter 16, is the old attacker's bed big enough to sleep alone? Putting down the phone, Yan Chi watched the cartoon seriously, but realized that Si Jing was looking at him with a strange gaze. What's wrong? Zell, nothing. It's just that this contrast between killing and dumping a body 1 second and watching a cartoon the next is just too much. Yan Chi calmly looked back. Originally, Si Jing thought that he had just randomly found a movie, but he didn't realize that Yan Chi really liked to watch it. He also enjoyed singing the theme song, except that his voice was too good, with a cello-like elegance. Throughout the morning plus the afternoon, Si Jing was fed a lot of fruits by Yan Chi, as well as various desserts. Some of them Si Jing didn't want to eat after just one bite, so Yan Chi finished them without any disdain. Si Jing had the habit of taking a nap before, smelling the faint aromatherapy scent in the room, his consciousness slowly began to blur and gradually closed his eyes. Yan Chi looked intently at the screen and suddenly said, have you ever felt that my bed is huge? No response. He added, I'm scared to sleep alone. Still no response. Boy. After a few calls, there was still no response from those around him. Yan Chi glanced sideways and realized that the other party had her eyes closed, her breathing steady, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows under her eyes. Si Jing had unexpectedly fallen asleep in front of him without any defense. The sleeping Si Jing was a little less soft, perhaps because those precious pink eyes were no longer misty with water and quietly closed.
Instead, there is a lot more cool fairy atmosphere, snowy skin and silver hair, too beautiful to be a real person. It was late in the day, and yellow daylight spilled into the room, reflecting a gentle light on the side of Si Jing's face. Yanqi felt as if he was holding a mermaid's foam, beautiful and fragile. He couldn't bear to disturb the beauty's good dreams and picked up the cell phone, placing it to his ear after a few presses. After thinking about it, he hung up again and sent a message over. "Dinner will be delivered later." And the other replied quickly. "Okay, Mr. Yen." Si Jing slept deeply this sleep. It was the middle of summer, there was no air conditioning in cell 719, and Mei Songshua slept poorly, so he didn't actually sleep well last night. 102 The air conditioning was turned on sufficiently, and he was fed a lot by Yanqi, so his stomach was full a long time ago. He slept soundly, his red soft thin lips slightly pouting, his white skin blotting out a thin red. The corner of Yanqi's mouth curled up, having long since turned off the TV, concentrating on admiring Si Jing's sleeping face. Realizing that the little beauty's vigilance was really very poor, he didn't know how she was pampered by her family. Faced with a dangerous man in an unfamiliar environment, flipping out her soft belly like a furry animal cub, Yanqi realized that the sleeping Si Jing was not so easily awakened. His narrow phoenix eyes curved up in a smile as he spoke softly. "Boy, why don't you wake up? I'm starving. I didn't eat lunch and I didn't eat dinner, you don't even care about me." Yanqi was on the verge of hearing his stomach growl, having been concentrating on feeding the cat at noon, he really hadn't eaten much. He frowned bitterly before snapping his fingers crisply. "Kittens it is, then. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes." There was certainly no way that Sikyong could speak. The dark thoughts in Yanqi's heart were spreading wildly, and his stern eyes narrowed nervously with a smile. If there were familiar people here, they would have warned the poor little beauty that this was a precursor to Boss Yan's madness. In the past, when Boss Yan revealed this kind of expression, it meant that someone was going to have bad luck. Unfortunately, Si Jing knew nothing about it, and the daylight was like a sprinkling of gold gauze, spreading over his beautiful and voluptuous face, which was unbelievably beautiful. The youth's slender, beautiful body sank into the silky silk sheets, her long silver hair spread out on the bed, and the sweet scent of jasmine diffused from her porcelain white skin. His clothes, already somewhat disheveled, were slightly open at the neckline, and his delicate collarbone glowed creamily in the light. Yanqi's fingertips hooked the first button of his prison uniform and undid it, revealing a large expanse of pale skin. Just by looking at it, one could imagine the sweet smell, wanting to leave marks on it. The man's chest rose and fell eagerly a few times, beads of sweat gradually seeping from the corners of his forehead and dripping down his pale side. It landed on the youth's simple prison uniform, blotting out a splash. Just as he was about to touch the youth's skin, however, there was a loud clanging sound from outside. Bang! Like the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, or like someone kicking hard. It was followed by heavy footsteps, interspersed with a low hiss, like a badly wounded and trapped animal. Yanqi's hand lurched, rubbing his brow in annoyance. And Si Jing frowned his shapely brows, slowly opening his eyes. Naturally, he was woken up by the commotion outside. Ah! Still confused, the newly awakened man slowly cocked his head, seemingly puzzled by the man's demonically handsome face that appeared above his head. Si Jing felt a bit of coldness in his chest and shivered slightly. The recently awakened clueless kitten politely patted the man's arm. "Please get up a little." Yanqi looked at his good and soft look and backed away a little, looking at him with a gaze that wanted to eat him. Si Jing propped up his body and looked down, only to realize that his buttons had been undone, and his chest was a great sight. Finally reacting, he instantly panicked, shy and anxious, tried a few times. His hand shook so much that he couldn't fasten the button. He could only clutch the clothes on his chest and look at Yanqi angrily, but his voice was soft and trembling. "Pervert, asshole." He thought he had a bad attitude, but looking in Yanqi's eyes was not at all intimidating. The beauty was so shy that even her fingertips were powdered, and I'm afraid that even hitting him in anger was permeated with tingling. He may also be concerned about his own good boy did not hit the handpain. Yanqi took the youth's feeble curses at face value. "Well, boy, am I an asshole?" Si Jing's fingers clutched the bedsheet, his eyes watery red. "Yanqi. There's a sound outside." He didn't know what Yanqi was going to do later, and could only say something to delay the bad things that were about to happen. And the sound outside was indeed getting louder and louder, like a drunken man with disorganized and unruly footsteps, who kept bumping into the walls as he walked. Chapter 17 Old Tackle's tattoos are beautiful. Yanqi scooped up the man with one hand. Let's go see the action." It was already completely dark, and only the Chinese lampposts in the courtyard emitted a faint glow. Si Jing was confused for a split second, so he had already slept for so long, and moved with some slight pauses to get off the ground. "Who is that outside?" "His name is Lu Ruoshue, Boss Lu." Yanqi winked mysteriously. "Lives in 101. Si Jing, why is he outside so late at night?" Yanqi laughed, buttoning up Si Jing's clothes for him and said carelessly. "Who knows, it might have gotten sick again." Yanqi led him to the door, opened it, and leaned against it with good grace. The corridor was filled with the smell of blood, and not far away, a man stumbled over, exuding a heavy hostile aura.
Si Jing's eyes widened and he shrunk down.
The man was tall and lanky, kicking the wall furiously, accompanied by a low, angry roar, like a maniacal, ferocious beast. The bright light illuminated the man's tight muscular lines, like a flawless classical sculpture. A ferocious-looking python was tattooed from his side waist to his left chest, creating the ultimate contrast between black and white.
Coupled with the blood-stained body, it was overflowing with a ferocious hormonal aura. Sexy and rampant.
The man held something in his left hand that glowed coldly in the light. After the man approached, Si Jing realized that it was a pair of glasses, which had been stained with some blood. Yan Shi looked at the man covered in blood and laughed coolly.
Crazy.
Yan Shi's voice was not small, and the man should have heard it. He slowly raised his head, lifting his blood-dripping broken hair and revealing his entire astonishingly beautiful face. Lu Ruoshui's appearance was very aggressive, with soared eyebrows into his temples, his eyes were biting, and his high nose was glowing with a cold jade-like light under the light,
transmitting a kind of superior's pressure.
His appearance is very confusing, and those who don't know him can easily think that he is a reserved and handsome son of heaven. The man's sharp gaze looked over like a falcon, as if wrapped in harsh frost and snow. Yan Shi was indifferent, but on the contrary, it was Si Jing, who was covered in a layer of cold sweat. This was because Lu Ruoshui's gaze lingered on Yan Shi for but a second before it stuck dead on Si Jing's face. Si Jing instantly had the illusion of being strung up by a cold-blooded animal, falling into the other party's coiled scale armor. The cold sensation was like a bone attachment that could not be shaken off or escaped. Yan Shi pressed his brows, calming the shivering kitten, and said irritably to Lu Ruoshui,
"Hey, what's with the madness? You're scaring him." Lu Ruoshui walked over, his voice hoarse as he snorted, "Yan Shi, what kind of nice guy are you pretending to be?" Yan Shi pushed him away forcefully, ignoring his crazy talk, and put one hand on his nose and fanned it twice in disgust. Got into a fight with Susanna Toki? Aha!
Lu Ruoshui didn't deny it, his voice was icy, killed a few people, went to the confinement room for half a day.
He continued,
"I don't know where Susanna Toki got a kid that fights hard." The very mention of it annoyed him. He couldn't control his tyrannical killing thoughts at all when he was mad and just wanted to kill. But those few prisoners couldn't control him at all, couldn't dissolve the evil and morbid thoughts that were frantically growing in his heart. 23 prisoners, all of them killed by him. So he was fruitfully put in the brig. But what he didn't realize was that there was already someone in the lockup. It seemed to be a newcomer, and as soon as he saw him, he rushed up like a madman. Lu Ruoshui naturally took it all in stride, he was in great need of venting right now. So the two of them had no qualms about wrestling together, both wanting to put the other to death. Until Yan Shi's men whispered outside the confinement room that Boss Yan had a crush on a beautiful woman and asked Lu Ruoshui to lure Susanna away. Lu Ruoshui finally let go of his hand around Mei Sengshua's neck and dropped the man who didn't know whether he was alive or dead on the floor. Then he made such a big commotion that he was almost on the verge of demolishing the confinement room.
Susanna Toki walked over with a cold breath and didn't even have to think about another fight that was going to kill him.
Lu Ruoshui was injured, and Susanna sure did not take advantage of it. Yan Shi raised an eyebrow. "The person who can be said to be fierce by Lu Ruoshui, that should be very uncomplicated," he said diffidently.
"Looks like Pascal is going to have a new boss."
Lu Ruoshui wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and looked at Si Jing. The youth's skin was very white, his eyebrows were picturesque, and he was clear and enchanting. The end of the eyes rose up to seduce the soul, but it was obediently hanging a pair of glazed pink pupils, and pure in desire. His prison uniform was slightly wrinkled, and his collar was spread out a bit.
One couldn't help but wonder how he had been bullied into this dainty look.
Indeed, he was a beauty like heaven, no wonder Yan Shi must have asked him to lure away Susanna Toki. He stretched out a finger and pointed it warningly at Yan Shi's chest. "You owe me a favor." When he finished speaking, he took a few steps closer, his dark eyes staring at Si Jing. Si Jing met a pair of scarlet eyes in a flash, he shrunk backward in fear, but behind him was Yan Shi's sturdy body, there was no retreat. His voice took on a faint sobbing tone.
"You don't come over."
Seeing that Lu Ruoshui's hand was on the verge of touching his neck, Si Jing resignedly closed his eyes. However, Yan Shi reached out and grabbed Lu Ruoshui's wrist, one foot resting on the doorframe, stopping Lu Ruoshui from coming in. "Don't go crazy on me." Lu Ruoshui stopped moving abruptly, inclining his head to look at Yan Shi. Yan Shi looked him up and down, and after ascertaining his injuries, he lazily wrapped his arms around Si Jing.
"It's fine if you're not dead, let's go to sleep." Lu Ruoshui laughed lightly at the other party's dark gaze and put the glasses in his hand back on.
Si Jing carefully opened his eyes, just in time to see the reflection of Lu Ruoshui's lenses.
The man's kind of appalling aura instantly tightened up.
With rimless glasses resting on the high nose, the sense of asceticism was full, and there was more than a little bit of calm and thin flavor. If you ignore that wicked python tattoo, it's a completely svelte and defeated elite temperament.
Sleep ah. Lu Ruoshui fingertips still dripping blood, with the movement of wearing glasses, cannot help but rub some on the face. "Take me one?" Yan Shi's eyebrows cooled down, nonchalantly said, "Get lost." Lu Ruoshui directly reached out and pushed aside Yan Shi, standing in front of Si Jing with a bloody aura. I'm injured, do you know how to bandage it? Skeleton sniffled and whispered, there's a prison doctor. Lu Ruoxue stepped forward, the time is over. Si Jing couldn't say anything to refuse, even if he did, I'm afraid it would be useless against this man. He hesitantly looked towards Yan Shi, after all, he was the master of this house. Yan Shi smiled and stroked the top of the youth's hair, looking provocatively at Lu Ruoxue. Sure enough, seeing the other party's eyes flinch, Yan Shi was in a good mood, and sure made way for the doorway. Si Jing knew that Yan Shi was agreeing to this, her pink moist fingertips trembling slightly as she nodded. Alright then. Chapter 18, an action that makes the old attacker jealous of me. Si Jing keenly sensed that Yan Shi's relationship with Lu Ruoxue didn't seem to be bad. Moreover, Lu Ruoxue, who wore glasses, was still normal when he wasn't being aggressive. He also wouldn't sit back and do nothing to someone who was hurt, and it just so happened that he actually knew a little bit about bandaging. He tucked his crushed hair behind his ear and smiled, go sit on the couch. Aha! The blood on Lu Ruoxue dripped all the way to the floor, blossoming into red plums on the snow-white, gorgeous carpet. Si Jing sighed in his heart, fortunately he didn't let him go to the bed, or else I'm afraid this bed can't be slept in tonight. Yan Shi was not happy in his heart, and after giving Lu Ruoxue a warning glance, he went to look for the medicine chest. At this point in time, for an ordinary prisoner, of course, there was no prison doctor to be seen. But the people on the first floor are different, they can get a prison doctor anytime they want. All men, Lu Ruoxue's thoughts on Si Jing, Yan Shi knew it all too well, but he couldn't not sell in this face. After all, it was hard to control this man when he started to go crazy, and it might even have devastating consequences. Yan Shi was not often injured, and he could not find the medicine chest for a while, so he went to the bedroom to rummage around. The only two people left in the large living room were Lu Ruoxue and Si Jing. The atmosphere was somewhat silent, and Si Jing lowered his head, avoiding Lu Ruoxue's burning line of sight. When he was at the door just now, he had already taken a general look at the injuries on Lu Ruoxue's body. There was too much blood on his body and he needed to be wiped first. He stood up, his silky silver hair slid down his slim shoulders, the beauty was windy and pure, just like a Yaotai fairy. Lu Ruoxue watched mesmerized, realized that the beauty seemed to be trying to leave, and clutched the suede jade-like wrist. What are you going to do? Sikio's body lurched, not caring that the blood on the man's hands was staining his pale wrists, and he spoke softly and soothingly. I'll get a wet towel, the blood on your body needs to be wiped off. Lu Ruoxue looked at him fixedly, his dark pupils seemed like an abyss that seemed to be able to suck in one's soul. The youth in front of him was just too gentle, like the warmest and mellowest spring water, wrapping his heart full of tyranny. The skin was so delicate and warm that one did not want to let go. The youth looked at him quizzically, what's wrong? Lu Ruoxue's pale face was flushed with a trace of abnormal red. Si Jing wanted to help him wipe his body, this kind of thing. Really thinking about it is exciting. He let go of the weak and gentle youth, it's okay, go ahead. Si Jing didn't think much about it, gently hooked his lips and walked towards the restroom. He put on some warm water and looked at the row of towels on the shelf. Yan Shi, which towel is available? Yan Shi's voice came from the other room, sounding a bit muffled. There's a new one under the sink. Si Jing rummaged around and found a lot of unopened towels. He quickly pulled one out and soaked it in warm water. Lu Ruoxue on the sofa had a gloomy face, listening to this natural and everyday conversation between the two, like an old married couple. Damn it seems like I have to find a chance to fight with Yan Shi. Si Jing soon came out, holding warm water and a towel. The light and shadows hit him like a deep valley jasmine that was leaning towards independence. He said to the man on the couch, take your pants off. Lu Ruoxue withdrew his gaze, the color in his eyes obscure. He breathed and took off his pants. Would it be too ambiguous? The man hadn't moved, and Si Jing glanced strangely, thinking that he hadn't heard his words, so he patiently said it again. Mr. Lu, I see that you also have injuries on your legs, and if you don't take them off, there's no way I can help you wipe your body. We are all men, he can't be shy, right? Si Jing's voice was even gentler, almost soft, as if blowing on it would disperse it. Don't worry, I won't look around. Lu Ruoxue had everything he had, there was nothing to see, and he wasn't one to pry into other people's privacy. Lu Ruoxue. Beads of stoic sweat oozed from the man's face, dripping all the way down his temples and sliding across his angular jawline. He coughed softly and lowered his eyes in slight panic. As the feared building boss of Pascal Prison, he had never imagined that he would one day be so embarrassed in front of a tender youth. His mind was at war with the heavens and the earth, and the strings of his sanity were being repeatedly rubbed under the youth's childish and innocent provocation, and were about to come to ruin. The innocent lamb smiled innocently in front of the beast, trying to help the uncontrollable beast, completely unaware of the rough treatment she was about to receive. A man like the youth would have listened to whatever was said. Even if he wanted his life, he would be willing to give it with both hands. Blue veins floated up on Lu Ruoxue's tensed arms, and sticky sweat seeped out of his cold white skin. As soon as he threw the blood-stained pants on the ground, he purposely avoided Si Jing's direction to avoid the dirty blood from soiling him. There. Okay, I'll take a look at it. I'll try not to touch your wound, so bear with me if it rubs and hurts. Lu Ruoxue nodded, aha.
Si Jing sat down next to him, his eyes falling on the man's overly perfect body. Lu Ruoxue's body was gnarled with muscles without being overly exaggerated, without a single piece of excess flab, like a most perfect mannequin. Si Jing looked so envious, his fingertips holding the towel were smoked into a pink color by the heat.
Sikio squeezed his sheepish arm.
Hey! When can I have a strong physique like Lu Ruoxue and the others?
He looked at the man's long and tight thighs, and up. It became even more enviable. He took a towel and carefully wiped the blood off of him. At this moment, Lu Ruoxue was just an injured person in his eyes. But Lu Ruoxue didn't think so. The towel's touch was a bit rough, occasionally touching the wound and bringing a subtle pain. This bit of pain was insignificant to him. But Sikion's fingertips were addictively soft, as if they were poppies. So Lu Ruoxue top a cold as ice handsome face, from time to time, ouch a sound, voice force magnetic, listen to Si Jing ear tip all red. Si Jing frowned in confusion, strange, does he have so many injuries on his body? Unfortunately, Si Jing Cat was so simple-minded that he didn't know that the big gray wolf in front of him was doing it on purpose. He could only be more careful, resting his knees against the sofa and doing his best to take care of the injured. The pretty, innocent youth was so tired that beads of sweat broke out, and the sweat made his little face pink. Lu Ruoxue's long arm rested on the backrest of the sofa without any trace, looking like a posture of encircling in the arms. Yan Qi had just come out with his medical kit when he saw the two of them on the sofa, not quite in the clear. Lu Ruoxue tilted his head, his sexy throat knot sliding up and down. Si Jing was half kneeling on the sofa, his hand propped up on the sofa, his bone knuckles whitening as he wiped the blood with his other hand. Unfortunately, from Yan Qi's angle, he couldn't see the towel in Si Jing's hand. He could only see the wrinkled and messy prison uniform, and the delicate curves of the youth, like a blooming camellia being rubbed in a stuttering manner. The conflagration and the declining sun. Ka! The handle of the medicine box in his hand directly broke, and thanks to his hand resting on it, the entire medicine box was not knocked over. Yan Qi instantly felt his blood rising, his long eyebrows pressed down, and in his eyes were surging anger and murderous intent. The furious man walked over, one word at a time. What, you, guys, are, doing, what? Si Jing snapped back, his eyes with a wintry scarlet at the end, and his lips were watery, as if slightly swollen. Yan Qi.
Si Jing lifted his eyelids, gave him a hook look, and turned his head back. The little mouth muttered, just put the medicine box on the couch. Yan Qi was on fire, heartbroken and angry.
Damn Lu Ruoxue.
He placed the medicine box on the sofa in a convenient location for Si Jing to reach, then sternly questioned Lu Ruoxue.
What did you do to him?
Lu Ruoxue opened his eyes lazily as if he had just realized Yan Qi's presence. He pretended to be kind enough to remind Yan Qi, but his eyes were completely filled with provocative interest.
Don't think too much, it's just a body rub.
Yan Qi's teeth were about to be clenched, his sinister eyes, as if a blazing fire was burning in his chest. It was as if he wanted to tear this person apart.
Don't think too much?
The look in this asshole's eyes is clearly saying, hurry up and think more, the more you think, the better.
Yan Qi gritted his teeth and straightened his chest, you deserve to die.
Lu Ruoxue hooked his lips in a smile and opened the door, you're welcome, you died before me. Chapter 19 Old Attack Together Sleep Si Jing didn't know what was suddenly wrong with these two people, but he could sensitively detect the strong smell of gunpowder permeating the entire room.
Perhaps this was the mode of getting along between big brothers. He was just a little cannon fodder who was not in a position to say much and could only try his best to minimize his presence. Disgruntled, Yan Qi walked over and pulled him away from Lu Ruoxue. How does Boss Lu like coveting other people so much? Lu Ruoxue's face immediately grimaced, his lenses reflecting an ice cream like cold light as he looked coldly at Yan Qi. Whose man did you say he was? Yan Qi didn't care, didn't move a bit, silently declaring his sovereignty. Si Jing carefully checked Lu Ruoxue's wounds, and the three of them just maintained this strange posture. There were stab wounds and contusions on Lu Ruoxue's body, but he couldn't be sure if any bones had been injured. The stunning youth pursed his lips, and his frost-like fingertips gently pressed up. Does it hurt here? Lu Ruoxue shook his head, it doesn't hurt. Si Jing smiled, changed the place, pressed it, and asked softly, how about here? Lu Ruoxue still shook his head, it doesn't hurt either. This who can still feel the pain. Lu Ruoxue hate to drown in that pair of gentle like water eyes. Si Jing was made uncomfortable by the look and immediately withdrew his hand, murmuring. It seems that no bones were injured. Si Jing lowered his hand, and Lu Ruoxue frowned, annoyed. He grabbed the youth's wrist and said dryly, it hurts. The beautifully defined abs and shark lines were vigorous and powerful, and there was no hint of pain to be seen. That lifelike python tattoo lit up with fangs and radiated rolling heat. Si Jing felt like he was about to melt like a piece of butter. Sikio curled his fingers and asked with concern, does it hurt? Lu Ruoxue, aha. Si Jing immediately went a little lighter, her simple eyes looking at the man, even the end of her eyes carried an innocent and provocative arc. Is it here? Lu died and shook his head in silence. Si Jing made a mistake.
He said it hurt, but couldn't tell where. Forced to do so, Si Jing could only try the whole thing over again. There was no way to tell what internal injuries would be dangerous if they weren't treated properly. But he always felt that Lu Ruoxue wasn't very cooperative and was always moving around. Si Jing's fine white little face flushed pink, like a duong peach jelly. He was a bit angry. It would take a long time to get it right if he was so uncooperative. The youth's eyes tailed with a thin angry reddish color and gently patted Lu Ruoxue's arm. The expression thought he was serious, but the words he uttered were like containing sugar grains, sweet and soft. Mr. Lu, be obedient, I'm going to apply medicine to you. The end of his nose was full of seductive jasmine fragrance. Lu Ruoxue heard some arrhythmia and nodded stupidly like a flabbergasted boy. Yan Qi was chilled to the bone and skimmed his mouth in disgust. He didn't know who had told him before that he wasn't interested in men or women, and only liked to kill. Who was the person who was acting like a demented man now? At this time indulged in the tenderness of the building deceased water, do not cue, mirror mirror good fragrance. After Lu Ruoxue did not intentionally move around, the process of applying medicine and bandaging was accelerated a lot. Coupled with the fact that Si Jing was quite skillful and moved sharply, the wounds on Lu Ruoxue's body were quickly taken care of. Lu Ruoxue looked at his tightly wrapped bandages and laughed lightly. Quite skillful, used to be a doctor? Si Jing was so tired that his mouth was dry, his pretty face was wet and stuck to his wet hair, and he raised his hand to wipe away the beads of sweat on his forehead. I have a doctor friend. Lu Ruoxu nodded without asking much, quite good. Yan Qi brought a cup of warm water at the right time, his phoenix eyes casting an icy glance at Lu Ruoxue. As if to say, see, it's still me who's sweet. Thanks. Si Jing was indeed thirsty, and took the glass of water with both hands and drank it down. Lu Ruoxue's gaze with murderous intent roved back and forth between the glass of water and Yan Qi, his long, bony fingers pressing on the frame of the mirror. Yan Qi had long since looked away, ignoring Lu Ruoxue's gaze that wanted to kill, and said to the sea mirror. Leave him alone, let's go back to bed. At those words Lu Ruoxue sat up and seemed to follow them. Yan Qi glared at him with dark sarcasm. What are you doing, not going back to your coffin to sleep? Coffin? Si Jing was quite puzzled by this word. Did Lu Ruoxue usually sleep in a coffin? His complexion was cold and white, and his entire person was handsome beyond words. His every move was aristocratic and crazy. To say that if he sleeps in a coffin, this person may really be a vampire. Yan Qi watched the youth's eyes go from puzzled, to shocked, to dazed, wondering what kind of stuff he was messing around with. The more he looked at him, the more adorable he felt to the extreme. He took the youth by the shoulders and laughed. What nonsense, I mean his room, you'll know when you've been there. Lu Ruoxue held Si Jing's wrist, you'll have the chance to go. Yan Qi smiled, but there was no laughter in his eyes at all. Dream on, don't even think about it. The encroaching desire in Yan Qi's eyes could not be ignored, but Lu Ruoxue seemed to be completely oblivious, ruffling Si Jing's sleeve. Who are you going to sleep with? Sigit. Do you have to pick one person? Can't he just sleep by himself? Or maybe it's okay to let him go back to 719. Obviously not. Yan Qi refused to let go, and Lu Ruoxue was eyeing him. Si Jing helplessly looked at this and that, feeling that neither of them could be offended. In the end, Si Jing closed his eyes and crossed his heart. A bowl of water is to be leveled. He used the most nested tone to say the most shocking words. How about together? Yan Qi floor running out of water. You've got some nerve. The two of them both stiffened and gave each other a disgusted look. It never occurred to them that they would be sleeping in the same bed as each other in this life. You what a goose heart. But Si Jing is really a bit sleepy. He can already see that these two people are absolutely impossible to let him back to 719. If he wanted to go back, he could only wait for Susanna Toki to make a move. Oops, don't know why they got him on the floor. Maybe it's the fact that with these two as prison bosses, no one else dares approach. It's hard to get high, so maybe they're just too lonely with no one to keep them company. Thinking like this, Si Jing felt more or less comfortable in his heart. As long as he didn't have any other intentions towards him, he couldn't help but feel cold at the thought of such a possibility. I'm going to bed now. Taking advantage of the silence between the two over his statement, Sujetsu broke free of his bonds with a slight struggle. Resignedly and numbly, he made his way to the large bed and dutifully sat on it, arranging the 3 pillows lined up. Knowingly, he lay down in the center, and with a lift of his little hand, covered himself with the quilt, like a good boy. One and done. The youth yawned a tiny yawn, his voice ghostly sweet. Come on, together. Chapter 20, While I'm asleep, the comforter turns into an old attacker's Shura in seconds. Yan Qi and Lu Ruoxue glanced at each other, seeing the same dislike in each other's eyes. At least on this point, they were still in agreement. Yan Qi, sleeping? Sleep or get lost. Lu Ruoxue, sleep, why not? The soft mattress around him sunk in. The scent of hot, spicy hormones plus the cold scent of aggression mixed with the faint smell of potion. Luckily the Yan Qi quilt was of good quality and spacious. Although the sleeping environment was definitely not considered poor, Si Jing was the only one who could sleep.
He was a simple-minded person, even if the current situation was a bit odd. But he was still able to coax himself to sleep with a good heart when no one would hurt him. The warmth was surprisingly warm and somewhat hypnotic in the air-conditioned room. He was a very regular person, and after lying down his precise biological clock kicked in and he was soon asleep. When the lights went out, the glistening white moonlight outlined the side of the youth's face, the delicate lines resembling a carving by the gods themselves. The way the youth closed his eyes was divine and still. The small beauty mole trembled gently on his skin with the rise and fall of his breath, just like the son of a god under the seat of a god who was compassionate. The sight was limited, and the jasmine fragrance of the youth's body, if anything, carried a faint warm breath, almost becoming a natural aphrodisiac. In this environment, the innocent pretty kitten just turned into a soft and lovely catnip, all the time tempting people to commit crimes. The heartbeat was out of control, racing ferociously against the chest. Dopamine and adrenaline worked together to frantically mobilize the senses throughout the body, constantly spawning even more sinister thoughts. Wanting to hear his muffled cries of pleading. But that thought could only exist in his mind, making it nothing more than a searing agitation in reality. No one was willing to hurt him. Even hurting him a little bit would feel like a huge mistake. Tender little hands were allowed to be kneaded without resistance, like the pink flesh pads of a kitten, their scallion-white fingertips stained with pungent flavor. The youth's entire body felt like it was made of cotton, a small nest of soft skin at a touch. I didn't dare to exert myself for fear of breaking him. The medicinal breath wrapped around the white, thin waist. Although Si Jing's sleeping face was good, the prison uniform had already been rubbed and wrinkled before, and a large portion of it had been torn up when he was lying down. That crisp, medicinal scent was expected to color the thin fabric of the garment. But what I didn't expect was that there was no fabric. The thin prison clothes had long since rolled up. The man's faint drowsiness due to the loss of blood from the injury immediately disappeared without a trace, leaving only the intensifying heat. His force couldn't help but increase by a few points, moving slightly towards the side so that Si Jing could slide over smoothly along the depression in the mattress. Pungent breath slowly touched the youth's small arm. It traveled to the slender waist. Yan Qi's mind leapt with caution, like a child who was digging for treasure. Until he touched a hard hand. Yan Qi? This hand clearly did not belong to Si Jing, so it was already self-evident whose it was. Damn Lu Ruoxue. Yan Qi regretted it, really regretted it. He should not have sent this kindness. He should have let Lu Ruoxue die outside, die far away. He even let Xiao Jing bandage him. If time could be turned back, Yan Qi hated to slap himself a few times. Lu Ruoxue was also stunned when he touched Yan Qi's hand, and then his entire face was covered in ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. He struck swiftly and pinched Yan Qi's wrist, using a force that would kill him. If it had been an ordinary person, his wrist might have been broken. Yan Qi's eyes narrowed, and with one hand on his empty one, he fished Si Jing back to his original position. The hand that was grabbed formed a claw with 5 fingers, fiercely gripping the other's wrist back, nearly leaving a blood trail. The two of them just went back and forth, scrambling back and forth. Until the sleeping youth fluttered his eyelashes unsteadily, his brows furrowed slightly, and he looked like he was about to wake up. The two men immediately stopped and made a temporary truce. But the eyes that looked at each other were eager to kill each other, the kind that thwarted the bones. Yan Qi propped up half of his body and said wordlessly to Lu Ruoxue, "Bastard, don't disturb little mirror's sleep." Lu Ruoxue was also not willing to show weakness. The reflection of the lenses was cold and crisp. "Get lost, you're the one who's noisier." "Yan Qi, do you want to see whose room this is?" Lu Ruoxue gave full play to his shameless nature. "So what? You'd better not sleep too hard later." Elementary school student boss Yan and elementary school student boss Lu just fought for the whole night. If their men had seen it, they would have dropped their jaws. Is this still the resolute and decisive Pascal boss? The end result was that neither of them slept, and both were happy to have panda eyes early the next morning. The night did not pull the curtains. The next morning Si Jing was woken up by the early morning sunshine birdsong, and some small movements. The beauty who just opened her eyes had a kind of confusion that seemed to wake up. The small snow-white face was flushed with the red of first awakening, and the eyelashes fluttered as if clean snow had fallen from them. It took him half a minute to get used to it before he slowly looked at the two men. Realizing that they both had thick raven greens under their eyes and a sleep-deprived look, both could look even more somber and scary. Si Jing shivered in fear. Could it be that he had slept too poorly, causing them to not sleep well? He could only think of this reason for now. Otherwise it would be hard to explain why, in such a highly appointed room, two people looked like they hadn't slept all night. Si Jing asked suspiciously and cautiously, "What's going on with you guys?" The two gave each other a disgusted look and said in unison, "Insomnia." Yan Qi picked up his cell phone from the nightstand and dialed a number, his tone slightly grumpy. "Breakfast can be brought over." Yan Qi was really hungry now. He hadn't eaten at all last night after being messed around by Lu Ruoxue. He pressed Si Jing into his arms, his tone surprisingly somewhat aggrieved. "Boy, so hungry." Chapter 21. It's my destiny to be loved by my old attacker, I understand. Yan Qi's feminine and pretty face pouted at Si Jing like a big dog with smooth shiny fur.
Although Si Jing wasn't a face controller, but with such a handsome face showing such a completely contrasting and vulnerable expression, he simply couldn't refuse.
Sorry, it's because I slept too long yesterday.
Si Jing uncontrollably touched his head, realizing that Yan Qi's hair was soft and felt excellent, and quietly rubbed it a few more times. Yan Qi could feel the youth's hands were light and gentle, cleansing the grumpiness from his heart. Like a large dog that had been soothed, his voice took on a few moments of pleasure. I don't blame Little Mirror is the best. Si Jing's hand that was jerking the dog paused for a moment, and a bad feeling crept into his heart.
Yan Qi must be treating him as a good friend, right? It must be, right?
But it's really hard for him to lie to himself right now.
Who on earth would call their friend good boy? That's not true, is it?
Si Jing laughed in panic, soft pear swirls surfacing along her soft cheeks like a pure and flawless charming demon. Yan Qi looked dumbfounded, unable to restrain himself from coming over.
Little Mirror.
Lu Ruishui seemed to be disgusted, and his face was so gloomy that it was as if he had 3 layers of pots of gray on it.
Yan Qi, are you finished?
Yan Qi ignored him, focusing on Si Jing like no one else. Si Jing's bright eyes also looked at him, reflecting his appearance clearly in that sea of sweet pink. Yan Qi only felt the tip of his heart tingle, as if it was tied to a bell that could never be undone. As long as the youth's delicate hand tweaked it, it was a tremor that could not be stopped. Yan Qi's smile grew deeper and deeper, but immediately afterward, Si Jing whispered.
Everyone is a good friend. Yan Qi? A good friend? Lu Ruishui's originally cold face quickly cleared up when Si Jing said the words good friend and almost burst out laughing. Yan Qi glared fiercely at the other party, wondering why Susanna didn't cut him to death yesterday.
Yan Qi suppressed the suffocation in his heart.
Not a friend. What else could it be? Si Jing's hanging heart finally died completely.
There was no way for him to find a reason for Yan Qi now.
There is also the building deceased water. Although Lu Ruishui didn't say anything, who would show such strong possessiveness to a friend? It's not like Si Jing was a log. Even if he was slow, he could see that the system didn't intend for him to talk to girls at all. After learning the truth, Si Jing's entire body wilted, feeling that he had been crippled by the system. It was clear that he and Yan Qi had only glanced at each other from a distance in the cafeteria, so how could he have been caught on the first floor that day? Now it's good, but also directly acting not even acted.
Lu Ruishui snorted coldly, directly digging the person out of Yan Qi's side.
Can't you see that others are unwilling? What a thick skin.
Lu Ruishui's voice was warm, but all he said were bad things about Yan Qi. Little Mirror, why don't you take a look at me? Yan Qi, that kind of white boy, at a glance he doesn't have much strength.
It's not useful to look at.
Si Jing was afraid of involving the wounds on his body, didn't dare to struggle and gently leaned in.
Yan Qi looked at the man with a shadowy look. What did he say? He doesn't have the strength?
Yan Qi raised his fist and was about to punch the damn man to death when the door to the room was suddenly knocked on. After 3 very polite knocks, came the chef's voice.
Mr. Yan, breakfast is here. Wait outside.
Yan Qi said without a trace of humor, then got out of bed, bare-chested and ready to open the door. Si Jing pulled on his prison uniform and propped his hand on the edge of the bed like a bird trying to get out of a cage.
I'll open it, you rest. He felt like he couldn't do nothing now that he was eating and sleeping someone else's food, could he?
Lu Ruishui's arm tightened for a minute. He didn't want the youth to leave him for more than half a meter now.
Yan Qi licked his lips. Together then.
Si Jing patted Lu Ruishui's shoulder, his voice clear and soft. Just going to fetch a meal, eat early and change the medicine early.
Hearing change medicine, Lu Ruishui finally let go.
Her frosty face unconsciously reddened, and then she hung her head down in a desperate attempt to conceal her feelings. Good. Si Jing just got out of bed and inexplicably felt a little tired. It was so strange. It was clear that he had slept for a long time. How could he be like this? This feeling is familiar. He remembered that when he was a child, he still slept with his parents, and back then his mom and dad used to grab him and hug him when he fell asleep. It was only later, when they realized that he had no energy during the day, that mom and dad changed this bad habit of grabbing the right to hug the little mirror under the covers. It had to be an illusion, right? Maybe it's just that he's changed places and can't get used to sleeping. Si Jing followed behind Yan Qi, watching him open the door. The chef smiled fawningly, originally wanting to flatter a few words, but the moment he saw Yan Qi, he violently stopped his voice. Yan Qi's face looked like it was frozen, and he was followed by a great beauty. The beauty's clothes were wrinkled, her face was beautiful, and her long eyelashes seemed to be stained with water vapor. These two people made it possible to brainstorm a wonderful scene at a glance, and no one could control themselves against such a beauty.
But Boss Yan looked really upset. It's like a lustful tiger. Is this something that can be said? Mr. Yan, that? The chef wanted to say. If you have a fart, let it go.
Yan Qi looked fierce with his brows lowered, and the chef felt like that sandbag-sized fist was about to greet his face. He hastily backed up 2 steps. The supervisor of the time, he said.
That he wants you to send Mr. C back. When Timothy's eyes brightened at the mention of Timothy, could he finally go back?
His small movements did not escape Yan Qi's eyes, and he smiled lowly.
Falling into his hands, the little lamb actually thought that someone could save him. At the mention of Susanna Toki, the moment of dependence and trust in the youth's eyes was truly piercing, and truly maddening in its jealousy. The poor little beauty had pinned his hopes on Susanna Toki, but he didn't realize that the man was much scarier than he thought. Yenshi propped one hand on the solid wood doorframe and laughed sorrowfully as if he had heard some joke. Want someone? That's fine, you tell him to come here in person. After saying that, with a slight force under his palm, the sturdy-looking doorframe just shattered. Broken. The blast of wood chips almost splashed the cook in the eye. The chef was sweating like a pig and couldn't help but imagine if it had been his own head underneath this hand. Yes, got it, Mr. Yen. He revealed a smile that was worse than a cry, and ran off in a huff. Yenshi leaned on the edge of the door in a loose manner, looking at the chef's flustered back and lifting his chin. Hey! The chef immediately settled down and turned as if he'd seen a ghost, one frame at a time, his head aching to be buried in the ground. Mr. Yen, what else do you want? Yenshi flexed one of his knuckles and knocked twice on the doorframe, his deep pupils resembling black pearls under the sunlight. Tell the Internal Affairs Department to change the doorframe. The moment he turned around, Yenshi hid the color under his eyes and resumed his gentle expression. Boy, you see, I'm very strong and can. Middle-aged. Sikio shivered and waited for him to follow, looking at him pitifully. Can what? Rather quickly say ah. Can you kill him? QAQ. Feeling the youth's subtle trembling, his knuckles scraped his small face. What, scared? Sigit nodded frostily, his other hand on the handle of the cart. Who couldn't be scared of this? That's a solid wood doorframe, and it's like a bag of dry pasta under his hands, crispy and crunchy. He felt like he had to be diligent. If Yenshi got upset and punched him at any point, his small world adventure would be over. Yenshi's tall figure stood beside him with a strong sense of oppression, and Si Jing panicked and lowered his head, catching a glimpse of perfectly shaped 8-pack abs, glowing white in the sunlight that hadn't seen the light of day for a long time. I don't know if the man is intentional, in Si Jing this perspective, just can see the most perfect angle. Like a classical idol, male dog waist, long legs, beautiful to some dazzling. Si Jing felt a little dizzy in his mind, as if this sexy and tight body was poison. His face exploded red and he dodged and averted his eyes, pushing the cart a few steps faster, somewhat incoherent. No, not hungry, hurry up and eat more. Yenshi nodded, indeed he should eat more, only when he was full would he have the strength to peacock. Chapter 22 Mirror Mirror Aya, today was also fed by the old offensive pinch. Si Jing just pushed the trolley to take a step, his body suddenly vacated, the sense of weightlessness made him subconsciously grasp the things in hand. Then he took hold of Yenshi's arm. The youth's eyelashes were like butterfly wings, fluttering gently, and even the roots of his ears were flushed. Yenshi, what are you doing? Yenshi took the cart in his hand and pawed it easily in his hand. The youth was slender and pretty, not much weight at all, soft, well-behaved and seductive. Yenshi's voice was gentle, but it also meant something. I don't want to let the good boy get tired, unlike some people, who only know how to move around and wait for food, just like being dead. After thinking about it, he added, and I'm strong. Sure enough, he still cared. Floor dead like remaining water was not to be outdone, sneering, pretending. The heavy smell of gunpowder once again filled the room. Luckily, Yenshi's sudden stomach growl broke the saber-rattling atmosphere. Si Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief and said in a seesaw manner. Hurry up and eat, it won't be good if it gets cold. Yenshi hugged the youth and sat down, of course, sitting in the center himself, separating Si Jing and Lu Ruoshui. Lu Ruoshui didn't say a word, silently stood up and dusted twice, as if Yenshi was some kind of dirt. A set of movements flowed smoothly, full of aristocratic nobility and elegance. This aristocratic temperament complemented the rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he was shirtless on his upper body, thus looking a bit comical. Lu Ruoshui walked over without a word and stood beside Si Jing. Si Jing moved his chair to make way for him to sit down. But the man did not sit down, but maintained his reserved and elegant demeanor, and gentlemanly began to lay out the food. He piled all the delicious food in front of Si Jing, almost about to be unable to put it down, while on Yenshi's side, there were only a few plates of cold dishes and salads. Lu Ruoshui was very tall and stood beside him, his deep eyes looking at Si Jing from time to time. Si Jing was made to look furtive, shy, and nervous. What's more, Lu Ruoshui was still an injured person, so how could he let an injured person serve him? Si Jing's heart was overjoyed, and his fox eyes curved in embarrassment. You sit down and eat, I'll do it. After saying that, he reached out his hand towards the small food cart, ready to get a plate of cold golden mushrooms inside. However, before his hand could touch the plate, it was pinched by Lu Ruoshui. Little mirror, don't move, let me do it. The handsome and peerless man gentlemanly blocked the soft jade-like hand. The man's cool, windswept phoenix eyes looked at him as he bent down and dutifully laid out the food. Devout and containing love, like a loyal believer serving his beautiful and incomparable God. Si Jing unnaturally lowered his eyes, the upturned tails of his eyes scarlet and moving. Mr. Lu. Damn how to tease without permission That kind of look, can anyone really stand it? Lu Ruoxue looked at the slight blush on the youth's face, and his heart was so moved that he couldn't help himself. However, when he saw Yanqi's murderous, icy gaze, he smiled wistfully. Lu Ruoxue picked up the plate of golden needle mushrooms and placed it in front of Yanqi with a smile. Suitable for you, you eat more of this. Yanqi? You're sick? Trickster man. Hard fists. Lu Ruoxue was in quite a good mood not to bother with him much. He sharply laid out the dishes and then sat down next to Si Jing. The table was rich in colorful dishes. Si Jing was also hungry and quietly ate his meal. The atmosphere finally eased up quite a bit, except that the two people kept on giving him food, and his dinner plate was almost piled up into a small mountain. All he could do was take a bite of this one, and then rain down a bite of that one. So much so that the two men hadn't eaten much and Si Jing already had a rounded stomach. Yanqi caught a chopstick of lion head. Be a good boy and eat this is delicious. Lu Ruoxue immediately fed over a mouthful of fresh mushroom soup. Little mirror, eat less of this kind of greasy stuff, have a mouthful of soup to relieve the greasiness. Si Jing, oh. In the end, of course, Si Jing was a bowl of water, and ate what was fed to him from both sides. This time it's really too much to eat. Si Jing burped, his eyes moist, and he immediately wanted to escape from this table. However, the two men held him down one on one side, stopping his escape. The slender youth was no match for these two men, and instantly couldn't move halfway. A nervous look emerged in Si Jing's eyes, and his voice periodically confessed, just like a nightingale crying delicately. I really can't eat anymore. The youth's look of not being able to stand it undoubtedly added fuel to the man's evil mind. The innocent bunny was held down, wiggling her two long, tender legs under the dining table, her skin white and red with a silky sheen. It was hard not to think of those legs doing something else. Or what kind of cries and pleas this delicate voice would make when bullied. Yanqi hid the danger in his eyes and rubbed the top of the youth's hair. Don't you eat, you stay with us. All right then. Hearing this, Si Jing nodded and sat up properly, his beautiful eyes looking seriously at the two people. As long as they didn't continue to feed him, he was a very coaxing person. These two were eating in a very civilized manner, like the sons of a top mansion. They looked civilized and elegant when they weren't verbally sparring, like two business tycoons talking business. Si Jing was bored and playing with his long hair, winding them around his fingertips. In his mind, he did a heavenly calculation, thinking from how he would change Lu Ruoxue's medicine later to when Susanna Toki would come to him. He had an intuitive feeling that Susanna Toki would definitely come over. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden knock on the door, and Timothy's voice, cold and laden with anger, came through the door. Open the door. Sure enough, speak of the devil, Si Jing's hunches were always accurate. Lu Ruoxue's indifferent sight looked at the doorway and gave Yanqi a wink. Yanqi rolled his eyes very ungracefully with that handsome face, wiped his hands, and went over to open the door. Only his hand hadn't even touched the doorknob when there was a sudden loud bang. Bang with a bang, the entire door panel slammed down. The warm light of day outside poured into the room at once. Outside the door was Susanna Toki, standing against the light, dripping with murderous rage. Inside the door is Yanqi, who dodged nimbly and didn't get a single speck of dust. The two men's lines of sight met silently. Susanna Toki's eyes darted towards the house, finally moving a little the moment she saw Sikio. It was as if a god of killing suddenly had human emotions. He frowned slightly. How come Lu Ruoxue was also there? Men knew men best. He understood what Lu Ruoxue's eyes meant. He knew that the youth was the presence of all eyes wherever he was, and no one could not be moved by him. It was so tempting to lock him up and make him an exclusive treasure so that he could never escape. Or do it in such a way that he wouldn't dare to entertain the slightest thought of escape. Only Yanqi alone is okay, if Lu Ruoxue also involved in the words. Yanqi noticed the man's line of sight and immediately blocked the person. Susanna Toki stepped on the door panel, her tone cold. I heard that you're hard to please, boss Yan? Yanqi took a step forward and stepped on the door panel, and with a slight force from his foot, the edge of the door panel shattered into a large piece. The poor door, in just one morning's time, had suffered 2 fatal blows. He looked Timothy up and down lightly, a cold smile in his eyes, and reached out a finger, poking it hard into Timothy's chest. When Susanna came in, he could see that he was breathing a little fast, and there was no hiding that physical reaction. Tim Sol's pupils shrank, pain drilled through his heart. The wound left from last night's fight with Lu Ruoxue was so viciously torn apart by Yanqi. The culprit smiled coolly and hypocritically. Supervisor Shi, you were not badly hurt last night, were you? Timothy swatted his hand away in disgust, ignoring his bleeding wound, and snapped. Get out of my way and release the man. And at this time, Lu Ruoxue slowly paced to Yanqi's side, right behind him. The triangular standing position presented a 3-legged confrontational stance. Each of the 3 had their own agenda, but they were all there for one person. The slender, soft, seductive little Persian cat at the table. Chapter 23. What do you mean by killing my old attacker when you have something to say? Si Jing knew that the storm had arisen because of him. But what is it that can't be sat down and talked about? After all, he still didn't want anyone to get hurt, no matter what. And then there was Lu Rueshui, his own wound that he had worked so hard to bandage up last night. He would really be angry if it disintegrated. This can all be the fruits of his labor. Though a cat getting angry would just flash its little claws and hurt 0 people. He walked out of the restaurant and was just about to open his mouth to talk some sense into it. But the change happened in a flash. I don't know who made the first move, the speed was like the wind, and in a breath, all 3 of them rioted at the same time. The fight between these 3 people was extraordinary, with vicious moves, completely wanting to kill each other. The situation was so chaotic that it was difficult to distinguish between the enemy and me for a while, and it was impossible to compare them. Yanqi was kicked by Susanna's flying kick, solidly kicked in the heart, the corner of the mouth oozed stinging blood. And his fingers were like iron hooks at the same time, ripping a large slit in Lu Ruoshui's bandage, his fingers hooking into his wound. Because of the excessive movement, almost all of the wounds on Lu Ruoshui's body were torn, and the gauze revealed large traces of blood. The blood flowed down the shoulder in strands, dripping over the python tattoo, looking more and more evil and handsome. The man acted as if he couldn't feel the pain, veins floating at the corners of his forehead, and his hand clamped down on Susanna's neck. The scene was quite chaotic for a while, and Si Jing was not far away, not daring to get close to them at all. It didn't even know which one to care about first. These guys were totally fighting in the same way, as if they had some kind of deep hatred. Compared to the 2 injured men, Yanqi still had some strength left, and he even managed to turn his head and flash an upside-down smile at Si Jing. Be a good boy, go sit on the couch for a while, it'll only take a moment. The tone sounded like, you play for a while, I'll kill someone and come over. After the words were spoken, Yanqi incurred the concentrated fire and fierce attack of 2 men. But it was because he saw Si Jing smile at him. Where did Si Jing have the heart to go and sit on the sofa? He could only keep a close eye on the 3 people so that nothing would really happen. In this fight, none of the 3 people had gotten any favors. Yanqi covered his chest, his eyes cold and intimidating. Susanna Toki, you can't take him away. Susanna Toki sneered, spat out blood and clenched her fists. Really, try it then. He was about to go on again, but Lu Ruoshui straightened up, his lenses glinting shrewdly and sharply in the sunlight. He was covered in blood and his wounds were hideous and appalling, but he didn't care. Don't fight Susanna Toki, it won't do anyone any good. Lu died in passing, stopping Yanqi's fist that was about to strike at Timothy Solar, and inclined his head to look at Timothy Solar. You always have to think about yourself, can you keep this life without us? Yanqi also stopped, that face that had always been arrogant and unruly becoming somewhat serious. Susanna Toki, you can't have him all to yourself, and you don't want Pascal's world to be in chaos. Susanna Toki was silent for a split second, looking at the 2 men, a sneer-like smile surfacing on her lips. It was both a laugh at his own powerlessness in the face of certain things, and a mockery of the fact that those 2 thin-skinned people now had an obsession. When Susanna raised her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her lips, her complexion was cold and said, Mirror is not an object, we cannot make decisions for him. He will agree. Yanqi's eyes looked warmly at the youth in the center of the living room. Those pink eyes were full of worry and concern, making one feel as if a handful of warm water had flowed through his heart at first glance. The youth was as simple as a blank sheet of paper, he was so gentle that one wanted to destroy him, and yet one was so overwhelmed with pity that one wanted to protect him properly. Such a gentle person, gently touch will be red-eyed timidly hide. However, he could not suppress his own good nature, and again took pity on the evil devil. Realizing that they were all suddenly looking at him with strange eyes, Si Jing took a step back in confusion, feeling as if he was about to be eaten. It's an illusion, right? Sikyong went limp, obviously they were several meters away from him, but he just felt as if he was caught. Invisible threads emanated from his hands and wrapped around his body, tying him tightly and pulling to gradually close in their direction. Until even the soul was imprinted, never to leave again. Si Jing was a bit out of breath, and even breathing became difficult. The beautiful youth's eyes were upturned, flushed with an intoxicating red color, and his vermilion lips were lightly trembling. How? What's wrong? Yanqi's gaze abruptly became as gentle as water, as if the morbid possessiveness just now was merely an illusion. It's fine, good boy, go rest for a while. Sigid stumbled and asked, aren't you guys going to fight? After saying that, Si Jing realized that it wasn't quite right, asking like that as if he was expecting them to fight. The beauty's snow-tender face gradually reddened, the amplitude of the eyelash fluttering all with a lovable softness, he softly said. You guys stop fighting, there are words that can be spoken properly. Lu Ruoshui smiled and pacified him, good boy, we are just talking properly. Si Jing didn't know what to say, their way of talking nicely was really special. That being said, several people still maintained a confrontational stance, showing no signs of letting up. Luckily, though, they didn't continue to fight anymore, and slightly relieved, Si Jing sat down on the couch, holding a glass of lemonade and taking small sips. The 3 of them returned to business, and Skeleton looked at the stunning young man with an etched warmth in his eyes. Lu Sansa lowered her eyes, the tips of her shoes stepping on the broken door panel, as if she was bored and waiting for something. But the darkly clenched fists in his pants pockets gave away his emotions at this time, not at all as indifferent as he appeared on the outside. Both he and Yen Shi were waiting for Susanna to make a choice, and if he insisted on taking Siki on the way, then there would be no choice but to go to war. As time passed by and Susanna didn't react, the atmosphere gradually became tense. Yen Shi was not as patient as Lu Ruishui. He moved sharply and pulled out a bright silver pistol from his pants pocket. His slender, cold white fingers hooked around the handle of the gun and turned it around a few times in a dashing manner. With a click of the safety off, the black muzzle of the gun was aimed at Susanna. Stay and eat together, or leave now, your choice. The two choices given by Yen Shi were clear, and in reality, these were the only two choices that Timothy had. The meal in the dining room was still steaming hot, but Yen Shi was talking about more than just the meal, and the well-behaved and fragile youth. Staying meant cooperation, and leaving meant cutting the table. Lu Ruishi stepped on the door panel, arms clasped in front of his chest, without a hint of intervening. It meant that the two bosses who held 90% of Pascal's prisoners had already reached an agreement. Susanna Toki's eyes fell on Yen Shi's gun and she clenched her teeth. He didn't doubt that Yen Shi would really kill him. It was something this madman could do, even if he was the only prison warden in Pascal. But a madman like Yen Shi was the most unafraid of the world's chaos, and Lu Ruishui was even more so. Both of them were actual criminal personalities. There is no such thing as the craziest, only the crazier. Timothy took half a step forward, his bare forehead straight up against the muzzle of the gun, the calmness of death in his eyes. Si Jing watched as his heart jumped out of his chest, his pink and white fingertips trembling slightly, nervousness and fear written all over his little face. Don't. Yen Shi, please don't shoot. QAQ. Is he some kind of very obscure person? Susanna Toko had just spent an afternoon plus a night apart from him and was about to be killed? Yen Shi looked at the man in front of him, his slender eyebrows raised, his thumb already on the trigger, applying slight force. It was so quiet that it was as if one could hear the sound of a heartbeat, and the only thing left in the entire empty room was Si Jing's trembling voice begging. Don't kill him. Bang. Si Jing instantly widened his eyes. The scene in front of him seemed like a pantomime of black humor, playing in slow motion in his eyes. He felt like his eardrums were pierced, and the bullet seemed to have struck into his own head. Chapter 24. The old attacker wants to defend against dogs. A gunshot rang out. Si Jing's body stirred up a trembling numbness, as if a basin of cold water poured over his head. The faint smell of smoke from the bullets lingered in the room, bringing a burst of death shivers. The youth's expression lost its bearings for a moment. His face was the pallor of excessive fear, like a pure white pear blossom knocked down by a rainstorm. At the same time, when the gun went off, he closed his eyes and didn't dare to open them, fearing that when he opened his eyes he would see Susanna's still warm body. Mirror, I'm not dead. What? It was clearly Susanna Toki's voice in her ear, so gentle it almost made her cry. It wasn't a hallucination. Susanna Toki was really not dead. Skeleton's burnished white skin was covered with a layer of sweat from the aftermath of the shock, like fine diamonds, glowing with dazzling beads of light. Silver white hair sticky wet at the temples, rosy lips limpid, like the appearance of being ruthlessly bullied. The beauty slowly opened her eyes, and indeed she saw the living Susanna Toki. The man was still smiling at him, and those disdainful phoenix eyes were now surprisingly full of pity. Mirror was really worrying about him. This realization made his heart leap up after a long time, and an unprecedented feeling of happiness almost washed over him. Yen Shi's silver pistol had appeared in Tokiwa's hand at some point, and there was a round bullet hole with white smoke by Yen Shi's feet. That's where the shot just now came from. Just now, the moment when Timothy's forehead was pressed against the muzzle of the gun, he pinched Yen Shi's wrist extremely quickly. With a flip and a fold, the pistol fell into Timothy's hand. Then there was a bang, and the bullet struck the side of Yen Shi's foot. If it had missed by an inch, Yen Shi's foot would have been a bloody mess. Si Jing's fox eyes blinked and blinked, struggling to digest the scene. Like some kind of fluffy little animal, it made people want to pet his head. It was in this instant that the temptations and concessions between the wise were accomplished, but it was not necessary for the innocent youth to know it. Their little mirror didn't need to think so much, it was enough for him to know that he would be pestered to spoil him for life. Yen Shi pinched the muzzle of the gun with 2 fingers and brought it back without much effort, laughing. How's it going, Commissioner Toki? If you're satisfied, you can come in. Yen Shi's pair of sinister Danfang eyes contained a smile, the tails of his eyes raised upwards, like an extravagantly colorful fox demon that had practiced for 1,000 years. He knew what Susanna Shur was hesitating about. At times like this, just showing Timothy Saul that the youth cared for him, even just a tiny bit, was enough to make him stay. That was why he had pulled out his gun and aimed it at Tim Saul, just so that he could see Saul's reaction in that moment, so that he would not be able to let go of Saul at all. Otherwise, with Yen Shi's skill, how could Susanna Shur grab the gun so easily? He bet that Susanna Toki still had her senses and wouldn't kill him with one shot. And Susanna Saul will test Saul's reaction. Susanna Toki admits that she's an asshole for being a jerk enough to test him with death. But he was so afflicted that he was afraid that Skeleton would be indifferent to his death, that he wouldn't be able to leave a trace of himself in his life. But the result made him overjoyed. Si Jing was concerned about him, he was already satisfied. Timothy coughed softly, bumping off Yen Shi and throwing down a sentence. Eat together. Looking at Susanna Sher's back, Yan-Chi gave a wink to Lu Ruoshui. See, how powerful I am, no need to make a big deal out of it. Unfortunately, he was completely throwing winks to the blind. Lu Ruoshui simply ignored him and turned around to walk in. Lu Ruoshui pushed up his glasses, his long straight eyelashes casting shadows under his eyes, covering his gloomy pair of eyes. He was suffocating in his heart, but there was nothing else he could do. The odds were that there was no winner when the three of them fought. Even if one of them was left in the end, then the power pattern of Pascal's prison would be greatly altered. If someone took advantage of the situation, then the consequences would be unimaginable. He remembered the newcomer in the confinement room, who didn't care about his life when he fought, and was surprised that he hadn't died after fighting under him. Yan-Chi was right, Pascal might be about to have a new boss. On the side, Yan-Chi scratched his hair in annoyance, picked up his cell phone, and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello Mr. Yen, this is the Internal Affairs Department, how may I help you? Yan-Chi glanced at the door panel that was riddled with holes at his feet and spat out two words icily, change the door. Old Lu from the Internal Affairs Department suspected that he had misheard and pulled out his ears, asking, Mr. Yen, are you talking about the doorframe? If I remember correctly, you called someone over 20 minutes ago and said to change the doorframe. I said to replace the door. Yan-Chi was furious, looking at Timothy Saul, who was glued to Si Jing's side, and gritting his teeth. Be the best, be dog-proof. After saying this, he hung up the phone, leaving old Lu alone in the wind. To change the door, but also to prevent the dog. But there are no dogs in the prison. Could it be that Boss Yen can see things that ordinary people can't see? When I think of Yan-Chi's handsome and extraordinary appearance and excessively white skin, maybe it really is that kind of thing. The more he thought about it, the more scared he got. A layer of white hair sweat rose all over his body, and he hurriedly contacted the manufacturers outside the island to select the door material to go. In the 102 prison cell, the breakfast that was unexpectedly interrupted eerily continued. Men who had just been dying now sat down to eat calmly. Sikyong, of course, couldn't eat anything at all, but they wouldn't let him take half a step away. So Si Jing chose to bring the small medicine box to the dining table, puffing and puffing as a laborer to change Lu Ruoshui's medicine. The cat is aggrieved. The wound that was just bandaged last night is now falling apart. The cat has been working hard for most of the night, and the result is that it has returned to the pre-liberation period. The smile in the bottom of Lu Ruoshui's eyes grew thicker, feeling that the unusual meal had become delicious. Si Jing concentrated on pulling the bandage, but suddenly felt a very obvious line of sight, and when he turned his head, he met a pair of affectionate phoenix eyes of Susanna Sher. That fresh and gentle voice like a big brother unexpectedly brought a hint of pampering flavor. Mirror, I'm hurt too. A faint odor of jealousy filled the restaurant, but unfortunately Sikio couldn't tell that the man was jealous. He thought that Susanna Toki was just too sore from her wounds. The youth was patient as if he was coaxing a child. Brother Timothy, Mr. Lu has a laceration that needs to be treated first. I'll help you later, okay? It'll be quick. Happiness was already washing over Timothy, but he didn't want the youth to see it. He was still trying to get an inch. So the man boarded up his face and brought the side of his face up, unreasonably. No good, I'm in pain. Skeletor shivered, feeling like he suddenly didn't recognize Timothy. Where was that high and mighty prison warden? Where did it go? Helplessness surfaced in the youth's eyes, making the whole person appear even more gentle like jade, like a clear and bright moon hanging high in the sky that could not be desecrated. What can be done? It will be troublesome if you don't coax it. The youth's cheeks flew red, like vermilion red seeping through white rice paper, flushed with rouge and watery, and he touched his head quickly. It was as light as a divan feather, and it tickled. Susanna Tokiwa smiled a winning smile, even the frequency of her heartbeat was out of whack. He looked at the two remaining grim-faced men urgently, wagging his tail and showing off like a big dog with a reward. Sure enough, Mirror was still different to him. Mirror would pet his head super loud. A strong feeling of satisfaction came over him. Today he would love the world. Yan-Chi felt the squirrel gooey fish in his mouth instantly lose its flavor. He put down his chopsticks and strutted over to Si Jing, snatching his slim wrist back from Susanna Sher's hand. Chapter 25, My old attacker is really childish. Si Jing's clear eyes looked at him, her red lips glistening with water. Yan-Chi, what are you doing? Yan-Chi's Danfeng eyes, which had a strong sense of aggression, stared at him, but his opening was a flavor of obstinate resignation. Good boy, I also want you to call me brother. Si Jing. So childish. Is this the prison boss? Really not a kindergarten boss? Lu Ruiji stifled an untimely grunt, unintentionally spoiling the atmosphere. It took Si Jing a moment to come back to his senses. There was still a wounded man under him. Brother Yan-Chi, once back in time, senior kindergarten teacher Si Jing called extremely smoothly, his voice as clear and moist as sweet wine. This is always okay, already end Watermaster. Yan-Chi contentedly hummed the song back, or the cartoon theme song. Confirmed, it was the kindergarten boss. Si Jing shook his head in amusement. Fortunately, Lu Ruoshui was more understanding, unlike those two, who always made excessive demands to bully him. However, he was still naive. Although Lu Ruoshui didn't say a word, he had heard those two dainty elder brothers' voices into his ears.
He wasn't going to argue with them at the dinner table. This title sounded better when called out at other times. In the middle of summer, Si Jing suddenly felt a cloudy wind blowing behind him. The Lu Ruoshui in front of him was clearly smiling, but he just had a bad feeling, as if he was being stared at by some unknown existence. Si Jing treated the wound, his voice was soft and gentle. Be still, don't fall apart again.
Got it, little mirror-sama.
Lu Ruoshui smiled and nodded, looking at the rest of the duo as goosebumps fell to the ground.
Was this still the murderous Lu Ruoshui? Little mirror, big man, you hoo.
It's true that the heavens are good, the heavens have spared no one, in front of Si Jing like a kitten with its belly exposed. Lu Ruoshui did not care about the expression of those two people. Eyes always follow the youth, eyes and heart are only him alone. Si Jing carried the medicine box and went to Shi Xuanwei's side. Sikio stretched his arms and stretched a little. Okay, now it's your turn, bear with me.
Aha!
Susanna nodded, her heart felt as if it was licked by a kitten's soft tongue, even her beating carried a moist vapor. He had cooperated by taking off his shirt early, and his bright 8-pack abs shook Si Jing's eyes. The man even secretly exerted himself in order to make the lines of those muscles even more distinct and beautiful. He didn't feel any pain, he'd had many injuries before and this wasn't the heaviest. Not to mention how it could hurt with him by his side. Skeleton carefully sterilized the alcohol and pursed his lips as he looked at Timothy.
So envious, when he can have such a body.
Yanxi looked halfway through with an unkind gaze, hating that he could not wait for himself to get hurt, so that he could obtain the initiative of the small mirror to stick it.
Finish eating and leave, don't grind your teeth there.
Lu Ruoshui was carrying a glass of red wine with an elegant posture, the upwardly rolled sleeve tubes revealing those sturdy and tight arms. Yanxi was like a tiger with its beard pulled out, coldly glaring at that shameless man.
Lu Ruoshui, you dare to mind me? Want to see whose room this is? Lu Ruoshui snorted, then stood up and walked to the sofa with his wine glass.
Not to mention Yanji, even he couldn't stand that disgusting look of Susanna Shur, so he could only use wine to suppress the fire in his heart. Yanji stifled himself and poured himself a glass of wine, poured it in one gulp, and went to the sofa as well.
Out of sight, out of mind. It was better to be at Lu's death than at Susanna's smug look. The only two people left in the large dining room were Si Jing and Susanna.
Sol's eyes were closed, as if she was fast asleep. Si Jing's jeweled eyes rolled for a moment, his hands moving a little slower, his eyes darting up to Sol's face every now and then. Though his eyes were closed, Susanna Toki wasn't completely asleep, he just didn't want to keep looking at the youth to avoid that he couldn't help bullying him. As perceptive as Susanna was, he'd noticed the kitten sneaking glances at him a long time ago, he just thought he was hiding it well. It was so cute, it made you want to take him in your arms and rub him until he cried. Halfway through the bandaging, Si Jing stopped. He looked at Timothy carefully, his fingers clenching the hem of his shirt in a way that made him look like he wanted to say something. Skeleton pursed his lips and moved closer, while the seemingly sleeping man suddenly opened his eyes.
Brother Timothy?
Susanna Toki's eyes looked like deep abysses, and as if they were scattered with thousands of stars. The sharp, compact jaw brought a delicate and fragile beauty to the youth in front of her, and a clear jasmine scent emanated from the delicate muscles and bones. As if placed in the window, carefully protected alabaster doll, noble and beautiful.
With a little vigor, one could make a hickey-like red mark on it. With some compulsion in his voice, he followed his words. Did Mirror ask me for something?
The youth's eyebrows haloed in a rouge-like red as he spoke in a small voice.
I want to ask Gu Hui how he is doing.
The youth is icy, like the kind of cold and dusty immortal monarch in novels, like a person made of ice and snow.
Is he not? Isn't that gone?
Skeleton is afraid to say, for fear that Susanna will tell him that Gu Hui is no longer there. Solve reached out and compassionately wiped away his thin teardrops and smiled.
Don't worry, he's gone back, alive and well.
Si Jing dropped his heart, his voice sheepish.
Then how is Song Shui? Timothy's eyes narrowed as he remembered the man in the confinement cell who had only one breath left. But he was pretty lucky to have made it through. To have little Mirror care so much, it was worth it even if he died. Susanna's voice took on a bit of jealousy. It's okay, I'll let him go back later. Si Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sincerely, revealing two sweet little pear swirls. That's good, thank you so much. Chapter 26, the old attacker is willing to let me go out to play. In the days that followed, there were 1,000 rumors about Si Jing outside. Some said that he was miserably begging for his life on the first floor, getting beaten up every day, while others said that he used his beauty to bewitch people and endured unimaginable torture every day. And in reality, Si Jing had been almost spoiled into an ancestor. Under Yanxi's soft and strong demands, Lu Ruoshui and Susanna Shur compromised and agreed that Si Jing would usually live in 102. The poor man in the mouths of the prisoners is pampered every day, asking for the moon and not giving the stars, and eating is carried up to the dining room. Feeding Sikyong was one of their favorite things to do, and they would even fight over it. Sikyong had to serve water, and his stomach was getting round and rolled from eating. He bitterly pinched the soft flesh on his arm and frowned a pair of showy eyebrows. It seems like I've gained weight. Yanxi backhanded a spoonful of spring asparagus soup. Not fat, good boy looks best. Si Jing pushed his face. Okay. Yan Shi's beautiful Danfang eyes blinked, his tone aggrieved. Does the good boy hate me? And then there was the no-nonsense jamming of the tiger's mouth into his jaw, breaking the beauty's face over. Who do you think is better? I'm going to punch whoever you think is better. It was hard to deal with Yan Shi when he was being unreasonable, and Si Jing felt like he was going to oink out the next second. Si Jing numbly said an answer that had been repeated hundreds of times. Hello, you're the best. Well, don't doubt it, he said the same thing to the other two, just switching the names around. Saying nice things about whoever you're with. That's the way of the dumbass kitty cat's end of the water. Most of the time, when Siskiyou says this, the other person is coaxed into doing so. But there were times when this trick backfired. For example, there were several times when Si Jing was bullied when he finished. After all, it was hard for anyone to resist him showing that innocent and pitiful expression. But Si Jing was quite good at coaxing, and as long as he smoothed his fur, the matter was revealed. Several people also know that Si Jing is cold outside and hot inside. While actually outside is not cold, he is purely gentle and good to bully. So with the division mirror to seek posting 10 times can succeed 11 times. I'm going to name and shame solve here, he's the one who likes to post the most. Maybe it's extra addictive because he was so impressed before. A few people gave him all the goodies as if they didn't need any money, and Si Jing, as a prisoner, later even directly stopped wearing his prison uniform. Lu Ruishui, afraid of rough cotton cloth abrasion pain his delicate skin, sent over are the top good silk material, walking around with water waves like streaming light. Although Si Jing himself doesn't find the cotton prison uniform much harder to bear, but who would want to wear a poor one when there is a good one, so he obediently changed into it. Si Jing's life in prison was even better than on the outside. But they seem to be very busy lately, and Si Jing is very bored being alone on the first floor, and the movies and happy water passes don't smell good anymore. The small garden here was also tired of playing with it, even the goldfish in the pool he recognized every one of them. All he does every day, besides eating and playing, is come to the pool and feed the fish. The slim and flexible goldfish were fed to him as pigs in a month's time, and each of them was so fat that they could hardly swim. The gym was not something he would go to unless he accompanied them to work out. Petulant little beauties didn't like to sweat, so he'd never have their perfect muscles for the rest of his life. But Siskiyou was the best at consoling himself, and he got to see it every day anyway. Someone was clamoring to show it to him, wasn't that the same as having it himself? Comfort and boredom on the first floor. On a certain sunny morning, Si Jing finally couldn't take it anymore, and he tilted his head to look blearily at Yan Shi. Please brother Yan Shi, please just let me go out and take a look. Seeing the man's indifference, Si Jing's gaze became soft and moist, as if tears were about to fall in the next second, with a please expression. Just one day, oh no, half a day. Half a day is not good. Yan Shi was about to get a nosebleed from the cute. As promised, only half a day is allowed. Aha! Siskiyou nodded as if she were pounding garlic, her pinky hooked around the man's finger and her thumb pressed against the other man's thumb, winking playfully. Pull the hook and stamp. Yan Shi's gaze fell tenderly on his white wrist as he whispered. Why are you acting like a child? Siskiyou pouted, her eyebrows arched and she cocked her head, saying nothing. Still saying that he was like a child, he really should have recorded Yan Shi's jealous and pouting appearance, so that he could see who was like a child. But of course he didn't dare, he just thought about it. Happy to be able to go out and let off some steam, Siskiyou leapt to change into a comfortable tunic. Moonwhite, embroidered with bamboo leaf dark pattern, is the material of Su embroidery. Plate buckle is decorated with good emperor green jade beads, become a touch of conspicuous bright color. This body of clothing will see Jing's figure set off long and straight, slender with a slender bamboo-like toughness. That face and extremely popular and clear eyes look forward, eye wave intimidating, the beauty mole in the corner of the eye is absolutely unrivaled. Si Jing was very happy to go out the door. Yan Shi didn't ask anyone to follow him, because there was no need for that. He was the only one in the entire Pascal who dared not to wear a prison uniform, and even he and Lu Ruishui had to put on an act when they were outside. Everyone knew Si Jing, everyone knew that behind him was the man at the tip of the Pascal prison pyramid, and no one dared to touch him. Unless they don't want to die. Now the inmates are probably out to let off steam. Si Jing through the long corridor, he heard the clamor of people, noisy and very lively. He walked toward the terrace plaza, where there was the most activity, sitting on the highest steps could see the sea, and the circling seagulls. The square has really gathered a lot of people, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside in a big circle. Those who couldn't make it to the front row sat on the raised steps, shouting and raising their arms, as if they had smelled the blood of the beasts, like spectators hunting in the Colosseum of ancient Rome. There must be a big fight in the center of the square, maybe someone is fighting. For these prisoners, nothing excites them more than violence. Si Jing was outstanding in appearance, there was no garment that could hold down such a stunning color, and whatever he wore appeared to be both immortal and demonic. When he walked over with the hem of his tunic, everyone lightened their breath. Like robots with instructions, their eyes moved with him. Hissing could even be heard. An older brother patted his younger brother who was looking dumbfounded beside him. See him, remember him, a layer of people. My little brother couldn't take his eyes off, I'll remember for the rest of my life. Si Jing faintly swept a glance at the crowd, like a god who pities the living beings. His gaze was indifferent and distant, causing people to immediately shut up, not daring to blaspheme with evil words. But what they were thinking in their hearts no one could tell. No one wanted to pull someone like Si Jing down from the altar and do everything blasphemous to tarnish his pure whiteness. On this point, everyone in Pascal's prison was in agreement. Unfortunately, the fact that there are devout and crazy followers at the feet of the gods on high discourages those who would like to pick this flower of the high country. One can only imagine with one's own evil mind how the honored son of God is sobbing at the sight of the evil dog. Chapter 27. The old attacker accidentally became the boss in order to chase after me. Si Jing carried the hem of his long shirt as he slowly stepped up the steps, and the crowd made way for him. To them, the aroma left behind by the beauty as she walked was a blessing from the gods to her people. Si Jing walked up to the highest level, and behind him was the vast ocean and the vast blue sky. He faced the square, taking advantage of the height, and finally saw what was happening in the square. There was a big messy fight going on in the center of the square, with blood, flesh and gore flying all over the place. There were many bloodied people lying on the field, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Those who were standing were still swinging wildly before being knocked down one by one. Good fight. Beat them to death. Beat them to death. Who else is not convinced? Come on, don't be a shrinking violet, ha. People's attention returned to the field, cheering excitedly. Si Jing saw a man who was particularly fierce, like a bull on dope, charging across the field and flinging all who came near him to the ground with a vengeance. The tearing cries of pain were drowned out by the clamor of shouts and excited hoots. The man was bare-chested and tall, his exposed skin extremely white and tinted with a piercing blood red, bringing about a huge visual impact. There was always something familiar about the figure, but the person's face was splattered with blood, looking like a demonic tattoo, and it was impossible to see his appearance. The people on the field fell one by one, and new people filled in, as if it was a tyrannical conquest that seemed to be never-ending. People's primitive animal nature and the evil in human nature were aroused to the fullest extent at this moment. And the one in the center never fell. The sea breeze was cool, and even the air was damp and fishy. The cool breeze ruffled Si Jing's silver hair, and a strand of satiny, water-smooth hair blocked his view and tickled against his skin. Si Jing flexed his ring finger and pinned the hair behind his ear. It was a good thing that before he left the house, he casually took a jade hairpin from the mountain of jewelry and tucked it into his sleeve. It came in handy now. He took up the jade hairpin and pulled up his waist-length silver hair. The moist and clear jadeite was carved into a generous phoenix hairpin, which was inserted into the loose bun. A few strands of broken hair fell over his delicate collarbone, making him even more flavorful and seductive. Si Jing had just pulled his hair back when he saw the lion-like strong man in the field, turning to look over. It was as if the man could sense his position, and those scarlet eyes met his abruptly. Si Jing had a moment of unexplained panic, as if he had been nailed, unable to move a muscle. By the time he managed to pull himself out of the fear that was like a substance, the man had already left. Thunderous applause erupted around him as people wildly celebrated his defeat of all his challengers. Yes. I'm going with him. You're going with him? You don't even look at yourself, can he with you? What the are you talking about? I'm not talking about that with, I'm talking about me being his little brother. The good show is over and people leave in a lack of interest. No one cares about the man on the floor, the guards will take care of it anyway. It was not easy to come out for a trip, Si Jing was not in a hurry to leave, the whole half day to go back was also kissed and hugged by them. He turned around and faced the sea, watching the seagulls catching fish to eat. Koji? The voice was incredibly familiar, it was Gu Hui. Si Jing inclined his body, and it was indeed Gu Hui. He was so engrossed in watching the seagulls that he didn't even notice Gu Hui walking up. Gu Hui seemed to have recovered well and was a bit more cheerful. This was a good sign, and Si Jing gave him a big smile. I haven't been able to get out for the past few days, how have you been doing, are you still being bullied? Why he couldn't get out, Gu Hui knew in his heart. He had been looking for people to inquire about Si Jing, but they all said that Si Jing was being bullied. Now that he saw that he was cleanly dressed and in good spirits, Gu Hui's heart was finally put into his stomach. Gu Hui carried a small soft cushion in his hand and placed it on the steps. Xiaoxi, you sit down, let's chat for a while. Yeah. As soon as the words fell, Si Jing sat down on the cushion, not half disliking it. Gu Hui reddened with excitement at the sight and sat on the steps as well. I'm doing quite well. A few days ago the prison guards brought me back from Qianlong, sent me to see the prison doctor, and also gave me fruit to eat. Qianlong is the same Long who took Gu Hui away that day. Si Jing smiled and bent his eyes, that's good. It seems that this person, Susanna Shura, is still very trustworthy. Gu Hui wiped away the tears in the corner of her eyes with her hand, her voice choking a little. Xiaoxi, I know that you are the one who was looking after me, otherwise I would have been played to death by Qianlong and the others a long time ago. Although Si Jing had only been his roommate for half a day, he sincerely wanted to be friends with him. He himself dealt with perverts every day, and kept thinking about saving him from getting out. Si Jing wasn't very good at comforting people and could only pat him on the back. Obviously he was a few years younger than Gu Hui, but he was sweetly comforting him. "Alright, don't cry, it's all better." Yes, it's all better." Gu Hui wiped his tears, his heart full of emotion, and said with some pride. "Shao Si, I've been following Boss Mei lately." Si Jing asked in novelty, "Boss Mei?" He only knew one person with the surname Mei. Gu Hui hemmed and hawed and scratched his head. "That's right, it's Mei Songxue, now it's Boss Mei La." Si Jing also laughed, not realizing that after not seeing each other for a while, Song Shui had already become the boss. "Then how many floors does he live on now?" Gu Hui smiled and said, "He lives on the second floor, and thanks to him, he brought me to the second floor as well." Si Jing nodded, little surprised. He had thought that Mei Songxue had only become a small leader, but he hadn't expected that after only a month or so, he would already be able to live on the second floor. "Shao Si, you shouldn't have seen it before, Boss Mei's hands are awesome," Gu Hui said with a coy smile. If it weren't for the fact that there are only so many 2 rooms on the first floor, Boss Mei could have gone to the first floor. Gu Hui's eyes met the sunlight, long free of that long-suppressed timidity. "Thanks to Boss Mei, no one bullies me anymore, and I don't have to have endless work like before." Si Jing realized that once Mei Songxue was mentioned, Gu Hui's talkbox couldn't be turned off, saying all the good things about Mei Songxue in front of him. Boss Mei is fair and his men are getting more and more numerous. Through those thick lenses, one could still see Gu Hui's eyes shining brightly. Si Jing, somewhat unable to interject, has been quietly listening, and now and then smile in response. Gu Hui looked at Si Jing seriously, wiped his hand on his clothes several times, and carefully patted Si Jing's shoulder. "Shao Si, he has you in his heart." Si Jing tilted his head in confusion. Who? Who had him in mind again? Gu Hui had just opened his mouth when a man ran over panting. "Brother Gu, the boss wants you to go back." Sikio winked at him, now the one being called Brother Valley as well. "I see." Gu Hui scratched his head in embarrassment and said to Si Jing, "Shao Si, then I'll leave first. It's almost time, I should go back too." Si Jing also stood up and returned the mat to him. Gu Hui took the mat. "Good, then you note, be safe." Si Jing smiled and nodded, watching Gu Hui leave. The weather was getting a little hotter, and Si Jing had a slight cleanliness fetish, disliking the feeling of being covered in sweat. If he sweats outside, he will definitely take a bath, and then he will definitely be bullied again after washing. He was about to go back, but a familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. "Little mirror. Who is it?" Chapter 28. The old attacker asked me if I was big, and I said, "Like big." Mei Songxue picked up the stairs and greeted him with a smile. "Little mirror, long time no see." The face was still the same, but every move was more subdued and impenetrable. It was as if something had stimulated him during the months that Si Jing had left, becoming more and more like the stubborn and thin-skinned protagonist in the original. "Yeah, it's been almost a month." Si Jing froze and nodded his head, inexplicably feeling an extra trace of oppression on Mei Songxue, and subconsciously took half a step backward. Still, he was happy to see Mei Songxue again. On their first day in prison, they said they would be good roommates, but they didn't expect to be separated on the second day. "How have you been doing? I told Susanna to send some snacks and fruits to you and Gu Hui." Mei Songxue's heart warmed up as she listened, automatically ignoring the word Gu Hui at the end and just assuming that Si Jing was specifically asking someone to send him fruits to eat. Xiao Jing cares about him. After saying that, Si Jing, however, blushed a little, embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I forgot, you're Boss Mei now." "What Boss Mei?" Mei Songxue also laughed, suddenly close, "It's your puppy." Si Jing's face exploded red, completely unable to fight against such Mei Songxue. "What are you talking about? What puppy?" Mei Songxue gazed at him tenderly, her face blithe, as if she had never said anything blush-inducing. Si Jing felt like he was getting cooked, it was so hot. "Is little mirror getting rusty with me? She doesn't even call me Songxue anymore." Those dark, sunken eyes surprisingly hid a bit of paranoia, and although he was smiling, his eyes had a kind of inorganic, frenzied desire. Si Jing's slender eyelashes trembled, revealing a sense of vulnerability that could be picked up by others, and his glazed, clear-cut autumn pupils looked away evasively. "How come there is no rustiness, Songxue? I just feel that you seem to be different from before." The youth explained seriously, her pretty eyes with confusion, her vermilion lips opening and closing like sweet soft jelly. The demeanor was purely childish and seductive. It took Mei Songxue a great deal of effort to force her gaze away from his lips and steady her mind to listen to him. He smiled brightly and moved a few moments closer, so close that he could smell the jasmine scent on the youth. "Really, so tell me, little mirror, what's different?" Si Jing circled around Mei Songxue, carefully sizing her up, not missing a single detail, almost sniffing with her nose. Mei Songxue's prison uniform was quite broad, it didn't look like she had been wearing it for a long time, and it was obvious that she had changed into a clean set of clothes to come over. Even the black, hard hair was wet, and the roots were distinct, so it looked like it had been rinsed. He smelled faintly of soap all over him, like a youthful, energetic male college student. The temperament is crisp and clean, like a proud snowflake plum blossom, really like his name. Si Jing pondered for half a day and said with certainty, "You changed your clothes and washed your hair." Mei Songshue couldn't help herself. "Is this what you mean by different?" After pondering for so long with a serious face, the stupid cat finally came to the surprising conclusion that his clothes and hair were different. When he was in the square, he was surrounded by prisoners who were living and dying, and the clamor of shouting. The killing and violence didn't let calm the dry fire in his heart. Until he snapped his head back and crashed into those calm, watery eyes, clear and distinct eyes that just looked into his heart. He was so excited that he couldn't stand up a bit and immediately went to take a shower and changed into new clothes, not wanting him to smell the dirty blood and sweat. Mei Songshue smiled a svelte smile, but unfortunately it was just a disguise for this jackal. As soon as he lowered his head, in front of him was the youth's polished jade-like forehead. "Is that all that was found?" Si looked around like he was burned, but his eyes were completely unfocused. His tongue tied. "Aha!" Si Jing couldn't say it, but Mei Songshue understood. In fact, he hadn't changed anywhere, he was already like this, he just didn't want to play nice anymore. Previously in front of him to play innocent, just want to coax him to share some more eyes in favor. But in the end, his baby was snatched away by someone else, and he couldn't even see a glance. When he thought of Si Jing smiling at someone else, showing a shy and helpless cute expression in front of someone else's eyes, he felt a blazing fire welling up in his heart. Si Jing could feel the moist sweat and the youthful scent of testosterone. Si Jing's brain went blank, and his long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. The strong sense of oppression forced the beautiful youth to keep retreating until his back was against the pillar. But the first thing he felt was not the cold hardness of the stone pillar, but an ironing warmth. A hand was patted on his backside, separating the coldness. Sikion lowered his head and pretended to stare at his toes. "Is it big? Does it look good?" Mei Songshue's long straight lashes tickled his cheeks like little brushes, with a low airy tone. Si Jing's eyes instantly widened and his body exploded. What the hell is he talking about? Being possessed by a ghost? Is this still the Mei Songshue he knew? He wanted to call the system out and ask if the protagonist's persona had collapsed. But since he entered the small world, the system had left him here to scatter. Mei Songshue circled his wrist and pulled it towards herself. "Do you want to take a measurement?" Si Jing couldn't break free and could only comply with his force. The touch doesn't seem right? Mei Songshue's light laugh fell on his ears like a small hook, transmitting a vigorous heartbeat. Si Jing unconsciously pinched twice, his skin was flat and his muscles were tough, and when he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of smiling eyes. It was only then that Si Jing realized that it was the abs. He was deliberately teasing him. Si Jing breathed a sigh of relief, at the same time the heart flooded with a fine sense of aggression, the upturned tail of the eyes with an innocent arc, the eyes dense layer of water vapor. The cool cypress fragrance is getting thicker and thicker. Si mirror like a frightened deer, watery eyes look around and see the square is not yet dispersed people. There are a lot of people. Mei Songshue noticed those lines of sight, and her slender fingers went through her hair and removed the jade hairpin. A head full of silver hair tilted, forming a natural curtain. "What are you doing?" Two familiar voices in the distance shouted out in unison. Accompanied by heavy footsteps coming this way, even the air seemed to condense. Si Jing's heart instantly lifted. The sounds of the waves and seagulls disappeared, leaving only his own thumping, panicked heartbeat in his ears. Those two voices. He could recognize even if he rubbed them together. It was Yan Qi and Lu Ruoshi. It's finished. Chapter 29, No He, the old attacker caught me doing something bad. Si Jing was confused in the wind, anxious like ants on a hot pan, incomparably pitifully thinking about what to say later. Didn't he say that as long as he stayed away from the main character, he would be fine? Why is it that he's obviously been away from Mei Songshue for a month, and his life is still a constant fixer-upper? The deal was that Mei Songshue was the main character, but for a month, he hadn't heard Mei Songshue's name from them once. That's not right. The footsteps were getting faster and closer. Si Jing was so anxious that cold sweat broke out, and his heartbeat was like a drum. They're coming. The two men's voices were so loud and accompanied by roars of extreme anger that it was impossible for Mei Songshue not to hear them. But he continued to do what he was doing. Just come on, mirror. Don't you think that makes it more exciting? Are you crazy? He suspected that this man was crazy, thanks to him previously thought he was an honest and good protagonist. Hoping that these people were treating him like a Sakura human pit. After so many days together, he thought that Lu Ruoshue and Yan Qi wouldn't do anything to him, but Mei Songshue couldn't say the same. Hopefully, he would still find it exciting when Yan Qi's fists hit him. Mei Songshue's afterglow looked at the two men walking over, the blaze in his eyes burning hotter and hotter, perverted possessiveness filling his heart. He gently touched Si Jing's thin eyelids, feeling that skin tremble lightly, like the shaking of a pine branch after snow. Mei Songshue, this is a naked provocation, he can really do not want to die. But it doesn't matter if Mei Songshue doesn't want to die, don't take him in. He only came out to see the seagulls, no one told him to fall into the Shura. Who informed him of this? Who the hell is in charge of this? Yan Qi and Lu Ruoshue came over in a furious manner, and the air around them seemed to freeze.
Si Jing felt that he was a small insect trapped in the turpentine. Just a few minutes seemed to have passed by billions of years, and he had already become a drop of amber. Mei Songxue remained unmoved, but he still managed to dodge nimbly out of the way when Yan Shi threw a punch. He also held the youth's hand as if no one else was there. The youth's other hand was immediately grabbed by Yan Shi, and he was awkwardly caught in the middle, in a dilemma. He looked to his left and then to his right. Can you guys? Let go of me first, ah. At least don't bring him along to fight, ah. His small body can't stand this. Facing him, Yan Shi suppressed his anger and very reluctantly revealed a smile that he thought was gentle. In reality, it was better to not smile at all. It looked even worse than crying. Feeling the youth's nervous trembling, he gently squeezed the soft palm flesh. Be good and don't be afraid, it won't hurt you. Yan Shi took a few steps closer to Si Jing and raised his hand. Si Jing was startled, thinking that he was going to hit him, and pathetically dodged, but he couldn't avoid it with his hand being yanked. Can only stand in place, pitifully hanging his head. His eyes seeped out of the mist of tears, coloring his eyelids red. However, how could Yan Shi spare to hit him? He lifted up Si Jing's face, his thumb lightly touching at the corner of his mouth. Confirming that there was no broken skin or injury, it was only because the teenager's lips were like vermilion, and the flesh of his lips was tender, that it looked as if blood had been spilled. Yan Shi's chin raised, looking at Mei Songxue with the gaze of a dead man, coldly said, "Let go of him." Mei Songxue disregarded his threat, her gaze falling on Si Jing's slender waist. He had a strange obsession with Si Jing's waist, finding that narrow little section beautiful as hell. He let go of Sikyo. Their business shouldn't have spilled over to Sikyo. Lu Ruoxue hadn't said a word the whole time, his body exuding an extremely cold chill, as if he was an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. He had been observing their every move, and after seeing Yan Shi go to touch the corner of Si Jing's lips to confirm that there was nothing wrong, he let out a subtle breath of relief. The moment Mei Songxue let go of Si Jing, he picked the person up. Si Jing didn't even see how he instantly came over, and the next second he landed in a warm embrace. Lu Dai stroked Si Jing's head as if he was a precious rare treasure. And he was the evil dragon, carefully hiding this treasure in his cave. Good boy, we have some business to attend to, you can go back first, we don't want to scare you. The rimless glasses glinted ticklishly in the sun, making the man look svelte and cool. Although the air pressure around him was extremely low, Si Jing unexpectedly felt somewhat safe inexplicably. His father and uncles all wore glasses. They were all very nice people, they all had a sense of gentleness and elegance and were very nice to talk to, so he had a good impression of people who wore glasses. Under the same conditions, he would be more willing to trust the person wearing glasses. He pinched the corner of Lu Ruoxue's coat and pleaded in a thin, soft voice. "Ruoxue, don't kill him." Lu Ruoxue's eyes suddenly darkened, tumbling with heavy killing intent. He didn't say whether it was okay or not, he just rubbed the youth's hair that felt so good in his hands. "First go back and rest for a while, it will be fine in a while." After saying that, he gave a wink to Yan Shi, who pulled out a key from his pocket and threw it over. Lu Ruoxue raised his hand to catch it and put the key into Si Jing's hand. "Go on." Si Jing knew that his staying here wouldn't be of much use and could possibly make the situation worse, so he had no choice but to leave the place. Si Jing turned his back to a few people and walked down the steps one step at a time, his long silver white hair gently lifted up with the breeze, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of it. Behind him gradually came a sound, as if pounding on Si Jing's heart, his body trembled delicately. The sound grew louder and louder, it was a fist-to-flesh blow that did not mix a bit of water or leave a bit of mercy. Without a word, the three men silently inflicted insane violence, as if what was opposite them was not a human being, but a sandbag without breath. Mei Songxue was crazy and resistant, and they were sort of a chess match. Unlike the other prisoners, he dies after a few hits. As Sigid walked to the center section, he smelled the stench of blood, not sure whose it was, maybe all three had bled. Si Jing's colorful little face whitened for a few moments and quickened her steps. The sound of kicking and punching behind them faded away, and Si Jing had already walked into the long corridor on the first floor. The dappled light hit him, the bright sunlight was cut off, and what was also cut off was the tragic scene on the steps. Si Jing inserted the key into the lock hole of 102, and his hand shook several times before he opened the door. He rushed into the dining room just as he entered and got himself a glass of lemonade to press down, his grip on the covers tightening. The water trembled lightly and unceasingly. The more he thought about it, the more he panicked, and after drinking the water, he went back to the bedroom and took out the pager that Toki Solve had given him earlier in the nightstand. His slender fingers pressed on the orange communication button, but hesitated to press it. Chapter 30, I'll save the old attacker when he gets beaten up, always a good roommate. Sikyo didn't know if calling Susanna Toki was good or bad. He understands that Solve is no less possessive of him than anyone else, and seems to have a history with Mei Songxue. If Susanna came over and joined the fray instead of helping to talk it out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mei Songxue was lucky to be able to survive on his own against Yan Shi and Lu Ruoxue, but if he had added Susanna to the mix, he would have died for sure. Si Jing could see that Yan Shi and Lu Ruoxue were both rich and powerful people, and even had a huge chain of influence behind them. Mei Songshua, on the other hand, was penniless and had nothing, so even if she died in their hands, no one would pursue the blame.
But besides Susanna Toki, it seems that no one can save Mei Songshua.
The three men on the steps were fighting in a ball, and there was no way that no one could have seen such a big commotion, except that no one would have dared to care if they did. The three people are all hung with colors, especially Mei Songshua. He really deserved to be evaluated as a capable fighter by Lu Ruishue, and he was able to hold up even in a 1-on-2 match. Only the corners of his mouth were oozing bright red blood, dripping onto the ground, slowly gathering into a small blood puddle. Lu Ruishue stopped his hand at a certain gap. After Si Jing left, his whole body was like he had unlocked some kind of seal, exuding a heavy murderous aura.
Yan Shi looked back at him suspiciously. Hey, why don't you stop fighting? Softened heart?
He felt funny even thinking about it. How could Lu Ruishue have a soft heart? He had a criminal personality and severe mania, and once he fought, he would definitely want to kill someone. Lu Ruishue turned his neck, making the sound of bones moving wrongly, and he glared at him with an eye blade, his long, blood-stained fingers pressing on the mirror frame. Yan Shi's eyebrows moved slightly, revealing a trace of imperceptible tension, also stopped his hand and laughed.
You're not so bad, are you sick again?
Mei Songshua mortared the ground with one hand and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Lu Ruishue's movements, her scarlet tongue licked the corner of her lips, and her voice was a little weak.
You come and beat me to death. Yan Shi, Lu Ruishue, calm down.
It doesn't matter if Mei Songshua dies, but I'm only afraid that Lu Ruishue won't be able to control himself after killing him and make a scene again, which would be very difficult. Lu Ruishue rubbed the cold metal mirror frame and only said one sentence, blocking Yan Shi into speechlessness. He touched the little mirror. Yan Shi couldn't say a word, turned his back, and waved his hand as if he hadn't seen it.
If Susanna sure knows, don't say I saw it. Ding!
There was a cold grunt from behind, and the sound of metal hitting the ground. Lu Ruishi folded up his glasses and dropped them on the ground, the crystal lenses reflecting harsh light. The man's eyes were scarlet, and the bottom of his eyes was an inorganic pallor, as if he was some kind of dead thing, without a trace of liveliness. The blood-stained hand trembled slightly, a fine tremor of excitement to the extreme and difficult to suppress, as if a bloodthirsty beast.
When Susanna Toko came with her men, she saw a hell of a scene.
Yan Shi's hands were sore from beating people up, and his neck was craned back as he lazily leaned against the steps. One leg flexed, the other hand removed the platinum wine pot at his waist and daintily poured wine into his mouth. Beads of sweat dripped down his crushed hair, glistening in the sunlight, making him look suave and boyishly reckless. If one ignores the long, snaking trail of blood on the tiered steps. On the highest step, the man who had fallen on his back was already out of breath, his face like gold paper, his lips bloodless. Blood was dripping out from underneath his body, flowing from the highest step all the way to Susanna's feet. Susanna's throat tightened, and she tucked Siki on, who had followed her aside, behind her, so that she wouldn't let him see such a bloody scene. But Sujetsu had already seen it, and he was so frozen with fear that even his reactions were slowed down. Obediently, he let Susanna take him behind him, but the scene was deeply imprinted in his heart. He knew that the person lying there was Mei Songshua, who didn't look like she was breathing at all, and was just lying there quietly, being brutally beaten. Even more terrifying than Mei Songshua's current appearance was Lu Ruishue. Si Jing knew that he was cold and thin-skinned, a very cold character, but he had never seen him look so gloomy and violent. Even though Mei Songshua was already lying there unresponsive, Lu Ruishue still didn't stop, lifting up his collar, his fists raining down. He hit people with madness and viciousness, his upper body didn't make any unnecessary movements, and he solidly punched on people's bodies. He suddenly remembered the first time he met Lu Ruishue. At that time he was also like now, without his glasses, covered in blood, his cold and hostile phoenix eyes facing him straight on.
Wearing glasses and not wearing glasses, Lu Ruishue is simply two people. With glasses on, he is cold and thin, and with glasses off, he is a bloodthirsty god of murder.
Susanna, little mirror, you stay here first, don't go up. Timothy Solve rubbed his brow in annoyance and patiently tapped Skeletor on the shoulder. He really regretted bringing Si Jing here, but he couldn't stand his kitten-like pampering.
Who knew that Lu Ruishue had taken off his glasses?
If he had known, he would not have agreed to Si Jing to come over. Susanna glanced at the glasses that were thrown aside by Lu Ruishue, and led the people to walk up quickly. When Yan Shi saw him, his narrow eyes narrowed, and he raised his jug at him, his voice ghostly cool. Supervisor Toki, would you like some? With an icy gaze, Timothy chided, pointing at the passing water of the building. Yan Shi, why didn't you watch over him? Yan Shi poured a mouthful of wine, smiled, spread his hands and said regretfully, don't be angry, Supervisor Toki, I couldn't beat him off. Tim Soller felt a headache as soon as he saw this smirking Yan Shi. It was just a ghost story. Even if no one could stop Lu Ruishue when he was sick, it wouldn't have been completely impossible to stall him if Yan Shi had stopped him with all his might. He was clearly doing it on purpose. If Mei Songshua's horrible injuries weren't his handiwork, Susanna wouldn't believe it. Susanna stretched out her finger and gave Yan Shi 2 warning nods in the air. Lu Ruishue mechanically lifted his fist, as if it was programmed to never stop until the man on the ground broke. However, his blood-drenched fist suddenly stopped in mid-air. Lu Ruoxue coldly turned back, in his eyes was undisguised killing intent. Susanna Shura grabbed his wrist, veins bulging on his arm, and looked at him with the same icy cold sidelong glance.
Lu Death, don't be mad. Lu Ruoxue's face was expressionless as he jerked his wrist back.
Of course, Tim Solve couldn't catch him. At this time, if Lu Ruoxue didn't let out that burst of tyrannical madness, no one could stop him.
Susanna could only continue to block. Lu Ruoxue, this person can't die, he is very important.
He's the top hacker, orders from above, told him to stay in Pascal and do his job.
You can't disregard the Federation's interests, it would be a great loss to the Federation if he died. Lu Ruoxue was completely deaf, his eyes were blood red, the python pattern running from his waist to the back of his shoulders was dripping with blood, making it even more hideous and bizarre. Susanna Toki was able to fight back, and finally had no choice but to shout out. Little Mirror is still down there, do you want to scare him?
At these words, Lu Ruoxue finally reacted, his dark, dead eyes rolled, the blood color in his eyes faded, and he slowly withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Susanna Shura hurriedly signaled the prison guards around him to take Mei Songxue away. Several people 7 hands and feet to Mei Songxue frame up, he is very seriously injured, it is estimated that the cure is also a vegetable. The prison guard drove Mei Songxue down the steps, Si Jing hurriedly and anxiously ran over, the jasmine aroma actually washed away the unpleasant smell of blood quite a lot. That just like a dead dog's man miraculously opened his eyes, the division mirror wryly smiled, thin lips open and close, eyes as bright as stars. Little Mirror, I won the bet, you care about me. Si Jing didn't know what kind of nonsense this person was talking about when he was like this. He couldn't care less about the blood stains all over Mei Songxue's body, and his small hand wiped away the blood on his lips, tears falling from his eyes. You quickly stop talking, heal your wounds properly. Unexpectedly, Mei Songxue suddenly grabbed his hand, an excited light flashing in her eyes.
Little Mirror, betting that you would find someone and come to my rescue, I won the bet. You're really crazy. Si Jing muttered, and what if I didn't save you? Then I would have lost to be able to see and meet you once, it's not a loss, I've earned it.
Mei Songxue's pupils were gradually expanding, with a look of a dying man, favoring himself without a care in the world.
As if his life is for today's capricious gamble. Gambling with his life that Sikion's heart hurts him. Si Jing gently lowered his eyes, don't you feel pain?
Mei Songxue firmly shook her head. Si Jing's fingertips trembled as they touched the arch of his eyebrows, and his soft pink lips uttered all the words he loved to hear. How could he be in pain, happy all happy? Si Jing gave a light laugh and slowly withdrew his hand. Yes, you win, go on. Mei Songxue didn't have the strength to speak anymore, holding on to his breath to see Si Jing. He finally fainted and let the prison guards take him to the prison doctor.
Chapter 31 I had a dream, the old attack tattoo seems to be alive. Although the storm is over, but right now there is still a big trouble, that is, Lu Ruoxue. Lu Ruoxue on the steps stood quietly, as if the calm before the storm, secretly surging with extremely dangerous information. Regardless of what Yin Qi and Xixiang said, he remained impassive, his gaze calm and obstinate as he gazed at Si Jing. Tim Solar waved to Skeleton, signaling him to return to 102 first. The Lu Shixue who had just been forcibly brought back to his senses from his morbid state was dangerous, and he could not let Sikia touch the current Lu Shixue. Si Jing looked worriedly for a couple of moments, but still obediently went back. Although Lu Ruoxue and Yan Qi also had some injuries on their bodies, compared to Mei Songxue, the two of them were much better off. The big deal would be to bandage them both up later. Lu Ruoxue's gaze followed that moon-white back. As Si Jing's figure turned through the plaza's gate and disappeared into the long corridor on the first floor, his eyes returned to dead silence. Yan Qi and Timothy looked at each other and combined their efforts to pull him back to 101. Yan Qi strained to tug at Lu Ruoxue and turned to Tim Solve. If he's like this now, he should be locked up in the brig, go to his own room. What if he comes out mad? Timothy said as he carried his other arm. There are people in all the confinement cells, a while ago there were inmates causing trouble you forget, and they're all still locked up in there. Yan Qi didn't say anything else, if he put Lu Ruoxue in there, those prisoners might not even survive. When he was at the door of 101, Susanna Shura tugged on Lu Ruoxue's arm and pressed the glasses he had dropped into his palm. Don't come out tonight, don't scare Little Mirror. Lu Ruoxue paused for a moment, like a ruthless killing machine, only when he heard Si Jing's name would there be a glimmer of light in his eyes. The room was dim, the curtains were drawn dead tight, and Lu Ruoxue just slowly walked in, blending in with the dull darkness. The two men closed the door for him, and then the sound of wrestling came from the room. Like porcelain breaking, and the muffled sound of a blunt object hitting the walls and floor. Timothy's brow furrowed, but Yan Qi looked indifferent. It's no big deal, just let him finish venting and he'll be human again the next day. Susanna didn't say anything, took out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to Yan Qi, who waved his hand. No more cigarettes, Little Mirror doesn't like it. Timothy laughed softly and put the cigarette back, not smoking it himself, and opened his mouth. It says there's a bunch of new people coming in a while. Yan Qi leaned against the wall, playing with a jade hairpin in his hand, his eyes deep and focused, as if he were stroking the youth's long hair.
This was something that had just been rummaged out of Mei Songshua's coat pocket, and that person had even tried to sneakily smuggle in Xiao Jing's things.
He lazily laughed. Just come, you've never seen a newcomer? He retrieved the jade pin and patted Timothy's shoulder. You're pathetic enough if you ask me. You're a good inspector, yet you were sent undercover. Although you succeeded, you've gotten into a lot of trouble with your enemies. If I were you, I'd probably have gone crazy a long time ago. Susanna brushed his hand away, not a trace of emotion in her voice. I'm an inspector, and I'll do anything for the Federation. He was already being hunted down off the island by a coalition of all the Federation's gangs, and a bounty had been placed on one of his heads to an astronomical amount. Good thing the Federation hadn't given up on him and made him the warden of Pascal Prison. This place is far away from the outside world, and ordinary enemies can't kill their way in, so it's also a kind of protection for him. Good justice, Inspector Tim. Yenshi smiled. You said that the next batch of newcomers have problems. What are the problems?
Susanna Toki looked down, hiding the emotions tumbling under his eyes. It had been years since anyone had called him Inspector Toki. All those years as an undercover agent, his men called him Boss Tim, and when he came to Pascal, the inmates jokingly referred to him as King Tim Yama. The name Inspector sure seems to be gradually weathering and turning yellow with the years, and even he himself can hardly remember it. When Susanna had no cigarettes in her hand, she always felt a little uncomfortable, so she had to rub the baton on her waist and said in a deep voice, "The news from above said that it should be rushing at me. I'm afraid that the future is not peaceful." Yenshi was unimpressed. What's there to worry about? Didn't many people come here to seek revenge in the past, and didn't they still die?
Susanna, I heard that the person who came here this time is a bit capable.
Yenshi raises an eyebrow and turns away, saying lightly, "Don't worry, with Lu Ruoxue and I here, you can't die."
He swaggered back to his room, leaving Timothy alone in the corridor.
The moment he entered, Solve called out to him, "Come to the interview room later."
Yenshi nodded. Good.
For so many years in Pascal's prison, he, Lu Ruoxue, and Timothy Solar had always maintained a delicate balance. Susanna's Pascal's prison had provided a place of cleanliness and freedom for him and Lu, and they had cleared him of anyone who came to the prison with an agenda. This way, Pascal's days could go on so peacefully. Yenshi unscrewed the lock on the door, and as soon as he entered, he saw the little beauty nestled on the sofa, wrapped in a thin fleece blanket, like a powdered doll. As soon as she saw him come in, she looked at him blearily, her big eyes like jewels stained with water mist. Yenshi walked over, the back of his hand pressed against Si Jing's snow-white little face, testing the temperature. "What's wrong, cold?" Si Jing shook his head, slightly inclined his head, rubbing his face gently on his hand twice, like a sticky kitten. Yenshi laughed. "Why are you suddenly well-behaved like this? You're scared." Si Jing nodded dully, looking stunned, his small white hands clutching the edge of the fleece blanket.
How are they? Lu Ruoxue is fine. Mei Songshuo is also quite good.
Yenshi had wanted to say that Mei Songshuo might die, but looking at the little beauty's face of nervousness and fear, he still turned his words around and lied.
Good boy, I'm going out later, and I won't necessarily be back at night.
Si Jing nodded knowingly. I can do it myself." Yenshi sighed. "How can I walk if you're like this?" "Good boy, if you're bored you can go out and play for a while, but don't ever go to Lu Ruoxue's room." After all, the current Lu Ruoxue was extremely dangerous, with almost no sanity to speak of.
"I know."
Sikio pouted his red lips and gently blew on the fur around the locking edges of the fleece blanket. Doing something weird when he was scared would make him feel safe. "I'll go then, you be good." Yenshi left with large strides, leaving only Si Jing to remain in the room. Si Jing was feeling a little tired, having gotten so many scares in one morning. He wrapped his blanket around him and drifted off to sleep. He had a dream in which a huge black python wrapped itself around his calf, the slightly hardened scales of its tail tip cutting delicately into his delicate skin. The python hissed and spat, its fangs pressing gently against his carotid artery, its moist fangs leaving sticky watermarks on his skin. It was as if it was about to pierce his thin skin and swallow him whole in the next second.
"Don't!" Sujetsu was jolted awake, cold sweat dripping down his pretty jaw and into the nook of his collarbone. Her curly eyelashes fluttered, stuck in clusters by sweat and tears, and her cheeks looked pathetic with the flushed red of sleep and the marks of the sofa cushion embroidery. Luckily it was a dream. But it was too real, and to this day the touch of the tip of the python's teeth in the dream still lingers on his skin, like a vicious thorn in his nerve. He even remembered the appearance of that python, which seemed to be the one tattooed on the building's passing water. Chapter 32, Old Attacker played drunk and made me drink with him. Si Jing sat up with a palpitating heart. Although he was still a bit tired, he no longer dared to sleep for a while, for fear of having that weird dream again. There are times when dreams are linked together. It was getting late. Si Jing looked at the golden sunset outside the window. It seemed that he had slept for a long time. He gathered the blankets around his body and turned on the TV, which had Maka Baka playing on the big screen, so that would make him less scared. A short time later, Sikion's stomach had just growled when there was a knock on the door of his room. "Mr. C, dinner is ready." "Okay, just leave it at the door." Si Jing climbed up from the sofa in a single bound and stepped on his slippers to walk over. The corridor was silent, leaving only the sound of the chef's fading footsteps. Sigit pushed the small food cart in. Today's dinner was bird's nest sweet soup, crystal shrimp dumplings, a dish of wujiang fish, and the aromatic and dense 8 treasures tofu casserole. The aroma of the food filled the entire room, hooking Si Jing's cravings as well. He didn't choose to go to the dining table when he was eating by himself. He placed his meal on the coffee table and nestled himself into the couch, watching TV while he feasted. Even though Yan Shi had already explained that today's dinner would be eaten only by Si Jing, the dinner delivered by the kitchen was still a generous portion. Si Jing was very famous throughout the entire prison and was the white moonlight in the hearts of many. Including today's head chef. Even if Si Jing eats alone, he has to portion out a lot of food, fearing that he won't get enough to eat. Si Jing tried his best to eat, but he still couldn't eat any more after eating half of it. He collected the food on the table and put it back on the food cart, which would be collected by a special person after a while. He ate a little too much because he didn't want to waste too much food. Si Jing turned off the TV and was going to walk around the yard to kill some food and feed the goldfish. Just strolling in the yard, there was no need to dress so tightly, so he changed into lighter clothes. Underneath, he only wore a simple pair of silk shorts with a dark butterfly pattern and small pearls adorning the locks. The rounded pearls created shadows on the snow-white skin, making the beauty look bejeweled and beautifully eye-catching. The upper part of her body was wearing a small coat of suzhou embroidery, the inner layer of which was the finest suzhou embroidery, with a layer of fragrant cloud veil on the outside. The embroidery is 100 butterflies wearing flowers. The butterflies and flowers are lifelike and the craftsmanship is exquisite. If someone else wore this kind of outfit, it might look a bit unorthodox, but Si Jing wore it with just the right amount of ease and playfulness. Si Jing stood up and went out the door, pushing the food cart outside, so that if someone came later, they could just take it away without having to knock on the door. The corridor was cooled, quiet and silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Lu Ruoshui's 101 was on the opposite side of Yan Shi's room, and it was so quiet inside that not even a trace of light leaked out of the cracks in the door. Today in the square, he looked at Lu Ruoshui that looked very wrong, some hidden worry, do not know how he is now. But both Susanna Shur and Yan Shi had specifically instructed him that he must not go to Lu Ruoshui's room. Si Jing had always been an obedient man, he would not do anything dangerous, just go to the courtyard to get some air. After he glanced at the door of Lu Ruoshui's room, he averted his eyes and took a step to prepare to go to the courtyard. However, Si Jing did not notice that the door of that room, which was originally tightly closed, had opened a small crack at some unknown time. The boundless darkness within the door permeated out, forming a well-defined shadow. It hit Si Jing's snow-white ankles, coloring him dirty little by little as the youth walked. Like a ghostly hand reaching out from inside that door, it was about to drag this pure and harmless beauty into a dark hell that could never be escaped from. Well, Si Jing had just walked through the door of 101 when his wrist was violently yanked by someone who was so strong that he couldn't break free at all. He could only allow himself to be dragged into that dark room. The door slammed shut with a thud. Si Jing instantly fell into the arms of a drunken man and then was pressed against the door. Si Jing's heart was beating like a drum, gasping in panic, like a small animal that had fallen into a trap, dropping tears pitifully and helplessly. The person in front of him was covered in a strong odor of alcohol, and his breath was scorching hot. Si Jing reached out and pushed him. Lu Ruoshui. Are you drunk? Not hearing an answer, there was only the other party's scarlet eyes in front of him. Si Jing was terrified. The dream he had not long ago miraculously overlapped with the current scene, only one was a snake and the other was a human. But this person was not much less dangerous to him than the python. The room was full of the odor of spirits, and there was no telling how much the man had drunk. Si Jing looked into the hazy moonlight and saw that there seemed to be something on the floor glistening, probably a wine bottle or something like that. Little mirror, don't be afraid of me. Lu Ruoshui pinched him almost paranoidly, wrapping him tightly like a poisonous snake so that there was not the slightest possibility of him escaping. In fact, Si Jing knew that he could not escape. Lu Ruoshui could kill him more easily than strangling an ant. He raised his still trembling hand and struggled to look at his state in the darkness. Ruin, why did you drink so much? Did you have dinner? Lu Ruoshui's movements were lurched. The youth was obviously already scared, yet he was still concerned about him. Lu Ruoshui was much taller than Si Jing. He could only bend down to see the youth's expression. His shoulders and back were broad and sturdy, blocking Si Jing's slender body. From behind, it was completely impossible to see that there was a pearly beauty in front of him. Little mirror, I'm drunk, don't be afraid. Lu Ruoshui now looks very scary. Only Si Jing realized that his mind is now like a child's. He will only stupidly repeat calling him, don't be afraid. The sober Lu Ruoshui would never be like this. He did not write all his emotions on his face like Yan Shi did. He had a very heavy heart in a deep city, and would never reveal such an unreasonable childlike appearance. Lu Ruoshui's breath carried the smell of alcohol, and Si Jing felt his mind get a little confused just by smelling it. He gently patted the man's back, as if coaxing a child. Ruoshui, let go of me first, okay? The two can't just keep talking like this, can they? Little mirror, drink with me. Lu Ruoshui's dark eyes looked at him insistently. Si Jing helplessly tilted his head, revealing a fragile section of his neck, his eyes bright with the mist of undissolved tears. Ru Shui, you forgot that I don't know how to drink. Unfortunately, the current Lu Ruoshui's brain circuits were unusually simple, and when Si Jing refused him, he would only say it over and over again. The man stubbornly repeated, "Little mirror, drink with me." Chapter 33. The old attacker pretended to be drunk to lure me on the hook, and I directly bit the hook. With the current Lu Ruoshui is not clear reasoning, Si Jing can only compromise. Okay, just drink a little bit. Oh. The room was dim, but the general furnishings were still visible. It was really no wonder that Yen Qi had previously said that Lu Ruoshui's room was a coffin, but now it seemed really apt. The entire room was nothing but black and white, cold and unsympathetic, just like him as a person. Si Jing sighed in his heart and prepared to walk towards the sofa, but Lu Ruoshui suddenly stopped him. Si Jing turned back to look at him. What's wrong? Did he change his mind again? Don't want to drink anymore? There's broken glass on the floor. As soon as the words fell, Lu Ruoshui copied the bend of his knees and gently placed the man on the sofa. There was actually not only broken glass on the floor, but also many other pieces of furniture, a mess. He stood up and didn't even turn on the lights, which Si Jing offered to turn on, but he refused. Lu Ruoshui just avoided all the bottle shards and clutter and came to the wine cabinet. Si Jing was sitting on the sofa, his arms hugging his knees as he looked at Lu Ruoshui's blurry mass of a back and thought to himself that he really did look like a snake. The house was almost as good if not impossible to reach, but he was able to avoid all obstacles as if by virtue of some kind of beastly intuition. While Si Jing was fuming, Lu Ruoshui walked over, opened 2 bottles of wine, and poured them into a glass. He handed one of the cups to Si Jing. "My lowest degree wine here you go." Seeing that Si Jing was somewhat blushing, he added, "This one is sweet, you can drink it." Si Jing's beautiful eyes were like a spirited little fox in the dark night, looking at Lu Ruoshui's somewhat blurred face. He said he was good. He dragged people into the house in the middle of the night. To say that he is not good, he also knows to pick a wine with a low degree of alcohol. Si Jing took the cup with both hands and took a small sip, knowing that if he refused to drink it, Lu Ruoshui would definitely turn into a repeater again. It was indeed sweet, with an aroma of roses, not hard to drink, but for Si Jing, who never drank alcohol, it was still a bit spicy. Cough. He had just taken a sip when a nice pink color flared up on his neck, spreading all the way up to his cheeks, and his whole body looked like a ripe berry, oozing out sweet-smelling juice with a casual poke. Lu Ruoshui patted his back and worriedly said, "Joking, little mirror?" Si Jing shook his head and whispered, "Ruoshui, you're spilling your wine." Lu Ruoshui looked at the wine that was about to spill in his hand, and blamed Si Jing's scarlet face for being too cute. He finally let go of his hand and sat beside Si Jing. Those ice-hardened eyes stared straight at him, looking at Si Jing as if he was a scared bird, fidgeting. You drink ah. He said that he was drinking with him, but Lu Ruoshui only drank 1 sip, and the rest of the time was all staring at Si Jing. From his angle, he could see that Si Jing's shorts only reached above his knees, and his well-proportioned and supple legs were sitting on their sides in a disciplined manner. The legs were snow-white and smooth, and seemed to be seducing people to leave all sorts of marks on them. Lu Ruoshui instantly felt as if the wine in his mouth burned, choking his nose with spiciness, and smoked his eyes to a reddish color, revealing a heavy color of lust and drunkenness. He intercepted and picked up the stunned beauty, put down the wine glass in his hand, and walked towards the bedroom. Si Jing's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't resist, and only asked softly, "Ruoshui, aren't you going to drink? Drink something else." Lu Ruoshui's voice was hoarse, and the jasmine scent on the youth's body was all tinted with drunkenness, like a cup of mellow jasmine wine. Si Jing did not know what he was going to take him to the bedroom to drink. He was already a little drunk, feeling dizzy. The person in front of him became a blurred void. "So drinking gets you drunk so fast?" The drunken little beauty was unusually well behaved and obediently sat still. Even though those long, bony fingers had already ruffled his coiled buttons, he was still looking at him with a pair of innocent, clear eyes. Looking at Lu Ruoshui's hands were in disarray. Si Jing tilted his head and looked at the man in front of him. Seeing that he couldn't undo a disc clasp even after working for a long time, he hooked his lips and smiled. "You're so stupid." Sikyo undid one of the disc buttons herself, and a small patch of smooth, snow-white skin was revealed. Lu Ruoshui's throat knot slid up and down quickly. Obviously he had already sobered up, but he still felt drunk. His fingers trembled slightly as they landed on the second button and spun around. He was torn up inside. If it went any further, everything was going to go in an uncontrollable direction. If it went up, he'd be able to button up Si Jing in no time and then pretend nothing happened the next day. But really thought about going crazy. This kind of thought is harder to control than his damn crazy disease. Ha! Si Jing's eyes became mesmerizing and moving as he watched the man's fingertips land on the second disc clasp, but was slow to move, laughing. "You still haven't learned?" He muttered about how stupid he was while sharply undoing the second disc clasp, his eyes brightly looking at Lu Ruoshui as if he was waiting for a compliment. "Little mirror, do you realize what you're doing? You know this little lab coat, there are only 7 buttons in total. Hell!" Lu died and pressed to withdraw a little, although he knew that Si Jing could not see, but he still did not want him to be frightened. After all, before, he had never liked a man either, and didn't know what Si Jing's level of acceptance was. Si Jing's clothes were scattered, revealing rounded shoulders and a large area of white skin. Lu Ruoxue shook his hands and gathered his clothes for him. The building passes away. He swears he gave Si Jing a proper rose. This wine he usually drank as a little sweet water. How did it turn into this when it came to Si Jing? And why is he so bold when he's drunk? I was just going to keep pretending to be drunk to tease him, but now it seems like it's about to get weird. He pressed down on Si Jing's fidgeting little hand, the look in his eyes incomparably serious. Little mirror, stop moving around. I want you to be awake and don't want you to regret it. Si Jing was so drunk that he shook his head in a haze, his voice slurred and soft, no regrets. He subconsciously thought of this place as a real scripted kill, and it was going to return to reality in the end anyway. Lu Ruoxue was so good looking, it wasn't impossible to see a little color every now and then, right? Anyway, he was drunk. Chapter 34, Old Attacker Likes to Feed Me. I'm so dizzy, but you're so pretty, Lu Ruoxue. For Si Jing, being drunk was truly an amazing feeling. The limbs were limp and uncontrollable, the mind was momentarily dizzy and momentarily sober. A jewel seemed to appear before his eyes, crystallized like the most translucent jade. He wanted to remove the gem, but his lightly trembling fingertips felt like they were being held by a crimson thread. Mirror, it's okay. The owner of the gem seemed to agree, and Si Mirror's watery eyes looked into those stern yet handsome eyes. Again, he felt that it was not a pair of eyes, but clearly a pair of prison of ice and fire, trapping him to death. His skin was frosty white in the watery moonlight, and a perfectly curved groove along his spine left a faint shadow. The misty moonlight stained the scarlet fingerprints. A protruding ridge, round and warm, yet very fragile. The beauty's pupils watched in bewilderment as a fine, crystalline bead of sweat dripped down the ends of his hair, stretching all the way down the grain of his muscles. Si Jing was lost in thought as he touched it, and it turned out that it wasn't a gem, it was a bead of sweat. Strange, how does the sweat bead have a temperature? So soft, so not a bead of sweat. Damn it, bullying him like that while he's drunk. Little mirror, can you call me? Si Jing's eyes reddened slightly as he swallowed his words. What said unclear, do not want it. Lu Ruoxue's wine was good, woke up without dizziness, last night's scene clearly replayed in his mind. He instinctively felt embarrassed, and thought to himself that he should continue to pretend to be asleep and forget about it, and just keep pretending until Lu Ruoxue left. You're finally awake, little mirror. Lu Ruoxue's low voice came from the top of his head. Si Jing. How did he find out he was awake? Si Jing didn't know, his face was now a March peach blossom pink, and his long eyelashes kept trembling, making it hard not to be noticed. Only he himself felt that he was just pretending. Lu Ruoxue had already called the kitchen to bring food. To this extent, Si Jing had to get up even if he didn't want to face it, and he slowly opened his eyes. Realizing that there was still some unfading worry between Lu Ruoxue's brows, his other hand reached out and placed a finger on the end of his nose. Si Jing was somewhat at a loss. What are you? As soon as he opened his mouth, he actually realized that the handful of warm, sweet, and soft voice was all mute. Si Jing. How can this be? Lu Ruoxue collected his hands and dialed the kitchen phone again. Add another silver ear and snow pear soup, 7 points hot. Lu Ruoxue put down her cell phone and finally leaned over to look at him as if she was relieved. In fact, he hadn't slept for the whole night last night. In the latter half of the night Si Jing passed out, and he had to get up repeatedly to take a shower. After taking a shower, he cleaned up the mess in the living room, and even changed the bed sheets. Like a dutiful donkey. Originally, these things would have been cleaned up with one phone call, but Lu Ruiz had to find something to do, otherwise he'd just be messing with his mind. Si Jing was sleeping quietly while he was humming and hawing and mopping the floor, his heart as sweet as a jar of molten honey. It was his own first time, and he was afraid that there was something wrong with Si Jing, so he watched him sleep for the rest of the night. In the morning, Si Jing slept too quietly and never woke up. Lu Ruoxue panicked and thought that he had died, and was about to probe his nostrils when he didn't expect the person to wake up. Lu Ruoxue drew on the warm, hot jasmine fragrance of his body and sounded like a child who had done something wrong. Little mirror, did I scare you last night? Si Jing nodded and shook his head again, honestly saying, a little in the front, not afraid in the back. At least it was a little better than he thought it would be. The two of them ate, and Lu Ruiz was overly careful with him, having to hand feed him before he was satisfied. Si Jing pushed his hand. I'm not a child anymore. He could eat on his own, and he liked to cook, and his cooking skills were excellent. But Lu Ruoxue was unmoved by his refusal and still insisted on feeding him. I like feeding you. He just hoped that in the future, when Si Jing thought about it, he would think that he was a good person and not forget about him. Though he didn't really think that Si Jing had a chance of escaping him. It was not good for Si Jing to continue to refuse, so he had to eat it in one bite, unconsciously wiggling his two long, white, well-proportioned legs under the table. Breakfast Si Jing ate a lot of food, and was watched by Lu Ruoxue to drink a big bowl of snow pear soup before finishing. Two people just finished eating breakfast, the door of the room was knocked, the strength of the force as if trying to unload the door with bare hands. Outside the door, Tim Solve and Yen Chi were in a hurry. Not only was the little cabbage they had been raising for a long time being arched, but they also knew the crazy Lu Ruishui too well. I wonder if it will hurt Si Jing. When they went back this morning, they found that Si Jing wasn't in 102, and the door to room 101 was closed, and there wasn't a sound from inside. After looking at the monitor, they realized that last night out for a walk, Si Jing was dragged into 101, and it was hard to imagine what would happen. The thought of how scared Si Jing would have been at that time, the two had a feeling in their hearts that their hearts were like knives. The two people's hearts seized up, and all that played in their minds were the images of Lu Ruishui abusing the prisoners. What was the difference between this and a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Susanna kicked the door of the room one by one. Her voice was cold with undisguised urgency. Lu Ruishui, open the door. Get out of the way. Yen Chi brushed him aside with one hand, dialing the safety of his pistol and aiming it at the door lock. Before he could pull the trigger, however, the door was pulled open. Lu Ruishui, who was wearing two huge black circles under his eyes, coldly locked eyes with the two men and gathered Si Jing behind him. The first thing that Timothy Solve looked at was Si Jing, who was wrapped in a fluffy plush bathrobe. It was because he wasn't very comfortable, so he wasn't wearing his own clothes. But the youth was all whiskered and unharmed, and his rosy pure whiteness was still dripping with the clear, watery juice of the sorbet soup. He didn't even know what kind of worry the two people outside had become. The youth's gaze was frank and gentle, with some childish innocence. You guys came over so early, did you have breakfast? He looked at the two panting, looking like they shouldn't have eaten, and stepped aside a bit. If you haven't eaten, would you like to have some together? Chapter 35, My Old Offense is Fighting Again. Seeing that Skeleton was fine, Susanna Toki's wildly beating heart finally calmed down a little. The Yen Chi pistol on the side had not yet been confiscated back, as if he had forgotten to react. The cascading marks on the youth's body had the crushing feeling of having been viciously bullied, piercing his eyes. Lu Ruishui, you deserve to die. Sensing that something was wrong, Timothy immediately stepped forward and picked up Si Jing. Instantly moving away from the two men, he then quickly covered his ears and turned his face towards himself. With a bang sound, a bullet grazed Lu Ruishui's ear and shot past, hitting the glazed flower window of the living room straight on. The expensive antique glaze shattered with a sound, filling the room with the smoky fragrance mixed with the nitrous smell of gunfire, somewhat choking people. Thanks to Lu Ruishui's timely judgment, ducked a little, otherwise now being opened a hole is his head. Yen Chi was extremely fast, a flying kick to Lu Ruishui's crotch. The latter reacted very quickly to avoid. Yen Chi, are you talking about rules? Shooting is fine, but how can you kick someone in the crotch? Yen Chi spun the gun in his hand around and looked at Si Jing, who was being protected by Susanna Shura, and gritted his teeth and laughed. You're the one who doesn't follow the rules. Yen Chi kicked again, kicking still the crotch. Do you know how to come first? Si Jing, who was playing ostrich in Tim Solve's arms with his ears perked up, buried his head even lower sheepishly. Go out and fight. Lu Ruishui sneered, only dropping a sentence, and didn't argue with him. After saying that, he dodged first and turned out. Yen Chi slapped his pistol hard on the table and followed closely after him. Now that the matter had come to this, it would be hard for him to resolve his hatred if he didn't beat up Lu Ruishui. Will something happen? Si Jing looked outside worriedly. Timothy's voice was calm, like he was surprised. No, they're just messing around. Although he was also angry at what Lu Ruishui did, he did not choose to join the battlefield. Out of the two childish people, there had to be a mature man, right? He wasn't like those two reckless men. Mindboy Susanna decided to take advantage of the two men fighting to leave a good image of maturity and stability in Sikyong's mind. After all, who could resist a good man with a calm and handsome sense of manhood? Si Jing will be convinced to nod his head. Oh. Well, it's good that it's okay. Accompany me to have some dinner. With a man's intuition about his love rival, he perfectly avoided Lu Ruishui's chair, sat on the chair where Si Jing had sat, and picked up the bowl in front of him. Si Jing's eyes widened. That's the bowl I used. Si Jing was about to bring him a new bowl that he hadn't used when Susanna caught his wrist. Don't bother, just make do. Susanna Toki said this with her mouth, but with her hands, she quickly served herself a bowl of rice, as if she was afraid that this bowl would be taken away from her. This was the one that Little Mirror had used, and it seemed to have been used for soup, with a faint scent of sorbet in it. When Susanna was so stubborn, Si Jing could only go along with him. But when Susanna, this person eating is also too serious, let him remember the big golden hair that was raised at home before. Every time the golden hair finished eating, it would lick its bowl clean. This bowl, now Timothy, cannot be said to be exactly the same, but only exactly the same. Hiss. Kinda know how to live? Soon, the sound of two people fighting outside attracted Si Jing's attention. Originally, the flower window of Lu Ruishui had a lot of richly designed concave and convex patterns, so it was reasonable to say that the outside could not be seen. But Yen Chi shattered the expensive customized glaze with a single shot, and the view instantly became transparent. Si Jing looked outside, rubbed his eyes, and turned his head skeptically to Susanna Shura. Are you sure? It's really okay? A long machete appeared in Lu Ruishui's hand at some point, the large blade snowy and bright, reflecting the harsh daylight.
Susanna Toki glanced at it and disinterestedly served a third bowl of rice. Well, it's called an inch long and an inch strong. Si Jing took a deep breath, however, this breath was not yet exhaled out before it was raised again. When did Yan Qi have an extra dagger in his hand? Timothy calmly turned his head back. It's okay, it's called an inch short. After another clean meal, he straightened his epaulets and then commented pertinently. They're still good fighters, unlike me, and I don't like violence. Sikio rubbed his face woodenly with a tired look. He really didn't quite understand this man's brain circuits. The point is this? The point was that it would kill people, okay? However, the result was as Susanna expected. The two of them only suffered minor injuries, but instead, it was the valuable flowers and plants in the yard that took it all. When the two came in, Susanna didn't even bother to look at them and made a direct call to the Internal Affairs Department, telling them to change a batch of flowers and greenery over. The Internal Affairs Department was originally the most idle department in the whole prison. Because Pascal Prison was built by the Federal General Police Department in conjunction with the Liu and Yin families, it used the best construction materials and generally had no problems. But I don't know why, but there were especially many things reported for repair on the first floor this while. Every time the people from the Internal Affairs Department went to the site to investigate, they would be shocked. It seemed as if the inside had gone through a world war, and a lot of the furniture had shattered into powder. What's this all about? It's so hard to guess. Yet when they looked at the little beauty, everything was answered. Oh, so it's for wife stealing, no wonder. 101 and 102 are almost on the verge of becoming a one-time renovation experience. A lot of the furniture furnishing Sujetsu can still be seen on the first day, and may be smashed to smithereens the next day because someone got jealous. In the meantime, the prison doctor's job was a lot easier. Before they had to come to the door to dress the wounds of the three men at every turn. The sense of oppression on them was so strong that every time the prison doctor was careful and cautious, not daring to breathe. But lately, I don't know what happened, but they hadn't seen these three people for a long time. Did they have other prison doctors out there? I wonder who's so lucky to be serving the three big boys, who are scary but generous in their outpourings. The jailscope medic, who was taking turns bandaging the three men every day, said, "Do you want this luck for you?" In these days, under the strong request of Lu Ruoshui, Si Jing had been living in 101. However, sometimes when Lu Ruoshui was called to the meeting room, Yan Qi would break the agreement and steal him back to 102 while Lu Ruoshui was away. This caused Lu Ruoshui to watch him so closely that he even had to accompany him when he went to the courtyard to feed the fish. Although he seemed cold as a person, he was always smiling when he was with Si Jing. Not at all spoiled, he would also praise the fish that Si Jing fed him for being fat and beautiful, the emotional value pulled full. In order to fire prevention and theft put Yan Qi, he looked for the Internal Affairs Department to customize a wooden sign to hang in the door. Yan Qi and dogs are not allowed to enter. The people in the Internal Affairs Department didn't dare to write this line, so the dragon-flying brushwork on it was written by Lu Ruoshui's own hand, and he was particularly satisfied with it. Si Jing also thought that his calligraphy was very nice, except that the content was a bit insulting. Unfortunately, this was no defense against Yan Qi at all. One night, Lu Ruoshui came back and found the house quiet. No need to think, the small mirror must be stolen by Yan Qi again. He angrily came to the door of Yan Qi's room and cursed asshole without mercy. Just as he was about to raise his foot to kick the door, he looked up and realized that there was a wooden sign hanging on the door. Bounce. A colorful grin gradually appeared on Lu Ruoshui's handsome face, a big one written on his face. 6. More than childishness, it was still Yan Qi who was superior, and he was willing to bow down. Chapter 36, As Little Red Riding Hood, I came to visit the sick old wolf attacker. For a while now, Si Jing realized that all three people had become particularly busy. When they came over, they occasionally smelled like disinfectant. Si Jing vaguely felt that something big might be about to happen in the prison, but he didn't bother to ask. He has always been very clear of his own position, this kind of thing beyond his ability he will not go more involved. However, he did have one thing he wanted to ask for their consent. You want to go see Mei Songxue? Upon hearing these words, Yan Qi looked at his eyes critically, trying to find some clues in them. Aha! Si Jing nodded his head in a small way, his excessively clean eyes limpid with water, making it impossible to refuse. Mei Songxue into the infirmary has been more than a week. He was injured so seriously, it is difficult not to let people worry. Especially the words he said before he left. Si Jing felt a sense of guilt every time he thought about it. Mei Songxue was even willing to bet her life on a single glance back from him. In the face of such a person, he couldn't do nothing, he should at least go and visit. Can I go see him? Si Jing carefully tugged on the corner of Yan Qi's coat. His dark, heavy eyes stared eerily at the youth for half a day before he finally spoke without meaning to. Okay, I'll take you there. Facing the beautiful eyes that instantly lit up in the upper mirror, Yan Qi stiffly coughed. Damn it, beauty can really compel people. Yan Qi suppressed the jealousy under his eyes and brought Si Jing to the second floor. Si Jing asked suspiciously, isn't the infirmary on the first floor?
He remembered that there was a place for hospitalization in the infirmary, and besides, Mei Songshue was so seriously injured that it wasn't convenient to move it to another place, right?
He's in 201 right now, Yan Shi replied succinctly. Sensing that Yan Shi was not so willing, Si Jing did not continue to ask.
He now had the illusion of bringing his husband to see his sick mistress. This feeling
is a bit subtle to steal emotions, and it is still in the face of the husband. Especially now that Yan Shi is still carrying the large fruit basket he brought to Mei Songshue in his hand, he is afraid that Si Jing will get tired if he carries it by himself. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the silent corridor, and Si Jing felt his heart beating a few points faster without even realizing it. Supervision Room 201 arrived quickly, and just as he walked to the door, he could smell the odor of disinfectant water escaping from inside. Yan Shi stopped at the door, his face sinking like water.
You go in and come out early, I won't go in.
He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist beating him up again, and then things would be in trouble.
Good.
Si Jing's hand was just resting on the doorknob when he was pulled again. He looked back in surprise. What's wrong? Yan Shi rested his chin on the top of his hair, his hands measuring his slender waist, just a handful to hold, jealous. Be good, don't let him touch you.
Got it.
Si Jing nodded amusedly, leaving a flamboyant smile, the side of his face tenderly rubbing against the man's cold white jaw. He felt that Yan Shi was thinking too much. What else could Mei Songshue do when she was so beaten that she couldn't even stand up? Si Jing reached out his small white hand and stroked his head, as if he was comforting a large dog.
All right, give me the fruit basket.
Yan Shi hesitantly handed it over to him, frowning in pain as he watched the walnut handle press a red mark into the youth's knuckles.
This is very heavy.
Sikio smiled and took it. It was a bit weighty, but not really that heavy. He was at least a man, not completely unable to lift his hands and shoulders. Under Yan Shi's lustful gaze, Si Jing pushed open the door and walked in. As the sound of the door closing resounded, Yan Shi's heart became as if it had been gripped tightly by a hand all of a sudden and then yanked out hard. But he couldn't stop Si Jing, because he wasn't a plaything, but a living, breathing human being.
Like the rooms on the first floor, 201, only Mei Songshue lived alone.
When Si Jing went in, the man was leaning on the bed with a calm brow, a computer resting on his knees, his hands flying over it. Mei Songshue's face was a little pale, and there was an obvious abrasion on the high bridge of her nose. It seemed to have been rubbed with potion, and the edges of the flesh-powdered wound glowed with a faint hint of yellow. He had lost a little weight, but his figure was still upright. It seemed to be in good spirits, and even with his clothes on he couldn't see the slightest hint of having been seriously injured. Obviously, it was so serious before, but in just a week's time, this person had recovered so quickly. Mei Songshue realized that Si Jing had come in at the first moment. He followed the sound and looked over, and between his four eyes was an undisguised amazement and longing. Clearly beautiful young people to meet the light, wearing a light green embroidered bamboo leaves long shirt. There is a kind of Republic of China period characteristic of the beauty of the ethereal. Originally, his attention was highly concentrated while working, and he would even sometimes not even realize that the prison doctor had walked up to him.
But Si Jing was different. He had a highly recognizable jasmine scent.
There wasn't a hint of aggressiveness, but it could easily make people fall, just like him as a person. Mei Songshue lost consciousness for 2 whole days, and the prison doctor almost gave a critical notice, regretfully informing the federal police department that they were about to lose a talented hacker. But 2 days later, Mei Songshue miraculously woke up, and then his body got better at a speed beyond normal human perception. Only Mei Songshue himself knew that the haunting jasmine fragrance lingered in his brain at all times during the chaotic days when he lost consciousness. Together with the person who smiled and said the sentence "you win," together pulled him out of the abyss of death. The name Si Jing has been deeply engraved into his bones and blood, living and dying together with him. He immediately turned off the computer and tossed it aside, his voice trying to be as casual and uninhibited as possible, but the slight tremor in the tail end of his voice still revealed his excitement.
"Little mirror, you came to see me." Si Jing walked over, looked towards the computer that was casually put aside, and smiled. "Well, am I interrupting your work? How come? I'm happy that you came to see me."
Si Jing put the fruit basket down. "I brought you some fruits, see if you like them."
"Like it, Little Mirror is really great, bringing all the ones I like to eat."
Mei Songshue didn't even look at it, her eyes were glued to Si Jing's body, as if in a second this person would turn into a butterfly and fly away.
Si Jing was silent for a second. "You didn't even look."
Mei Songshue was so excited that he couldn't control himself, his hand effortlessly propped up on the bed as if he was trying to stand up. Seeing this, Si Jing immediately walked over and sat on the edge of his bed, his hand pressed down on his arm, worrying between his brows.
"The injury is only just right, don't move."
Mei Songshue, who managed to be touched by Si Jing, smiled and curved her eyes, some sort of starry light, completely unlike someone who had just gotten out of a life-threatening situation. Si Jing obediently sat down, for eyes, the burning line of sight to see Si Jing a little embarrassed. Si Jing drew back his hand as if he had been burned, and Mei Songshue resumed his usual cloudy demeanor and asked an irrelevant question.
"What do you think of my room?"
Si Jing looked around, with transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, air conditioning, refrigerator and other appliances.
Although it was not as luxurious as the first floor, it was already very cozy and livable compared to the 719 he had once lived in. He smiled heartily. It's quite nice. Mei Songxue followed his words and laughed. I'll bring you over to live here in the future. Si Jing pursed his lips and revealed a shallow smile. He didn't really think that this kind of thing would happen, so he could only pay it forward. As if Mei Songxue could see what he was thinking, he didn't say anything more and raised his eyebrows rather confidently. Mei Songxue backhanded Si Jing's wrist. The suppressed aggression in her eyes was breathtaking. Songxue, Si Jing's pupils tightened, as if he was a scared bird, glancing toward the door in panic. He didn't come alone. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, fearing that Yan Shi would suddenly rush in and Mei Songxue would really live to see the end of her days. The force on Mei Songxue's hand was not heavy, permeated with weakness after a serious injury, almost just a weak grip. Si Jing was about to break away when he heard the man's aggravated and despondent voice. Little mirror, you clearly said that day that I won. Chapter 37, my voice is hoarse after talking to old Tackle for 3 hours. Si Jing climbed up in a messy manner, his originally silky silver hair sticking up in a tuft of dull hair, and the whole person looked meek and dull. Mei Songxue laughed happily. Little mirror was adorable. He was expecting to hear Little Mirror furiously calling him an asshole, but alas, he didn't. It was really too much of a polite kid to even curse yet. Good boy. Sikio's face turned red. What are you talking about? Mei Songxue licked the tip of her teeth and said with a hint of words, I like the fruit very much, thank you. A hot breath of musk and cold pine filled the air. Sikiong felt like his face was going to spontaneously combust if he stayed in this room any longer. He stumbled, that's fine, I'll leave first. After saying that, he didn't care about the response from across the room, and fled the room almost in a state of disarray. As if there was some kind of flooding beast chasing him from behind. Sikiong vigorously slammed the door shut and leaned his back against the door panel, pouring out his breath in panic. As soon as he looked up, he met Yan Shi's frantic pair of eyes, as if they were burning with fire. He didn't feel quite right. What's wrong? Yan Shi advanced instead of retreating, the tips of his shoes stepping forward, encroaching on the other's standing space. Si Jing felt like he was on his tiptoes, his backside pressed tightly against the door panel. What the hell is wrong with you? There was an extra large hot hand behind his waist, and Yan Shi's voice seemed to contain ice. I told you, don't let him touch you. Si Jing shuddered, recalling what had just happened. But did he dare to let Yan Shi know about this? Definitely wouldn't dare. Si Jing desperately shook his head. No. Really no? Yan Shi looked as if he didn't believe it, and his rough fingertips pressed against the knot of Si Jing's throat, gently tapping it. Then why is your voice mute like this? Yes? Sikio glanced around sheepishly. He remembered not shouting just now. But that was the way his voice was. Sometimes it would fill up and go mute even if he forced himself not to make a sound. We were just talking too much. Yeah? With his fragile throat pressed against him, Sikiong felt like he would crush his throat bones the next second. Yes. Yan Shi smiled grimly. 3 hours of chatting? Si Jing had a weak heart. Just now, Si Jing went in for too long, so Yan Shi went to the balcony to get some air. He kept his eyes on the 201 doorway, waiting for Si Jing to come out, but Si Jing never did. Si Jing completely closed his mouth and looked up in resignation, the foggy teardrops hanging on his long eyelashes, and the light fragrance was heavy in the air. Like a dying egret, he raised his scorched white snowy neck, the teardrops dripping down his cheeks onto Yan Shi's hand. Then you say what to do, you strangle me. Yan Shi wanted to laugh a little and was a little heartbroken, gently flicking the forehead of the youth who was waiting to die with his eyes closed. Forget it, scared of you. He wiped the man's tears and picked him up. Go back. He could never get the little mirror to do anything. I can come down and walk. Si Jing looked at Yan Shi with a my little Jasmine got licked by a dog expression and whispered. Yan Shi shook his head, his voice a little muffled. I'm afraid it's hard on you. Si Jing blushed and didn't say anything else. He was a little heartbroken for Yan Shi. It was all Mei Songxue's fault. He shouldn't have gone to bring him fruit. But it's not over yet. A very soft thud. Sigid asked, what did you say? Yan Shi only dropped a sentence. You know, when I first came to Pascal, they called me a mad dog. I have a lot of strength. Long ago memories began to surface, and Sikiong remembered the day he first came to the first floor. At that time, Lu Ruoshue said that Yan Shi didn't have much strength at first glance, and he didn't expect this person to be able to remember it until now. Si Jing nodded out of his intuition of danger. I believe you. But there's no need to prove it to me in any way. The latter half of the sentence was swallowed by Si Jing without saying it, and he believed that Yan Shi should be able to understand it. Yan Shi smiled without saying anything. If he was really that good at talking, he wouldn't have mixed up to become the boss of Pascal. Yan Shi brought the man back to 102, and everything seemed perfectly normal. He turned on the TV as usual. It still had the same cartoon playing on it and he hummed the theme song lightly. Si Jing felt that Yan Shi looked so normal now that it was a little weird. Sometimes the way he looked at him was unnerving. Si Jing cautiously watched the man. That look was too blunt and caught Yan Shi's attention long ago. What's wrong, little mirror? Is there something on my face? No, I feel like you're acting weird today. Yanqi took a sip of wine and laughed. Really, where is it weird?
Si Jing tilted his head and looked at him carefully for a couple of moments. It feels like you're particularly happy. Yanqi leaned back on the sofa, drawing out a hand and passing to gather Si Jing over as well, saying with intent. Really smart, a good boy. The thought of chatting with Xiao Jing for 3 hours later, I'm very happy. Si Jing shuddered violently. Now when he heard the words good boy, he was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He had never seen anyone more jealous than Yanqi. His face reddened to a watery color and he reached out to push him away.
No kidding, it's late, better go to bed.
Unexpectedly, Yanqi was really easily pushed away by him, the corner of his mouth picking up a meaningful smile.
Good, sleep. We really should sleep too.
Earlier, Yanqi took into account that he was naive and innocent, and at a glance, he could tell that he was a timid and fearful honest man on the outside.
So he had been scrupulously honest in 102.
Yanqi endured hard, originally wanting to wait until the time was right and not scare Xiao Jing. But he didn't realize that there were so many vicious dogs that coveted the youth, and that was never the case with them. The hazy moonlight lay like a light veil over the large bed. The person on the bed had skin as white as jade, like a mermaid playing in the water, her radiant fishtail swinging gently. Si Jing's skin was delicate, and once the mark was left, it wouldn't fade for a long time, as if signaling some kind of belonging.
Chapter 38. Old Attack is a Mad Dog.
Good news, finally out of the small dark room. I'll change the text today and try to make the deleted parts as smooth as possible.
Early in the morning, Si Jing yawned wanly.
Even the most polite person would find it hard not to curse when faced with this situation. Besides, Si Jing was only good-tempered. It wasn't like he was really completely without any temper at all. But Yanqi didn't hear Si Jing scolding him. He had just cleaned himself up and came out of the bathroom with a bath towel wrapped around his waist. The first thing he saw was the beauty sitting on her knees on the bed, her lips the color of blooming hibiscus, her eyes flowing, hidden by her long eyelashes, and her small mouth cooing.
What are you talking about?
Si Jing's body subconsciously trembled, and the cat turned back. The shocked color in her eyes had not yet faded, and there was a kind of pure childish charm. Feeling touched, the tips of the kitten's ears wiggled adorably. Yanqi licked his lips and strutted over. Not scolding me, are you?
Guessed it really right.
Si Jing shook his head firmly, his expression not changing a bit, and said decisively, no. Yanqi nodded noncommittally, the conspicuous bloodstains and water droplets on his abs shining brightly in the sunlight.
Oh, must be calling me a mad dog.
But it hurts so much when you scratch.
Si Jing.
Inwardly whispering in protest, he wouldn't scratch someone for no reason.
He really doesn't like dealing with smart people. No matter how much he hid it, he could always be seen through at a glance. How did Yanqi know that he was cursing a mad dog? Yanqi was in a good mood and wasn't going to bother with him. The youth's resentful and angry rant was like a reward to him, and he forgot everything as soon as he saw those dewy pink pupils. He wouldn't be scolding him later anyway, and this pretty little mouth was better used for something else. For a long time, the fight between Yanqi and Lu Ruiz has been ongoing. Si Jing was constantly being fought over in the dark and had no choice but to go through the cultivation of the world. His heart was tired and his body was even more tired. Because of the good boy incident, he is no longer allowed to see Mei Songxue, not even close to the second floor. One day, he dialed Susanna's pager while they were both away. The voice on the other side was as steady and gentle as ever, reminiscent of sun-splashed boulevards and big brothers in white shirts. What's wrong, Mirror? Tokiwa. Brother, are you busy?
Thinking that he would be asking for something later, Skeleton whispered the word brother to his name. In the dimly lit confinement room, Susanna was covered in blood and held her baton at her waist with one hand. The thin cigarette in his hand flickered with a fine flame as he extinguished it on the wound of the prisoner on the torture rack. With a lift of his hand, the whole confinement chamber became silent. Even the bruised prisoner didn't dare to let out a single cry of pain, even his breathing was dead silent. Timothy's voice was light and quick, revealing an extremely gentle smile.
It's not busy, what's up, Mirror?
Mirror listened carefully, and was relieved that Susanna Toki's side was very quiet, and really didn't look like she was busy.
I wonder if you could take me out for some air. They don't allow me to go out.
Si Jing's voice is getting lower and lower, and the back even brought a resigned trill, not realizing that the opposite side promised to be very painful.
Good come pick you up later.
Si Jing's grip on the pager tightened a few points, and his eyelashes fluttered rapidly a few times, like a kitten sniffing catnip.
Is this going to get you in trouble? Susanna Toki's tone was not the least bit impatient, but rather there was still some guilt at not being able to appear before him immediately.
No, it won't be. Mirror will just wait a little while.
Aha! Sajetse gave a small nod, even though he knew the person across from him couldn't see it.
Timothy flicked the extinguished cigarette butt away lightly and waved his hand, his brow cold. Dispose of it.
Yes.
Susanna stepped out of the holding cell into the light, and a gunshot went off behind her. Susanna Toko had certainly come quickly, and Skeleton felt like she'd just put down her pager less than 5 minutes before there was a knock on the door to her room. He jumped off the couch to answer the door cheerfully, like a bird out of a cage.
God knew how bored he'd been the last few days, and at this point Susanna Toki was like a savior to him. The two of them walked for a while before Skeleton remembered to ask him, "Where are we going?" Susanna squeezed his shoulder. "Is little mirror tired?" Si Jing narrowed his eyes and raised his white hand to shield his forehead from the harsh sunlight. "No." Timothy took a half step forward, using his body to form a small shadow for him. The midday sun was indeed quite sunny. "Show you where I work, just so happens there's a bunch of new people coming in today." "Yeah." Si Jing nodded gleefully, his seductive fox eyes taking on a lighter color under the brilliant sunlight, like translucent watery pale jade. Susanna sure smiled gently. He actually had a selfish motive for bringing Si Jing over. He heard that men who work seriously are the most handsome, so he wanted to let Sikio take a look, so that his image in Sikio's eyes would be even taller and more reliable. After a month and a half, Si Jing finally saw a familiar place again. In front of him was the roll call room when he was first imprisoned. Si Jing looked inside along the window. There was no sound at all from inside. So quiet. "Are the new inmates here already?" "Not yet, it's going to be one in the afternoon. Let's go to my office first." Timothy took him by the hand and went to a nearby room. Tim Solve's office was large, Chinese decorated, with an elaborate floor-to-ceiling flower covers separating the room into two halves. The front was the office area and the back looked to be where Susanna Toki usually slept. Susanna Toki was sitting at her desk, looking over the papers on her desk, but her eyes were always glued to Sikio. Sikio circled around the incense burner, and then came to the collection shelf, which was full of exquisite and interesting small ornaments. Si Jing looked at the rosewood bunny in front of him. The eyes of the bunny were inlaid with precious stones. The carving was agile and exquisite. "Wow!" He couldn't help but move a little closer. "Can I touch it?" Timothy laughed. "Of course you can, Mirror can take it back if he likes it." Skeleton's eyes instantly lit up, but after touching it for a moment he lowered his hand. "How can you take away someone else's treasured things? It's rude," he asked as he sat back down on the couch and took a sip of the tea that Susanna handed him, watching as Susanna kept checking the information. "Do you pick up the new inmates every time they come in? Why didn't I see you in the roll call room when I came in?" Susanna Toki turned two random pages of the information in her hand and smiled. "This batch of inmates is special, that's why I came in person." Si Jing nodded understandingly and glanced at the wall clock. "It will soon be 1 o'clock. Timothy leaned on the edge of the table with a casual attitude, placed the folder on the table, and extended his hand to Sikion. "Come on little mirror, I'll show you around." Chapter 39, My Old Attack Shrimp Like Flax. The meeting room was packed at the moment. When Skeleton saw the thick pile of information in Susanna's hand in his office, he imagined that there were a lot of prisoners in this batch, but he didn't expect there to be this many. Not too big room, at this time crowded with more than 60 people, all fierce and vicious, looks like a bit of human life in the body. The room was filled with the smell of sweat and blood. There were 63 people standing in the room and 3 lying on the floor. What's going on? Susanna Toki didn't expect the bloodshed tragedy to happen, and immediately pulled Si Jing behind her, sternly questioning the prison guard next to her. "Warden Shi, someone caused a disturbance and killed 3, there were too many people, we didn't stop them." "Good." Susanna Toki turned around and looked coldly at the 63 men, matching each man's face to the file. "Who moved?" There was silence, but not out of reverence for the warden, but out of amazement at the beautiful young man behind Susanna Toko. The youth, whose lips pursed up from fear at the seams were flushed with white, and whose delicate brow showed helplessness and pitifulness, was shrinking in fear towards the back of Timothy Solve. The sideburns of the youth were slightly wet with sweat, even the tips of his ears became pink, and his hands and feet were filled with the flavor of simplicity and youthfulness, like green apples at the beginning of ripening. It didn't fit in with this room full of blood and tyranny. Dozens of sticky eyes stared at Si Jing as if with poisonous hooks, itching to rip this person over and do all the excessive things. When Susanna noticed these people's unsuspecting sights, the corner of her forehead twitched twice in a suppressed manner. He hadn't really expected this group of people to be so bold as to covet Si Jing in front of him. He pressed his voice and asked again, "Who moved? Step forward." Probably because the killing intent displayed by Susanna Toki was too strong, the inmates finally reacted. A dozen or so large inmates stepped forward, and one of them spoke up. "Are you the one in charge?" "They were the ones who spoke out against our boss first, and we taught them a lesson." The other one also laughed unknowingly. "Yeah, I didn't think that teaching a lesson would get someone killed." "Steward, this beauty behind you is not bad, was it brought here for us to play?" "Ha ha 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 ha." A few people erupted into a fit of laughter. The rest of the prisoners didn't dare to laugh and silently moved away from the dozen or so burly men. The eyes, however, remained intent on Sikion, as if contemplating the likelihood of finding an opportunity to claim the man for himself after imprisonment. Susanna sure smiled. Instead of being angry in all his years in Pascal, it had been a long time since he had seen someone who dared to treat him with such disrespect. Susanna Toki's eyes were all but devoid of laughter as he coldly scanned the area, sifting through the pictures of the men in his mind. Ordinary inmates, no federal emphasis on red, and people like that were about as good as dead when they fell into his hands. After having a rough idea in his mind, Tim Solve pressed his big hand on the baton. The dozen or so uninformed men were still laughing, and even some of them held out their hands to Skeleton. The one leading the group saw Sikia's baton and taunted, "Have a word with me, haha, can you beat someone to death with this thing?" Susanna Toki paused for a moment, as if she was thinking hard about the man's words. Then with a large swipe of his hand, he left the baton and turned it into his pants pocket. The leader of the prisoners laughed contemptuously, "Ha ha, scared, I told you that our brothers have a few forces outside." Bang! The sound ended abruptly. A deathly silence fell around them. Bang! Bang! 6 bullets, 6 lives. Without a hint of movement in his expression, Susanna Timberlake sharply removed the magazine, filled it, and continued. Another 6 rounds. 12 prisoners' lives were reduced to nothing in an instant. Immediately, a prison guard came out and habitually dragged the dead bodies away, leaving long bloodstains on the smooth floor. Susanna Toki, however, only did a slight head count, as if this was all just a sparse, everyday occurrence. He pulled up the stunned Si Jing and turned his head to order the rest of the prisoners, register and then collectively lock up for 3 days. The person in charge this time write up a report on the situation and submit it to the Federal Police Department tomorrow. Yes, the prison guard's voice was much weaker, sounding on the verge of tears. How to write this report? The time supervisor killed 12 people at a time, how he had to write to not be held accountable by the above. Who understands the suffering of laborers? After Susanna Toko left, the registration process in the roll call room went on in an organized manner. No one dared to make a move this time. They didn't realize that the warden here could just dispose of their lives. To be able to enter Pascal's prison meant that each of them had something to offer, either being extremely powerful or having a big mountain at their back. Every prisoner here was a felon, and they must have been shot many times on the outside for the crimes they committed. For these men, Pascal is both a hell to serve and a paradise to save their lives. But they don't know that Susanna holds the power of life and death in this prison. Someone was cowering in the corner, gasping for air and shivering. Someone's grim gaze glared deathly at Susanna Toki's back, as if calculating something. Although each of them had their own thoughts, Tim Soller's dismay finally quieted the group of newcomers, maintaining a superficial calm. He carefully led Sikio out, unable to resist pinching his white cheeks. Scared little mirror? By this time the pretty kitten was dumbfounded, the whole thing dumbfounded, and followed him in lockstep, her little hands clenched tightly. It seemed like it suddenly couldn't even speak, only knowing how to nod its head. Si Jing felt like those 12 shots were hitting him, and it seemed like he suddenly changed when he shot, cold and merciless. The recoil of the gun was so strong that when he stood behind Timothy Soller, he could see the taut muscle lines under his uniform. He didn't sympathize with the men, but the strong smell of blood still made him come out in a bit of a daze, feeling like the bright sun had turned cold. It was hard to imagine that the big brother in front of him, who was so gentle to him, had killed 12 people in a row without even blinking. When Susanna looked at such a Si Jing, she was a little heartbroken. "Little Jing, go to my place and take a rest." Well, Si Jing's voice took on a quivering sob. In fact, he didn't have a great desire to go. Even tried jerking his wrist back, but it simply wouldn't counter the man's strong force, so it looked as if he dutifully followed him in. "Forget it, just take a break, it's so hot outside, it's good to go in and blow out the air conditioning." Si Jing comforted himself. Though Yen Chi had told him that Timothy was more terrifying than he had imagined. But the way Susanna usually acted was really different from the man he was when he killed, so he never realized the seriousness of the situation. Segway's footsteps receded, a pair of military boots looming ever closer in front of him, his soft waist against the edge of the bed. He finally thought as an afterthought that maybe Susanna was doing it on purpose? Skeletonized gold incense burner overflowed a line of curling fragrance. The aroma is quiet and far away, but the more you smell the more dizzy. Vision gradually blurred into a piece, sandalwood, incense mixed with the cold and refreshing hallucinogenic cold incense together. Susanna was usually a very careful and meticulous person, why would she suddenly shoot him? There were obviously a million ways he could have gotten Skeleton out before he shot him. But he chose to do it in front of Si Jing, in order to maximize the effectiveness of the ecstasy he had inhaled not long ago while he was in a trance. He was reluctant to use the common mesmerizing incense on Si Jing. That kind of thing was very harmful and could turn a person into dementia if they were not careful. But the stuff in the incense burner was different. It was a certain kind of flowers and grasses ground into a fragrant powder that was mildly potent and didn't affect one's health. From the beginning to the end of this prison, Skeleton was the only one who thought that Susanna Toki was a good person. But he's clearly more paranoid and darker than everyone else. It's just that over the years, he's only come across so many people that he's wanted to have in every way possible. Gunshots, blood, and ecstasy. Sigit tried hard to see, but his long, trembling eyelashes wouldn't let him, wetting into clusters of falling dewdrops that blocked his vision. He regretted it. Yen Chi was right, Tokiwa was scary. If he had known, he would have been better off staying on the first floor and feeding the fish. At least the big fat fish he fed wouldn't have so many bad intentions. Done, missed the boat. Timothy's voice seemed to pour wetly into his ears as if through a tide. "Break it up, mirror. It's beautiful, look, you're doing great. Okay, don't cry. Chapter 40, Old Attacker leaves me alone in my room. Skeleton stayed with Timothy for a week. Usually when Solve was in the front office, he was in bed watching movies or in his room looking at the knickknacks he had collected. When unaccompanied, Solve doesn't let him out of the house, it's for his safety. The atmosphere of the prison had been decidedly off in the last few days since the new batch of inmates had gone out of the confinement cells, and even Skeleton, who couldn't leave his house, sensed a darkly looming danger. Susanna has been particularly busy lately, always being called out to deal with things, and every day it's either this inmate fighting or that inmate causing trouble. It's not too big or too small, and it just happens to be maintained at a level that an ordinary prison guard can't handle, and it has to be Susanna herself who goes over there to deal with it. It was as if it had been planned that it wouldn't make too much of a mess, and would only distract Timothy Soller from having much energy to pay attention to anything else. Today Tim Solve was finally free to rest for the morning, a faint color of fatigue showing between his suppressed brows, a faint raven blue circle under his eyes. "It's been so busy, can't you take the night off?" Skeena grumbled softly as she sat upright on a high stool. Those long and beautiful hands rubbed the man's temples one by one, and his long soft hair fell over the man's shoulders like an uninitiated fox demon. "Does your back still hurt?" Timothy answered, reaching out to squeeze his slender wrist, the rough tiger's mouth pressing against the youth's wrist bone. Skeleton's thin body was pulled forward a bit, his long thick lashes forming a seductive line at the end of his eyes. As if remembering something indescribable, the youth's face slowly turned red, his tone blushing and flabby. "Toki Susanna. Don't make a scene, it's not easy to have time to rest." Susanna Toki looked at him dangerously, as if signaling a drenching storm. Skeleton dodged, wondering how a good massage could turn into this again. His exasperation in the eyes of the man is only cute, white neck as if it can be broken at once, weak and beautiful. Susanna Toki picked the man out of the chair with one hand and headed for the large bed. He had barely taken a step, however, when the phone on his desk rang hypnotically. Timothy rubbed his brow and picked up the phone with one arm around Sigit. Yan Chi's grumpy voice came through the receiver, and even Si Jing could hear it clearly. "Timothy. Where the hell have you been? It's a mess out there." Susanna Toki immediately held the receiver away from her, her tone not changing in the slightest. "Then drink it while it's still hot, and don't forget to call upstairs for running water to join you. Yan Chi, Ayu, hurry over, something's not right, those people are going to riot." The sound of urgent footsteps came from the phone. Yan Chi hung up the phone angrily after saying that. Timothy's eyebrows were cold, he knew that this kind of thing would happen sooner or later, he couldn't really leave the mess to Yan Chi and Lu Ruishui. He looked regretfully into Si Jing's clear eyes, the youth's eyelashes fluttering helplessly, creating a feathery shadow on his small, pink, and delicate face. Every move teased him, but unfortunately, the urgency of the situation only spared him for the moment. He gently placed Si Jing on the sofa, his hot palm teasing the beauty's waist. "Be good and wait for me to come back, don't open the door if anyone calls." After Timothy left, Skeleton took a breather, he pulled the blinds open a little and looked out carefully. Tim Solve's broad, tall back walked through the rain, fading away. Almost all of Pascal's prisoners had gathered in the square, writhing madly into a ball. The scarlet blood was particularly blinding. Several unsuspecting lines of sight in the heavy rain fell on Si Jing, and Si Jing's body trembled for a moment, immediately pulling the window closed to isolate those lines of sight. But he was still very panicked, even though he was a bit slow, he could still feel that something big was about to happen in Pascal. He sat on the couch, his heart pounding, with a feeling that he couldn't sit still. The voices outside were getting louder and louder. The clamor of the prisoners and guards rang out one after another, even drowning out the pattering rain, reminding him of that rainy night when he first came to Pascal. "Kill Susanna Toki. Kill him and someone will come to get us out. The Black Axe Gang is offering a ton of gold for one life of Susanna Toki. Kill him. To freedom. To gold." Dangerous undercurrents surged throughout Pascal, and overnight all the inmates were agitated, unleashing their most primal and tyrannical desires in this cruel and dark arena. There is no law, no sanity, and people who are crazy to kill each other push, shove and trample each other, turning Pascal into a hell on earth. Si Jing held the teacup, hoping to use the warm tea to suppress the uneasiness in his heart, but to no avail. Now only the presence of Susanna could calm his unsettling anxiety. But he really didn't know if Susanna would ever come back. Gunshots rang out outside, and several disorganized footsteps approached towards this room. Si Jing heard the harsh sound of rubber soles rubbing against the floor after getting wet. The footsteps stopped right outside his room door. Si Jing's movements stopped, cold sweat gradually seeped out of his delicate hands, so slippery that he couldn't even hold the teacup. The pale youth's hands trembled, the tea spilled a few drops, and the fear of extinction was like a big hand, viciously clutching his throat. It couldn't have been Susanna Toko outside, because Susanna wouldn't have worn the prisoner's gumboots, and she wouldn't have stopped outside like this. Who was the man outside? The most likely are the rioting prisoners. What happens if they find him? They'd beat him and curse him and use him to blackmail Timothy Soller. Even worse, what had happened to Gu Hui would happen to him over and over again. If caught, what happened to him would be no better than what happened to Gu Hui. He was beautifully soft and weak, without any ability to resist, and was the most suitable prey to be torn apart and then torn into the entrance little by little. Si Jing's small face blanched, tightly biting his lips. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. But there was no hiding place in Susanna's room, and he could only hope that the people outside would not be able to enter. Susanna had told him that the lock on the door of his room was specially made, and that no external force or even a gun could break the lock. The lock was linked to his computer system and he had the remote control. The person inside could just open the door, but if he was outside, the door would only open if he entered a command. Si Jing's eyes were dead set on that door, cold sweat falling down the corners of his white forehead in drops, plastering a few strands of soft hair to his sweaty temples. His future destiny rested entirely on this door. The man outside the door paced nonchalantly in the doorway, not intending to break in, but not leaving either. It was as if they were waiting for something. Si Jing's spirit was extremely tense, and his sanity was like a bowstring that had been stretched tight, being rubbed repeatedly in the anxious waiting. However, the next second, click sound, the door opened. Si Jing suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, the whole person like a broken clockwork puppet, stagnant looked toward the door. How could someone be able to open the door from the outside? The tall man outside was against the light, all clear and cold, with rain and blood dripping down the corners of his coat as he took one step at a time towards Si Jing. Physiological tears of fear overflowed his eyes in an instant, fluttering and sliding down the youth's pale face. The youth sat on his knees on the wide sofa like a jasmine that had been knocked down by a rainstorm, his eyes broken and desperate, his entire being on the verge of shattering. The pitiful look was enough to evoke the darkest abusive desires in a person's heart. It was heartbreaking and made one want to destroy. Chapter 41, Good Lord. The old attacker saved me from being hot. The moment the door opened, all the lights in the room went out. The room had the blinds drawn, it was pouring rain outside, the sky was dim, and it was even more difficult to see people in the room. Si Jing only saw that the person was wet, with the fishy smell of mud and blood, as if he had just climbed out of the coffin. The youth on the sofa stepped back in panic, his slender ankles were blindingly white, and he didn't know who had tied a thin silver chain on them. The frosty snow-like white skin paired with such a delicate thin silver chain exuded a certain cold desire to seduce the seductive aura. If not for the fact that the situation did not allow it now, he would have pressed that chain, imprinting the metal's lines into the snowy skin, forming a pale pink mark. It didn't matter though, there was always a chance later. Only after the man approached did Si Jing get a good look at the cold as ice face, and his body softened for a moment, letting out a long sigh of relief. It was an acquaintance. Song Shue. Scared me to death, what are you doing here? The current Mei Song Shue had changed from her previous gentle and pleasant self, and her entire temperament was closer to the cold and wanton she had been when she had beaten up the people in the square before. Xiao Jing. Mei Song Shue's voice took on a few points of imperceptible urgency as he pulled up the youth's wrist. There's no time, follow me first. Si Jing frowned slightly, but still got up and followed Mei Song Shue. Although Susanna Toki had told him to stay in his room obediently, the severity of the matter was now clearly beyond everyone's expectations. By remaining in the room now, there was a good chance that something unpredictable would happen. Having a familiar person by his side allowed Si Jing to find a trace of security. The joints of his entire body felt as if he had soaked into a hot spring after walking in the freezing cold all night, and his entire body relaxed. Mei Song Shue pulled Si Jing with her left hand, her right hand pressed down on the gun that lived in her pants pocket, the sound of the hammer hitting the ground becoming exceptionally obvious in the darkness. Song Shue, you can still use a gun. Mei Song Shue smiled, her pupils were bright as stars in the darkness. Little mirror, I've been a mercenary for 8 years. Mei Song Shue led him through the corridor. Si Jing darted a few glances to both sides, his breathing heavy with trembling, desperately trying to suppress his fear. For some unknown reason, the incandescent lights in the corridor were all extinguished, and the only source of light left was the little shimmering light coming from the two open doors at the exit. The weak light made the long corridor somewhat eerie, not to mention the corpses of the guards or prisoners that appeared on both sides of the corridor from time to time. Beads of sweat appeared on the tip of Si Jing's nose, and his legs went weak for a while, subconsciously shrinking towards Mei Song Shue's side. This was the first time he had faced so many corpses. How did this happen? The prisoners are rioting. Mei Song Shue pulled out her gun and cautiously scouted the perimeter. There's a very powerful hacker inside the new prisoners. He was able to hack into Tim Solve's computer and open the office door. At the mention of the door, Skeleton shivered so thinly and involuntarily that he was almost on the verge of not being able to find his voice. At me? Mei Song Shue didn't answer, covering the youth's pink lips with one hand and pulling him behind a wall. The man spun around and pressed the man against the wall, coming close to the youth's ear and lowering his voice. There's someone, don't say anything. Si Jing nodded stiffly, the scent of Mei Song Shue's body lingering at the end of his nose, the scent of biting pine mixed with the faint odor of blood. His delicate lips traced the lines of his palm, the other party's palm was hot, almost melting his lips. Sikyong poured out small breaths, breathing as softly as possible. A few rioting inmates walked past a short distance away, heading in the direction of Timothy's office. The inmate at the head of the group asked the man next to him, how'd it go, did you hack into his system? Of course, when have I ever failed in my attempts? The taller, thinner prisoner spat. I heard that Timothy Soller is very attached to that beauty. Let's get him over here. We are not afraid that Susanna won't be obedient, and then the beauty and the gold will be ours. Several prisoners were in a hurry, perhaps not expecting Si Jing to be brought out, and thus did not notice the two people behind the wall. After a few people walked away, Mei Songxue let go of Si Jing and glanced back at the tall and thin prisoner, the corners of her lips slightly raised. Like a big dog, she invited credit to Si Jing. Am I good little mirror? I hacked into Tim Solve's system before he did and got you out. Si Jing looked at the other party's bright pupils and gently nodded. Well, you're the best. Si Jing asked again, then where do we escape to? He had already looked around when he was in the room, and the square was filled with prisoners. Moreover, he was really eye-catching in this appearance, almost a living target, and could be spotted at the first sight when he went out. Go to the first floor, there are Lu Ruoxue and their people there, at least it's safer than this side. Mei Songxue led him out the back door, where there would be less people. But although there were fewer people, they were not absent. Just as Si Jing had feared, as soon as he showed his face, a number of people looked toward him, and prisoners gradually gathered around him on all sides. Since there was no longer a law in this prison, then of course a beauty like this would be whoever snatched it. Si Jing tightly clutched Mei Songshue's hand, his breathing stagnant, his eyes flooded with a slight astringent mist of tears, his beautiful fox eyes clear, cool and seductive. In the eyes of the crazy villains, such a beauty is undoubtedly a sweet little lamb, just waiting to be swarmed by vicious wolves and devoured. Mei Songxue rubbed her brows rather helplessly and buckled the youth's waist to bring him towards her arms. He then picked the man up, his voice pressed against his ear, little mirror, hold me tight. Si Jing didn't dare to delay for a second and immediately hugged Mei Songshue's waist tightly, fearing that he would fall and be caught by those bad guys. Mei Songxue revealed a confident smile, his eyebrows and eyes are all wild and confident, and the former appearance he showed in front of Si Jing was a different person. He nimbly took a shortcut towards the first floor, pulling out his pistol and aiming at the prisoners in the way. The gun shot him in the head. The pistols were silenced, their sound muffled and masked by the sound of the rainstorm, so they wouldn't attract the attention of the crowd in the distance. One prisoner fell, and the rest dared not go on. It was that there was only one life, and no one wanted it to be them who died. But they didn't leave either, instead they gradually closed in on the two, keeping a relatively safe distance. The beauty in the man's arms was like a poppy with sweet poisonous juice, even if it meant death, there were people willing to go through fire to get him. There is always a time when the bullets run out. 5 minutes later, Mei Songxue threw away the bulletless gun and smashed a prisoner unconscious in the process. He ran into the first floor with Si Jing in his arms, and the prisoners rushed in desperately. Mei Songxue without a gun made them less scrupulous. The inmates were like a bunch of zombies that had lost their minds, chasing after them desperately, wrangling with Lu Ruoxue and their henchmen who had stayed on the first floor. But the rioting inmates were after all numerous, and there were still quite a few who broke through their defense line and chased after Mei Songxue and Si Jing. The door to room 102 was open. Mei Songxue set Si Jing down and pushed at his waist. Xiao Jing, go in. At the same time, a hand reached out from the door and pulled Si Jing inside. With a few thuds, the hand quickly threw a gun and bullets out of the door, and then closed the door behind him. Seconds later, the empty corridor was filled with the sound of gunfire and disorganized footsteps. Chapter 42, The Old Attack Wins. 102. The lights were on, and Si Jing turned to see the man who had pulled him in. Gu Hui? Why are you here, are you okay? The person who pulled him into the room was none other than Gu Hui, and the person who threw the gun at Mei Songxue was also him. Si Jing turned his head to look, and sure enough, there were a lot fewer guns on Yan Qi's shelf. When the riot had just begun, Yan Qi and Lu Ruoxue had already gone out with these guns. Gu Hui seemed to be in pretty good shape, only slightly injured. He looked Si Jing up and down carefully and saw that he was fine before letting go. I'm fine, Boss Mei said he was going to save you and asked me to pick up here, thank goodness, it's good that you're fine. Gu Hui said while pouring a cup of warm water for Si Jing. Thanks. Si Jing accepted the glass of water with a palpitating heart and sat on the sofa, his gaze drifting to the window, but his sight was completely unfocused. Gu Hui's appearance in 102 meant that Yan Qi and the others had joined forces with Mei Songxue. The outside was in chaos, with shouts ringing out, interspersed with the sound of gunshots ringing out from time to time. Unfortunately, this room could not see the square at all, and Si Jing could only nervously hold the cup and mechanically drink water in one gulp. Gu Hui sat down next to him and whispered comfortingly, Don't worry about it, they're all very powerful, no, it'll be fine. Although the words were said this way, the tension and worry on Gu Hui's face was heavier than Si Jing's. He was already timid, and it was only because of Mei Songxue's support that he had a little bit of a better time during this period of time. If the riot succeeded this time, it would be almost extinction for people like him and Si Jing who had little ability to defend themselves. He would be fine on his own terms, having gotten used to suffering that kind of treatment for years in prison. But he couldn't imagine what would happen if those things happened to Si Jing, who was the only person who had treated him as a friend for so long. Seeing his friend suffer was more painful than his own suffering.
Si Jing turned his head, smiled lightly at him, and patted his thin shoulders. Well,
it will be fine.
the gunfire and shouting stopped after more than an hour, during which time Si Jing couldn't remember how many glasses of water he drank. He only knew that no matter what, he couldn't suppress the fear and panic in his heart. All he could do now was to hope that Susanna Toki and the others, as the key figures of this small world, would not die so easily. But his arrival had changed much of the original plot. As a delayed PO article, the original protagonist and a couple of important supporting characters have become rivals in love to the death, so who could have predicted that? After another 10 minutes, it was completely quiet outside. Even the sound of the rain had stopped, so quiet that even the sound of water dripping from the eaves could be heard.
It seems like it's over?
Gu Hui pricked up his ears and listened, slowly climbing up from the sofa and nervously looking towards the door. Si Jing's mood didn't soothe a bit. He put the cup down, and the whitish area in his palm was gradually filled with blood color, pink like a rose. The youth's lips opened and closed, and he looked uncertainly at the sky outside the window that had already cleared. It's over.
Right?
Dull footsteps came from outside the door and stopped at the doorway of 102. Si Jing's entire body froze, his eyelashes abruptly fluttered a few minutes faster, fearing that the people who would rush in later would be rioting prisoners.
Don't be afraid, little mirror, I'll take a look. Gu Hui scurried to the door in a few steps like a swift Ryatsu, alertly looking out through the cat's eye. Si Jing also stood up and walked towards the door. There seems to be only one person's footsteps outside. As soon as the words fell, there was a click and the door was pulled open. An extremely strong smell of blood drifted into the room from outside the door, carrying a cold and solemn killing aura. Gu Hui by the door didn't even get a good look at the person. He bounced away like a frightened squirrel and retreated to a safe position. Sikio swallowed nervously and watched the door.
A body as muscular as a marble sculpture, scarlet blood dripping down from his shoulders along his pectoral muscles, flowing over the fangs of the evil and reckless black python. Si Jing's body instantly softened, and the almost frozen blood flowed again.
It was Lu Ruishui, fortunately. It wasn't the worst situation he had imagined. Gu Hui was frightened by that murderous aura on Lu Ruishui's body, shrinking his body and doing his best to minimize his presence, pretending that he was air.
Ruishui. Si Jing took a small step forward, and in the next second, he was pressed against his back and snapped into his arms. Si Jing slowly blinked his eyes and did not break free. Lu Ruishui was not dead and his injuries were not serious. His heart that had been hanging for a long time finally dropped. When holding the youth in front of him in his arms, Lu Ruishui felt an unprecedented tension. A sharp sense of excitement almost rushed through his bloodstream, a feeling that was even more exciting than the feeling of frantically wanting to kill someone every time he had a manic episode. Every second that he couldn't see Si Jing, he felt like he was in hell. No matter how many times Mei Songxue had told him that Si Jing was fine, it was not as good as this one moment when he saw him with his own eyes. Lu Ruishui's voice was restrained to the point of trembling, feeling like he was going to rub the person to pieces in the next second. Little mirror, it's good that you're okay. Si Jing never avoided, he just gently soothed the other party's emotions, responding to him over and over again without getting tired of it.
It's fine, I'm fine.
Gu Hui felt that he was a bit in the way now. He didn't dare to make a sound, so he had to move towards the door, in small steps. He didn't dare to rashly go out to check, but he also wanted to know about Mei Songxue's situation. Luckily Si Jing helped him ask.
Ruishui, how are they doing?
Lu Ruishui let go of Si Jing, looking at his moon-white short shirt stained with his own blood. His eyes darkened a few points.
They're fine, in the staircase plaza.
Sikyong followed the man's line of sight and noticed the large bloodstain on his lapel, sticking wetly to his skin and revealing some of the supple curvature of his musculature. The contrast between red and white added some broken beauty to him, making that small, unpowdered face look even more androgynous and astonishing. Some sort of meaning in the man's eyes was too obvious, and the slightest hint of pink haze colored the youth's small face as he took a step backward, his voice warm and soft.
Don't look at me like that. Now that it's settled, why don't I go out and see them?
The youth's voice took on a few faint hints of pleading, and it tickled the heart to see it. Si Jing's concern for those few people made him feel a little sour in his heart, but he didn't show it, his eyes still falling on the youth's thin body that was soaked in blood.
Do you want to change your clothes before going? No need.
Si Jing shook his head. He was too eager to make sure they were safe with his own eyes. Just go over there. Lu Ruishui did not object and took his wrist. Alright then, I'll take you over to see. Si Jing followed Lu Ruishui out. Gu Hui heard that Mei Songxue was fine and finally felt relieved, quietly following the two. There were several corpses sprawled across the corridor on the first floor, and the further they went the more there were, the bloodstains spreading forward. Si Jing's face gradually turned white, and his footsteps slowed down, carefully avoiding the corpses on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ruishui directly supported the bend of his knees and picked the man up. Si Jing didn't refuse, his legs had long been weak. After all, he didn't belong to this world, he was just an ordinary person with a dull life, and it was normal to be afraid of corpses. The corner of Lu Ruishui's mouth gently hooked up. He was satisfied with the youth's subconscious reliance on him. He was beautiful and soft, and could only cling to him as he was now, even obediently enduring all that he gave.
The desire in the man's heart grew wild like weeds, but the expression on his face didn't break in the slightest, and was even a bit cold. Si Jing even breathed softly, carefully shrinking into the man's embrace, her smooth side face pressed against his chest. Afraid that if he was upset, he would just throw him out. He watched intently as the corpses in front of him grew in number, especially in the square, which could almost be called a river of blood. Almost a quarter of Pascal's population was dead, twisted limbs and eyes that had lost their luster dipping into puddles of water, making for an eerie and grotesque aesthetic of gore. The pouring rain washed away all the sin and filth, and the currents gleefully sent the scarlet blood into the sea. The moment Lu Ruoxue came out holding Si Jing, the three people on the steps looked over, their gazes meeting, unspoken to each other. Under the wash of blood and life, Pascal once again ushered in peace. Chapter 43. I think the old attacker who can make barbecue is the most handsome and hot. The sea breeze hunted and blew the hems of those three people's clothes. Yanxi propped his hand on a pillar and tilted his head back to pour a mouthful of wine, blood dripping down his pale, cold, jade-like fingertips. Good boy. Did you miss me? Yanxi raised his chin and whistled at Si Jing in the square. He reaped an elegant blank stare from Lu Ruoxue. When Susanna rolled up her sleeves, the moment she saw Si Jing, she collected the icy fury in her body, and that gentle and considerate temperament contrasted sharply with the large bloodstains on her body. Mei Shua beckoned and instructed the men around him, throw them all in, be quick with your hands and feet. Yes. The remaining prisoners dragged the corpses with their hands and feet and threw them into the ocean one by one, as if they were throwing garbage. Gu Hui, who was following Si Jing and the others, immediately ran up and joined the other prisoners in handling the corpses that were piled into a small mountain. The rioting prisoners were all cleaned up and buried forever in the deep sea. Timothy waved a hand at the man beside him, his tone so flat it sounded like he was saying it was a beautiful day. Get back to writing your report. That prison guard's face collapsed in an instant. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he was practically on the verge of crying out. Last time, he had killed 12 in one breath, but now, it's good that several hundred are directly dead. How is he going to write this? There was too much involved in this incident, the biggest vicious incident Pascal had ever seen. If this report is not well written, the federal police could easily pursue it down. When the prison guard was frowning, Yin Chi came over and patted his shoulder and said a few words with his ear. Just say it's the plague, and if the above really blames it, there's still the Lu and Yin families to take the heat. Prison guard suddenly realized, thinking that the plague is good. Natural disasters are always better than man-made disasters. A sudden plague infecting hundreds of people is simply normal. He gratefully glanced at Yin Chi and hurriedly ran down to write a report. When Si Jing went up to the center, Lu Ruoxue didn't let him continue forward. There are all corpses up there, don't go over. Seeing that those few people were safe, Si Jing was also relieved and did not insist on going up. Susanna smiled at him and said, Little mirror, go back first, we'll go down to you later. Yanxi smiles devilishly, his narrow eyebrows looking like the whole man is windy and lazy. I'll go back and bring you something delicious. The rain on the ground gradually became lighter, and even the bloodstains were washed clean, leaving only the subtle odor of blood. Lu Ruoxue set him down, hooking a strand of his broken hair and pinning it behind his ear. Go back, little mirror, there are still a lot of things to take care of here, we will go back at night. Aha! Mirror nodded, knowing that he couldn't be of much help here, and turned to leave. After returning to 102, Si Jing went to the bathroom and took a shower. The blood on his body made him very uncomfortable. The warm water rushed over the snow-white skin, slightly translucent pink color. The steaming heat smoked the delicate and moving little face with a brilliant red color. Si Jing has been in prison for 3 months. He looked at the foam on his hands and fell into deep thought. The system has not been able to contact him. Is he really going to be locked up here for the rest of his life? The youth sighed softly, as if he had thought of something indescribable, his face reddening like a rubbed berry. If he really stayed here for the rest of his life, it would definitely be his body that couldn't take it before his spirit. Si Jing took a bath and changed his clothes again, an ankle-length cream-colored nightgown with lantern sleeves and soft silken satin material. He liked this kind of wide clothing, always felt that wide and long clothes had a sense of security. A faint scent of shower gel and its own jasmine aroma permeated the youth's delicate skin, and even the droplets of water in his hair were tinted with a fresh scent. Sikio went to the bookshelf and fetched a book, sitting on the edge of the rocking chair and flipping through it. The Zen lamp in the corner gave off a soft glow, casting shadows from his eyelashes onto the blown-out face. This cozy reading corner had been created by Yanxi especially for him, placing all the books he read from time to time at home. Including this woven bamboo rocking chair, it was exactly the same as the one Si Jing had used before. Si Jing flipped open a copy of The Actor's Self-Cultivation and read it with interest. He grew up with a wide range of interests and talent, learning everything quickly, and one of his dreams was to become an actor and experience a different life. When he was in college, he once went to a small theater group to guest star in a small supporting role. After the episode aired, the discussion about the supporting role played by Si Jing completely surpassed that of the main character, and he received a lot of offers from filmmakers and capital. However, he never thought of entering the entertainment industry.
He has a gentle and calm character and prefers to read, so he politely declined the invitations from big directors. But he has always been interested in acting and reads specialized books when he has time. Si Jing watched from the afternoon until the evening, during which he slept shallowly for a while, and when he woke up, the moon was already out. He glanced at the wall clock. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening. He was in a daze of sleep, and when he looked down he realized he was covered in a fleece blanket, and the book he was holding had been put back on the shelf. Si Jing slowly got up, and as soon as he turned his head, he met a pair of cool phoenix eyes. Seeing him awake, Mei Songxue walked over from the sofa with a gentle smile. "Little mirror is awake. Ah, did you sleep well?" Si Jing's voice was still muffled from his first awakening, and his throat felt like it contained grains of sugar, sheepish and soft. "Songxue, are they back too?" "Aha!" Mei Songxue extended her hand to him and raised her chin at the floor-to-ceiling window. "Yan Qi is getting a barbecue grill. We'll have a barbecue later." Si Jing turned his head to look, and Yan Qi outside raised his eyebrows at him, revealing a tiger tooth. In this way, he looked more like a mischievous and reckless teenager now than the murderous boss Yan. Si Jing put his hand on Mei Songxue's and asked in a low voice, "Why aren't you with him?" Mei Songxue took him and hugged him with the blanket. "He's the one who said he'd bring you good food, so of course he got it himself." "Where's Timothy and Ruixue?" Si Jing looked around and didn't see them. "They went back to take a shower. They'll be here later." Mei Songxue wrapped the man in her arms, taking his hand and pressing it against her own arm, her voice taking on a few hints of jealousy. "I'm all hurt, little mirror." Si Jing avoided his breath, the gauze under his hand slowly oozing blood. The youth's thin eyelids fluttered, trying to raise his hands but couldn't, his eyes reddened with anxiety. "Don't, Songxue, let go, it's bleeding." But Mei Songxue never let go. Her obscure eyes landed on Si Jing's rosy lips, and then slowly wandered to those starry eyes. It wasn't until obvious heartache appeared in the youth's eyes, and the mist of tears in his eyes was about to condense into droplets, that he finally let go of him. The blood on the gauze stayed just at a level that looked painful, but wouldn't dirty the youth's hand. Sikyong's eyes were red, like haloed rouge, and he punched Mei Songxue angrily. "What if the wound rips open again when you're like this?" "I don't care." Mei Songxue held his hand, her fingers rubbing the delicate knuckles. "I want little mirror to only look at me." There was no way for Si Jing to communicate with him, and he inclined his head just in time to see Solvan Lu Ruixue walking over. Lu Ruixue's icy cold eyes gouged out Mei Songxue and looked at the youth who was on the verge of crying in his arms, the veins at the corners of his forehead popping out. "You bullied him?" Mei Songxue lazily let go of Si Jing and leaned back on the sofa, raising her hands in a surrendering gesture and raising her bleeding left arm. "I didn't, it's Xiao Jing who hurt me." Si Jing's eyes widened in bewilderment, shocked by Mei Songxue's ability to turn black and white upside down. But he was dumb and couldn't talk past the shameless Mei Songxue, and his whole body looked even more aggrieved. "I didn't." Fortunately, Lu Ruixue didn't believe anything he said at all. He stepped forward and scooped Si Jing out of his arms, carefully drying his tears before placing him on the couch. He then lifted Mei Songxue's collar and yanked the man to his feet. Tim Sol frowned. These two people were really unconscionable. If it wasn't for the conditions, he really wanted to put 2 bullets in their heads. His tone was dull and cold. "If you want to fight, go out and fight. Go to Yan Qi's place, get the grill and ingredients afterward." The two men glanced at each other, both seeing blatant hostility and jealousy in the other's eyes, and went over to the landing window without saying a word. Susanna Toki was still carrying several cases of liquor in her hands, and sat down next to Si Jing. "Little Jing, I brought as much liquor as you can drink." As soon as he talked about wine, Si Jing remembered the rose wine he drank at Lu Ruixue's place earlier, and what happened after drinking it he didn't want to recall anymore. His face went red and white, and he simply looked at the people outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Yan Qi was left to get the coals and organize the picnic table. The other two fought like 2 quarreling kindergartners. "Are they okay?" They fought as if they were showing no mercy at all, and Sikia watched worriedly. "It's fine." Timothy stroked the youth's long, cool, fuzzy hair, not even looking out the window. He knew neither one was serious, or the commotion wouldn't have been so small. Deafening curses from Yan Qi suddenly came from outside, along with the sound of bullets hitting the ground. "If you guys crash my grill again, I'll shoot you both." Skeletor looked numbly back at Susanna Tokiwa slyly. "Is it really okay?" Solve coughed lightly and touched the tip of his nose in slight embarrassment. "It should be fine. Right?" Chapter 44. The old attacker is going to take me out to the Golden House to hide my love. Despite some hiccups, Yan Qi's grill was quickly finished. Mei Songxue and Lu Ruixue also helped out together, only the two of them were very far away from each other, like enemies who didn't share the same fate. Lu Ruixue was in charge of roasting the meat, the clear red firelight reflecting that handsome face. He was bare-chested, and the ferocious python on his body looked like it was about to come to life, containing vigorous explosive power. Mei Songxue was in charge of setting the tableware, and the cool moonlight sprinkled on him like a demonic moonlit gaudy ghost. For a moment, Si Jing admitted that he was mesmerized by beauty, and it didn't seem bad to live like this. Dang. Suddenly the window was knocked twice, and Yan Qi smiled, revealing a playful tiger's tooth, and said to Si Jing with a mouthful of words.
Little mirror, come eat. Come on, mirror. Timothy took his hand. The skin in his hand was so warm and soft and smooth that once he touched it he never wanted to let go. Although there was plenty of food to choose from with the power these guys had in the prison, it had to be said that a barbecue on a cool, breezy night was a cozy, happy affair. Yanqi pulled out a chair for him, and after a small thank you, Si Jing sat down. Lu Ruoshui and Mei Songxue sat across from Si Jing, still separated by a long distance, and when their eyes met, a spark exploded. Si Jing ate quietly, taking small bites, elegant and beautiful. But the surroundings slowly became quiet, and only the sound of crackling charcoal could be heard, as well as the gradually increasing breathing of the person on his side. For lines of sight-like substance converged on the youth, filled with a frenzied sense of oppression. It was impossible to ignore or escape. The youth who eats obediently has red lips and white teeth, and the water waves in the fox's eyes are limpid with love. Just by being looked at by him, there was an illusion that all the violence in his body had been cleansed away. He was beautiful to the extreme, like a fairy child under the seat of a god, without a trace of aggressiveness. Every move was elegant and noble, immortal. All he had to do was sit there and do nothing, and he had become the only salvation in this dark prison. The moment their eyes fell on him, Si Jing got goosebumps all over his body. It was like falling into cold, sticky asphalt and never climbing back up. Although Lu Ruoshui looked cold and unsympathetic, his skill in grilling meat was surprisingly good. But being watched like this, Si Jing could no longer feel the flavor of what he was eating in. What are you all looking at me for, not eating? He could almost feel the tremor in his voice as he spoke. Well, eat, and mirror eat more too. A few people's complexion became a few shades darker, and they started to eat raw, but their minds weren't on the food at all. Skeleton took a sip of the wine that Solve handed over. It didn't taste too alcoholic, but instead had a refreshing lemon and lychee flavor. The flavor of these wines was so mild and harmless that it gave him the illusion that he wouldn't get drunk even if he drank more. He took a few more sips, his lips stained with the brimming color of water, and in the cool moonlight, he appeared to have a few bright hues. Why did it feel like their eyes were even stranger? It was a little too much for him to bear, especially if someone could tell him why he had a hand on his leg. He gave Yanqi a resentful look. Yanqi, who was humming the anime theme song while drinking. What's wrong, little mirror? The man's eyes looked innocent, and he was still holding a chicken wing prettily in his mouth. Well, it doesn't seem to be him. The hem of Sigit's shirt had been lifted up his thighs, and the youth bit his lip in aggravation, the scarlet color at the end of his eyes becoming even more brilliant as he turned his head to look at Susanna Toki. That hand paused for a moment, and Solve was not at all cognizant of the fact that he had just been playing the rascal, smiling gently and kindly. What's wrong? Sigit took a deep breath and mercilessly brushed his hand off, pretending to be mean. Be serious. And eat properly. Timothy dropped his hand in response to his force, not continuing to bully him. Yanqi wrapped one hand around Si Jing's shoulder and pressed the man against his chest, lifting his wineglass to clink it with Susanna Shura and snickered. Inspector Shura, what are your plans for the future? Timberlake glanced at Yanqi's movements and took a sip of his wine. Little mirror can't stay in prison, I want him to leave the prison. Si Jing's eyes lit up at the sound of being able to leave prison. He found a comfortable position to nestle in Yanqi's arms and perked up his ears to listen carefully. Lu Ruoshui nodded approvingly. It's fine, Little Mirror's offense was never meant to come to Pascal in the first place. Timothy's fingertips tapped the rim of his glass. Before he went to jail, Little Mirror had already paid the embezzled public funds and fines. I wonder what went wrong with the federal system that would bring Mirror Jr. here. A few people fell into a short silence. Sikio's sentence would have been short if he had gone to another prison. It wouldn't take him more than a few years to get out of prison and live a normal life. But then they would never get to know him. In a way, they should be grateful to the federal police department for this blunder, sending someone so clean and wonderful to them. The building died and continued. There is a small island next to Pascal, and the Lu Clan Consortium already got the federal government's approval a few years ago, only that it has never been put into construction. Could be. After 3 rounds of wine, Mei Songxue seemed to have forgotten about the grudge she had just had with Lu Ruoshui. It's time for me to work somewhere else. Pascal's environment is just too bad. Susanna Toki laughed. You're a priority. The federal police department is counting on you to hack into the systems of those mega gangster groups soon. Mei Songxue smiled wryly and asked rhetorically, isn't that a simple thing to do? It certainly wasn't a difficult thing for him to do. As long as he wanted to, he could do it within 3 days. But he knew very well that to live in peace, he had to make sure that he was always a useful person to the Federation, and he couldn't finish the mission too soon. Unloading is the usual trick of those politicians in the Federation, especially for someone like him whose family is not clean. Once he has no use for him, he will definitely be gotten rid of. With just one sentence, Susanna guessed what he meant, but let him be. He only had Sikyong in his heart right now, and as long as it didn't affect Sikyong, he didn't want to care about anything else. Yanqi lowered his eyes, playing with a strand of silver hair of the youth in his arms. Little mirror, do you want to go out? Of course I want to. Si Jing replied without thinking, even his tone of voice agitated by a few points.
Yanqi lowered his head and sniffed the fragrance of the youth's hair, his thin lips lightly opening. All construction costs will be paid by the Yen family. A few people reached an agreement in the middle of the conversation and laughter, raising their glasses together and talking cheerfully about getting drunk, but they each looked at Si Jing with their own thoughts in mind. They knew that the person who had connected the few of them together was none other than this frail and beautiful youth. It was he who had broken into their dark lives and saved them from the hell of killing and gloom. Pascal was admittedly a criminal hell, but where he was there was heaven. Now that he's here, he'll never escape. Si Jing only knew that he would soon be able to leave the prison and was so happy that he drank more. A slightly drunken pink color flushed on his cheeks, and the ambiguous scent of alcohol mixed with jasmine eroded the already weak sanity. Si Jing only felt that this meal was extraordinarily alcoholic. His body was soft, without a trace of strength. Later on, who was carried away, he was not clear, only remembered that in the dream there seemed to be a bright star, swaying in front of his eyes. Kind of like Yanqi's little tiger teeth. That's cute, mirror. Sikio was too disoriented to have the strength to speak, but he would have liked to. Your little tiger teeth are cute too. Chapter 45, Old Attacker, I'm not coming back for dinner tonight. End. The riot was over, and life in the entire prison wasn't affected too much. Under the command of several people from Susanoo, Pascal remained in order. After a bloody round of cleansing, the most disturbed had died in that riot, although violence and bullying still occurred in the prison from time to time. The rest of them all kept quiet about the catastrophe, and they all no longer had any desire to rebel. People's fear of the three bosses and the prison warden reached a level that made them tremble just thinking about it. Recently, the inmates have been talking about something else. Some resourceful inmates have noticed that the kitchen no longer delivers food to the first floor, and there's that boss May on the second floor, who hasn't been seen for a long time. And then there's Superintendent Toki, who, as all the old men in the prison know, used to patrol the corridors on all floors every day with his truncheon in his hand. He said he was inspecting, but in fact he was just looking for a reason to beat people up. Catching a random inmate who didn't like what he saw and beating him up was the entertainment program in the ordinary life of the time supervisor. But lately the frequency of inmates getting beat up had significantly decreased, and inmate disturbances were handled by ordinary prison guards. Speculations about the whereabouts of the three bosses and the time supervisor spread, and some strange and peachy news became the talk of the inmates in their boring lives. I have a bold idea. Do you guys think it's possible that they are in love? In love? With who? It's not like Pascal has a woman. Actually, it doesn't have to be a woman. Do you guys remember Sikyong? If it's him, then everything makes sense. That beauty that transcends worldliness and age is enough to make one overlook the small matter of gender. At the mention of Si Jing, everyone quieted down. Of course they remembered him, to be exact, as soon as they saw him, no one could forget that face. That face that looked like a miracle, as well as the temperament of warmth and moistness like water that always lingered on his body, was enough to make everyone who saw him obsessed with him. One person said, "It's been a long time since I've seen him. Didn't I say he died in the riot? Do you guys think there's a possibility that he didn't die at all, but was hidden? By faking his death, he just disappeared from everyone's view. And wipe out all of his social identities as well, so that from then on there would be no more Si Jing as a person in this world. That gentle as water beautiful please you that can only completely become dependent on people canary. How is it possible? I see you are in the head into the rice porridge." On a certain bird-scented island, Si Jing's eyelashes kept fluttering as he slowly moved to drink the millet porridge slowly simmering on a small fire, one sip at a time. 4 people were sitting beside him watching him eat. "Be a good boy and finish your drink, little mirror." "I boiled it for a long time, little mirror. What kind of dish do you want to eat tonight?" "Boy, how about we go to the garden later?" "Speaking of the garden, I've already cut the flowers that little mirror said looked good yesterday, and the branches and leaves have been tended to, so let's go flower arranging together." Si Jing's body was tense, as if he remembered some unfavorable memories. Flower arrangement. "Don't." Si Jing had a jolt, and even the bowl of porridge in his hand shook a little, and the red marks on his wrist were like peach blossoms that bloomed to a conflagration. He quickly finished the kanji and shrunk his entire body into the quilt. Long silver white hair spread out on the basalt-colored sheets, his slender body trembled gently, and his voice was muffled and soft. "I'm tired, I don't want to go anywhere, I want to sleep." Watching the youth bury himself like an ostrich, several people looked at each other and knew that it was indeed rather excessive. Someone tugged on the corner of his blanket, and in return, the youth dodged even more alarmingly, like a wary kitten. Lu died. A bit of rare shame appeared between the man's eyebrows, and he took the bowl on the table, rather regretfully. "I'll come back later then, and be a good boy and get some rest." "Ooh," Sikyong whimpered with red eyes. Yanqi went out together with a saddened look on his face. The little mirror was not allowed to be touched since the morning. A whole milk cat like wrapped in the quilt, even refused to let them feed rice. He glared at the trio in exasperation. "I blame you guys." Mei Songshua rolled up her sleeves. "You wanna fight?" Susanoo glanced faintly at the door of Si Jing's room and pushed a few people away. "Go out and fight, don't disturb Xiao Jing." However, Sikyong wasn't asleep at all.
The ears of the cat in the quilt twitched, and after confirming that the few people had all left, it cautiously burrowed out from under the quilt. Pink Eyes rolled, lifted the covers, and got out of bed, holding her back. Every time they went to fight it took them a long time to come back, the rest of the time belonged to him. He had cried and acted for half a day. Si Jing went to the closet to find a thin gauze coat to put on himself, light gauze fragrant soft, flooded with radiant pearl color, like a mermaid's scales. There is no one else on the island. Si Jing just casually pulled her hair up in the mirror. A few strands of broken hair fell on the white jade like delicate shoulders and neck. On that section of jade powdered shoulders, powder marks were strewn across, like a few rose petals in the snow. With a rare moment of quiet around him, he went to his study and slowly sat down to turn up a book, The Actor's Self-Cultivation. The shallow aroma of ink lingered in his fingertips, the beauty's eyelashes were long and slender, gently trembling, and his eyes warmly moved slowly with the pages of the book. It was on this cool morning that Si Jing suddenly heard the long-lost cheerful voice of the system. "Host Sauce want to leave now?" Si Jing's movement of flipping through the book paused for a moment, blinking twice in confusion to make sure he hadn't heard wrong. "System Jam, you're back?" The youth's words were gentle and smiling, but the implication was so obvious. "You still know to come back?" The system actually inexplicably heard a trace of aggravation from his tone, and as a data without feelings, he suddenly had that trace of emotion called guilt. "Yes, host, I fooled around and came back ovo." Si Jing closed the book and looked out the window. "If I leave, what about them?" The system was silent for a while and said, "In this world, the emotions and lives of the original protagonists all changed because of you, so you have become the de facto protagonist of this world." To be honest, it had never seen canon fodder that played itself as the protagonist, and Si Jing was the only one who had done so. It was simply incredible. The system continued, "After you leave, time in this world will come to a standstill. It's like an archive in a game. As long as the player doesn't open the game, nothing within the game will change." Si Jing, "Then can I come back?" To him, the people here have been real people for a long time. He couldn't bear to leave them with an endless void and a never-ending wait. After all, he wasn't some scumbag who flirted and then ran. "System, you can, but you can't come back when you're in other worlds. When you are not in other worlds, you can come back at any time. The Fastware Bureau provides a rest space for every host." After all, this benefit from the Fastware Bureau was to fulfill Si Jing's wish. If we talk and then never see each other again, then it wouldn't be a long-distance relationship? The meticulous and careful Fastware Bureau will never make such a mistake in order to ensure the user's experience. In that case, that's quite humane. Si Jing nodded with satisfaction and turned his head to look out the window at the spring flowers and the few people walking towards him with brilliant bouquets of flowers, leaving a final smiling shadow. "I'm not coming back for dinner tonight." Chapter 1, My first meeting with my old attacker actually unfolded like this. The system brought Si Jing into the resting space, which was exactly like Si Jing's bedroom at home, except that there was no passage of time. Due to the host's exceptionally good performance this time, the Fastware Bureau was ready to assign you a more important role. Si Jing laid down into his long-awaited queen-sized bed, rolled several times on the bed, and asked, "Important to what extent?" Could it be that he was going to be the main character? Presumably, it's gone from canon fodder that dies in the first chapter to canon fodder that doesn't die until the 10th chapter. Sikio. That's really important. The system also felt a bit embarrassed and slightly stiffly changed the topic. "Host, do you like performing a lot?" "Well, it's just a hobby." Sikio comfortably covered himself with the fluffy quilt and closed his eyes, looking like he was ready for a good night's sleep. If the host enjoys acting, the next world can try to follow the plot according to the original character's personality setting. It's like acting according to a script. These words aroused Si Jing's interest, and he instantly opened his eyes. Acting or something like that felt like it would be fun, but there was still a slight concern. "I'm playing all the canon fodder roles, what if maintaining my persona kills me faster?" "Don't worry about this. In order to ensure the host's experience, I'll bring you out before any mortal danger occurs." Looking at Si Jing's heartfelt expression, the system continued. "The director is very optimistic about you. If you can continue to reverse your destiny and turn canon fodder into a protagonist, you will be rewarded handsomely." Actually, the director's original words were, "So powerful, why don't you give him my position as director to do a good job, eh?" I'm serious, what do you guys think? The system felt that what the director was saying was not a lie. The director had sat in this position for a long time and was worried about not having an heir. The benefits of being the director of the Bureau of Expressions can be many: eternal life, never-changing looks, endless wealth. How is it not considered a great reward? By the time the host it personally chose became its own top dog, the feeling of nurturing would be too good to be true. Hearing the system's words, Si Jing sat up and leaned against the bed to seriously consider the proposal. This would just fulfill his dream of becoming an actor, and it was also a real-life large-scale immersive performance, where to find such a good opportunity. So Si Jing immediately agreed, the thought of trying his passion for acting, immediately full of energy. "Then let's go to the next world right here." There wasn't much to rest on anyway, he'd spent enough time in bed in the last world. The system was of course 1,000,000% in favor of this, and it had to be said that it was a bit selfish as well. It felt that Si Jing being bullied into a capybara was just too cute, so it couldn't wait for him to be in the small world every day. That way he could see more of such a cute Si Jing. The system's mechanical voice cheerfully broadcast information about the next world. Welcome to Doomsday Carnival. This is a delayed text, 1v1. Main story. In the year 3876 of the new era, there is a global outbreak of a highly contagious zombie virus that infects over 80% of the population. The good news is that a tiny fraction of the remaining humans awakened their powers. The psychics led ordinary humans to spontaneously form human bases of all sizes, perpetuating the genes belonging to the human race. The small group of human beings led by the protagonist attacker, who is a top-level attack class alien, meets the protagonist's subject when he escapes to a department store. The kind and beautiful protagonist sufferer accompanies the protagonist attack until he builds the largest human base on Earth. The two people are fond of each other and protect human civilization in the post-apocalyptic world full of decay and despair, while also living a saucy and sexually blissful life. What a beautiful love! The system spoke so earnestly that it was on the verge of making itself cry. Seeing that the system was gradually going off topic, Si Jing had no choice but to pull it back. I'm sorry, please wait, may I ask what my identity is? The system coughed twice in embarrassment and finally returned to the topic. The host will enter the third year of a full-blown zombie virus outbreak and become a human cannon fodder with a vicious bolded nature in the human group led by the protagonist's attack. You were originally a rich young master of a golden family with a serious criminal-type personality, a dark psyche, a fondness for women's clothing, and a fondness for men. After the end of the world came, you had to follow the protagonist attacking, who represents the highest combat power of mankind, to seek refuge in order to save your life. As a human being, the protagonist tolerates your secret actions time and time again. But you hate the kind-hearted protagonist attacker so much that you have tried to get him killed many times. Finally, at one point, when you tried to push the protagonist subject into a pile of zombies, the protagonist attacker finally decided to give up on you and leave you alone. And informs the administrators of all human bases that no base will be allowed to receive you if you are still alive. In the end, you are evil and die without a trace after being chewed alive by a zombie one step away from one of the human bases. Everyone watches coldly, celebrating your death and singing the praises of the protagonist's beautiful love. Si Jing got goosebumps. Was it really necessary to be so miserable? It can't be helped that the episode of your death is considered a cool point in the original text. Maybe it does seem pretty cool as a reader, but the soon-to-be into the small world division vicious cannon fodder Mirror himself doesn't find it very cool. Si Mirror tried to struggle a bit. Didn't they say that humans had awakened psychic abilities? Maybe in extreme cases he could still use his powers to save his life. Then what are my psychic abilities? A familiar silence spread between the one man and the other. Host, you don't have an alien ability. As if afraid that Si Jing didn't understand, the system repeated it again, bringing a hint of pity in its tone. You are a completely ordinary person. Zell. Doomsday Zombie World, the protagonist attack and protagonist subject's hate value pulls full, no human base will accept him, he himself does not yet have a special ability. If you want him to die, you can just say so. In the last world, Si Jing had already experienced the style of delayed text, which can only be described as very unrestrained. However, how did the topic of post-apocalyptic come to be associated with writing? Can anyone really be that entertained in an environment where they can die at any time? He couldn't understand it, but the system was looking forward to it. How about it, host? Isn't this role very challenging? Si Jing is simply too challenging. Born bad breed rich young master likes women's clothes TXL. He'd never seen such a complex character with elements pulled together. Not sure how those words existed in the same person at the same time. Si Jing looked at the book in his hand, the actor's self-cultivation, which he had brought from the previous world. It doesn't matter. Acting, he's a pro. The big deal was that he was brought out by the system before he died, there was no punishment and he didn't have to do the mission, so what was there to be afraid of? Punch. Life is tasteless and Kojo plays the male counterpart. I don't know what to say. In his ears was a desperate and horrible hissing sound that didn't sound like something a human could make. His chin was lifted hard and molested, slowly draining the warmth from his body. A gloomy coldness pervaded his body, as if he had fallen into piercingly cold water. The cold and coarse touch rubbed his sharp and white jaw, and the ghostly cold breath slowly approached his lips. It was obviously so close, but Sikion couldn't feel the slightest rise and fall of breath. The chaotic consciousness finally returned, and Si Jing's eyelashes trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. The moment the youth opened his eyes, his pupils clenched and his mouth subconsciously opened, but he was unable to make any more sounds. This was because his tongue was forced to be clamped up, sliding and rubbing against the inner walls of his mouth like ice. With his chin lifted by a brutal force, he could only open his watery eyes and swallow subconsciously. The tip of his tongue was pulled out a little, looking astringent and helpless.
Si Jing's mind was not yet fully awake, and he was already terrified by this abusive scene, and a red flush of fear surfaced on his pale little face. In front of him was an extremely handsome man, covered in cold air, his face as pale as paper, not resembling a living person. The man's long eyebrows into the temples, eyebrows and eyes hostile color horrifying, light-colored thin lips gently hooked, smoky gray pupils filled with a heavy dead air. The long, silky hair as black as ink hung down the side of his handsome face, adding a touch of androgynous beauty to him. His features were almost an inorganic beauty, treacherous and ethereal. Just looking into those smoky gray eyes made Si Jing feel a great fear, as if his heart was being rubbed to pieces and he didn't even dare to tremble. He had no doubt that as long as this man wanted to, his fingers could stab through his throat. Instead of slowly and tortuously scouring his uvula as he was doing now. There were only 2 questions left in Si Jing's mind now. Which time point is this entering? Who is this man? Chapter 2, Old Attacker, you're pressing on my skirt. Si Jing helplessly and fearfully complied with the man's force and obediently tilted his head. His vision slowly focused, and he realized that behind the man were piles of horrible zombies. They hissed and clawed frantically forward, trying to devour fresh human flesh and blood. The dense horde of zombies was only a door away from them. Sijit's hand was pressing on the latch, and with a slight jerk of the latch, he could have pushed the man in front of him into the pile of walkers. But the man's slender fingers were pressing on his wrist, and as long as the man didn't want to, there was absolutely no way that Sikyong could open the door. Si Jing probably understood the current situation. This man was the protagonist's subject. The current point in time is that he is about to push the protagonist sufferer into a zombie pile. Si Jing glanced at the hand he was grabbing, and he suddenly felt that the current situation was completely different from the information given by the system. This man was surprisingly strong, and he seemed to have more hard eyes than a lotus root. It didn't match up at all with the labels given by the system of weak, sickly, and kind. Compared to this man, Si Jing felt that he was more like a small sufferer bushi. The man barely used any force to make his wrist unable to move even a little bit. How could he push him into the pile of zombies? It was more like the man pushed him out. Having maintained this position, Sikyong's teeth and tongue were sore, and he swallowed hard, his voice fading. You. No sooner had he uttered a syllable, however, than the man's icy eyes rolled and looked searchingly at Si Jing. The hand that was cupping his chin aggravated a few points, and the man was just about to say something when a cold and merciless voice rang out from behind him. Brahma Pure Zen, what are you doing here? Si Jing's reddened eyes pocketed a mist of water, and as he raised his eyes to look, the owner of the voice was a cold-looking man. Behind him followed many people, looking at him with either surprise or anger. Si Jing's mind electrified. These people should be the small group of humans led by the protagonist's attack. The indifferent man at the head was naturally the main character attack. But before he had a chance to see the man's face, Brahma Pure Zen changed his appearance at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those smoky gray eyes instantly turned into a light amber color, looking loyal and harmless. The pale, handsome face roiled with blood, and the hand that had been clamping down on the youth possessed a temperature that belonged to a human. It was as if this corpse-like person had been infused with life in an instant, transforming from a horrible evil spirit into a living human being. Brahma Pure Zen's voice was clear and pleasant, and with a strong sense of fear, he said to the walking protagonist attack. Mukue Pavilion, save me. Then Brahma Pure Zen hooked his lips and smiled, pressing against Si Jingbai's soft little earlobes, his voice line ghostly and treacherous. Brother Mirror, you have a cruel heart. A bit of wet coldness on the soft flesh of the ear tip crossed over, and Si Jing trembled more than once, while Van Jingzhen's pair of phoenix eyes were filled with gloom and madness. Why do you want to kill me? The wintry scent of Brahma Pure Zen's body instantly surrounded him. It was as if Si Jing had smelled 100 flowers, his mind was in a trance, and he didn't have an ounce of strength in his hands and feet. Something was wrong, this protagonist's subject was not right at all. He can charm people. Is that his power? Is that his power? Too late to think carefully, Si Jing watched as Fan Jingzhen flipped his wrist and directly jerked open the iron door latch that was blocking hundreds of zombies. Roar! Accompanied by the people's cries of alarm, the zombies that smelled the scent of the living went crazy and howled. Brahma Jingzhen yanked Si Jing's wrist and flung him into the room, while he himself fell outward in the same direction. From the perspective of the protagonist's attack and the others, it looked exactly as if Si Jing had pushed the person out with force. Si Jing's eyes widened as he subconsciously reached out to grab Van Jingzhen, yet the glistening and translucent pink fingertips only touched the other party's fingertips. No. In the moment the position was reversed, the face of Van Yongzhen facing the protagonist's attack happened to have a most panicked and unbelieving expression. It looked so pitiful that one couldn't wait to pour out one's heart to him. Si Jing's fingertips trembled, and the fishy odor of the zombie's body washed away the wintry scent of the Brahma Pure Zen in an instant, so the others couldn't even notice. As the after effects of the winks were still fresh, Si Jing dropped to the ground in disorientation and tried to explain himself to Mook Ting, who had darted over to him. No. It's not like that. But it didn't have the slightest effect, it didn't even make any sense now whether or not Si Jing was doing it on purpose. The zombie horde had already completely broken open that already precarious iron door and flooded in. Everyone grabbed their weapons to fight off the swarm of zombies. And Brahma Jingzhen was drowned by the stream of zombies in the blink of an eye. Not even a single sound was heard. Si Jingjing sat frozen in place for a moment, somewhat unable to react. How could this happen? Didn't the system say that the protagonist attacker would save the protagonist recipient? How? Was the protagonist subject directly thrown into the zombie pile? With so many zombies, it might have been gnawed into a skeleton. Si Jing's throat was a little sore from the play just now, his legs were weak and his waist was sore as he sat down on his knees, and a few zombies' rotting hands had already reached out to him. Then Si Jing watched as Mu Guiting walked towards him, and there was more than a hint of obvious eagerness on that iceberg face. What's the situation? The man's hands were extremely sharp. Si Jing didn't even see how he struck. A cold strong wind blew by, and the several zombies surrounding him were instantly vibrated away. Oh no, in fact is shattered, broken into dregs of meat. A few teardrops that had just been scared out by the zombies hung in the corners of the youth's eyes, to fall, like a few tiny crystals.
Funny and cute. Sigit stomped back a little bit, things were totally off now.
Mu Guiting instantly flashed to his side and directly picked him up, pressing him tightly to his chest.
Si Jing. Hey! Your little sufferer is outside the door. What are you picking me up for? As if he could see Si Jing's thoughts, the man's gaze calmly looked out the door.
Si Jing turned his head in hatred. It was only now that he thought of saving the little sufferer. The yellow flowers had gotten cold. However, Mu Guiting didn't even have the slightest intention of going out to save him. His thin lips hooked up in a teasing smile. He held Si Jing with one hand, and with the palm of his other hand upwards, he gradually condensed into an icy blue ball of light. He then slashed the ball of light towards the zombie group, and the group of zombies was instantly frozen, and cold air filled the entire room. Mu Guiting clenched his fist with one hand, and the ice all cracked, emitting a zippy sound.
Within seconds, all the zombies turned into broken pieces with the cracked ice. Si Jing forgot to blink as he watched. Was this the top human combat power?
No wonder the other people's first reaction to seeing a zombie wasn't panic. Instead they methodically picked up their weapons, so it turned out that with Mu Guiting around, there was no need to worry at all. No wonder the original owner wants to hug the thigh. This is no longer a thigh, this is a giant pillar in the sky.
People are Mu strong. Si Jing's eyes glowed as he looked at Mu Guiting.
Then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong.
He couldn't feel his pants. Cool.
Accompanied by the man's urging gaze, Si Jing lowered his eyes. He was surprisingly wearing a short pearl white skirt with a pure white lace leg ring tied around his thighs. There was also a shiny metal clasp in the center of the leg ring that strangled into the white flesh, creating evocative pink marks. Si Jing completely froze. The whole person seemed to instantly ripen, even his fingertips got a few points hotter.
Forgot that the original owner likes to wear women as clothing.
He was dressed like this, and he was looking at people with a starry-eyed face. This is completely perverted.
Chapter 3, the old attacker is not a decent person at all.
Si Jing awkwardly clutched the corner of her skirt and tugged downward in a futile attempt to keep this too short skirt from blocking her white thighs. However, it didn't help at all, and anyway, it made him look like he had a youthful feeling of refusal, which made him even more attractive to be picked on. It made you want to pinch hard to see if that milky skin would flood with nice pink marks. Si Jing lowered his head, wanting to say something, but his throat was still too dry to make a sound.
He vaguely felt that something was wrong.
Although Brahma Pure Zen's finger was pressed against his throat just now, it wasn't much harder, and could even be called gentle. How could his throat be so hard? The lush and delicate youth hung her head, her cheeks flushed with a shy halo, as if she had been bullied hard. A momentary freeze appeared on people's faces, and the air was so frozen quiet that even the sound of someone swallowing saliva could be heard. Pouring out her beauty figuratively at this moment, the youth was mesmerizingly beautiful, helplessly nestled in the devil's arms like a pure angel. They also didn't want to describe the righteous Mu Guiting as a demon, but the way he looked at the youth wasn't innocent at all.
The possessive FL darkness in those narrow eyes was chilling, hardening his decent aura as a human leader a bit.
Mu Guiting coldly turned his head, not saying a word, but the icy aura around him brought a huge sense of oppression. The moment the man looked over, the people around him immediately sobered up as if they had been scalded. People lowered their heads and moved in an organized manner. There was no need for Mukue Pavilion to command them, as they divided up the labor. Some people went to repair the gate, some people cleaned up the zombies, some people went to the perimeter to keep watch, and everything was carried out in a well-organized manner. Mu Guiting withdrew his sight, his arms tightened a few points, his voice gentle and magnetic. "Little mirror, I'll take you up to rest." After saying that, without waiting for Si Jing to react, he carried him up to the second floor. The man's palm was pressed on his waist socket, and Si Jing couldn't exert any strength at all, let alone maintain any persona. No one had told him that it was this kind of intensity once he came in either. The protagonist's victim's life and death are unknown, and the protagonist's attacker is whispering to him. That's nothing like what the system said. He slowed down for a while before his voice got a little better, and his long eyelashes fanned out, pursing watermarks on his powdery eyelids.
"Mukue Pavilion, where are you taking me?" "To my room." The man looked at him deeply, his voice so soft that it was almost seeping honey. Si Jing fiercely winced. That's what was wrong. He was now deeply skeptical of the feelings between the protagonists. Mu Guiting didn't know the thoughts of the person in his arms, his slender finger pressed on the youth's brow, gently tracing along that beautiful eyebrow. He was keenly aware that the youth in front of him had suddenly become different. This change seemed to have occurred just now out of nowhere, like a sudden change of person. He never knew that Si Jing was this beautiful. Si Jing used to love to make small moves inside the team, although he was a rich son, but in the end of the world, money was a pile of waste paper. The young master who used to be surrounded by people in front and behind, in such a world there are only some useless spoiled bad temper left. This kind of colorful person will not be useful in the team other than annoying people like a jumping clown. If it wasn't for Mu Guiting accepting him for the sake of being a human, I'm afraid he would have wandered off and been bitten to death by a zombie by now. But just 10 minutes ago, everything became different. The moment the youth had locked eyes with him in the arms of Brahma Pure Zen, those watery fox eyes had slammed into his eyes like that, their powdery crystal eyes looking at him with a delicate contentment. The youth's skin was snow white, and his head of silvery hair was slightly messy from being rubbed, the neckline was disheveled, and his short skirt was turned up. The slender shoulder blades kept trembling, and the whole person looked like a leaf swept down by the autumn wind, fragile and heartbreaking. But also vivid and dexterous, knitting the brows and moving the heart. It was as if a crude puppet was suddenly injected with a soul, and the whole person came to life. In that instant Mu Guiting's heart felt like it was beating violently for the first time. For the first time he felt unexplained fear that the fragile latch would be drawn out, fear that madman, Fan Gingchan, would push him out. The way the youth was trapped in his arms with his eyes lost in thought was beyond piercing. He had never been as frantic as that moment when he wanted to kill Brahma Pure Zen. Mu Guiting gazed deeply at the youth in his arms and carried the person into a certain room on the second floor. This was originally the manager's office, but now it had become Mu Guiting's exclusive bedroom. There were many other offices and staff lounges on the second floor, all of which were separate rooms. Alien members of the team live alone or in pairs in one room. Doctors, soldiers and other scarce professions and ordinary people in very good physical condition live in one room in threes or fours. The rest of the ordinary people have a large bunk on the first floor, while there are also people on duty in shifts to stand guard and keep watch. Previously, Si Jing had always slept on the first floor, but because he was so delicate and had a particularly strange temper, many people were not used to seeing him. Mu Guiting explicitly forbade any fights in the team and other things that were not conducive to unity, so everyone didn't pay much attention to him and stayed away from him when they slept. And now Mak Guiting just carried him into his room. Si Jing surveyed the room, a simple business gray tone with a leather sofa and a not too wide bed on the other side, perfect for a nap. The sun was setting, and the clear yellow warm light shone into the room through the window, cozy like some unusual evening. There was even a cup of coffee on the solid wood desk, still steaming. In the post-apocalyptic world, many people couldn't even get a peaceful sleep, and having such a small room was already considered a luxury. Mu Guiting placed the man on the bed, and smoothly took off his shoes, leaning forward a point closer, and the fragrance of jasmine drilled into his nostrils in a silky way. Do what? The youth looked at him warily, the tips of his ears trembling lightly. The tip of Maketsa Ting's tongue licked his lips, leaving a wet, shiny trail of water on his upper lip that looked sexy as hell. But to Si Jing, this was clearly a precursor to some kind of large feline about to feed. The man reached out and circled the youth's cap, saying with a single word, "It's time to sleep." Si Jing looked out the window at the clear sunlight. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening at the most, and he said he wanted to go to bed? Maketsa Ting took the youth's skepticism in, but was unmoved as he straightened up and walked towards the window. Then he sharply pulled the curtains closed. The heavy curtains could not penetrate a single ray of light, and the entire room was suddenly plunged into a dimness. After pulling the curtains, Mu Guiting reappeared. The tall figure leaned over, exuding the pressure of an ice alien, enveloping the slender youth on the bed. The man's voice was still gentle, but it took on a dangerous implication that could not be ignored. "It's getting dark, you can sleep now." Si Jing. A good manual darkness. Si Jing heart tip are trembling. The man's pressure makes him produce a great sense of fear, ice, and snow like cold and harsh breath entangled lock every inch of skin. This fear was almost from instinct, making him unconsciously want to give in to him. Alarm bells went off in Si Jing's mind, and what little sanity he had left told him that this protagonist attack wasn't right either. He used to think that this person was an honorable gentleman, high-minded human leader, but what happened? He was simply a dangerous madman. As the man approached, Si Jing felt his blood run cold. He stomped backward on the bedsheet, his white, even, straight calves exposed to the air, extraordinarily eye-catching in the dimly lit room. The short skirt rolled up a good deal with the backward movement, and the loops on his thighs glowed with the cold light of metal. It seemed to invite someone to roughly rip it off. The youth's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, her long soft hair sticking wetly to her cheeks, and as she gently pursed her lips, her round pear swirls filled with intoxicating sweet wine. This looked really bad to the extreme. Chapter 4, The old offense is horrible, I'm swinging for the fences. Si Jing's face turned white, and the word fear was already written on his face. However, the man was not moved at all and was determined to sleep. The bed was an office nap bed, and it was still a bit of a struggle to squeeze two people in. Mu Guiting held the youth's calf and pressed the person down with a slight force, his back pressed against the soft bedsheet. Then he bullied his way up and wrapped his arms around the youth's shoulders. When Si Jing reacted, his own hand was already against the man's chest. The skin under his hand was hot, his pectoral muscles were full-shaped and muscular, and he could even feel the frequency of his heart vibrating. Frosty cold breath and the scent of jasmine intertwined with each other, swirling around the youth's trembling pinky finger, and then dazzlingly curling up to the tip of his heart. Si Jing, Mu Kuei-ting, I think. He felt that the current situation was very wrong. Was this what canon fodder was supposed to be? Was this right? However, Mu Guiting didn't give him a chance to speak at all, rubbing the corners of his lips with his thinly calloused fingertips. The long finger was pressed against the reddish, fat moist lips, making a gesture of silence. Sleep well. There was a sudden crackle of rain outside the window, and the sun had finally set completely, even the moon was obscured by dark clouds. The room was completely plunged into darkness. Mu Guiting's eyes glittered with cold light, like a sharp sword, and everything in Si Jing's eyes was invisible in front of his eyes. Si Jing couldn't say a word, the man's finger hooked his jaw and then let go. Mu Kuei-ting closed his eyes, as if he was really going to sleep. But Si Jing knew that he wasn't sleeping at all, because he was being bullied to the point where he was almost crying. The youth's upturned tail eyelashes trembled, hiding the clear mist of water in his eyes. Good-looking eyebrows furrowed, eyes reddened, and his body stepped backward in small increments, but he couldn't even make it against the wall. For the soft hindquarters had been forcefully clasped by a hand across the cool wall. After 5 minutes like this, Mu Guiting no longer made any extra movements or opened his eyes again, except for smoothing his fur from time to time like petting a kitten. Si Jing's originally tightly closed eyes slowly opened a small slit, carefully looking at the man near him. During the daytime, Mu Guiting's superior features always made people overlook many things. And now that there was only a bit of very hazy shimmering light in the room, it appeared that the man's bone structure was so perfect. Mu Guiting was breathing steadily and looked to be truly asleep, but Si Jing was completely unable to sleep. He was stiff and didn't dare to move at all. This man gave him a very dangerous feeling, not weaker than Brahma pure Zen. Sigit felt like his joints were rusting, and he stepped back a tiny bit in an attempt to move his muscles. However, in the next second, those dark, sunken eyes abruptly opened and stared straight at him, without the slightest hint of sleepiness in their eyes. The man's hand pressed a few points harder and pressed him into his arms, bridging the distance he had managed to pull away completely. What's wrong, mirror? Sikio. Why can he see him even with his eyes closed? There really wasn't a single thing he could do about it, and he hadn't relaxed since the first second he entered this world. Now that he was being bullied like this even when he was sleeping, the aggression surged to his heart in an instant, and even the ends of his eyes were suffocated in a reddish color. Mu Guiting only felt that the youth in his arms instantly softened, and the whole person suddenly became furry, like some kind of small animal that likes to turn its belly. He couldn't help but touch the other party's soft hair, caressing it lovingly twice, and then touching the youth's face with an itchy hand. Coldly noticing that his palm was wet and cool, he looked down rather surprised, only to see a watery light. His heart beat a few moments faster, almost screaming to burst out of his chest, a sourness he had never felt before. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Si Jing couldn't stop crying this time, only the tears didn't fall out. When he was aggrieved, tears would not fall out of his eyes, they would only swirl around in his eyes. The upper and lower lashes crushed the rounded teardrops into a mist of tears, wetly coating the clear, clean eyes. Mu Guiting only felt that this person's tears could not be wiped away, like a small spring. Those gentle eyes trapped him in them, willingly drowning. Si Jing just looked at him blearily, not saying a word. Mu Guiting was about to patiently ask again, when he suddenly felt a wetness in his heart and looked down to find the youth leaning into his arms like a kitten. Long eyelashes scraped him, and the warm jasmine fragrance was like a sheer thread of love, wrapping his entire being. A dull ache ran through his heart, finally realizing what it meant to be a gentle knife. He patted his back soothingly, his voice so soft it was breaking. Good little mirror, what's wrong with you? I'm so scared that I can't sleep. The person in her arms rubbed twice, tear tracks blotting through the fabric on her chest into 2 tiny splashes. Somewhat surprised, Mu Guiting pressed against the youth's ear and asked softly, what are you afraid of? Si Jing buried a small head like an ostrich, his voice muffled and soft. I pushed your out today. The youth spoke softly, like water flowing through, but on closer inspection, his voice carried a tremor. Especially at this distance of Mu Guiting, he only felt that he was tickling his heart with every word. I don't know if you believe me or not, but it wasn't me who pushed, it was him who grabbed my hand and threw himself out. His voice got smaller and smaller as his little face gradually turned red. He felt that his words were as incredible as saying, Brahma Jingchan tripped over his left foot and fell to his death. Mu Guiting laughed and followed his example, asking, "Bye. Do you mean Brahma pure Zen?" Si Jing nodded, his soft shiny hair sliding down from his rounded shoulders and falling into the man's palm. "He may be dead, but you didn't kill me. And slept with me." I think you must be holding a big one for me. Can't tell you how you're going to torture me later. Mu Guiting coughed violently. The little mirror was too cute, he could hardly hold back. He forced himself to resist the urge to rub the person in his arms and asked in a calm manner, well, so what? So? Si Jing came a few points closer, raised a small, clear, stunning face, and took his hand, placing it on his own snowy neck. To kill or die, can you be more direct? Don't torture me. Mu Guiting's paranoid gaze fell on the youth's neck, clearly scared to the core but still wanting to bring up the most vulnerable place himself. Under the thin skin was the throbbing carotid artery, and the slippery touch of his fingertips made him lose control a little. He knew the youth had a serious criminal-type personality, a rich boy of the worst kind. He used to think that he wouldn't turn up anything too big, after all, he was just a regular guy. But now he realized the brilliance of this youth, just a few words made his heart ache with pity. Very capable and clever indeed. But even so, it was hard not to fall for him, hard not to give him his complete and entire heart. And Si Jing, who had already swung for the fences, was completely unaware that he had inadvertently set up the bad young master's people again. Can only say that the unintentional willows into a shade, not he acted well in fact, did not act at all rely on the man to think a lot. At this time, Si Jing was still tilting his neck, ready to wait for death. The man sighed in amusement and moved his fingertips to the youth's spread collar, carefully straightening it out for him. Mirror, sleep in peace. I won't hurt you, and I won't let anyone else hurt you. Chapter 5. You have to remember to wear clothes when you go to bed. Old attack. Early the next morning, Si Jing woke up in a man's arms. The first second she opened her eyes, those translucent eyes still had some confusion in them, like a pearl covered with a light veil. The ear-piercing roar of a zombie came from outside the window, and it took a few seconds of adaptation before he fully came to his senses. Into his eyes was an extremely handsome face, with sharp angles, a very heroic and decent look. The long straight eyelashes followed the curve of the eyes, and the closed phoenix eyes formed a narrow eye line. When this pair of cold and stern eyes closed, the kind of uninviting and forbidden feeling on the man's body washed away a little, and looked surprisingly a few points of lazy and casual. As soon as I saw this face, everything that happened yesterday flooded into my brain like a tidal wave. He was now in the post-apocalyptic world and surrounded by horrible zombies. The development of the world plot had deviated greatly from what was imagined. Everything now is uncontrollable, and no one knows where the plot is going. This feeling of everything being out of control made Si Jing feel very insecure. He felt like he was stepping on the edge of a cliff, and if he was not careful, he would step off and fall into the abyss of 10,000 feet. This feeling made him breathe a bit poorly, pouring out small mouthfuls of air, like a small animal that had fallen into a hunter's trap. The youth who was protected by the man's entire embrace had a reddish halo at the end of his eyes, and the tip of his porcelain white nose was beaded with beads of sweat, faintly flushed with a thin reddish color. Strange, how could it be so hot? Si Jing looked down strangely and realized that he was hugging someone like a koala. No wonder it was so hot. Although he himself was dressed properly, Makutsuki Ting was surprisingly topless. Hey, Si Jing sighed inaudibly and helped him pull the covers upwards. Mom had told him, a man who doesn't love himself is better than a rotten cabbage. How can you just go around with no clothes on when you're sleeping with someone? It's just so bad. Maybe Mu Guiting thinks it's okay between men. But Si Jing's understanding of certain things had been taken to a higher level since he had experienced the last world. He felt the need to tell Mu Guiting that he couldn't just take off his clothes in front of someone else, even if that person was a man. Otherwise you'll be like him, one wrong step at a time. Talking about it is all tears. JPG. Si Jing carefully pulled the distance between the two of them a bit, his white and delicate face flushed with peach blossom-like powder, spreading all the way to the tips of his white ears. He felt embarrassed because he had always been a good sleeper and didn't know how he had become like this. Maybe he was too scared yesterday, so his whole body subconsciously moved towards the heat source in his sleep. He could only find this seemingly more reasonable reason for himself, otherwise it would be really hard for him to accept that he was actively wrapped so tightly. It was almost like pampering. Si Jing propped up the bed with one hand and tried to get up. He only used a little bit of force, and before he could even get up, Mu Guiting's eyes opened. A sturdy arm passed through his waistline, his fingertips wrapped around a strand of silky silver hair, and he upsetly said, "What's Mirror going to do?" Sujetsu's body stiffened and his voice was thin and soft and very honest. "I want to go to the bathroom." The man's eyes surveyed the soft and slender youth, nodded understandingly, and released him. "Go ahead." Si Jing breathed a sigh of relief and slowly got out of bed, not realizing that Mu Guiting did not make things difficult for him. Only to see Si Jing get up, Mu Guiting did not sleep. He rolled over and propped one hand on the side of his face, his cold, easy eyes tracing the youth's slender figure. The quilt rested on a strong, lean waist, the spine broad, every muscle on the back of his shoulders flawless. Si Jing could feel the man's substantial line of sight, stinging his back like a needle. But Si Jing chose to ignore it. He didn't want to cause more trouble. The youth's white fingers had just touched the doorknob when Mu Guiting's voice came from his ears, extremely close. "Little Mirror, do you want to change your clothes?" The hot breath brushed against the small patch of sensitive skin behind the ear. "What?" He hadn't heard Mukueting's footsteps at all. How could the distance between the two suddenly be drawn so close? Even if a man walks very fast, he shouldn't be completely silent at all. But Mukueting just appeared behind him so suddenly, as if he were a ghost. Was this something a normal person could do? A thin layer of sweat instantly rose on Si Jing's forehead, and the terrible suspicion that followed sent chills down his spine. He suddenly felt that the person he had slept with all night was not human. Literally. But Makuta's breathing and temperature were clearly in the realm of normal. Were all the aliens like this? Si Jing's fingernails unconsciously pinched his palm, forming a few shallow crescent marks on the fine white flesh. He leaned forward slightly, pulling away from the man a little, the suppressive force of his body belonging to the altered one making him a little breathless. The youth hung his head slightly, his beautiful eyebrows making one's heart flutter, and whispered, "To change." He woke up with the thought of changing his clothes. The clothes he was wearing now were not dirty, but he always felt a faint aura of death lingering on them. It was cold and sticky, and it always made him think of Van Jingzhen's crazy and evil eyes. Very uncomfortable. However, the original owner loved women's clothing, and almost all of his clothes were all kinds of skirts, one shorter than the other, and as sexy as they could be. Clothes are all on the first floor. He thought to stop by the bottom later to get one, and then go to the bathroom to change. He didn't realize that Mugueting even had to worry about things like him changing his clothes. This was too much of a concern for Ken and Fodder, right? Si Jing's wild white fingers were twisted together, and his obedient appearance barely showed a hint of the shadow of a vicious rich young master. It made people want to hold him in their arms and rub him hard before bullying him into tears. In this regard, Mugueting felt that Si Jing was really skillful. He had thought that he was a person with a strong heart, bent only on the prosperity and development of mankind. But he hadn't expected that since the glance he had shared with the youth yesterday, the scales in his heart had completely tipped in his favor. He even thought that if one day Si Jing stood against all of humanity, he would choose him. The beautiful teenager in front of him was just too smart and powerful. In Mugueting's heart, Si Jing's persona was once again firmly established. Mugueting's silence was a danger signal for Si Jing, and the courage he had managed to build up was about to be all used up. Mugueting, can I go out now? The youth raised his head, his seductive fox eyes filled with uneasiness, as if the man in front of him was some kind of flooding beast. But Mugueting didn't back away, looking meaningfully at the youth's pair of delicate white collarbones, almost pressing the man against the door panel. There are clothes in the closet here that you should like. This room was the manager's office, which actually counted as a higher specification, and it did have a closet. Mugueting didn't let him off the hook, as if he wouldn't let him out if Si Jing didn't agree. Si Jing had to compromise and nod his head, stumbling, "Then I'll take a look." Hopefully, this manager was a man, so that he wouldn't have to wear women's clothing by the way. Mugueting hooked up the corners of his lips and gentlemanly helped Si Jing pull open the closet door, observing the youth's reaction with good grace. The moment the closet door was pulled open, the expression on Si Jing's face froze, his watery eyes blinked twice in shock, and he spat out a sentence with difficulty. "Are these clothes?" Mugueting revealed a smirk of triumph, casually shrugged his shoulders, and with a single stretch of his long arm he swept the frothing youth into his arms. "Of course, pick one." Chapter 6. Someone crickets me, say something, old attacker. Si Jing's eyes fell on those fabrics. It was hard to imagine that these things could be called clothes. As he looked at them one by one, the fabric of these clothes was so pitifully small that it would not even be an exaggeration to call them trimmings. He had expected to see rows of ties and shirts, or modest dresses and women's formal wear. But he didn't expect a closet full of unseemly clothes. Si Jing pointed to the closet, and then pointed to himself. His voice unconsciously brought a tremor. "Are you saying that you want me to wear these?" "Just kidding." But Mugueting didn't have the slightest intention of joking. He nodded seriously as if he was discussing a very serious matter with Si Jing. The man made a gesture to put his hand towards the sexiest piece of tulle short blouse, and sincerely looked at Si Jing. "Do you need me to help you pick?" Si Jing had a jolt and immediately stopped his hand, stuttering in his speech. No need. I'll do it myself." Mugueting looked obscurely at the youth's hand that landed on his arm, slender and well-proportioned, soft and delicate. "Want to lick?" Noticing the man's line of sight, Si mirror image was bitten by a bite of a poisonous snake and immediately drew his hand away. He rummaged through the closet, trying to find a piece of clothing that he could wear out. The poor beauty seemed to have lost all her strength and means, and her whole body looked dead. Mugueting stifled his laughter, feeling as if the kitten in front of him was a bit dead. He also couldn't bear to bully the person too much. He was already satisfied to see him in this soft state. He was just about to let him off the hook and tell him he didn't have to look for it. Si Jing then pulled out a shirt straight away, his eyes looking away in embarrassment, his little face flushed a thin red. "Just this one." After saying that, as if he was afraid the man would disagree, he turned and walked away, hurrying toward the door. This time, there was no longer a single pause, directly unscrewing the doorknob and going out without looking back, fearing that Mugueting would stop him again. And was left in place. Mugueting only had time to see the soft pink light fabric in the hands of the youth, as well as the round and delicate pearls.
The iceberg-like handsome face instantly flushed with a hint of redness. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly, his eyes looking deep into the direction where Si Jing left.
A bit of anticipation. The bathroom was on the south side of the first floor, and Sikyeon woke up early, when many people on the first floor were still asleep.
Only a few scattered people sat up sleepily, looking like the people were awake but their souls were still asleep. The open space was full of people, about 70 to 80 at a rough glance. For Mu Guiting to be able to protect so many people in the zombie-infested post-apocalyptic world, he was indeed a very capable and responsible person. The only drawback is that he is not very self-loving and likes to sleep half-naked in front of others. But no one is perfect, and Si Jing believes he will be able to teach him one day. He suddenly felt the fabric on his hand was a bit hot, and quickly walked towards the bathroom, not wanting to be seen by the others. However, when he reached the bathroom door, his steps stopped. He heard whispering coming from inside, maybe 3 or 4 people, and heard his name from their conversation. His eyes widened, someone was cricketing him. Si Jing pursed his lips, his hand on the doorknob dropped and he put his face close to the door panel, perked up his ears and listened carefully. The voice inside the door gritted its teeth a little.
I don't know how Little Fan is doing, Little Fan is so nice, how can Si Jing bear to push him down?
That's right, Xiao Fan is beautiful and kind-hearted, she is also good to him, never generalize with him. Si Jing did this time is really too much.
Which time did he not go too far?
If it wasn't for Brother Mu and Little Fan's kind hearts, I would have peeled his skin off long ago. Si Jing shivered, the hatred in that person's tone could be completely unlike joking, the kind that couldn't wait to eat him alive. Mu brother is also quite strange, how did not pursue it at all?
Could it be that he really moved on? However, do you guys feel that Si Jing seems different? Was he this good looking before?
I see, don't be really seeing ghosts, I can't seem to recall what he used to look like at all.
I also.
But he now this little look, indeed quite lovely, even I.
The latter topic was somewhat less flattering, and several people laughed for a moment.
Si Jing couldn't hear it anymore and directly pushed the door open, and the few people in the door instantly stopped talking. The youth in front of them was as beautiful as a fairy, and had a feeling of not eating fire on earth. It was hard to see a person who could blend the two qualities of coolness and seduction so perfectly. Probably because he was angry, the corners of the youth's mouth did not curl up arrogantly as usual, instead it was gently pursed, and the ends of his eyes were scarlet, even his thin eyelids were tinted with a reddish hue. He stood in the doorway in that thin manner, one hand behind his back, as if he was trembling slightly, so beautiful that it seemed like a dream that would blow away. For no reason at all, it gave birth to infinite compassion in one's heart, and at the same time, it inevitably gave rise to dark thoughts. Several people swallowed in unison, but could not utter a word. It was as if the nosy and obnoxious perverted young master in their memories was gradually fading away, reforming into a gentle and clear beauty of the world. As Si Jing entered a compartment and pulled the door shut, several people were blocked from view. They looked at each other and each left the bathroom with their own thoughts. No one bothered Si Jing, after all, the image that he once had an axe to grind and extremely disgusting methods had been deeply rooted in people's hearts.
Moreover, now that he seemed to be looked upon by Mu Guiting, no one dared to mess with Mu Guiting.
Messing with Si Jing might just be a chronic retaliation, and he could still survive if he was careful enough.
But if you mess with Mu Guiting, you'll die the same way as those zombies yesterday.
Si Jing in the cubicle slowly took off his clothes and unfolded the piece of clothing in his hand. Compared to the other clothes in the closet, this one was considered relatively conservative and had relatively more fabric. It's a sundress, and it's just shy of mid-thigh in length. Silk lined with a tulle overskirt, the hem is made to look like a flower bud and is fluffy to wear like a little flower fairy. If only this is the case, Si Jing is also still acceptable, after all, short skirts' leg rings have been worn. But there is another mystery behind this dress, the back is completely skeletonized, connected only by a few thin chains of white pearls. The snowy back was exposed to the air, and the smooth, hard touch of the pearls aggravated his insecurity. It was as if with a few casual movements, or a gentle tug, this dress was going to fall off. He could only drape all of his long hair behind him to cover it slightly. Luckily, he had enough hair, and his long silver white hair was like a stunning veil draped over his slender white back, and paired with this exquisite flower bud dress, it had a beauty that transcended gender. Si Jing bites his lip, his face is getting hotter and hotter. Do we really have to go out like this? He looked at the still normal short skirt that he had changed out of, and inwardly faltered. How about changing it back? But this idea was quickly dismissed by him. This was because this dress was tainted with the aura of Brahma Pure Zen, and that gloomy deathly aura made Si Jing feel very ominous. Right now, just looking at this dress, he felt chills all over his body and had a bad feeling. He panicked and was about to push the door open and go out. But the next instant his pupils instantly dilated. The door could not be opened. It was as if a great push was preventing him from opening the door, but there was clearly no one outside. There were no human footsteps that he had been listening for. It was quiet, too quiet. Suddenly, the wiring to the restroom lights became erratic as well, flickering wildly together as if they were making poor contact. But Si Jing is not a little cutie. How could it suddenly have a bad contact? It was clearly fine just now. It all started when he changed his clothes. Suddenly, all the lights went out and the entire bathroom was plunged into eerie darkness.
There was not a single ray of light, and you couldn't see your fingers.
The temperature in the surrounding area rapidly decreased, and the gloomy coldness seemed to penetrate into the bones, and Si Jing was so cold that his teeth were chattering.
The gloomy wind that blew from nowhere gently lifted his skirt.
Then, like some kind of cold-blooded animal covered with scales, it circled his waist, his neck, his lips.
Chapter 7, The Old Attacker Doesn't Seem Human.
The darkness in front of his eyes was as thick as melting ink, and Si Jing felt that his entire body was plunged into the thick asphalt, and he couldn't even move a little. He was pressed against the wall by an invisible force, forcing his legs apart. It looked like he was half sitting down, but there was clearly no one in front of him. Si Jing had never encountered such a paranormal event before, and was too scared to move, only allowing the cold and evil breath to slowly lick his skin. His lips were parted and black gas invaded his teeth, cold and piercing. With his lips and teeth separated, Si Jing trembled uncontrollably. He felt a bit of déjà vu with this scene, as if he had experienced it just a short while ago. Suddenly, his whole body froze, and a devilish name gradually emerged in his mind.
Baby, remember?
The cold voice suddenly appeared in her ears, and the strong scent of hundreds of flowers filled the cubicle, smelling mind-numbing. The youth's small face lost its blood color, and after being pushed to the limit by the extreme fear, even the subtle sounds became messy and broken. He was forced to open his mouth, but the violent fluttering of his pupils already indicated that he knew who this person was.
Brahma Jyoti Zen.
The black mist that teased his waist side gradually solidified into a large, bony, cold hand. He felt the long hair on the side of his face being ruffled and replaced with a moist, cold touch.
The wet, soft coldness swam coolly over his skin, grinding his teardrops together.
I'm so glad that the baby's body remembers me.
Brahma's nettlesome Zen's voice took on a hint of nervous excitement.
He let go of Sikio fondly so that his soft, clear voice could be heard. Si Jing's voice was still a little muffled, sounding sweet and moving, with some forbidden flavor after being bullied.
What are you doing?
The man's grip on his waist increased, pressing Sikio's entire body against his chest. But Si Jing could not feel his breathing or heartbeat, even the temperature on his body was close to corpse temperature.
Can this still be a living person?
Si Jing couldn't see Brahma Pure Zen's expression, but the other party was able to see him clearly. The youth's eyelashes were wet in clusters and bonded together, the long and curved eyelash feathers were softly stained at the end of his eyes, and his eyes were wet and red. As an ordinary person, the youth was defenseless against his charm. He could only allow himself to sink into desire and despair, and even his pretty pink eyes were a bit subtly lax. It looked like a pitiful look that couldn't be borne after being viciously abused, able to easily stir up the possessive desire of any villain. As if he could read Si Jing's thoughts, the man took hold of his wrist and pressed the still trembling hand against his heart. There was a silence. Si Jing's fingertips curled up slightly, the kind of icy cold that made his soft fingertips turn cold white. He tried to draw his hand back, but the man didn't let him go. Brahmacaria's hand held him with such force that the patch of skin on his chest felt like it was crumbling like a paper shell, and the youth's hand probed deep into his chest cavity. It was empty, no heart, no bones, the whole person seemed like an empty shell.
In the darkness, Si Jing's eyes couldn't even find their focus, confused and futilely open wide, facing this horror.
There was no longer any way for him to lie to himself, no way to convince himself that Brahma Pure Zen was just different from the others in terms of his psychic abilities.
The strings of his sanity had snapped completely when they touched his empty, silent chest. Van Jetsen wasn't even alive. Not even human at all. You. Satisfied, the man released him, muffled laughter echoing through the empty bathroom.
He leaned into his ear. You're the one who killed me, brother mirror. Si Jing felt that the two words brother were called extraordinarily cold and lingering, and felt like his whole body was being entangled by cold snakes, which were going to tear him apart in the next second. Si Jing was shocked by his nonsense. He blinked incredulously. Obviously you yourself. Others won't think so. Fan Jingzhen embraced him in his arms and lifted his jaw, his voice vicious and sweet. They only believe in what they see. You're the one who pushed me out, and you've always been a bad person, haven't you? Sikio was speechless, because in a way, Van Jochen was right. The original master was an image of a bad person in everyone's eyes. This impression was already deeply rooted, and it was impossible for him to suddenly run to them and say that he had come through the book.
So it was simply an unanswerable question. Then what do you want to do?
Sikio leaned against him helplessly, the strong scent of charming making his mind a little less clear.
Did he drop himself into a pile of zombies just to make him lose his reputation? He was just cannon fodder. What was the need? Did Brahma Jinshan think he had stolen his man?
No, from the beginning to the end, Van Pure Zen hadn't even mentioned half a word about Mukue Pavilion. Besides, who would hold their love rival in their arms?
Don't be afraid, it's just a game, baby.
Brahmacaria's fingertips pressed against the youth's soft lips, his cold, smoky gray eyes obscure, as if recalling the wet, soft touch of the inner walls of the youth's mouth.
He reiterated, I'm just trying to direct a wonderful, wonderful game of human nature. What do you mean? Si Jing looked at him a little puzzled. He didn't understand what he was talking about at all. It had to be said that one's understanding of crazy people was still too little. However, the man didn't answer him, and Si Jing only felt as if a butterfly had gently stopped on his forehead, cool and light. Then the circuitry of the entire cubicle returned to normal, and the electric lights came on one by one. Even the scent of the 100 flowers disappeared, as if the man had never appeared and it was all an illusion on his part. But Si Jing knew that it was not an illusion, because the last words left by the man still echoed in his ears. No matter what, you will be mine. The sound from outside came into Si Jing's ears in a sizzling manner, as people came out one after another to use the restroom. After Si Jing calmed his mind for a while, he stood up dragging his still soft legs and slowly walked out of the cubicle. As for the short skirt that had been changed, it was unknown when it had disappeared. But Si Jing already didn't want to care about it, because now this bud skirt on his body was once again tainted with the flavor of Brahma pure Zen. Why? He looked at the sky speechlessly. Having worked so hard to endure the humiliation, it was not easy to change his clothes. Now well, changed with no change the same, that kind of cold feeling is not at all less, but more heavy. He walked out in a trance, and the moment he was out the door, he fell into a warm embrace. Mirror, what's wrong with you? The moment she saw the youth walk out, her eyes were completely drawn to him. The beauty's skin was jade white, like delicate goose fat, and he recalled last night's excellent touch with a pang. Her long, soft, shiny hair lifted gently as she walked, the tips brushing against her unshrinkable waist. It was as if this dress had been created for him, the waist pinched tight, revealing a pair of long, white, well-proportioned legs. It was nice to look at, making him almost unable to take his eyes off it, but with just a change of clothes, how did his kitten look even more dead? Si Jing raised his head in confusion. He didn't pay attention to his feet while he was in a trance and almost tripped. He held onto the other's arm and shook his head, just about to say that he was fine, but after thinking about it, he decided to tell the truth. I've seen a ghost. In the post-apocalyptic world, it's a big no-no to encounter something spooky and not tell about it yet. Not to mention the situation just now, it was obvious that he had been targeted. Mu Guiting was the most powerful person in this team, so maybe he would have a solution. So Si Jing immediately changed his tone and told what had just happened one by one. However, he didn't say anything about Brahma Jingchan bullying him. Mu Guiting didn't show any skepticism about what he said, but he also didn't feel the least bit surprised, as if he had already known Van Jin's identity. He didn't express any opinion about the game that Van Jing said. Si Jing vaguely felt that Mu Guiting actually knew everything, these two people, perhaps more complicated than he thought. The man frowned slightly, and the viciousness in his eyes flickered. He patted the youth's sweaty hand and picked the man up and coaxed him gently. Fear no more, little mirror is very brave. Little Mirror, who had just experienced a huge scare, was now completely unable to withstand the man's gentle coaxing. Mu Guiting's tall and steady figure looked really secure, and he felt like he was about to belly flop in someone's arms. No, reason told him he couldn't do that, it was too ungraceful. He let the man carry him to the first floor, and asked softly, Brahma pure Zen. He's not human, right? Unexpectedly, Mukue Pavilion paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, no, he is a human being. Chapter 8, Iceberg Old Attacker? Just a cultivation hook that loves self-rating. An incredulous expression surfaced on Si Jing's face. He still remembered the paper-like touch of Van Jingzen just now. That empty chest seems to be able to fall off the slag with a touch. How can this be a human? However, just as Mu Guiting was about to say something, a female voice with some electric current sound rang out. Attention, all surviving compatriots in the vicinity of a city are requested to head to the first human base after hearing the broadcast. Repeat, the first human base has opened for the third round of reception. All surviving compatriots in the vicinity of City A are requested to proceed upon hearing the broadcast. Finally, wherever you are, please always remember that the glory of humanity is with you, and we are always hopeful. Sigit looked around, searching for the source of the voice, and finally spotted an old radio above the first floor door. The wires and other internal circuits were all exposed, using the oldest type of receiver. It looks like it was assembled on the fly. And after the female voice finished her announcement, the radio shut down with a zippy current. The hall was in an uproar. Some people were happy and some were sad about the news. Those who had awakened their psychic abilities and a portion of the senior talents were full of confidence, believing that they would definitely be accepted by the first base. But the ordinary people's eyes were numb and their faces were sad, completely hopeless. The end of the world is the era of survival of the fittest. Ordinary people cannot play a big role in the end of the world, and do not dare to hope that the base will leave them. Several envious and hopeful gazes landed on Mu Guiting and moved away helplessly. A strong person like Mu Guiting would be treated with the highest courtesy and respect no matter which base he went to. But they would definitely not be able to survive in the end times if they left Mu Guiting. But they didn't have any position to ask Mu Guiting to give up the scarce resources of the first base to protect them, the weak. Someone said excitedly, I wasn't able to get in the first 2 rounds of the first base opening. This time I've awakened my supernormal abilities, so I'll definitely be able to get in. The first base has the best resources and the safest barrier. All survivors want to go in. But the first base never accepts useless people, so let's not think about it. How do we know if we don't try? You guys say that there is no prescription that can quickly awaken supernormal abilities? You're crazy. I've never heard of it. Didn't they say that a very small percentage of people can still keep their sanity after being bitten by a zombie? A zombie with a human will is considered a human, right? The man's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Mugueting's icy gaze. It was as if he was drowning in a dark abyss, a great fear making him unable to say another word. Mugueting's eyes lingered faintly on his face for an instant before moving away. That feeling of being cold all over his body also suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Brother Mu, when are we going over? Someone ran over to Mugueting's side in a rush and asked excitedly. He had just awakened his psychic ability yesterday, and as psychics were a scarce resource, there wouldn't be any base that would reject a psychic. Of course he hoped that Mugueting would move earlier with his team, so that he could end his daily fearful life sooner after entering the base. Mugueting sat down with Si Jing in his arms, gently soothing the person in his arms, and said to the alien, "Let's eat first, let's all replenish our strength, then we'll move." As soon as the words fell, people moved, each taking out their own dry food. After Si Jing's mind calmed down for a while, he gradually got better and wasn't as scared. Mugueting's body was like a furnace, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on Si Jing's white-side face, like a mermaid that had just been salvaged from the shore. He twisted his waist and was just about to go down, but the man seemed to have sensed his intentions, and the arm around his waist tightened. Then he cupped his cheeks, pinching his lips like a little goldfish with a beak, and his long fingers shoved a piece into his mouth. Sweet, chocolatey flavor. Si Jing blinked a pair of bright eyes and looked back at him, the sweet taste melting in his mouth. Chocolate in the post-apocalyptic world was considered a scarce luxury. I wonder where he got it from. Mugueting looked at the youth's puffed-up cheeks and was almost about to suppress the urge to crush him underneath him. "Little mirror, be good, I'll take you to the base." Si Jing sat quietly in his arms, the man's stature was too tall for him. The huge size difference left the youth's toes dangling in the air, the square diamonds on his black tan leather shoes shining brightly, and further up his long, straight legs. The whole thing looked like a delicate, fragile porcelain doll in a window display. The youth's eyes were drooping, and his long eyelashes formed a graceful curling arc, making him look soft and gentle. His gaze fell on the sad-looking ordinary people, and he knew he was no different from those people. If he really went to the base, he would never be accepted. What should be done? According to the original plot, he should have been completely expelled from the team by Makoto after he pushed out Brahma Pure Zen to fend for himself. But now he was actually ready to follow Mugueting to the first base, completely unaware of what was going to happen behind him. The sweet chocolate slowly melted on his tongue, and the sweetness was bitter. Before Si Jing could think of anything, everyone's movement stopped. The uneasy atmosphere gradually infected Si Jing, and a few exalted had already gone to the gate to check the situation. "Sikio, what's happening?" As soon as the words fell, a tall, thin man ran through the doorway, sweating profusely. "Brother Mu, it's not good. There are zombies, so many, too many. I've never seen so many zombies." He was panting and incoherent, looking blearily at Maketsu as if he was the only savior. Everyone was restless. Because now everyone heard the hissing of the zombies, that heart-rending sound sounded like thunder, calling for the heart to tremble. The moment they heard it, they knew that the number was definitely quite a lot. The people observing at the doorway all looked over towards Mugueting, each with faces like gold paper. Even the person who had just said in a spirited manner that he had awakened his psychic abilities had fear in his eyes. "Brother Mu, what should we do? We can't get out, we're going to die here. How can there be so many?" Mugueting put Si Jing down, his voice low and magnetic, bringing a strong sense of security. "Xiao Jing, I'll go take a look." He had just turned around when he felt a tensile force coming from his cuff, and the youth's thin white fingers grabbed him and gently shook him. "I'll go too." Mugueting looked at the youth's water vapor-covered eyes searchingly. He remembered that Si Jing had always been the fastest to hide when he encountered danger before. Even if he was smart, it would be hard for him to think that there was such a thing as wearing a book in this world. The moment Mugueting hesitated, the youth's fingertips traveled from the clenched cuff to the man's wrist, the soft palm brushing against his wrist bone. Si Jing was afraid that he wouldn't agree, and a hint of supplication passed through his eyes. "Brother Mu, let me go and take a look, aren't you still there?" He followed the other's example and delicately shouted, "Brother Mac." His voice was originally soft and clear, and his tone was clear and gentle, so he called out to his brother in a completely different way than the others, very much like he was pampering himself. Mugueting had never felt like this feeling of blood rising. Even when he was facing hordes of zombies, his heart had never beat so fast. The youth in front of him is pure and young, obviously this brother Mu called lingeringly, colorful to death, but also with such a green eyes looking at him. As if he could see into his heart, illuminating all of his evil thoughts, but it seems that he is not open and honest enough. These words of dependence with obvious meaning coaxed Mugueting into a frenzy, almost unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth, and even gradually a feeling of drunken dizziness appeared. At times like this, he would agree to whatever the youth said. Even if he wanted to pull off the zombie's head to make skewers, he would agree, and would personally select the largest and roundest zombie head for him. He felt that this person, Si Jing, was really skillful in his methods, and his acting skills were all natural, with no traces of acting at all. Just like that, he had transformed from a villain that everyone was shouting at into a gentle and lovely little flower fairy, making people willing to become dogs under his feet, forever serving him with loyalty and love. Not bad for a top criminal personality. Personality was once again stood up. Si Jing, I do not wrote I just slightly out of the way. The whole world of puppies kissed up. Si Jing's eyelashes fluttered, and he realized that although the man in front of him had a cold face, he inexplicably felt that his tail seemed to be wagging. An iceberg puppy who is strong and domineering on the surface but will go soft when he pouts. JPG. Okay, follow me. Mu Guiting restrained his congested throat and gathered the person behind him. Chapter 9. The play is not acting at all, the persona is not crumbling at all. Mu Guiting and Si Jing walked towards the door. His complexion became a few points more grave. The people in the team had followed him for so long that they had seen many great storms. A situation that could cause them to be so alarmed must be extraordinary. The glass door of the store was semi-frosted, and from Si Jing's position, he could only see the blackness outside, and needed to press against the glass door to see clearly. The few people beside the door implicitly glanced at Si Jing, and then looked at Mu Guiting's cold and unfeeling face, and ultimately said nothing. They silently pressed against the door to avoid the zombies outside from rushing in, then made way for Si Jing. Si Jing slowly walked over after receiving Mu Kui Pavilion's acquiescence. Mu Guiting stood at a distance of half a step in front of Si Jing, half sideways, one arm folded in vain, protecting his waist. It was a strong protective posture, and from the perspective of the others, it looked as if Mu Guiting was holding someone in his arms. Little mirror, don't be afraid, I'm here. Aha! Si Jing nodded, his white hand pressed on the glass and carefully looked out. Ah! The moment Si Jing saw the scene outside, his pupils trembled violently, and he uncontrollably fell back a few steps. He had just retreated for no more than a second when a rotting, bloody hand slapped on the glass door in front of him, leaving 5 long trails of blood. The muscles in Mu Guiting's body instantly tightened, and his arms were caught off guard as a fragrant soft body was shoved into his arms, the sweet jasmine fragrance escaping. Under the extreme panic, Si Jing was somewhat speechless, which was a normal physiological phenomenon. He grabbed the person in front of him so violently that he didn't notice what he was grabbing onto, his eyelashes fluttering in panic. Mako! So many zombies! Mu Guiting's breath hitched, his icy eyes were like a cluster of fire, suppressing an almost ferocious desire for aggression. At least until last night, he had never felt that he was such a paranoid person. Mu Guiting didn't move to gather the person into his arms, his hot palm pinching that soft waist. The stunned youth didn't even know how to resist, but also desperately drilled into his arms. Not afraid, little mirror. Mu Guiting took a deep breath, and that dizzying feeling of happiness made him actually somewhat thankful for this wave of zombies. He pressed close to the glass door and looked out, his brows furrowed slightly. No wonder Si Jing felt scared. Even he had never seen so many zombies before. The zombies outside almost filled the streets and were still gathering here in a steady stream, and the stench of rotting corpses could be smelled from a long distance away. Although it was true that the scent of the living could attract zombies, but after all, there were doors, windows and walls blocking the way, so it wasn't necessary to attract so many of them. What on earth is going on? The roar of the zombies grew more and more mournful and horrifying, and a few of the shifters volunteered to step forward. Should we go out and take a look? Brother Mu, as long as you say the word, we'll go out and lure the zombies away right now. Yes, Brother Mu, with so many zombies, it's not a good idea for us to hide here, they'll rush the door open. Mu Guiting looked around, these people were right, there were at least thousands of zombies outside. With so many zombies rushing in, the dozens of them would never be able to hold the door, not to mention the fact that there are many old, young, sick, and disabled people in the team. Even if he went out to fight with the exalted, so many zombies couldn't be killed too quickly. If someone was accidentally bitten, there would be big trouble, and the vulnerable people in the team would most likely be wiped out. Mu Guiting raised his hand to stop them. A few people stopped even though their hearts were burning with anxiety, they believed in Mak Guiting. In the team, Mu Guiting was a godlike existence, no one would disobey his will. While Mu Guiting was gazing in contemplation, Si Jing suddenly held his cuff. Brother Mu. Mu Guiting turned his head and circled Si Jing's wrist back. What's wrong, Xiao Jing? Si Jing inhaled twice and said uncertainly, I seem to smell blood. The air here was filled with the stench of zombies and blood all the time, and those who had lived here for too long might not be able to smell the difference. But after all, Si Jing had just come to the end of the world, his nose was still very sensitive, and he could smell something different. It's fresh, it's not the same as the smell from the zombies. At these words, the people around them sniffed and sniffed, carefully identifying the smell in the air. You don't say, it's really something different. Yeah, but where does the smell like blood come from? The crowd looked at someone in unison, and the one being looked at was a doctor, who, after a careful recollection, spoke decisively. I've checked twice already this morning, and no one in the group was injured.
In the post-apocalyptic world, getting injured was a deadly thing, and fresh blood would attract zombies. And a lot of times, having a wound means that person was probably bitten by a walker. That's why people are more leery of things like bleeding from a wound. Since the problem didn't appear inside the house, it had to be outside the house. Most likely, someone had done something to the building. manhwa wrapped his arms around Si Jing's body and took a closer look himself towards the glass door. This time, it wasn't just checking out the zombies in front of them, there were other places that were easier to overlook, such as the top of the door. The front door of the department store building was extremely spacious, and a few of the bold ones looked over it as well. Ah! What is this thing? Someone shouted out uncontrollably at the sight of what was above the gate. Vomit. Someone covered their chest and ran aside to vomit, almost even vomiting bile. Si Jing moved in Mu Guiting's arms and seemed to want to move forward, but was held tighter by the man. Mu Guiting's expression was grave as he pressed on the youth's soft belly, pressing him tightly in front of him. Little mirror, don't look, your stomach will be upset. The man's force was soft, without a hint of pain, not jurisdictional, but gentle and reliable protection. I'm okay. Sikyong whispered as she gently touched his arm. Although he was rather timid himself, the system had said that the original owner was a born bad seed and a pervert. In this situation, if it was the original owner, he would definitely go and see it. He had come to this world to practice his acting theories, and it would be too much of a wasted opportunity if he kept hiding and not maintaining his persona. Besides, the system would take him out if mortal danger did occur. Unfortunately, Si Jing didn't realize that in Mu Guiting's eyes, his persona was already too stable for him. And in the eyes of others, Si Jing had successfully intervened in the relationship between Mu Guiting and Fan Jingzhen. And he didn't know what brilliant means he had used to make Mu Guiting disregard even Fan Jingshan's safety for his sake. Climbing up to Mu Guiting, Si Jing was considered to have saved his own life. It might even be possible to be brought into the first base by Mu Guiting, and from then on it would be smooth and glorious. This is simply a model of deep-heartedness and great intelligence. In their hearts, Si Jing was a person with an extremely deep city and who absolutely could not be offended. Mu Guiting could see that Si Jing really wanted to go and take a look, so he let go of him. Although he himself adored him and couldn't afford to let him suffer a single injury, Si Jing wasn't a pet, and he wouldn't self-righteously restrict his freedom. All he had to do was protect him. So Mu Guiting still let go of him, only that his eyes kept falling on the youth. A ball of ice blue light condensed in his hand, poised to strike in case something unexpected happened. Si Jing learned his lesson this time. He didn't lie down on the door with his whole body to look at it, but kept a distance where he could see outside but could quickly withdraw back. Chapter 10. Life is really up and down. With just one glance, Si Jing was so shocked by the scene outside that his face turned white, and he took a deep breath before he didn't sit on the floor. Above the main door, there were 4 dead bodies hanging high above the door, all skinned, their bloody flesh and bruised sinews exposed to the air. At the feet of the corpses, thousands of zombies stacked on top of each other were scratching madly, constituting a tragic and horrifying scene like the 18 layers of hell. The corpses were hanging too high, and the blood dripping from the toes was mixed with the dirty blood on the zombies, so it was not too easy to be noticed. And these 4 corpses were talking and laughing with them 15 minutes ago. They recognized them because the corpses had not been scalped. The eyes were bulging and the mouth was open to an unbelievable extent, so it was clear that it had been scared to death alive. Who would have thought that these few people would be killed by some unknown existence right under their noses, not knowing when? And hung on the door, the fresh flesh and blood became the best bait to attract the zombies. The bad news felt like it had wings, and soon even those who hadn't been to the door knew what had happened. Everyone was scared out of their wits and shaking like chaff, and those who had been ready to move or fight seemed to be drained of their strength in an instant. The zombies were already terrifying enough, but now it was obvious that there was an even more terrifying existence staring at them. The zombies were still at least visible and tangible, but that thing could kill people right in front of them and still go unnoticed. This had undoubtedly planted a thunderbolt in the hearts of the crowd that could explode at any moment, and the atmosphere that had managed to stabilize had once again become scorched. How could this be? Why them? Did they do something? Didn't do anything special, just eating, sleeping and going to the bathroom like the rest of us, what else? The terror that existed in the dark was like a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the crowd, not knowing when it would fall and decapitate them. The crowd was bewildered, but Si Jing vaguely had a few guesses. In that instant just now, he remembered the faces of these people clearly. These were the people who had been talking about him behind his back in the bathroom not long ago. They had just arrogantly spoken out against him in the bathroom, and shortly afterward they had become 4 skinless corpses. Si Jing shuddered as a cold, cool wind invaded his body, replacing the blood in his entire body with cold, salty seawater. Who had done this? Though deliberately avoiding a certain answer, a name came to his mind that he didn't want to think of. Brahma Pure Zen. If he really did it, what the hell is he up to? There were more and more zombies outside, and the not-so-thick glass door was being slapped dead center by countless rotting hands, and it looked like it wasn't going to hold.
The person against the door was sweating profusely and looked at Mu Guiting. "Brother Mu, what should we do?" Mu Guiting's teeth clenched as he calmly commanded.
"Listen to my order. Later on, let go and retreat together, leaving a buffer zone. Split up the 3 aliens and protect the old, the weak, and the doctor. The rest of the Xenos with me. Ordinary people stand back, don't get bitten." Mu Guiting watched as the people moved methodically. The ordinary people were closely guarded at the back. He touched Si Jing's head, his tone sincere and firm. "Little Jing, go to the back, trust me." Si Jing looked at the zombies that were about to rush in, nodded heavily and went to the group of ordinary people. Right now, there was no other way but to trust Mu Guiting. Mu Guiting watched as Si Jing was protected and finally let go of his heart. His expression returned to its usual calm confidence as he said to the people around him, "Don't get too close to me."
"Understood, Brother Mu."
A few people instantly spread out, knowing that this was a precursor to Mu Guiting opening up. This brought up the fact that there was once a person in the team who didn't know how to die and tried to hook up with Mu Guiting. A certain time when the zombies attacked, that person desperately leaned on Mu Guiting's side, and then was mistakenly injured by a powerful ice-type psychic ability, directly freezing into an ice sculpture. From then on, when Mu Guiting fought, no one dared to come forward within 10 meters of his side. Mu Guiting looked ahead and after counting a few seconds in his heart, he shouted back off. The people against the gate instantly retreated and took up combat positions. Si Jing huddled in the pile of people, looking ahead with trepidation. Only to see that the gate, which was already overburdened, was completely broken through by the zombies in just a few seconds after losing the thrust inside the gate.
Countless zombies rushed in, trying to tear apart all the humans in the room.
There was a roaring sound in front of them, and with one strike, Mu Guiting shattered dozens of zombies, forming an impenetrable wall of ice. The other exalts looked at the man at the forefront, fear turned into bloodlust and motivation, doing their best to resist the zombies. The zombies seemed endless, but Mu Guiting was like a big mountain. As long as he was there, he would give people endless confidence. For a moment, everyone thought that the storm would always pass. But it was not to be, and just as Mu Guiting was fighting his way to the front, some sort of strange sound entered Si Jing's ears. The ears of the people in front were filled with the ear-piercing roars of the zombies, and they couldn't hear anything, but Si Jing in the back could hear it. He was keenly aware of the vibration of the ground outside of the zombies' howls, and some sort of sound that resembled the collapse of a building.
He didn't know what was going on, and he couldn't hastily alert Makuta to the distraction. He could only turn his head to look back through the crowd. Everyone was glued to the front and no one cared about his movements. At the back of the mall, there were originally rows and rows of shelves, but then some of them were moved for the convenience of hitting the ground running. So at certain angles, it is possible to see a large portion of the wall. And at this moment, Si Jing realized that the originally extremely thick concrete wall had actually developed cracks like spider webs and was slowly expanding. Then, in the center of that shattered spider web, a highly decomposed zombie hand violently stretched out. Simultaneously resounding, there was also the sound of the zombies' excited howl. It was hard not to draw attention to such a loud noise, and the people in the back looked over, before erupting into a chorus of screams. "Ah! There are walkers! Help!" The cracks in the wall grew wider and wider, extending countless zombie hands before finally crumbling and collapsing completely. All the ordinary people who were left behind were just exposed to the zombies' line of sight. And those zombies that came in from the back instantly clawed frantically as if they were activated machines. How could the few exalted who stayed at the back have expected this to happen? After all, who would have thought that there would be zombies clawing through the concrete wall? They were instantly baffled. There were at least hundreds of zombies at the back, and Mu Guiting and most of the battle force were at the front. How could they kill so many zombies with just the 3 of them? "Brother Mu! Brother Mu! There are walkers here too! What to do?" People screamed in panic, completely disorganized and scattering in all directions. Si Jing was rushed by the crowd and could hardly stand up. There were many people running forward, accidentally injured by the energy of the alien. The entire first floor was instantly in chaos. With such a big commotion, the people fighting in the front had also discovered the situation behind them. But the zombies in front were 100 times as many as those in the back, and were getting more and more numerous, and they were now struggling to protect themselves. Especially Mu Guiting, the zombies seemed like they had consciousness. All of them surrounded Mu Guiting. Even if they were broken to pieces, they would drag Mu Guiting down. Mu Guiting shook off the zombies in front of him and shouted calmly, "All calm down, don't mess up. Leave the front to me, all the aliens, go to the back." He couldn't go to the back because there were too many zombies in the front, and if he went to the back, the front would never be able to hold up. The exalts glanced at each other and immediately ran to the back. With them joining in, the zombies at the back were finally under control for the time being. While fighting to kill the zombies, Mu Guiting looked in Si Jing's direction and shouted, "Xiao Jing, wait for me." Chapter 11. I heard that some people want to see me in my old attacker's cultivation scene. The dense crowd of zombies surrounded Mu Guiting, isolating him from view.
Si Jing was gradually washed away by the crowd, his beautiful eyes filled with a moist soft mist, his sweaty skin white to almost transparent, like covered in snow. The head of silver hair is also messy a few points, but did not reduce the youth of a trace of beauty, but for him to add a kind of poor charm. There was only one thought left in Mugu Waiting's mind, and that was to save him. His pupils gradually dilated, and he couldn't even see a bit of the whites of his eyes, turning them into an ice-transparent blue color. He stretched out his arms, and his well-defined muscles instantly bulged, the enormous energy bursting his top. The man's shoulders were broad, his waist was strong and lean, and blue tattoos that looked like ice cracks gradually crawled all over his body. The deep layer of ice expanded under his feet, instantly freezing all the zombies in front of him, and the icy breath almost completely froze the entire building. The thread in front of him was lifted, and between the man's hands, as the ice layer cracked, the zombies became powder wrapped in ice shavings, and were blown away by the harsh cold wind. This was the first time that people witnessed such a spectacular fight scene, too shocked to speak, and their admiration for Mugu Waiting went to the next level. The blue color in Mugu Waiting's eyes gradually faded, and his eyes flickered for a few moments. The people looked at Mugu Waiting hopefully, like fervent believers, expecting their savior to save them once again. Si Jing leaned against one of the shelves and met Mugu Waiting's eyes. He could see the subtle stumbling of Mak Gaiting's footsteps, as well as the slight swaying of his body as he turned around. However, Mugu Waiting suppressed the blood that was about to gush out of his mouth and hooked up the corners of his lips that were tinted with a thin red color. Smiling gently at the beauty of his heart, it was like a tree of pear blossoms opening up. Si Jing's plump lips trembled delicately, and everything in front of him seemed to be in slow motion. He watched as Mugu Waiting raised his hand again, wondering how much strength he had drained from that strike just now. Mugu Waiting's complexion was already extremely white, and now that face had become even paler, almost not even a bit of blood could be seen, and even the color of his lips had turned into a light pink. In the noisy cheers of the people, this tall man was like a constant silent candle that was about to burn itself out. The zombies at the back were gradually approaching, all the exalts were exhausted, and some had already fainted due to the overuse of their abilities. The only person who could save them now was only one Mugu Waiting. A hopeful gaze sent the man up to the altar without even realizing that this man was also flesh and blood. If Mugu Waiting used his supernatural powers again, he would most likely die of exhaustion. Si Jing shook his head powerlessly, his thin lips trembling slightly. "Brother Mu, don't." The light in Mugu Waiting's hand was much weaker, and his gaze remained on Si Jing, as if he was making a final farewell. If he could exchange his life for a moment of peace for the youth, he would not hesitate. Si Jing nervously grabbed the corner of his skirt, the silky fabric was tugged up by him, and the flesh of his milky white leg was haloed in a nice color of blood. What to do? Not to mention the fact that Makoto is really a rare good person in the end times. Otherwise, with his ability, he would have entered the human base long ago, instead of protecting a group of unarmed ordinary people without asking for anything in return, as he was doing now. Even from a more selfish point of view, if Mugu Waiting were to die, there would be no one left to fight against the Brahma Pure Zen. With Fan Jingchan's level of madness, if he really fell into his hands, Si Jing didn't dare to imagine what kind of treatment he would suffer. He suddenly remembered the 4 bloody corpses that were hanging outside, and the cold, moist touch of Brahma Jingchan when he was in the compartment. Dawn. Brahmacharya will surely skin him, how painful that would be. Dozens of zombies pounced over, and it looked like Mugu Waiting was about to strike again. However, right at this moment, a strong wind swept in, and with it, the fragrance of the rich 100 flowers. Several zombies were instantly shaken away, the force was so great that it turned all that decayed flesh and blood into mush. Then a figure rushed in with extreme speed. No one could see his movements, they could only see one zombie being set on the wall like a mural, smashing out huge cracks. After all the zombies were resolved, the man elegantly dusted off the hem of his immaculate coat, and a voice that Si Jing didn't want to recall rang out. "I'm late, is everyone alright?" After reacting to what had happened, the crowd looked over in shock, and Si Jing also looked into the distance in alarm. Only to see that Brahma Pure Zen had just withdrawn his hand and walked over calmly. Her face was flushed, her eyebrows were stretched, her phoenix eyes contained spring, and her charming color was heavenly, and she was completely free of the gloomy and eerie charm that she had previously. Every move carried a gentle and reliable juvenile aura, enough to make anyone believe in him wholeheartedly. The crowd was stunned for a moment before they all fully reacted, and countless lines of reverence fell on Brahma Pure Chan's face. "Little Fan, you're still alive? You finally came back, we thought. You were gone. How did you survive, weren't you killed by?" The person who spoke implicitly glanced at Si Jing, and after being indifferently looked at by Mugu Waiting, who had walked to Si Jing's side, he greatly lowered his head. Fan Jingzhen looked at Si Jing with a smirk, like a vicious wolf that was licking its sharp claws and was about to pounce on and tear this frail and beautiful little prey to pieces. No one could save him, and he didn't have any ability to resist, so he could only let him tear off the skirt that was in the way and enjoy his fragrance wantonly. After seeing Mugu Waiting's hand that was protecting Si Jing's waist, his eyes instantly went cold, and meaningful emotions tumbled in his brimming phoenix eyes. This flash of coldness was well concealed by him as his voice was warm and smiling. Speaking of which, I also have to thank Little Mirror. If it weren't for him, my potential wouldn't have been stimulated. I awakened my powers, but I was swept away by a wave of zombies, and it was hard for me to come back. Van Jingjing's expression was tinged with faint guilt, as if he was apologizing for coming so late. The sincere handsome face looked so grateful that the crowd was almost ready to kneel down to him. But he never took his eyes off of Si Jing. He said thank you on his lips, but in fact, in his heart, he just wanted to crush him underneath and let loose. Sweet sugary juices spit from thin lips, but the tips of his morose white teeth wanted nothing more than to penetrate the fragile arteries of his opponent's neck. That abyssal gaze made Si Jing feel like he was being choked by a large, cold hand. Fan Jingzhen ignored the warning in Mukue Pavilion's eyes and walked toward Si Jing. The crowd made way for him, and everyone's faces became colorful. They all knew what Si Jing had done to Van Jingchan. Some bloated, others were righteously indignant. Fan Jingzhen, who was almost killed by Si Jing and robbed of her man, has now returned in splendor and has also awakened powerful supernormal abilities, which is really a great cultivation ground. Everyone is waiting for a good show. Want to see Niu Hu Fan Jingzhen ruthlessly face Si Jing. After all, the person who had been hurt returning strongly and punching the face of the abusive scum was a plot that most people liked to watch. Except for the person in question, Si Jing. Chapter 12, Old Attacker. You look at the soldier you brought out. There was a lewd middle-aged man who looked extraordinarily excited. He had long since grown tired of looking at Si Jing. Adding fuel to the fire as Brahma Jingzhen passed by him. Little Van, you don't know, while you were away, Si Jing did so many bad things. His words were completely lustful. In fact, Van Jingzhen had only been away for one night by full count. Not only did Si Jing not have time to do anything bad, but he was bullied by Mu Guiting for the whole night, and the next morning he only came out to use the toilet. But sometimes people's malice and jealousy had no reason. He just couldn't see Si Jing climbing up the big tree that was Mu Guiting so easily. The middle-aged man's voice was so low that only the two of them, him and Fan Jingzhen, could hear it. Brahma Jingchan leaned over slightly and listened attentively to his accusations against Si Jing's various evil deeds. Seeing this, the middle-aged man became more and more agitated, counting the 4 skinless corpses on Si Jing's lens. He said with great affection, a snot and a tear like the real thing. Xiaofan, you have to do right by us. Si Jing, he's a devil. Old Zhang and the others were only awakened to their supernormal abilities not long ago, and they were brutally killed by him. Simply pushing us ordinary people to death. Brahma Pure Zen wore a smile on his face, as if he had really taken his words in. He kindly handed the man a tissue, his voice soft and eerie. Uncle Zhong, watch out for trouble coming out of your mouth. The middle-aged man froze for a moment. What? Brahma Pure Zen smiled. It's alright, I will definitely do it for you. He pronounced the word master with a heavy emphasis, and it smelled like he was gnashing his teeth. There was an eerie feeling, and the middle-aged man shivered, having the illusion that Brahma Jingchan was going to skin him in the next second. Right, it must be an illusion. Little Fan was gentle and kind. How could he do something so cruel? Fan Jingchan walked over and stood only 2 steps away from Si Jing, and Mu Guiting immediately blocked in front. Fan Jingchan, I'm not dead yet. Si Jing's back was pressed tightly against the shelves, and he looked warily at Van Jingzhen. Other people didn't know, but he had already learned what Van Jingzhen was like in private. Even though Mak Guiting had claimed that Brahma Jiechan was a human being, Si Jing could never forget the emptiness he felt when his hand penetrated Brahma Jiechan's chest. Van Jingzhen raised his hands diffidently and stuck one hand into his pants pocket, signaling that he was completely unthreatening. Mac, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to hurt anyone. The other hand reached out at Mak Guiting, saying very sincerely and politely, I've come to beg for peace. I also want to contribute to the protection of everyone. Mukue Pavilion's eyebrows twitched, and he said in a voice that only the two could hear, you'd better not play any tricks. How could I, Brother Mu? Brahma Jingchan called out Brother Mac with every breath, looking respectful to everyone. However, Si Jing could see clearly that there was no trace of respect in Van Jingchan's eyes. Instead there was a sinister malice. Fan Jingchan's attitude had been made very sincere, but Mu Guiting didn't have the slightest reaction. The hand that Brahma Pure Zen had extended just hung there unhurriedly, and after a few seconds, he looked at Si Jing with what seemed to be some distress. Brother Mirror, it seems that Brother Mac refuses to accept me. Since you're his new favorite, plead for me. Suddenly cued, Si Jing perked up her kitten ears and blew up a little all over. He tilted his head, one onion white finger pointing at himself, his voice a little dull and faint. Clam. Excuse me? Who's going to intercede? Him? No. What's he got to do with it? Besides, what can he plead for, when he is in the heart of Mu Guiting very status? Don't joke, even the battle-damaged version of Mu Guiting, moving his fingers can easily pinch him to death. And what do you mean by new love? Van Jingjing's words did not lower his voice, so all the people present heard them and looked at Si Jing's eyes became hot. Van Jingzhen just looked at the nervous and scared youth with such good humor. Si Jing blinked in confusion, his long eyelashes casting faint shadows under his eyes, looking good and soft and innocent. It made people want to pinch that fair and translucent face to see if there would be sweet-smelling cream dripping down their fingers. Si Jing was stared at by the people around him and was uncomfortable, and Van Jingzhen rubbed him frantically on the moral high ground.
Mukue Pavilion seemed intent on giving Van Jingzhen a hard time, refusing to move a muscle.
Unfortunately, the opposite side still maintained an impeccable smile, and the outstretched hand was not too tired. The two people just stood there, looking at Si Jing in unison, one waiting to plead, the other waiting to be pleaded with. The entire room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, filled with a faint smoke, coupled with the zombie flesh and blood all over the ground, like a comical and bloody pantomime.
Si Jing. What a cannon fodder in the limelight. His treatment is already similar to the protagonist, right? Is he, the poor little cannon fodder, also a part of their play? It seems like it's still true.
Si Jing was angry for a moment. He was good-tempered, but not temperless. He had already endured Van Jingzhen for a long time. He called him a mirror brother, but Van Jingzhen is tall and big, almost the same height as Mu Guiting. Called up brother is really strange op. And the system said, the main character attack and main character subject are 24 years old, but he is only 21 ah. The young man's eyes were scarlet at the end, and even when he was angry, his eyes always contained watery light, looking loving and gentle.
Brahma Pure Chan looked so much that his fingertips were itching. Just by looking at this person, he wanted to lock him under his body and see the pitiful look of him kneeling on the bed and crying and begging. He saw that Si Jing had been refusing to open his mouth, so he screamed more and more carnally, and even dodged over Mukue Pavilion and pressed himself against Si Jing's ear to spit out burning breath. A mirror brother. You used to hurt me the most. Si Jing's scalp went numb and he looked at Van Jingzhen with eyes like looking at a monster. When did he ever hurt him? Does it hurt him when he likes to play tricks, when he abuses him behind the back of the main character's attack, and when he humiliates him when the main character's attack is not around? He originally thought that the person who could be the main character's victim was either naive and kind or stoic and dark. But he didn't expect this person to be a real Stockholm ah, he shouldn't be am. I feel like he would say more even if I slapped him in the face. Si Jing was somewhat numbed by this shameless person. He moved a little to the side and used his eyes to complain to Mu Guiting. This is the soldier you brought out, you are in charge of him ah?
Mu Guiting was obviously also disgusted, and the veins at the corners of his forehead jumped violently, more viciously than when he overdrew his supernatural powers just now. He just wanted to go along with being begged that much by the soft little mirror, but he didn't think that this psychopath, Fan Jingchan, would use that voice to make such a disgusting sound.
Damn it, a mistake. Chapter 13, the old attacker seems to be on the verge of eating meat. Si Jing didn't want to plead for Brahma Zen.
As the protagonist of the world, even if he didn't plead for mercy, Van Jingzhen would definitely have the ability to make Mu Guiting leave him behind. As for other people's eyes, he didn't care at all. That's what his character's persona was all about anyway, upsetting other people so he could get off on it. They tried to kidnap him with morals, but the original owner, as a rich and innocent young lord, had everything but morals. So Si Jing chose to remain silent, and no matter how Fan Jingzhen pouted, he just didn't move like a mountain. Only that gradually swooning face betrayed him, and his white hands kept rubbing his skirt. Although it was a look of refusal, it looked instead like he was being bullied. Brahma Pure Zen didn't get angry, he only felt that the youth's hand-wringing and good behavior caused him a bit of heartache. He had played too many games of playing with people's hearts or testing human nature, and had thought that he had lost interest in humans. But the appearance of the youth made him completely overturn this idea, and it was the first time he had met such an interesting person.
Could someone really change radically in a second? At least Brahma Jyoti Zen hadn't seen anyone like that before. When the youth was about to push him out yesterday, he had wanted to just strangle him. But just as his hand slid onto that slender neck, he noticed that the youth in front of him seemed to have changed into a different person. Those eyes were no longer filled with stupid and unpleasant calculations like before, but instead became incredibly attractive in an instant, so clean that they didn't carry a trace of aggressiveness. It made one want to take further control of every inch of him, to see the way these seductive yet pure fox eyes of his overflowed with tears. At that moment, Van Jingzhen completely collected his thoughts of wanting to kill him. After gently rubbing his fingertips on that delicate skin, he turned to pry open his lips. In response to Si Jing's rejection, Van Jingzhen didn't feel embarrassed, but instead took a step forward.
This time, however, it wasn't towards Si Jing, but stood half a step away from Mu Guiting.
He resumed that cynical coldness, even bringing a hint of threat with him. Play nice with me if you don't want me to get everyone killed right now.
Mu Guiting's eyes were like electricity, and the aura around his body instantly became cold and unrelenting.
You can try and see if I will break the net with you. You may not be able to get me killed. Brahma Pure Zen laughed lowly. Even if I die, these people's lives won't come back.
His hand harshly grabbed Mu Guiting's collar, and it looked like he was helping him organize his clothes.
Can you bear to see these ordinary people go to their deaths?
He ruthlessly took hold of the nature of Mu Guiting, who was too good a person. He felt that this person was very foolish, to the extent that he liked to defend these weaklings, to the point that he was constrained in every way, unable to release his own nature. It was truly hypocritical to the extreme, and all the same, destroying the beliefs of such people struck him as incredibly amusing.
Before he realized how different Si Jing was, making Mu Guiting make agonizing choices between his nature and reality over and over again was his only pleasure. But Mak Guiting had never broken through the bottom line, which made Van Jingzhen feel cranky and disgusted. There was finally a hint of movement in Mak Guiting's expression as he brushed away Van Jingzhen's hand and completely blocked Si Jing behind him. "You can stay, but don't hurt him, or I will definitely thwart you." After saying that, Mu Guiting took Si Jing's wrist, and the moment he brushed his shoulders, Brahma Pure Zen whispered, "Don't worry, I can't give up." Si Jing was being held by Mu Guiting, and that big hot hand gradually rubbed the skin on his wrist. The slender fingers propped apart his curled up 5 fingers with a force that could not be denied, and finally inserted themselves into his fingers. The crowd made way for Mu Guiting and Si Jing. This scene put to rest any claims that had once been made about Mukue Pavilion's relationship with Brahma Pure Zen. After all, these two's previous relationship had also been speculated by people, and the two had never denied it, nor had they ever admitted it. Van Jingzhen, who had been left in place like a male mistress who had failed to intervene, laughed lightly, without a trace of embarrassment on his face, and calmly said to the crowd, "Everyone take a good rest, we'll set off for the first base after a while." No one questioned where Brahma Jingchan had heard the broadcast from, but they all subconsciously did what he said. In the zombie-ridden post-apocalyptic world, they didn't care who the person leading them was, as long as they could have a backbone that was willing to protect them. After giving his orders, Brahma Pure Zen was also ready to go back to the second floor. As he passed by the middle-aged man who had spoken ill of Si Jing, he smiled extraordinarily gently. However, it gave the middle-aged man a creepy feeling as if he had fallen into icy cold seawater. What a bad feeling. He suddenly remembered the 4 people who had been skinned, and almost forgot that there was some sort of being even more terrifying than a zombie staring at them from the shadows. Fan Jingzhen looked at the man condescendingly, his attitude even had a bit of intimacy. "Uncle Joan, don't fall asleep at night." "Oh. What do you mean?" The feeling of not feeling good was getting heavier and heavier. The middle-aged man reluctantly pulled out a smile. Is it that you want me to keep watch at night?" "Heh." The feminine and handsome man gave a faintly imperceptible laugh and went up to the second floor with a charmed face. Until he entered the room, Mu Guiting didn't let go of Si Jing. Si Jing tried to pull his hand back, however, the man's force was mastered just right, not hurting him, but also leaving him no way to pull his hand out. The youth's red eyes tailed, a wet flush between his eyebrows, and his clear pink pupils looked straight at the man. He tried to act the part of the evil young man from the original book. Showy eyebrows slightly raised, thought he was fierce glaring at the man, but still not at all intimidating, but more agile and stunning. Mu Guiting's eyebrows moved, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, he stretched out his hand, his coarse fingertips gently rubbing the end of the youth's eyes. "Little mirror, very afraid of me?" Mu Guiting's reaction was very obvious, his handsome long eyebrows pressed down, and that heroic face looked a bit untamed. Si Jing's voice had taken on a muffled nasal tone. "I haven't packed anything yet, why don't you let me down?" But the man's hand was already on his waist, rubbing that already light skirt to make it even more messy. The scent of fresh jasmine was becoming hotter and hotter as well. "Ah!" Si Jing couldn't help but lower her eyelashes, her body shrinking backward in panic, but she was hooked by the man's iron arm and couldn't even move a bit. He could only compromise and push himself up, sending himself into the man's arms. Diaphanous veins pulsed faintly under the thin skin, brushed again by the man's breath with lingering heat. "You just know how to bully me." Si Jing was bullied so hard that her whole body was soft like cotton being injected into a silk shell, her voice was soft and trembling. "How come you weren't like this just now when you were dealing with Brahma Pure Zen? You're just bullying." His voice was getting smaller and smaller, and in the back, he was clearly blaming Mu Guiting, but he was talking himself out of it. It was not easy for Si Jing to be hardened for once, yet after the verbal jabs, he finally realized how much trouble those words would bring him. Because the man's expression had clearly become very dangerous, and his fingers pressed on his spine, section by section, through the thin material of his coat. "Mirror, do you realize what you're saying?" Looking at such a Mu Guiting, the little bit of courage that Si Jing had just had disappeared without a trace, leaving only endless fear and panic. The slender youth kept shaking his head in the man's embrace, his furry head rubbing against his chest. I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything. Don't." Yet the man chuckled and pressed his extravagantly tender red lips into a svelte, defeated smile. "It's already too late." His body suddenly lifted off the ground, and then his back was pressed against the silk sheets. Si Jing's entire body flopped twice like a fish that had just been landed, and then his subconsciously parted legs were pressed against his knees. "You can't do this." Chapter 14, No-i-ha, the old attacker didn't get any neat. Before Si Jing entered this world, he was still wondering what kind of person would still have such a good time in the end of the world. But now he realized that Mu Guiting was such a person, and his absolute strength gave him that confidence. Even though there were zombies outside now, and he himself had just overdrawn his powers. But he was still able to tenderly hook Si Jing's jaw and suck on the jasmine-scented syrup. Si Jing inclined his head to avoid it, not even daring to look at the current Mu Guiting. The strength of his struggle was so small as to be negligible, and Mu Guiting didn't have to exert much effort to get him to face him. Little mirror, I didn't hurt you, did I? The man asked him in a seemingly puzzled manner, why are you hiding? The man said some ambiguous words to bully him, where was a bit of the righteous look he had when he was decapitating the zombies. Now he was a demon. Si Jing felt very ashamed. He shook his head. The people below are still waiting for you. The wall behind the first floor is broken. The zombies will come in. Si Jing tried to use the safety of the people on the first floor to rouse the man's sanity, but he didn't realize that Mu Guiting leaned in and pressed a few points closer, smiling. There's no need to care, since Brahma Pure Zen has promised, he'll see to it. Si Jing was confused. What did Van Jingzhen promise? Was he missing some plot? Why didn't he see anything? Mukue Pavilion had no intention of giving him an explanation. Since Fan Jingzhen wanted to stay, the price was of course to protect those on the first floor. At least to protect most of them. And at that moment, Brahma Pure Zen was propped up on the railing of the second floor, watching the people below busily packing their bags. In fact, there is nothing to collect, just some quilts and clothes and so on. Those who had already awakened their psychic abilities even threw down their quilts, as they were very confident of being accepted by the first base. He watched in boredom, feeling very uninterested, and his mind had flown to someone. There was some heat in him, but unfortunately he had to stay in the group as a living person, and he didn't like the distraction. Brahmacharya paced the corridors of the second floor, somehow making his way to the door of Makutsuki's room. Listening to the voices coming out from inside, his body got even hotter, and a nameless evil fire sprang out of nowhere in his heart. Wanting to kill people, and also wanting to them. Mu Guiting looked at the beauty in front of him, the pair of soft, boneless arms resisting him in vain. It was as if with a little force, he would be able to claw these white arms back behind his back, allowing the youth to pose in all sorts of beautiful ways. He was about to tear open the buttons of his shirt when there was a sudden knock at the door. It came 3 times, short and urgent, and the person outside the door seemed very impatient, even with some ragged panting. Shepherd's Pavilion, come out. They are ready. Interrupted, Mu Guiting looked coldly askance at the doorway, braced himself, helped Si Jing straighten his clothes, and wiped away the droplets of water from the corners of his eyes. In the moment of turning around, with some dark desire to lick and crush it with the tip of his tongue. Salty, with a jasmine scent. Outside the door, Brahma Jingzhen's ears were sharp, and he heard Maketsu Ting's footsteps after he got out of bed. Successfully disturbed the 2 good things, the corner of his lips to bring some easy smile, feel the sky is also blue, grass is also green, the whole life is full of hope. His pale hand placed on the doorknob, and with a gentle squeeze, he twisted off the obtrusive handle and threw it downstairs. When the door opened, what was revealed was Mu Guiting's face so dark that it was dripping water, and Si Jing who was preparing to get out of bed. The youth was like a rosebush that had just been picked and rubbed and milled, and the entire person was permeated with a pinkish pure desire. Ahem! Fan Jingzhen had a rare moment where he forgot to react, and he was smashed by Mu Guiting's fist so hard that he coughed up some blood. Si Jing was so shocked by the loud blow that he shivered and put his shoes on backwards. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, he quietly switched them over, and he looked at the doorway with trepidation. Finding that the killing aura all over Mak Guiting's body was almost condensing into a solid body, while Fan Jingchan now seemed to be no different from a living person, with blood constantly seeping out of the corners of his lips. Si Jing's eyebrows twitched slightly. Although Van Jingzhen wasn't a good person, he still subconsciously cowered at the sight of a person being beaten like this in front of his eyes. It wasn't that he sympathized with Van Jiechan, he just thought that if Mu Guiting's punch landed on him. The Dai Lu, do not dare to think. But Fan Jingzhen does not know the division mirror's mind. The youth frowned. That moment is too delicate, no one can not for his immortal-like face, and moved. That lowered brow was like that of a compassionate immortal, looking compassionately and tenderly at the afflicted. Brahma Jingchan only felt that he was being pitied by the fairy, and that momentary dimple was the fairy's heart tugging for him. The man whose ribs had collapsed from the beating laughed instead, looking provocatively at Mu Guiting, full of the victor's smugness. He's worried about me. A normal person wouldn't consider that to be worrying about Brahma Jutsu Zen, but the current Makoto was clearly not in that category. Although his face was as cold as ice, and he was even prepared to give Van Jingchan another punch, he didn't have any bottom at all in his heart. He had never seen Van Jingzhen smile so genuinely, and Makuta Guiting's heart was caught in a fierce celestial battle. Could it be that little mirror was really worried about him? No, it must be a lie. It must be Brahma Pure Zen provoking him. Then should this punch still be slammed down? It would be hard for him not to smash it, but if he did, what if little mirror was really hurting him? In the end, he still put down his hand, and Si Jing has also come over, but he wouldn't dare to intervene in the matter between them. Si Jing attempted to dabble out of the water, but was grabbed by the back of Fate's neck by Mu Guiting. Little mirror, what are you doing? Taken hold of, Si Jing instantly immobilized, like a rabbit with its ears lifted. Giorgio softly drooped. I'll go down and pack my bags. Mu Guiting shook his head. There's no need, we'll be able to get to the base soon, and it'll be good to have everything new by then. He knew the previous Si Jing very well. He basically didn't have any serious luggage. That satchel of his was filled with some women's clothes. He didn't even carry dry food or water because he always had a way of snatching or cheating people out of their food. So there was really no point in packing that little satchel of his. Brahma Pure Zen unhurriedly wiped the blood from his lips, and apart from his face being a little pale, he didn't look much injured. He gently hooked the front of this bud dress of Si Jing's in front of Mukue Ting, his fingernails gliding over the delicate skin. When we arrive at the base, Xiao Jing can follow me. Oh, I will prepare everything for you. Mukue Pavilion pulled his paw away and wrapped his arm around Si Jing's waist, dropping a sentence before leaving. There won't be a day. Brahma Pure Zen followed suit, his hands leisurely in his pockets. Who knows? Chapter 15, Old Attacker. Don't just be jealous, have a plate of dumplings. The people on the first floor were carrying their backpacks and looking at the three with bated breath. To be exact, they were looking at Makoto Pavilion and Brahma Zen, waiting for the next instruction. As for the relationship between these three people, although everyone had more or less speculations in their hearts, compared to their own lives, gossip was certainly not the most important thing. Brahma Pure Zen cleaned the blood from the corner of his mouth very cleanly, and apart from his face going a few shades of white, there was nothing wrong with the way he looked. He revealed his signature human and harmless smile and said to the people below, "Everyone, we can leave now." The people didn't make much of a move, and dozens of lines of sight fell on Mu Guiting. Mu Guiting faintly scanned the circle and commanded, "Ordinary people walk on the inside, and the aberrants are responsible for guarding the surrounding area." It was only after receiving clear instructions that the people finally moved. The entire process was quiet and efficient, as if they had done this countless times before. As the strongest combatants in the group, Mukue Pavilion and Brahma Pure Zen were rightfully at the front, ready to face all possible risks. Si Jing felt that he belonged to the category of ordinary people, so he was about to walk to the inner circle. But just as he took a step, he was held by Mu Guiting's wrist, and his soft arm was tightly pressed against the warmth of the palm of his hand. Mu Guiting didn't use much force, directly pulled the person into his arms, magnetic low voice rubbing against the youth's sensitive ears. "Little mirror, you follow us." Si Jing's face instantly reddened into a blush, forming a pure and woozy shoe color on her small alabaster-like face. That? He had only just spat out 2 words when the hot breath around him disappeared, and he looked over in surprise. Discovering that Mu Guiting didn't know what he had tripped over, his entire body swayed slightly before stabilizing itself at an extremely fast speed. But the moment he tripped, Si Jing's body fell directly into another embrace. Surrounded by the fragrance of flowers, with the exotic fragrance of extravagance to vanity, it was none other than Brahma Pure Zen. Si Jing didn't even see how the other party came over, and when he reacted again, the person had already been hugged horizontally. The youth's wide-open eyes crashed into a deep sea of dead air. Si Jing glanced at the people behind him with different expressions and felt his face getting hotter and hotter as his fingertips gripped the material of the man's chest. "What are you doing? Quickly put me down, ah!" The well-behaved and loving youth reddened her eyes, under her eyes to her cheeks a drunken red, and her moisturized and fat red lips gently opened and closed, as if to lure people to kiss them. Fan Jingzhen, moody happy to take back the foot, smiled and looked at Mu Guiting a glance. Then pretending as if nothing had happened, he lowered his head, and his slender fingers wiped the corners of the youth's eyes, drawing the clear spring out of those eyes, standing wetly on his eyelashes. "Brother Mirror, the Mukue Pavilion is too weak, even walking will trip, you'd better follow me. I should have kicked you to death just now," Mu Guiting said mercilessly. He put on Brahma Jiechan's shoulder, veins rippled on his pale arm, and with one force he directly yanked Brahma Jiechan's arm out of its socket. To say dislocated was actually an understatement. If Si Jing had heard correctly, it was a very loud crunch sound of bones breaking. How to say, sounds trees. Very delicious look. It feels like Brahma Zen's arm was yanked right off and should be falling off soon. Luckily, he was holding Si Jing with one hand, or else it would really be easy to drop the person directly down. Si Jing was startled and looked up at Fan Jingzhen, discussing in a small voice, "Are you okay? Why don't you put me down first?" Begged not to hold him anymore, in case later on when Mu Guiting got angry and removed his other arm as well, then he wouldn't just fall. However, the heavily injured Brahma Jiechan didn't even blink, as if the injured person wasn't him. He first gently placed Si Jing on the ground, then revealed a very elegant and decent smile. His right hand then gripped his left arm, and after testing it twice, he pushed upwards without hesitation. Only heard a click, the arm was connected, like an emotionless machine. Brahma Pure Zen, this kind of person is ruthless to others, also ruthless to themselves. Such a person was completely a madman who would do anything to achieve his goal, and was definitely not to be messed with. Si Jing sighed in his heart, no wonder he was cannon fodder. Not only had he provoked Brahma Pure Zen, but he had also become his current favorite bully. Brahma Pure Zen dislocated his arm, but his face didn't show any anger at all, still maintaining a gentle and easygoing smile, and even laughing a little more happily. "Brother Mirror, are you worried about me? I'm so happy." Si Jing quietly moved half a step closer to Mu Guiting, looking at Fan Jingzhen with a veiled, psychotic look. Mu Guiting smoothly swept the youth over, his fingertips pressing against the soft flesh on the side of his waist. "Ignore him, he's sick. You're jealous of me.
Fan Jingchan said firmly, his tone lightening a few more points. Brother Amira cares about me.
Mu Guiting snorted coldly and said nothing.
But Si Jing felt the hand at his waist tighten a few points nervously, as if he was afraid that he would run away with someone. Si Jing hesitantly raised his eyelashes, looked at Fan Jingzhen, and asked that question that he had been confused about for a long time.
Why did you call me Brother Mirror?
To be honest, it was really out of character for someone like Brahma Pure Zen to call him brother. Brahma Pure Chan is powerful and crazy, completely without any feeling of inferiority. He called brother will only make people feel that the next second to be played by him bad. There was a feeling of a tall, ferocious dog lying on top of its master, pleasing and rubbing against him over and over again, but with its sharp teeth pressed against its young master's throat. It's just a fling. Van Zhangzhen pinched his soft cheeks. I can call you baby if you don't like it. Si Jing somewhat numbly allowed himself to be kneaded and rubbed. His cheeks were pulled up by two of the man's fingers, his voice somewhat slurred.
Count on messing with, when I didn't shiver anything.
It was getting late, and the setting sun painted the figures of the crowd with a golden color before fading to a slightly cooler, darker white. In the post-apocalyptic world, night was very dangerous. The power system collapsed completely, and the whole city was plunged into endless darkness, as if many unknown horrors lurked in the shadows. The only sources of light left were the cold moon in the sky, and the light from the human base.
Like another tiny moon reflected in the sky, guiding the way for the people.
Darkness brought terror and insecurity, and the fearfulness in Si Jing's heart gradually became apparent. He didn't break away from Mu Guiting's embrace, even as his body subconsciously pressed closer towards the source of heat. At least the man's warm body heat could give him a sense of security in this environment. The innocent lamb searched for a warm embrace in ignorance, but he didn't have the slightest idea if he was dealing with a ferocious beast or not. And even if it was, there was nothing he could do about it, except allow himself to be gently bitten open at the throat to his heart's content.
Chapter 16. I think the old attacker is really dangerous.
After nightfall, people became tense and nervous, even the sound of their breathing softened. They weren't just strutting around the streets, but they kept looking for cover, and buildings that could slightly isolate the scent of the living, to avoid attracting too many zombies in the dangerous night. Mu Guiting also stopped fighting with Fan Jingzhen, but vigilantly scouted the surrounding situation. As for Fan Jingchan, he had an indifferent look on his face. His cold white skin and high nose seemed like an extremely handsome vampire under the moonlight. He even looked a little bored, kicking the stones on the road for fun in a bored manner, making some not-so-small noises. Not that anyone would suspect him of intentionally attracting zombies, because with a group of dozens of people, even if they were careful, the noise would definitely not be small. Compared to that, the sound of Brahma's pure zen was simply harmless. Because he was too close, Si Jing clearly detected that the aura on Van Jingzhen's body was gradually becoming gloomy. A faint aura of death permeated the surroundings, like countless tentacles wrapping him up.
No, it wasn't like that. It was simply real. He distinctly felt something cool wrapped around his calf. Like cold vines with thin, poisonous thorns that gently traveled over the skin. And gradually upwards. He looked at Brahma Pure Zen in horror and shrank toward Mak Guiting's arms, his slender body trembling gently. Brother Mak. Mu Guiting sensed the man's scent, his eyebrows furrowed a bit, coldly looked askance at Fan Jingchan, and chirped in a low voice, "Don't scare him." Van Jingchan laughed a little, shrugged indifferently, and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Okay. Si Jing soon felt that cold, sticky touch disappear. In its place, his hair was gently curled by an unseen force, pulling it twice with a very soft force. It was like a young child's small hands tugging at their mother's hair, folding the soft strands into various shapes. Brahma Pure Chan smiled wryly, actually really having a few moments of a young child's innocence. It's always okay to play with your hair. The man's eyes contained a few moments of scarlet cruelty, becoming more and more like a dead man. Even the temperature of his body became icy cold. Obviously there was no physical contact with the youth, but that clear and stunning youth tilted her head as if she was coerced, and the beauty mole under her eyes trembled gently. Si Jing of course did not dare to refuse, at least playing with the hair was much better than playing with other places. Mu Guiting could see the youth's fear, and the tip of his warm nose rubbed the side of his face. Don't be afraid, he won't hurt you. Both being men, he understood very well what Van Jingzhen's eyes looking at Si Jing represented. It was endless predatory and possessive desire. He rarely saw such a look in Van Jingchan's eyes, because once upon a time, he would never look at a person with such eyes. His eerie eyes were always filled with the aura of death, and it was only when he was toying with people's hearts that he would show so much as a slight hint of amusement. Mu Guiting silently held Si Jing a little tighter. He wouldn't fight with Fan Jingzhen here. He definitely couldn't let Si Jing face the danger of being harmed by the zombies. Compared to the kind of bloody and scary and irrational things like zombies, for Si Jing, Van Jingzhen was a little more controllable. There were just too many zombies along the way.
Where they were was still 5 kilometers away from the first base, and they wouldn't be able to make it tonight no matter what. After fending off the fourth wave of zombies, Mu Guiting stopped.
We can't continue walking, there are too many zombies ahead.
The zombies at night were unusually active, and even if he and Van Jinjiachan wouldn't get tired, the others were already exhausted, not to mention Si Jing.
Beads of sweat had already seeped out from the corners of the youth's fair forehead, warm beads of sweat sliding across his fair skin, his long silver white hair somewhat messy against his cheeks. It was so beautiful that one could not control himself. The knot in Maketsu's throat slid up and down a few times as he found a clothing store that was still clean and intact. Let's rest here first tonight. After saying that, he hugged Si Jing and walked over. Brahma Pure Zen pushed open the door of the store and took the lead to walk in, casually circling around inside twice and calling out to the outside. Safe, no walkers. The people in the back breathed a sigh of relief and walked in one after another. The clothing store wasn't too big, and plastic models took up most of the people's spots. When people walked in, they didn't wait for Mukue Pavilion's command and spontaneously threw out the plastic models. This kind of thing looks gloomy in the dark, more or less some horror valley effect, easy to be scared at night not to mention, but also extraordinarily occupy space. After people handled it with their hands and feet, the whole space was indeed much more spacious, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. After being tired for the whole day, they could finally rest, and the crowd put down their luggage and hit the ground. Old Lee, do you smell a smell? The man called Old Lee lay back and comfortably let out a sigh of terseness, and once he heard this, he sniffled. You don't say, it really does smell a bit. Yeah, there's a stench, what is it? Old Lee rolled over, his tone a little impatient. Don't think about it, zombie odor, what else could it be? The man savored it a few more times and shook his head in disapproval. I don't feel like it's a zombie smell, but rather like… Old Lee? While he was talking, Old Lee was already snoring, tired from a long day. Most people fell asleep just as they lay down. The man also rolled over and muttered without further thought. Who cares, the sky collapses with Brother Mu and Little Fan on top. After saying that, he also fell asleep. At this time, after circling around the room, Maketsu Ting found a store manager's lounge. Si Jing stood behind him, and Mak Guiting's hand was just on the doorknob as he was about to open the door. Fan Jingzhen suddenly hugged Si Jing tightly from behind, then turned around and directly carried the person out a good distance. Do what? The 100-flower scent that came on steeply made Si Jing dizzy. No matter how many times, he couldn't get used to the fragrance from Fan Jingzhen's body, and every time he smelled it, his legs went weak and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Baby, there's something in the room. Brahma's chin rested gently on Si Jing's curvy shoulder and neck, his voice soft and feminine, and one hand covered his eyes. As soon as he heard something, Si Jing immediately stopped moving, frozen in Fan Jingzhen's arms, like a lifeless delicate doll. All that was left in his ears was the low laughter of Fan Jingzhen and the snoring of the people in the room. Vision was stripped away, time seemed to be stretched out indefinitely, and the wind around him was enough to frighten him. Mu Guiting unscrewed the doorknob, and a rotten, stale odor immediately came from inside. It was so dark that it was impossible to see what was inside. Mukue Pavilion didn't move, and neither did the thing inside. Chapter 17. But cucumber-flavored potato chips are really delicious, eh? Si Jing's eyelashes fluttered lightly, wanting to quietly close his eyes but completely unable to do so. Brahma Jinshan always didn't hide that neurotic desire too well when he turned on him. His body temperature was very low, close to cadaveric, and the lush, dangerous scent of flowers enveloped him, intoxicating and eerie. In an unnoticed corner, a cold ghostly aura wrapped around Si Jing's waist. Brahma Zen. The defenseless Si Jing's voice softened, and his entire body suddenly slammed into a hard and cold body. A little bit of icy wetness on the tip of his ear slipped through, causing his body to struggle with a fine tremor, and the light jasmine fragrance became sweet in the rubbing. Mirror, you call me by a nice name. Brahma Pure Zen pressed one hand on the youth's soft belly, the most vulnerable part of a human being, and fiddled with the beaded chain around his waist with the other. Fingertips pressed against the round, lustrous beige pearls, the sleek jewels pressing pale pink flesh marks into the white, creamy skin. Si Jing pursed her lips and shook her head, her soft hair brushing against the man's loose, half-open lapel, her haloed face slightly damp with sweat. He didn't dare to make too much noise, because Mu Guiting was obviously dealing with something bizarre. A rotten, fishy odor gradually emanated from that door, as well as a faint chewing sound. Si Jing inexplicably recalled a game he once played, in which the zombies ate brains with this kind of dense and clear crunching sound. He thought of potato chips in a very inopportune manner. Though the ends of his eyes were reddened from yet another Van Jetsen play, his mind inexplicably recalled the taste of cucumber-flavored potato chips. Fragrant and crunchy. Behind him, the empty, dark eyes of Brahma Pure Zen, however, momentarily appeared a trace of confusion. He had awakened his powerful spiritual-type psychic ability on the eve of the end times. Normally, spirit-type psychic abilities could only have an effect on other people's spirits, they would not affect the user himself. But he was extremely gifted, and his psychic ability could even allow his body to undergo some sort of change, allowing him to switch freely between human and non-human. He could implant his spirit into other people's consciousness and use it to peer into their thoughts, similar to mind reading. He admitted that he had just had a strand of his spirit invade Si Jing's consciousness, and the process had gone extremely smoothly, with the well-behaved kitten not even resisting a little. He had wanted to see what the kitten entangled in his charming incense would be thinking, whether or not its consciousness was in chaos, with only unresistible desire remaining. But, can anyone tell him why chips are in Si Jing's head right now? Why is it that chips are on his mind in this situation? It wasn't him, it wasn't Makoto, it wasn't any human. Nor was it any kind of thing that would help him relieve his desires, but a plain bag of potato chips, still cucumber flavored. Brahma Zen. Once upon a time everything was within his grasp and he was rarely at such a loss for words. But ever since that day when he had faced the pure eyes of the upper mirror, he had clearly sensed that something had gone out of his control. Including his own heart. In this boring and barren post-apocalyptic world, it once again beat passionately with his presence. The confrontation in front of the store manager's office was still going on, and the two men inside and outside the door looked like the most skillful hunters, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Mu Guiting made the first move, lifting his leg and taking a step towards the door. Although it was a stepping in motion, it was more like a test, his upper body still maintaining a stance that could be retracted at any time. Perhaps the intelligence of the thing in the door hadn't reached this level yet, as several dark green tentacles instantly came towards the door in an attempt to drag Mu Guiting inside. And Mu Guiting wasn't unprepared, as he gripped the thorn-spiked rattan with one hand. From his fingertips, he released extremely cold ice, which spread inch by inch along the branches covering them. He exerted force with his palm and tried to shatter the vines, however, he was unsuccessful. The ice fell down, making a crisp sound like broken glass on the ground. The grave look between his eyebrows made his entire person appear more and more cold and handsome. This cane was extremely powerful and did not fear the cold, even he was unable to shatter it. It didn't seem to be easy to deal with. Mu Guiting glanced at Si Jing, saw that he was well protected by Fan Jingzhen, and turned his head again without moving. Whatever it is, just don't hurt little mirror. Although this person, Brahma Pure Zen, was elusive and temperamental, he was at least not weak. And although a certain strand of Brahma Pure Zen's spiritual energy was earnestly savoring cucumber-flavored potato chips, those feminine phoenix eyes were always keeping an eye on the situation over here. If the thing inside the door showed the slightest bit of aggression towards Si Jing, he would immediately strike. The one inside the door seemed to be suddenly called by something and instantly stirred. Together with that small arm thick vine also can't help but vibrate up, the strength of Mu Guiting almost can't hold it. Suddenly, a human-shaped black shadow rushed out from the black hole in the doorway. It was said to be a silhouette, but in fact, it only had a human form. The body and limbs of this person are all made up of twisted vines of varying thickness, with sharp spikes and verdant moss on the vines. It was tall and slender, but the curves of its body neither resembled a woman's softness nor a man's broadness. Half of its face was made up of vines, and a huge white flower bloomed where an eye should have been born in the eye socket. The other half of the face belonged to a human being, with a dark complexion, deep and elegant features, long thin eyebrows and scarlet lips that looked more like a charming woman. Dark red dirty blood flowed down from the lips, flowing all the way into the neck made up of branches and vines, the blood outlining a blood picture that looked like a wilted rose. After it rushed out, it looked very agitated, and before Mu Guiting could react, it took it upon itself to chop off the vines that Mu Guiting was holding in his hands. Mak Guiting's eyes narrowed as he reacted extremely quickly to release countless ice prongs, each of which viciously nailed through its body. But it was as if it couldn't feel any pain, and the half of its face that belonged to a human still didn't have any expression. Those dark green eyes gently rolled for a moment, and then its entire body extremely quickly turned into vines and spread out. The python-like thick branches moved quickly to Si Jing's eyes and quickly formed into a human form again. The icy inorganic pupils looked like a large emotionless beast, the pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints, presenting a bizarre sense of emptiness. Just like the ghost dolls in some horror movies, they were obviously dead things, but they smiled at you with a crooked head and gazed at you with a deadly gaze. It doesn't come close, but it's as if it's going to come charging up the next second, its ethereal childlike voice laughing merrily, and then tearing everything cursed and living to shreds. Si Jing was originally tormented by the charm fragrance of the Brahma Pure Zen and was in a trance, not having an ounce of strength, and his white and tender skin flushed with a soft misty powder. Now facing such a pair of eyes, the whole person was awake, the wet fox eyes lifted up feebly, the upturned tails of the eyes had an indescribable flavor. Fortunately, behind him was the powerful embrace of Brahma Jingzhen, otherwise he would have screamed out in fear by now. Chapter 18 Old Attacker. You smell good in the olfactory sense. The person in front of him was getting closer and closer, and the closer he got to Si Jing, the more the light in those empty eyes shone. It was like a dead thing that was suddenly given life by the gods, but it actually looked a little like a living person. Behind him, Fan Jingzhen held him tightly, and Mu Guiting immediately blocked between Si Jing and the man, his tensed muscles ready to strike. Brahma Pure Chan sent out a strand of spiritual energy to probe into its consciousness, and it entered exceptionally smoothly, without the slightest resistance. This could only mean that this person was either a cutie, or it didn't have a mind at all. However, the person in front of me did not belong to any of them. It had consciousness, but its sea of consciousness was extremely large, thousands of times that of a human. So much so that after Brahma Pure Zen's wisp of spiritual energy entered, it was like a drop of water dropping into the ocean, unable to affect it in the slightest. Brahma Pure Chan had never encountered this kind of thing before. It was no longer in the realm of humans, but more like the realm of legendary demons or elves.
The man took a step forward, and the thorns under his feet pierced the marble floor, creating tiny cracks that gradually spread to Si Jing's feet. The fear inspired from the depths of his heart sent chills through his body, as if he was being wrapped up in the other person's vines and thrown into the air, and then penetrated by the spikes. The plant scent of its body mixed with the fishy odor of the zombie, creating a strange smell that contrasted extremely well. Si Jing inclined his head and eased his breathing. He felt like he was going to suffer from rhinitis if he breathed more. It seemed to have seen Si Jing's avoidance. It didn't continue forward, and there was surprisingly more than a touch of resignation in its eyes. Through the faint moonlight, Si Jing could see that the white flower in its left eye was a blooming jasmine. A jasmine scent so strong that it was dizzying invaded him. He had never felt that the jasmine scent was so aggressive that it almost suffocated him. He slowly rolled his eyes for a moment, reflecting the mesmerizingly beautiful face of Si Jing in his eyes. It opened its mouth, its fine fangs opening and closing, but the sound it made was a vague and eerie gurgle. Sikyong fearfully pressed close to Fan Jingchan. His soft hand even took the initiative to hold his arm. Wet and slippery sweat coated on the man's wrist bone. It was warm, like being licked by a hapless animal cub. That wet, soft touch gradually traveled from his skin into the tip of Brahma Jangzan's heart, making his heart soften to the core. It was rare for him to reach a consensus with Mukue Pavilion on something, and now he felt that Si Jing was indeed very smart. He really knew too well how to make the heart grow fonder, like a warm, soft, innocent lamb, always able to use the softest gesture to make the heart grow protective. Simply a master of pinching people's hearts. Even for someone like him, it would be hard not to fall into the sweet trap he wove. But now this little lamb was just stuck in his arms, pouring out small breaths of air, her skin a tantalizing burnished white in the moonlight. The hand rubbed unconsciously against his wrist, seducing him with a look of pure ignorance, as if it would do anything to him. Si Jing only felt that the flavors of both flower scents were getting stronger, as if they were splitting up.
Mm.
In the end, he was the only one who suffered, his legs weakened by the charming fragrance and the jasmine fragrance, and his mouth overflowed with uncontrollable soft chants. Brahma Pure Zen unreservedly released all the spiritual power, ferociously surging into the human sea of consciousness, almost filling up the ocean.
Its eyes froze for a moment, and its footsteps stopped. The power of Brahma Pure Chan still had an effect on him. It wasn't without intelligence. Just now, Mukue Pavilion's ice prawns had also injured it. It knew that it couldn't beat these two alone, so it slowly took half a step back. It curved its lips, revealing a row of white and sharp teeth, and revealed an extremely terrifying and twisted smile at Si Jing. Then it took a few more steps back, and its body instantly transformed into coiled vines drilling out along the exposed air conditioning ducts. With only the lingering scent of jasmine left in the air, Si Jing finally let out a sigh of relief and released his grip on Brahma Jingzhen's hand. Van Jingzhen glanced faintly at Si Jing's translucent pink fingertips and did not say anything. The crisis lifted just like that. Maketsa Ting turned to look at the youth who was being held tightly. He didn't seem to have reacted yet, not a single movement of struggle, looking soft and well Rua. A little itchy in his hand, he literally made a move to Rua his furry head. Mirror, it's okay. Aha! See Mirror, like she was just reacting, gently nodded her head, pursed her rosy lips, and coaxed herself in a low voice, it's okay. He was in shock today, and Brahma Pure Zen kindly released him, turning to gently hold his hand. Mukue Ting had wanted to bring Si Jing to sleep in the store manager's lounge, but after what had happened, it was obvious that he couldn't sleep there. Still, it was a good idea to take a look inside. He stepped inside, and after the thing left, the dark aura in the room dispersed, and hazy moonlight shone in. Only a few zombies were lying around inside, but none of them were intact. The already broken bodies looked like tattered rags, and some had even been torn apart. After taking a look at it, Brahma Jingchan laughed softly. Looks like that thing feeds on zombies. He looked slyly at Mukue Pavilion, a complex sarcasm in his eyes. Mukue Ting didn't pick up on this, the tips of his boots kicking at the zombies that had been torn to shreds. What do you think it is? Brahma Jingchan recalled its look and features, mutated jasmine, except that it has grown half a human face for some reason. It might be because it was taken care of by people before the end times came, so it would take on a human face after possessing consciousness. Mukue Ting said in a deep voice, it has consciousness, it's not easy to deal with. Brahma Pure Zen was unimpressed, and although he was talking to Mukue Ting, he was blowing in Si Jing's ear. It caused the beauty's ear tips to wiggle every now and then, looking even more like sensitive little animals. So what, can't you see it's not aggressive? Mukue Pavilion lowered his eyes. Brahma Pure Zen was right, that thing indeed didn't exhibit any aggressiveness. At least it wasn't aggressive towards humans. Otherwise it wouldn't have spent so much time in this clothing store, it wouldn't have simply eaten zombies. If it wanted to hurt people, those ordinary people would have been killed by him when they came in just now. In a position that Si Jing couldn't see, Mukue Ting used the moonlight to look at his right hand. That hand had just grabbed the vines of that thing when he was outside the door. Now it was covered in finger-thick bloody holes, hideous and stinging, deep enough to see through to the bone, almost running his palm through. But the weird thing was that not a single drop of blood flowed out of that deep bloody hole. Chapter 19 Seductive Mushroom Old Attacker Putting Me to Sleep. Si Jing quietly moved a small step to the side at this time. He was actually a bit sleepy, but he didn't want to disturb these two. His biological clock had always been very stable, and when sleepiness struck, his entire body became wilted. Van Jingzhen, who was holding him, immediately noticed, and he reached out and swept Si Jing over, looking into his watery, mesmerized eyes. Baby sleepy? When Brahma Jingchan spoke softly, his voice tone was as low and elegant as a cello, making Si Jing even sleepier to hear. He gave a small nod and said honestly, super sleepy. Maketsa Ting walked over, scooped Sikyo out of Brahma's Pure Zen's arms, intercepted him, and walked toward the small couch not far away. This shop store was not large, and there was only one couch for customers to rest on. People came in by default that this couch belonged to Makaguchi Pavilion or Brahma Zen, so none of them chose to sleep on it. Mak Guiting cleaned up the couch with one hand, just when Brahma Jingzhen brought disposable sheets and a blanket from somewhere. He quickly spread the blanket and sheet on the sofa, making sure that the sea mirror wouldn't get a bit of dust on it. Mu Guiting set Si Jing down, and pulled the blanket on for him in the meantime. I've wronged you, little Jing, you'll be fine when we get to the base. Si Jing didn't feel aggrieved, although he was from a good family and hadn't suffered much since he was a child. He wasn't a pretentious person. He knew what kind of environment he was in, and in the post-apocalyptic world where supplies were in short supply, he was already enjoying what was basically emperor-like treatment. The youth's watery eyes blinked a few times, and his voice took on a bit of a dainty nasal tone from sleepiness. Where do you sleep? Mu Guiting very gently pressed on his shoulders and pressed him down on the sofa, the tip of his nose resting against the cool, soft silver hair on his forehead. Si Jing's heartbeat instantly sped up, and he even forgot to breathe, and could only be forced to feel the oppressive feeling from the man. He gulped in fear, but the distance between the two of them continued to shorten as those dark eyes gazed at him. Si Jing just wanted to say something, but the thinly calloused hand covered his eyes. The long eyelashes brushed against the palm of his hand, tickling him from the inside out. But the youth couldn't guess the man's dangerous mind, and his long lashes kept shaking. Just a second before Fan Jingzhen couldn't help but make a move, Mu Guiting straightened up, smoothly pulling the blanket on for Si Jing. Little mirror, sleep, we don't need to sleep. Before Si Jing had time to think about why these two people didn't need to sleep, a sudden strong wave of drowsiness hit him, and he was immediately sent into a dark and sweet dreamland. Brahma Pure Zen's spiritual power was like a gentle breeze, invading his consciousness in a strong yet gentle way. The youth's spiritual world was calm and gentle, like the surface of a lake with waves as flat as a mirror, without a single ripple. Sleeping Si Jing felt as if he was lying on the soft belly of some large feline. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but he couldn't open his eyes. The tip of the big cat's tail brushed against the side of his face and mischievously burrowed between his arms, allowing him to cuddle and sleep. Mak Guiting, who had already stood up, glanced unhappily at Fan Jingzhen, but the other party raised an eyebrow indifferently. You're jealous that I can put little mirror to sleep? A look of impatience passed between Mu Guiting's brows, but his fists gradually clenched, rewarding him with a single word, scram. Fan Jingchan, who had successfully exasperated the other party, was very happy in his heart. Not caring about this person's rudeness, he put his hands behind his head and surprisingly really strutted away. Mu Guiting looked at his back strangely, feeling a bit wrong. How did this guy roll so painfully today? Seeing that he was heading in the direction of ordinary people, he vaguely had a bad suspicion in his heart. This person is not playful again, right? Don't look at him, usually always pretending to be kind, but Mu Guiting knows him too well. He will never sleep with ordinary people. What are you doing? Fan Jingzhen didn't turn around, raising a hand with his back to Makue Pavilion, stretching out his index finger and comparing it to a 1, his cool voice coming into his ears. Righteous brother Mac, I promise to kill only one tonight. Mu Guiting lowered his eyes, his deep eyes could not be seen to be happy or angry. He turned his head towards the sweetly sleeping youth on the couch, as if by doing so he could ignore some ordinary person who was about to suffer. The youth's snowy face was now in the sheets, rubbed a beautiful thin red by the fine pattern on it. He was sleeping heavily, his long, slender eyelashes like butterflies resting, even the shadow cast had a seductive curve. Rosy lips unconsciously open, flooded with water rouge like good-looking tender red, a little translucent soft pink color between the columns of white teeth. Like a seductive and unaware angel, making people go crazy and want to desecrate his purity. Mu Guiting's throat instantly dried up, raising his hand to cover the location of his heart, which was empty without a sound. His fingertips gently caressed the youth's face, and the smoothness and softness of his hand caused the color of his eyes to gradually deepen. He stood up abruptly and walked towards the coat rack, pulling a few pieces of fabric to bandage the wound on his hand that had been made by the vines. When he was about to tie the knot, his movement paused, and the words that Brahma Pure Zen had said echoed in his ears like a demonic whisper. He's worried about me. A shimmering light surfaced in his eyes, as if he had borrowed a section of the bright moon's clear light, clear and cold. Will the small mirror also worry about him? His soft gaze fell on Si Jing's slender and soft figure, and then slowly traced his beautiful and delicate lip line. He inclined his head, and his hands flew to wrap the wound, then as if he didn't realize it, he revealed an injury that looked the most shocking. Then he sat quietly under the couch, like the most devoted of believers, looking at the beauty cloaked in silver by the moonlight.
The line of sight fell on the beauty's snow-white fingertips, the translucent nails seemed to be limpid and drooping, reflecting the crystal shimmering light. This was his moon and his god. The bleak moonlight passed through the rows of coat racks, reflecting dappled shadows and casting them among the sleeping people like evil spirits with teeth and claws. A few men were keeping watch at the door, and they could hear Makoto Pavilion and Brahma Pure Zen talking behind them. These two people always brought an endless sense of security, and knowing that the two of them hadn't slept, the night watchman slackened off a few points. It seemed that as long as they were there, no matter what critical emergencies they encountered, they would be easily solved. The man in the t-shirt looked toward the door, already sounding sleepy in his tone. Little Lua, according to our footsteps, we'll be able to reach the first base tomorrow. Xiaolu looked towards the glowing tower belonging to the first base, a high tower like a bright moon flickering endlessly in the distance, and he gently exhaled a breath. Yes, brother Zhao, finally we can live in peace. Old Zhao suddenly winced. Do you feel a bit cold? The sounds of conversation between Mukue Pavilion and Brahma Pure Zen suddenly disappeared, leaving only the sound of sleeping snores around them. Xiaolu sniffled and looked out the door, inexplicably thinking of the 4 corpses that had been skinned and hung on the lintel of the department store. Is a little cold. Old Zhao looked around. There was nothing unusual around him. He could even see Mu Guiting quietly guarding beside Si Jing. At this time, old Zhong was sitting up from the floor and casually greeted him before standing up in a daze, seemingly heading in the direction of the restroom. Lao Zhao nudged Xiaolu. You say that this old bell is really good. Why always with the division mirror is not good, have food and clothing is not enough. Well, Xiaolu was not interested in the gossip of others, he casually responded. Yeah, it's already good that we can follow brother Mu and brother Fan. He also didn't understand why Uncle Zhong hated Si Jing so much. He felt that it should be jealousy because it was the nature of some people not to see the good in the next person. But soon he didn't have the heart to think about that. He felt the snoring of the people around him getting louder and louder, and his body getting colder and colder. Not only was it cold, but there was a very strong scent around him that made him dizzy. In the second before he passed out, he looked hard at old Zhao and realized that the other party was similar to him, with dull eyes, slowly closing his eyes and falling asleep. Xiaolu couldn't support himself any longer and collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly. Chapter 20, I'm here to join you. Old Zhong walked towards the toilet in a daze. His body had long been exhausted after a day of rushing, leaving behind the admonition that Brahma Pure Zen had given him during the day. Fan Jingchan had reminded him not to fall asleep at night at that time, but how could he really take it to heart and just take it as a joke? He tossed and turned and couldn't sleep peacefully. The feeling of wanting to go to the toilet was suddenly very strong. Even his forehead was suffocating sweat, so he had to fumble to gather his clothes and get up. The toilet wasn't far away, and he groped his way there in a daze. His mind was not clear enough to realize that he had walked this short distance for 5 or 6 minutes. Gradually the coldness around him grew, until the coldness around him reached a level that could not be ignored, and only then did he finally realize that something was wrong. How? Is there no sound at all? All the sounds all disappeared, not even the snoring could be heard. It was as if they had been left in a completely enclosed space. His bare skin felt like it was stuck to ice, and goosebumps rose. Old Zhong's body kept trembling, half as a physiological reaction of the human body under the cold, and half in fear. Anyone could tell something was wrong in this situation now. He realized that he was most likely hitting a ghost, but he was heartily unwilling to believe this fact. Because ghosts, something beyond common sense, once proven to exist, will completely break down his fragile psychological defenses. His face turned pale, and with trembling lips, he called out, Old Wang? Old Zhao? But only his own echo remained in the silent space, echoing vacantly, and that echo unexpectedly brought a few poignant points. It was as if he didn't send it out himself. The fog gradually spread around him, and it was pitch black, except for the hissing light of the bathroom sign in front of him. Lao Zhong immediately soft feet, do not know what he did, how can be haunted by ghosts? His body couldn't lift a single ounce of strength, almost paralyzed, with only one thought left in his mind, run. He couldn't die. Couldn't die. Before the end of the world, he was a famous chemical expert, and he was useful to mankind. Tomorrow they would arrive at the first base, and then as an expert he would definitely be accepted by the base. He absolutely could not die here. Couldn't die in front of the toilet door of a small clothing store. He turned as hard as he could to get away, but a hand rested against his backside. Cold, stiff, like a corpse's hand, it pushed him step by step into the bathroom. The indicator light, which was glowing red, flickered a few times before finally going out completely. Early in the morning, people woke up one after another and packed their bags hopefully. Although they consciously kept quiet, dozens of people moving together inevitably made noise. The tips of Si Jing's ears, which were permeated with thin powder, moved and opened their sleepy eyes, slowly waking up. The person who had just woken up was still a bit disoriented, as if he had been stroking the tail of the big cat in his dream a moment before. The pink moist lips were stained with water, and the pair of fox eyes that were already very seductive were still filled with a hazy mist of water. Even the eyelashes were stained with wetness. The whole person was soft and fluffy, as if a touch would overflow with sweet flower juice. Just as Si Jing was about to brace himself, he fell into a hard, warm embrace.
He had just woken up and his body was still a bit unbalanced, and his forehead hit the other person's pecs. Mugueting's calloused palm pressed against his forehead, his tone concerned and even a little self-condemning. Little mirror, did the bump hurt? Si Jing shook his head obediently, even if Mugueting's muscles were no longer hard, but at least it was a person, not a rock. It wasn't enough to knock him sore. Mugueting looked at the white forehead flushed with a light pink, slightly lowered his head, so delicate skin. If you pinch his waist. He immediately shook his head. How could he start thinking about this in the morning? Even if he just thought about it in his mind, he felt that he was defiling Si Jing. Especially since Si Jing was now looking at him with those trusting clean eyes, making him feel like a despicable villain. Si Jing didn't know what Mugueting was thinking as his eyes fell on the wound that the man had deliberately exposed. That piercing bloody hole caught his eye for an instant. He thought back to the horrible man of last night and the thick, sharp thorns on his body. His long white fingers gently touched the area around the wound. Is this from yesterday? Mugueting's heart was on fire at these clear eyes. Si Jing was worried about him. He looked at his shocking wounds and actually slightly hooked his lips. He hung his head, not wanting to let Si Jing see the smile at the corner of his mouth. This action made him more like that decent image of sacrificing himself for the sake of the crowd without expecting anything in return. Then let's hurry up and get to the base so we can medicate your wounds. Si Jing's tone couldn't help but have more than a hint of sympathy. This person, Mugueting, was indeed genuinely helping ordinary people like them. Aha! Mugueting nodded his head as he looked at the youth's peach blossom-like face, but what he thought in his heart was that there was no need for this injury to heal so quickly. He couldn't feel the pain and wouldn't bleed. It would be fine for this wound to just stay like this if he could see the little mirror's heartache for him every day. This wasn't a wound, this was Xiao Jing's love for him. It's his love medal. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but lose control and hold Si Jing a little tighter, his thin waist soft and smooth. A few strings of thin beaded chains did not play any role at all in covering up, but instead made the youth add a few more points of youthful softness. The two didn't look like people fleeing in the post-apocalyptic world, but rather like a loving couple on vacation somewhere. It was this blinding scene that Brahma Jangzhen saw when he appeared out of nowhere. His back teeth were on the verge of crunching, but his face still maintained an undemonstrative smile, and his warm and soft aura looked impeccable. Only with such an androgynous face, the kind of expression that looked warm and gentle when placed on the face of an onlooker, but in turn formed an unfathomable, mysterious and eerie feeling. He was well aware that he had frightened Xiao Jing a few days ago, while Mugueting had always been an upright image in Xiao Jing's eyes. So for him, to get Xiao Jing's heart he must outsmart him. You can't be like that reckless man, Mugueting, who had the words "I want you" written all over his face, but he still thought he was pretending very well. What's even more annoying is that Si Jing can't see it at all and doesn't know how dangerous it is to be held in a man's arms like this. With a breath of air stifled in his chest, Brahma Jingchan walked over. I'm not interrupting you guys, am I? His voice was light and quick as he opened his arms, one on Si Jing's shoulder and the other on Mugueting's shoulder. Then with a vicious grab, Mugueting's shoulder saw blood. Brahma Pure Zen was still smiling and facing Mugueting's eyes that wanted to kill, and said with an innocent face, "Don't be mean, brother Mu, I'm not here to break you up, I'm here to join you." Chapter 21. The creamy crumbs on the edge of my mouth. He mixed it with water and drank it for 3 years. Si Jing's angle couldn't see the movements of Fan Jingzhen's hand at all, but he saw that the hand he put on his shoulder was wearing a glove. Black lace, complicated rose embroidery, while his hand as if heaven carefully carved like more beautiful. Si Jing tilted his head in some confusion. He remembered that he hadn't worn gloves yesterday. Why are you suddenly wearing gloves? Fan Jingzhen followed Si Jing's line of sight and laughed carelessly. Nothing, I touched something dirty last night. Si Jing didn't ask any further. He had a hunch that the dirty thing that Van Jingchan was talking about might be something that he wouldn't want to know about. Because he smelled the faint odor of blood from the exquisite and expensive gloves, although Van Jingzhen had already treated it, but still could not hide the smell. Mugueting's shoulders shook as he brushed away Van Jingchan's hand, then gathered Si Jing in his arms. It's time to leave, we need to reach the base before dark today. He didn't know why, but he always recalled that weird mutated jasmine from last night over and over again in his mind. The way it looked at Si Jing made him extraordinarily uncomfortable, as if something unpredictable was about to happen. Si Jing nodded. He wasn't a cutie. Nor was he an NPC that only knew how to walk the plot. After the past few days together, at least he could tell that Mugueting had no ill will towards him. As for Brahma Pure Zen, he couldn't see through his thoughts, but at least he could be sure that Brahma Pure Zen wouldn't take his life for the time being. Although he didn't know why the protagonist suddenly didn't even go through with the plot anymore, instead treating him, a cannon fodder who should have been retaliated against by the protagonist long ago and then died a miserable death. It was always better to be able to live a good life than to die. He decided to take a step forward first. Si Jing was just about to get up when a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the crowd not far away. Si Jing was startled, and Mugueting immediately smoothed his fur, looking towards the crowd in the process. Only to see several people running out of the bathroom in a panic, shouting as they ran. There's a ghost! There's a ghost! Someone's been skinned! It's that skinned ghost again. These words caused an uproar in the crowd, and everyone rioted. There were a few bold people who went into the bathroom to check the situation, and then vomited while walking towards Muguiting's side. Brother Mu! Someone's dead! Mak Gating rubbed his brow in annoyance as he stood up and blocked Si Jing behind him. Who is the dead one? It's shown, bloody and hanging from the ceiling. Before he could finish, Mu Guiting interrupted him. He didn't want the scene to scare Si Jing. Si Jing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and in silence, he moved a little closer towards Mu Guiting. He also had an impression of that Zhong, who seemed to hate him, and had even spoken ill of him to Van Jingzhen. The bad words were said the day before, the man was hard the next day. Then again, when you think about the 4 people who died earlier, their common trait was that they had said bad things about him. This makes it hard for him not to suspect that this ghost seems to have a different kind of obsession with himself. As if he had thought of something, he looked incredulously at Brahma Pure Zen behind him. And the man maintained his impeccable smile. The whole man looked cloudy and lighthearted, with no weakness at all. I know. Mu Guiting waved his hand. He knew exactly who did it. Pack up and leave first. Brother Mu, but it'll be safe once we reach the base. Mu Guiting interrupted him, but his gaze went to Fan Jingzhen. No monster can rush into the base. Of course. Brahma Pure Zen smiled sincerely at the man. Brother Mak is right, go pack up. A smiling Fan Jingzhen was certainly easier to appease than the cold as ice Mak Guiting, and the man panically nodded and turned his head to pack up his things. When old Zhong was still alive, he was always surrounded by a lot of pleasing people. But now that he's dead, those people have suddenly changed. It was as if they didn't know him at all, and they all kept their mouths shut, not wanting to have anything to do with him. Si Jing followed the 2 of them to the front of the group, his mouth still eating the cupcakes that Van Jingzhen had gotten from who knows where. It was as if Van Jingzhen had a carry-on space, always pulling out some fresh gadgets. Mu Guiting watched Si Jing eat happily and didn't say anything, smiling extremely gently at the youth as his watery eyes looked over. In any case, he would not let his jealousy ruin Si Jing's good mood. He gently wiped away the cream from the corner of Si Jing's mouth, wiping the sticky, sweet, soft cream away on his fingertips, which still carried the warmth from the youth's lips. He thought he was crazy to even want to somehow treasure such a little bit of cream that he had sipped. When Sikio wasn't looking, he looked provocatively at Van Zhangzhen. Then he rolled the cream into his mouth, savoring the sweetness of love and desire, as well as the sudden coldness of Van Jingzhen's eyes. It was the first time he had ever done something so childish, but it was cool, he had to say. He realized that he was just as perverted as Brahma Jingzhen, who stole and hid Si Jing's skirt. The daytime journey had gone exceptionally well, and because of Old Belle's bizarre death, no one had offered to take a break at noon. Everyone wanted to arrive at the base as soon as possible, otherwise there was no telling when others would be killed by ghosts. Although it was a small probability event, it was 100% when it happened to a specific person, and no one wanted to gamble with their lives. Si Jing had been walking for about 15 minutes when there was suddenly an extra hand on his waist, and before he could react, he was picked up by Van Jingzhen. The man rubbed the top of his hair, his voice soft. Baby, there's still a long way to go, my heart aches for you. Si Jing had goosebumps all over his body. He said it like the 2 of them had something to do with each other. But after the end times, the weather became particularly extreme. It was only April, and it was already hot enough to put people in a bit of a trance, and Van Jin's body was icy cold, and it was quite comfortable to lean against. Anyway, they are evil cannon fodder, as if it is okay to be a little bossy. So Si Jing leaned against Van Jingzhen's chest with what he thought was a very arrogant stance, as if he felt he was going a bit overboard, and stole a glance at the man. But falling in the man's eyes, the entire youth in his arms was soft as a bone, with a few moments of pretense of bold intimacy. It was simply adorable to the core, making one want to color him with his own flavor from the inside out, never able to escape again. Si Jing looked at Fan Jingzhen suspiciously. The man's thin lips were light in color, the lip line was very delicate and perfect, outlining a seductive and moving smile. Obviously holding a person walking in such hot weather, how does it feel? That he is still quite cool? Mu Guiting coldly glared at the complacent Van Jingzhen, and struck out swiftly to knock away a few zombies that rushed toward them. The zombies shattered into several pieces, and it was obvious that the man was in a very bad mood right now, almost as if it was a kind of cathartic hit. A few zombies were also affected by his power before they could get close to them, and were instantly shattered into pieces. Brahma Pure Zen snickered and made a sardonic remark. Brother Mu is so angry, is there something he's unhappy about? Mu Guiting gritted his teeth, his expression as cold as an ice sculpture. Shut your mouth. But Fan Jingzhen looked as if she was being bullied, her phoenix eyes slightly converged, looking towards Si Jing, even her voice was aggrieved. Xiao Jing, you see, he is so fierce, unlike me, I never lose control like this. Si Jing shook his head and laughed a little, touching the man's pale side face perfunctorily. You're right about everything. Chapter 22 Old Attack. Just how many more vests do you have that I don't know about? Under the stimulation of Brahma Pure Zen, Mu Guiting had fought almost all of the zombies that were exposed and hidden in the shadows. The journey became much smoother. 2 hours later, the crowd arrived in front of the towering tower.
That was the lighthouse of the first human base, developed by the best scientists of all mankind, capable of monitoring all movements within 500 kilometers. The defense of the base was extremely tight, with wide walls and a large number of people with loaded guns on guard. There was already a long line in front of the base's gate, and it seemed that those who were closer to the base had already come over early. Si Jing's group attracted everyone's attention just as they appeared. Not only because of their large number, but most of all, everyone's eyes fell on Si Jing's face. The youth was slender and delicate, and her colorful bones were so fragrant that one would forget where they were at the first glance, and only that miracle-like face remained in their eyes. Eyes containing spring dew, skin condensed snow, like a person walking out of an ink painting. The youth's brows and eyes were gentle, as if they could sweep away all the dirt in this world. It made people want to get close at first sight, wanting to kneel at his feet and confess their sins. Although the beauty was kissable, there were two furies standing beside him. One was amiable and gentle, with a slender, unrivaled posture and a handsome, suave smile. Another cold face with frost, waist strong thin, broad shoulders, a majestic aura people dare not look at. People's unbridled eyes gradually converge down. In the end of the world life for a long time, they have long learned to look at people's faces, as well as to judge whether a person is not bad to be messed with. The two people beside the beauty were definitely the type that was not to be messed with. These people's gazes were not all friendly, and Si Jing frowned a little, taking half a step back towards behind Mu Guiting. Mu Guiting squeezed his hand soothingly, blocking his entire body completely, and looked at those people with a cross-eyed coldness. Brahma Jingchan maintained a decent smile, absently stroking his gloves, really wanting to gouge these people's eyes out yet. The guards at the base quickly responded, businesslike. Please come and line up over here. After verifying your identity, there will be a person who will screen and evaluate you. If you pass, you can enter the base. After saying that, he reluctantly glanced at Si Jing before continuing to busy himself with the matter at hand. The guards were scanning the person while whispering to the colleague beside them. That silver-haired one is pretty, but she doesn't seem to have much of a specialty or psychic ability. His tone took on a bit of regret. It would be a shame if such a good-looking person couldn't enter the base. A beauty with a delicate body like this would only die if she stayed outside. The other guard laughed a little, as if to remind him, beauty is also a specialty. Have you ever seen someone as beautiful as this? The guard shook his head firmly. He had indeed never seen one. He suddenly looked at his colleague with a sudden realization. You kid has a lot of ghost ideas. If we can keep this beauty, and find a way to keep children with his genes, then the appearance of all humans will be greatly improved. There were indeed a few scientists at the base working on this topic. If that was the reason, then it would be logical to keep the youth behind. Si Jing didn't realize that the guards had already thought of a reason to leave him behind, and he worriedly tugged at Mu Guiting's sleeve. Brother Mu, can I stay? Mu Guiting wrapped his arms around Si Jing's waist, his entire attention drawn to the youth's soft waist. It seemed that by touching it, the place would turn into a kind of seductive peach powder, leaving traces that belonged to him. The knot in his throat rolled, trying to restrain himself, but the silky jasmine scent kept boring into the end of his nose. He tensed his body, all of his senses used to take in the scent belonging to the youth, and even his voice was a little muffled. Yes, you will be able to stay. Brahma Pure Zen couldn't look at Mukue Pavilion's appearance the most. If it wasn't for the sake of getting the most perfect ending to his game, he really wanted to tear Mak Guiting apart right now regardless. And then hide Si Jing, who could only smile at him. The watery mist in his eyes could only be seen by him alone. All this softness and dependence should belong to him. He stretched out his hand and gently hooked Si Jing's little finger where Mu Guiting couldn't see it, his cool fingertips gently sliding over, bringing a burst of itchiness. So what really want? Si Jing felt the body tang hot, inexplicably have a kind of in front of the eyes of the palace with the third cheating illusion. The worst part was not that he was now being held by the hand, but that these two people were holding the same hand. He didn't know how things had gotten this way. What was happening now was that Maketsa Ting's coarse fingers were rubbing and pinching his palm, and Brahma Pure Chan's hand was hooked around his pinky and gradually getting more and more excessive. His entire body was sitting still, his face was about to turn red. What should he do if these two people's hands touched together? He hadn't forgotten that the day before yesterday, Mu Guiting had kicked Fan Jingzhen until he vomited blood. He wouldn't kill Fan Jingchan on the spot, would he? What's wrong, little mirror, are you hot? Mukue Pavilion asked with concern. Si Jing's face flushed red, as if she was drunk so colorful that she couldn't take her eyes off of it. No. The bone-deep embarrassment tortured Si Jing. He shook his head, but the end of his voice was with a tremor, looking pitiful. Unexpectedly, Mu Guiting did not have the slightest convergence. Si Jing could clearly feel that he was going to wrap his small, plain white hand almost the next second, while Fan Jingzhan was still lingeringly pressing on his delicate knuckles. Si Jing panicked and widened his eyes, not caring if it would be too abrupt. He raised his left hand the moment the two men's hands were about to touch. He quickly held Mu Guiting's hand in front of his chest and looked at the other man with a starry-eyed expression. Then, taking advantage of Mu Guiting's handsome face flushing red, he immediately stretched out his right hand and wrapped it around Brahma Jichun's little finger in a fiery manner, silently dissolving a touch and go battle.
Si Jing's forehead was beaded with sweat, and he laughed at Mu Guiting with a somewhat lifelike smile. Ha ha, brother Mu, you're so handsome today. But how could Mu Guiting be so good at fooling around? His probing gaze fell on Si Jing's face. Little mirror, are you hiding something from me? Seeing that he was about to discover the hand he was holding with Van Jingzhen, Si Jing's heart was beating out of his chest with nervousness. However, he was saved by the guard in front of him, who shouted, "Next!" Just in time to reach Mukue Pavilion, he finally let go of Si Jing, but the hand he was holding didn't let go. He turned around with an air of calmness and pressed his thumb on the instrument in front of the guard. Many people in the end times had lost their identity documents long ago, so the base used fingerprint recognition to confirm their identity. The moment Mu Guiting pressed down, the mechanical announcing tone sounded. Mu Guiting, male, 24 years old, colonel of the army of Country C. The surrounding area was in an uproar, especially the few guards, who looked at Mu Guiting with eyes that instantly took on awe and fear. It's Colonel Mu. Someone looked at him adoringly, almost on the verge of falling to their knees. He is Colonel Mac, the initial builder and supreme combat commander of the first human base. My parents were the second batch to enter the base, and they said that it was Colonel Mu who saved them from the zombies, but unfortunately I've never been able to thank him in person. Someone whispered, didn't they say that Colonel Mu left the base a long time ago? Some people also said that Colonel Mu had already died in battle. Chapter 23, Let the Exploding Vests Come More Fiercely. It turns out that Mukue Pavilion is still alive. Not only was he alive, he had brought so many people to the base, and had a magnificent beauty with him. As the former supreme commander, Mu Guiting was a legend at the base. In the early days of the zombie outbreak, he led the people to establish the prestigious first base in the midst of ruins and fought off countless zombie attacks. Although he hadn't awakened his supernatural abilities at that time, he was still a god-like existence in people's hearts. However, during a mission several years ago, he was besieged by a large number of zombies, and in order to protect the warriors who fought together, he chose to stall the zombie horde by himself. From then on, it was as if he had vaporized, never to be seen again. After Mu Guiting's disappearance, the base launched several waves of carpet searches, but found nothing. Now this man was standing right in front of their eyes, alive and well, just as suddenly as his disappearance. The guard pushed his dazed colleague and said eagerly, "You're still dazed, call the base commander." It was only then that the man reacted and dialed the base chief's number with his hands in a frenzy. "Hello, this is 1003, Colonel Mu, Mu is back." The opposite party was silent for a while, and after saying something, they hung up. The guard respectfully said to Mu Guiting, "Colonel, the base chief will be here soon, please wait for a moment." Mu Guiting nodded, still holding Si Jing tightly. The guard carefully glanced at the two's clasped hands and spoke cautiously. "Colonel, in order not to lose time, would you please proceed with the verification in the back?" Si Jing was just about to step forward, but he was pulled back by Mu Guiting. He encircled the youth's waist, and by the way, he took his hand that was behind his back and wrapped the entire thing in his hand. The majestic Colonel Mako, right in front of so many people, put his head on the top of his hair, like a big dog. He lightly bit the tip of the youth's white ear, soft as jelly. His hand not lightly pinched at Si Jing's waist, and Si Jing's legs instantly went soft, and he had to rely on this bad guy to stabilize his body. The poor little lamb was swept up by a vicious wolf and pressed against his fangs. The other hand edged upward along the roots of his limp fingers, slowly and tortuously rubbing his delicate pinky, whispering into his ear. "We need to talk tonight." Sikio shuddered, a blur of water instantly welling up, even as her body went limp and weak. Finished? Mu Guiting saw it. He knew everything. He did it on purpose just now, just to see him panic. It was so egregious. The guard who had been left out to dry spoke awkwardly, his tone on the verge of humbling himself into the cracks of the ground. "Colonel Mu, how about asking the people in the back to verify it?" Warm flirting was interrupted as Mu Guiting swept Si Jing a little tighter and gave this eyeless guard a displeased look. "He doesn't need to be checked." The guard was just about to say something in a difficult manner when he was immediately crowded out of the way by a co-worker beside him. His co-worker glared at him and gave him a wink before he remembered what the base commander had instructed on the phone. No matter what, Colonel Makoto must be retained. Of course, Colonel Mu, we're definitely comfortable with your people. Do you need us to handle the formalities for this gentleman to enter the base? The guard maintained a respectful smile and continued, "We can also choose a suitable room for him." "Please, by the words, your man," Mu Guiting waved his hand. "No, he'll stay with me." When these words came out, everyone looked at Mu Guiting and Si Jing with different expressions, especially Si Jing. What exactly was this person? Looking at the intimate gesture of the two, there was an unimaginable guess that surfaced in the minds of the crowd. This fairy-like beauty could be Colonel Mu's wife. Although it was still rather shocking for a man to be with a man in this day and age, but if the object was that beauty, everything made sense. The knowledgeable guard had certainly thought of this, and he implicitly glanced at Si Jing. Such a glazed beauty that crumbles when pinched, at a time like that, with Colonel Mu, could he really stand it? Nose itchy, as if to bleed, he did not dare to think more.
Luckily, at this time, the base chief came over with many people, and as soon as he saw Mu Guiting, the serious old man smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum.
Guiding you're finally back. The base elder burst into tears and walked over in 3 steps, wiping his tears and choking his voice. You're still alive, why won't you come back to take a look? Mu Guiting was briefly silent for a split second. I'm not leaving this time.
The base chief was overjoyed. It's good to be back, you're still the supreme commander of the base. Mu Guiting smiled brightly, not putting these names in his eyes. For him, it was enough as long as he had Little Mirror by his side and could continue to contribute to humanity. Now he was a little more selfish than before, and if he had to make a choice between the two, he would choose Si Jing. The base chief was a human savant and could tell at a glance that Mu Guiting was not ordinary to Si Jing, so he kept praising Si Jing. He also said that Mu Guiting had a good eye, giving the impression that he had brought his daughter-in-law to meet his parents. The base chief was so eloquent and boastful that he didn't know what heaven and earth were. The main thing was that Si Jing completely deserved any words of praise, and he didn't go against the grain at all when he complimented him. While this side was happily catching up, a sudden gasp erupted between the guards who continued to check on the others.
Base chief. The base chief inclined his head and looked over. What's wrong? It's Dr. Van. The base chief hadn't reacted to who Dr. Van was. There was no such person in his memory.
Brahma Jingchan straightened his collar and walked over, courteously.
Greetings, my name is Brahma Pure Zen, and I think my specialty will be of help to you.
With that, the tall, handsome young man in front of him flipped a black, foil-stamped business card from his fingertips as if by magic and handed it to him calmly. The font on the business card was a telling flowery style that read, Professor Brahma Zen, PhD in Virology, head of the research group of the Viral Mutation and Infection Project. The guards looked at Van Zen with an excited face. He was a virology major before the end of the world, and the name Brahma Netzen could be considered the top of the pyramid in the academic world. His teacher often said that Professor Van Jing Zen represented the highest boundary of human exploration of virology. But he didn't expect Professor Van to be so young and handsome, truly a unique genius. The base chief solemnly shook Fan Jingchan's hand. Mr. Fan, welcome to the first base.
Van Jingchan nodded his head unabashedly. Please teach me more.
The base chief personally led the trio into the city gates, amiably pulling family business with Si Jing. Mu Guiting and Brahma Jingchan walked behind them, and Brahma Jingchan slowly took off the gloves on his hands and casually flung them in front of Mu Guiting's feet.
Mu Guiting stopped walking, his eyes cold and merciless. What do you mean? The Brahma Jingchan brotherly took his shoulder and laughed with amusement. The game has begun. Do you still believe in humanity? The corners of Mukue Pavilion's forehead jutted, and he instantly struck out and pinched his wrists until he heard the rattle of bones breaking as he answered the question. What exactly are you going to do? Kill a portion of the population, or destroy all of humanity? Is there a difference? Brahma Pure Zen looked like she couldn't feel the pain, her scarlet diamond lips spitting out icy words. Is there a difference between destroying all of humanity on my whim and me slowly getting tired of playing with everyone and killing them all? Crazy. Makoto shook him off. Whatever you're going to do, I'm not going to let you get away with it unless you kill me. I can't kill you. Like a piece of cowhide that couldn't be waved off, Van Jingzen followed again, those bizarrely narrow phoenix eyes gazing at Si Jing's back. You will help me, do you believe it? Help him with what? Destroy all of humanity? Makoto snorted lightly in amusement. In another life. Chapter 24 Corpse Iya, will soon be able to eat my wife. The world outside is in mourning, but the base is brightly lit. Everyone in this base, which was built by the highest level of human talent, was highly educated and people lived together harmoniously. As soon as Si Jing arrived, he attracted many gazes, and people froze as they looked at such a beautiful young man, with a believer like an envious gleam in their eyes. Because Mu Guiting was extremely beloved in the base, people also had the utmost respect for Si Jing. Because of Mu Guiting's special status, the base equipped him with a room with very tight security. It was fully equipped with office, living and entertainment facilities, and even had an extremely wide picket balcony. Standing on the balcony, one could overlook the entire base, which was the highest place in the entire base except for the tower. Si Jing naturally and rightfully stayed in Mu Guiting's room. After the staff recorded the duo's fingerprints, they left in a very sensible manner. Mu Guiting picked up Si Jing in one arm and walked through the long corridor amidst the youth's delicate exclamations of surprise. The setting sun passed through the flowery windows, gilding the silver hair of the youth in his arms with a clear gold color, so beautiful that he looked like a fairy in the clouds. The sudden weightlessness made Si Jing too late to react, and subconsciously hugged Mu Guiting's neck. Brother Mu. Mu Guiting's voice was low and thick with a rough gasp, as if he was trying to repress something. The arm that was wrapped around Si Jing's waist was sometimes hot and burning, sometimes cold and piercing. But Si Jing, who was born in the era of peace, did not notice anything wrong, except for the man's sometimes cold and sometimes hot body temperature. This could be a bit wrong, because a normal person would not have such drastic alternation of body temperature. Si Jing's hand rested on the man's arm and carefully asked, Brother Mu, are you not feeling well?
Muguiting's eyes were extraordinarily dark and heavy, as if not a single ray of light could penetrate into them, and a hostility and wildness that had not existed in the past appeared in those eyes.
It's simply
colder and more lightless than the eyes of a zombie, like a godless beast that is about to tear everything apart.
Si Jing trembled in fear and tightly pursed his red lips. Did he make him angry?
Muguiting's sturdy arm passed through the youth's soft waist, easily holding him with one hand, and the other hand was placed on the fingerprint reader of the door lock. Looking at the churlish youth, Muguiting seemed to have regained a little bit of his sanity, and a trace of unnatural red appeared on his pale face. The small hand that was placed on his arm was so soft, so slippery, as if it had no bones. He must have been carefully pampered by gold and silver jewels and brocade garments when he was at home. But who would have thought that one day this stunning young man, more gentle and soft than pearls and brocade, would fall into the hands of a vicious wolf and offer up his body and soul? The body was forbidden to be loved, and even the soul had to be marked with love and lust. Both filth and chance are to be born along with this slender, white body. After the door opened, Si Jing didn't even look at the furnishings in the room, and the sky instantly swirled in front of his eyes. The back was plastered with soft silk, and a weight was instantly pressed down on his body. Gilt silver hair lay loose on the dark gold mattress, glowing softer than moonlight in the pink haze. The thin straps on the bud dress were even more unbearably broken. Only a soft strand of hair lay on the white shoulders, and it looked as if it was drawing the person on top of it to rub it to pieces.
It wasn't just the hair.
Sigit whimpered helplessly for a few moments, shutting his mouth in panic when he felt the presence of something. Only those dense watery eyes remained, slowly sliding down a few drops of clear dew.
It's not right, this kind of Mukue pavilion is just too wrong.
That feeling of wariness and helplessness in his body was telling him, run.
Run as far away as possible.
But he couldn't run. Muguiting's eyes had turned completely silent black, the lightless pupils gradually expanding, almost to the point where even the whites of his eyes were almost invisible. What's worse, Muguiting pinched up his wrist, and after gently grinding it twice, fixed it on top of his head. The youth's supple body lifted with the inertia and pressed towards the man's body, looking as if he had taken the initiative to throw himself into the embrace. Si Jing was so scared that he was about to be unable to make a sound, and the only strength he had left was mobilized in a mixture of trills.
Mako! What's wrong with you?
Muguiting's thin lips rested against the side of Si Jing's white neck, pressing against the diaphanous veins under the thin skin with a bit of ambiguity.
Little mirror, you saw it right?
Si Jing paused for a moment in uncertainty, and even his struggles were easily suppressed with the arc of the man's breathing. A pair of eyes drenched in watery mist was like glaze, and his voice carried a muffled nasal tone of aggression and fear. See what?
My eyes. Muguiting rolled a tear that had fallen into the nape of his neck into his mouth. Not quite human, are they? Sikio blinked so that he could see more clearly.
Muguiting's handsome face was reflected in his translucent eyes, and the whites of the man's eyes had completely disappeared, leaving only an eerie pure black. And at this time, the sun was setting in the west, and even the last trace of sunset had disappeared.
As if to match Muguiting, the sky instantly darkened, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly silent.
How could a normal person's pupils look like this? But how dare Si Jing question that he wasn't human? The poor kitten was pressed under the beast's sharp claws and could only try to anesthetize herself while shakily coaxing the man.
I didn't see it, I didn't see anything. Those intoxicating pink pupils shifted away lustfully to look at the delicate enamel bedside lamp on the nightstand, as if they really hadn't seen the man's eyes. But he had clearly been looking into Muguiting's eyes just now, and was still shedding tears of fear at him. The fool who couldn't even pretend. Muguiting laughed softly, his tiger's mouth gently jammed into Si Jing's jaw, slowly turning his face around to face his eyes. Now see.
It was so hard for Sigit to coax himself out of it that he was really close to pretending now. His long eyelashes flapped and his voice was so soft that it was melting away. Mac, some people just don't have the whites of their eyes. You're human. Si Jing was on the verge of crying out again. He had already given the stage so much, he simply wanted to get down on his knees and beg Muguiting to hurry up and walk down, quickly tell him that he was a human being. But Muguiting didn't let him have his wish. The man's body instantly became cold and took on a snow-like pallor. His thumb traced along the delicate line of the youth's lips. Unable to move his eyes away from gazing at the babe beneath him, he uttered those most cruel words.
Mirror, I'm not human.
His lips all turned a very pale pink before revealing the zombie's most iconic fangs, gleaming coldly.
I'm a walker. Chapter 25, Hee, got it, sweet doo-doo.
Si Jing was struck by lightning. The pupils of his eyes trembled as he looked at the man, trying to find a trace that he was lying, and he called out dully.
Mako. You really know how to joke.
His entire being was about to shatter, and he couldn't even raise the slightest bit of resistance. God knows that the most like a good person, Muguiting, was also not a human being. How big of a blow was this fact to him?
A zombie.
And still Muguiting, the person who can shake the zombie into powder with his hand.
For him, was there any need to resist? He let out a sob, feebly accusing the system. Why was the great and glorious protagonist actually a zombie? It feels like being stabbed hard in the back.
Muguiting's expression was frank and serious, and there was even some teasing. It seemed that as soon as Si Jing revealed the slightest reaction that he didn't want to see, he would tear him apart. The sharp tips of his teeth gently slid on the side of the youth's face, pressing down gently every now and then, causing the youth to let out an adorable whimper, like a kitten snoring. Muguiting was having fun, but Si Jing couldn't take it anymore. His mind was a little dizzy from the tension.
Brother Mu, don't play. Man, you're playing with fire. If you accidentally give him that little cut, he's going to turn into a zombie. Unexpectedly, Muguiting really listened to him, and he spared Si Jing's skin that had already been ground into yin powder. Fine, play something else. Be a good girl and cooperate, little mirror. A kind of leg-weakening approach forcefully swept over him, like his whole body was wrapped in a trap. A quivering overlay of pink marks, like a popped jelly. It was killing him. Maketsa Ting gently pinched his neck. Do you like it, little mirror? The man's voice fell and his ears were twisted, like he had just been washed in a raging hot wave. Even his voice carried a blush-inducing heat. Si Jing shook his head in retaliation, but his voice was a disembodied, weak and pouting one. No. Not at all, no.
Makoto wasn't angry, and his broken sobbing voice only made him feel more exhilarated. Little by little, he propped up Si Jing's hand that was clutching the bedsheet, so that his only borrowing point was only himself.
Really, that's not what it says here. Oh. Even you're a pervert?
Si Jing's voice was muffled and soft, heartbreaking. But soon he regretted, 1,000 shouldn't, 10,000 shouldn't. The biggest mistake he made tonight is to say even you. This 3 words.
Because these 3 words represent, he in this moment, still think of others. As expected, a brimming red light instantly flashed in Muguiting's eyes. Little mirror, who else is also a pervert?
Si Jing paused, the premonition of something big and bad gradually rising from his spinal cord, saying the wrong thing. When Sikyeon woke up the next day, the only thing on his body that was still barely strong enough to turn was his neck. The neck was covered with abusive traces, like peach blossom petals in full bloom, the pieces of fallen English messy, signaling someone's reckless and burning love. The silk quilt was covered until below the collarbone, as if someone was afraid that he would catch a cold. And the body under that quilt was even more full of bruises and purple marks, as well as slightly reddened palm marks, imprinted on the snow-white skin. Some kind of embarrassing pain made Si Jing's entire body not dare to move, for fear of involving a certain place.
Muguiting was no longer around.
Having re-emerged as the supreme commander of the first base, it was only natural for him to be a bit busy. He didn't want to recall everything that happened last night, especially when he suddenly learned that Muguiting was actually a zombie, and he still couldn't react. After a while, Si Jing regained a little bit of strength. At the very least, the upper half of his body could move. He rested his jaw on his hand, his big fluttering eyes blinking as he thought seriously about whether or not to alert the people in the base.
Did the others on the base know about this? Hey! He sighed, or so he thought. Makutsuki Ting was clearly sane, and he definitely didn't turn into a zombie overnight.
In other words, other than last night's loss of control over Si Jing, he had always been awake.
He suppressed the bloodthirsty nature belonging to a zombie and kept rescuing ordinary people as a human.
All the signs from the past few days with him indicated that he had never treated the zombies as his own kind. In his heart, the interests and survival of mankind are paramount, and he is still the same Colonel Mu that was once admired. In comparison, it was still Brahma Zen that was a little more dangerous. While this was happening, the door of the room was knocked lightly a few times. Hello, I am Colonel Mu's assistant, authorized by the Colonel to bring you breakfast. A few seconds later, a young assistant walked in with a standard smile on his face.
Sir, this is the nutritious breakfast that Colonel Mu has booked for you, our selection of high mountain black truffles, accompanied by...
As the assistant emotionally read the introductory words, Si Jing managed to find an opening and asked,
How is Dr. Van doing?
The assistant's eyes flickered for a moment, then he said in a very official tone.
Dr. Van has been appointed as the head of the zombie virus vaccine research team yesterday and is working in Laboratory 0. I believe that soon, he will be able to lead humanity to attack the zombie virus. But that momentary change in his eyes was like he was hiding something, and Si Jing felt that something wasn't quite right, so he tried to ask. Dr. Van and Colonel Mu.
Before he could finish, the assistant sighed, since you already know, I can only tell the truth.
In the early hours of this morning, Colonel Mu almost beat Dr. Van to death. Sikio's eyes widened, huh? The assistant sighed helplessly, a trace of hindsight surfacing on his face.
The entire Lab 0 is all covered in blood. Dr. Fan's physique is considered good. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been beaten to death long ago. The assistant couldn't help but think of last night's situation. When Laboratory 0 sounded the first level alarm, he rushed over with his men. Dr. Van had clearly been beaten to that state, yet he was still smiling, and those eyes that anyone who looked at them felt gentle and calm had madness written all over them. Taking Colonel Mu's inhumane beatings over and over again, while raising his lips, he asked, "Was it last night great?
You should be thanking me."
The assistant couldn't understand, but the words irritated Colonel Mack to the point where his eyes were scarlet and his voice seeped with boundless hatred.
At the city gates, you gave me a mental suggestion just to make me lose control and bully little mirror, right?
Brahma Jinchan took a raw punch and laughed openly and morbidly.
Don't speak so harshly, my spiritual suggestion can only amplify your desire, but it can't control you to do what you don't want to do. You're shameless.
Mu Guiting grabbed him by the collar, the depths of his gaze were like a fire, and last night Si Jing's kitten-like, thin, soft pleas for mercy were like a whisper. Reacting to what he had done, Mu Guiting not only couldn't forgive himself, but also couldn't forgive Fan Jingzhen. Brahma Pure Zen does not hide and does not dodge, the voice is like a devil-like compulsion. Now you know, you are a villain, stop pretending to be great, and stop saving these damn people. Unleash your true nature, you're a zombie, born to devour flesh and blood. Brahma Pure Zen laughed harshly, like a poppy that had blossomed into a flower. Assistant, they froze to the side and forgot to move, as if they knew a great secret. Colonel Mu, who was regarded as a believer by everyone in the base, was actually a zombie, and also a senior zombie with reason.
Chapter 26, Little Mirror King is a pampering genius. However, this secret was not destined to stay in their minds for long.
With the fragrance of the rich 100 flowers, everyone forgot all about the conversation the two had just had.
The memory only lingered on the image of Makgue Pavilion violently beating up Brahma Pure Zen.
The assistant only remembered that it took a dozen of them a great deal of effort to pull Colonel Makoto up. Dr. Van wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and stood up, not pursuing the matter at all, and asked them not to pursue the matter either. Still, early this morning, Colonel Mack was called over by the base commander. Listening to the assistant's description, Si Jing could imagine what a horrible scene it was.
He stroked his forehead. Do you know what the fight was about? The assistant shook his head. I don't know. Colonel Mack won't say anything.
Looking at the declining and weak youth in front of him, the assistant couldn't help but feel a sense of pity, and even softened his voice. Mr. C, you don't have to worry too much, Dr. Fan's body is fine, and Colonel Mu will be fine too. The entire base's entire battle plan also depended on Mu Guiting, and the base chief had at most a few sentences of verbal education for him.
The assistant put the breakfast in its proper place and got up to leave.
Si Jing sat up, and after seeing the marks on his body, the tips of his white ears instantly turned red. He numbly wrapped himself in the quilt and somewhat absent-mindedly stuffed something into his mouth. Breakfast was delicious, with plenty of his favorite sweets. While he ate, he organized the current plot. Aside from the fact that the two main characters hadn't developed any love and were trying to put each other to death whenever they caught a chance, everything was moving in a good direction. But why did he always feel cold? It was as if someone was peering in the shadows, their shadowy eyes following him in a sticky trail. Si Jing subconsciously turned back and looked at the curtains that were blown by the breeze. The corners of the rosy lips were still stained with some cream, looking a little naive and adorable. But there was nothing to see, only the thick jasmine fragrance lingering ghostly and entangled in the end of the nose. Si Jing hung his head, revealing the slender white back of his neck that was soaked in sweat, like a pure and innocent lamb. The shadow cast by the window pane onto the floor looked like a giant vine with sharp spikes. As if alive, the black shadow landed on Si Jing's beautiful hand. Yet it was as if it didn't dare to touch it, only daring to use its shadow to make some hidden contact with the youth.
It's an illusion, isn't it? It's an illusion, isn't it? It was already evening when Makoto returned.
He had just pushed the door in when he saw the little head on the bed with only the back of one head showing. The tiny one was wrapped in the comforter, dissolving the cool immortal aura of his body. It looked like a pissed-off silver tabby cat. He found it more and more difficult to face Si Jing. Looking at the slender figure on the bed, Mu Guiting's heart was at war with heaven and earth. He shamefully felt uncontrollable satisfaction for the person in front of him belonging to him forever, while at the same time remorse and self-blame kept hitting his heart. His hand stroked the youth's shoulder gently through the covers, his voice full of heartache.
Little mirror, are you still in pain?
Si Jing, who had just woken up, immediately opened his eyes, and even though he was separated by a layer of quilt, he was still shivering with fear. He, or rather his body, had memorized this man. In fact, Mu Guiting's technique was very good. He was just tired. It didn't hurt very much, he just didn't get up because he was so tired. Si Jing mistakenly thought that Mu Guiting was going to come back again, and his whole body wilted, like a rabbit with its ears lifted.
No, can't do it again. It'll kill you.
Before Maketsuting pulled his covers back even more, he turned around under the covers, his eyes leaking a little bit of radiant, warm, soft light.
It doesn't hurt anymore, brother Mu, give me a hug.
Mu Guiting's heart felt as if it had been whacked by something and trembled. Even if his heart wouldn't beat long ago. He didn't dare to face Si Jing's clean eyes for fear of seeing defense and fear in them. He admitted that he just had that kind of possessive mind towards Si Jing, but it definitely wasn't the kind of situation last night. Candlelight, flowers, the most expensive and gorgeous dress in the world, all of these should belong to his baby. But to think that he had taken him right here in this bed. The youth who had been bullied only a short time before had once more opened his arms trustingly to him, and those white arms were covered with marks belonging to him, decadent and astringent. He was praying for his embrace and compassion, even if the youth didn't know if he would be treated even more excessively for it.
But he did so anyway, ignorantly opening his arms to the man he had preyed upon last night. Muguiting's body tensed as he wrapped his arms around Si Jing's waist and held the man in his arms. He didn't dare to exert himself for fear of crushing this white and fragile body. "Little mirror, I'm sorry," Sikio answered in a small voice, her soft fingers tucked between the man's hair and curving her eyes. "It's okay, I'm okay." Sigit rested his jaw on the man's shoulder, and his wet, soft tongue flicked the side of his neck. As if it was some kind of small animal's way of soothing him, he sensed that Mook Gay Ting's body had tightened even more. A large hand then pinched the back of his neck, his throat rasping with tightening. "Mirror, don't torture me." Si Jing felt as if the back of his neck was being picked up by a wild beast, so he obediently followed the man's force and stopped moving around. Where the man couldn't see him, he quietly sighed in relief. It seemed like he'd managed to make Makuta feel that much guilt, so he wouldn't have to work hard tonight, would he? Feeling smart. His mom and dad had said when he was little that he was a pampering genius. As soon as he begged for a hug, mom and dad wouldn't be mad at him. I didn't realize that this approach would work on zombies as well. I didn't think it would work on walkers. For a while, Si Jing's days at the base were uneventful and quiet. Mu Guiting was obedient to him, fearing that there would be a slight lack of thoroughness. Si Jing's guts were raised a lot, and he sometimes teased Mu Guiting, saying that he cared for himself as much as he did for his wife. Unexpectedly, Mu Guiting didn't even see that he was joking. The man's dark and deep eyes gazed at him seriously. Not like. Si Jing was speechless. What a man with no humor cells. Occasionally, Brahma Zen would come over to see him. Of course, Mukue Pavilion was very reluctant to do so, but every time, Vanjin would use official business as an excuse. I don't know how this person managed to combine looking at the mirror with official business. However, every time he came over, he had an authorization from the base chief, and Mu Guiting couldn't do anything about him. The current Fan Jingzhen was not only the red man in front of the base chief, but also the hope of the entire base. The zombie vaccine he led the development of had produced results, and the base's radio broadcasted Dr. Van's research progress every day. His voice was gentle and sincere, and it was incredibly reassuring to hear. He had gradually become one of the most beloved people on the base, a presence to be surrounded and looked up to wherever he went. Brahma Jingchan pressed Si Jing against the bed, admiring the beauty's blush. "Baby, am I awesome?" Si Jing was confined and couldn't even get up. The skirt on her body was rubbed and messed up, revealing her snowy and slender legs, as well as the thin white lace band on her legs. The whole thing looked messy. He pushed against Brahma Jyotisha haphazardly, gasping for breath. "Awesome, you're the best." Even if he knew that all the words coming out of this small mouth were against his will, Van Jingzhen was still easily pleasured. He rubbed the top of Si Jing's hair into disarray and took his earlobe in his mouth to grind it. 1 second he was smiling and laughing, but the next he suddenly became serious, those phoenix eyes staring deeply at him. "Little mirror, no matter what happens, I love you. You trust me, absolutely no harm will come to you." Si Jing was a little confused by this inexplicable moment, but the moistening and coldness coming from the side of his neck prevented him from thinking too much, and he could only give in first. "Aha, trust you." Chapter 27. Don't worry about remembering anything, but you remember first. Sikyong didn't know what Vanjin was going to do. He always looked at him with that crazy mixed with some guilt look. Van Jingzhen sent him some delicious fun every other day, and made sure to hold him in his arms and watch him eat and play before he did so. Si Jing had the illusion that Brahma Netzen was pleasing him. The days passed so calmly. Si Jing often stayed bored in his room, and he wandered all over the base. As a family member of Colonel Makoto and Dr. Fan, the base has provided him with the best security, and every time he goes out, someone will follow him to ensure his safety. Mu Guiting had said that if he felt really bored, he could go for a walk around the base. There wouldn't be any zombies within a 2-kilometer radius of the base, so it was relatively safe. "Is Mr. C going out?" Bodyguard Xiaozhou asked. "Well, I want to go over to the city gates to take a look." Si Jing nodded. "Is that okay?" He was going to say that he wouldn't go if it was troublesome, but Xiaozhou agreed. "Thanks to Colonel Mu, the perimeter is much safer these days. I'll accompany you if you want to go." Si Jing didn't expect Xiaozhou to be so good at talking, and nodded in surprise. "Good." The two traveled all the way to the city gates unimpeded, and Xiaozhou was let through after speaking to the guards. The young guard looked at Si Jing in fascination and stammered. "Mr. C, little, be careful." Si Jing guffawed. "Thanks a lot." The little guard blushed again and was whacked by Xiaozhou. "This one you dare to think nonsense?" The guard rubbed his head nervously. "I'll just take a look." Xiaozhou gave him a warning look and immediately followed Si Jing. "Mr. C, we can't go too far." Si Jing nodded knowingly. "I know." As soon as he left the city gates, Xiaozhou stayed by his side without moving an inch, alerting the surroundings. After walking for a while, Si Jing suddenly saw a little boy not far away. The boy was limping on one leg, carrying a bamboo basket and struggling to rummage through the trash. Zhou, of course, saw the boy, and a little impatience showed in his eyes. "Mr. C, wait a moment, I'll go get rid of him." With that, he was ready to go forward and berate the boy, but was stopped by Si Jing. Who is he, and why are you kicking him out? After nearly half a month together, the people at the base gave him a gentle and warm feeling. He couldn't understand why Cho was driving away a boy who wasn't a threat in any way. Cho smiled. He's the exile. It was the first time Si Jing heard this term. What's an exile? Xiao Zhou explained. Exiles are old and weak women and children without supernormal abilities who cannot be admitted into the base. They have nowhere to go and wander around, so they are also called vagabonds and live in underground cities. Speaking of dungeons, the disdain in Xiao Zhou's eyes intensified. It was nothing more than a place where a group of weaklings hugged each other. In order to avoid the zombies, they could only live underground and make a living by picking up garbage. Si Jing looked at the little boy who was trying to find a little bit of food in the garbage. Are they in danger? Xiao Zhou shook his head. Just ordinary people, nothing dangerous. But they can't enter the base, so they must be harboring a grudge. We can't let this kind of dirty people get close. Holding a grudge? But the boy didn't glance this way when he was clearly close to the base. He carefully rummaged through the garbage pile as if it was the only thing he had ever done in his life. There was a bit of sour discomfort in Si Jing's heart, and the good feelings he once had for the human base were tainted at this moment. It turned out that the slogan they shouted every day, "Save the lives of our compatriots and pass on human civilization," was nothing more than an empty phrase. What they want to save is only high-level talents, and what they want to pass on is only the genes of that small group of elites. People like the boy are not protected, and even their existence becomes a kind of filth. Sikio walked towards the boy. Zhou worried. Mr. Xiaoxi, they are covered in germs. The boy's bleak eyes looked towards Si Jing, and a flash of stunning brightness passed through his eyes, quickly darkening again. The boy hung his head. The gods would not look down on people like them. Sikiong, Zhou, remember. Xiao Zhou, remember what? Si Jing looked regretfully at this young man who had been brought down by the base and said in a serious tone. Don't you care what you remember, but you remember first. Zhou, ? Si Jing patted him on the shoulder. More friends, more roads. However, Si Jing didn't expect that in the near future, he would be prophetic. Under Xiao Zhou's not-so-approving gaze, Si Jing still walked up to the boy. The boy was about 8 or 9 years old, with a yellow face and a dirty body. Even Si Jing, whose physique was on the weak side, could easily push him over. The little boy's voice was hoarse, as if he had been smothered by smoke and fire. Brother, do you have any food? He really had no choice. He had searched for almost a whole day today and had not found anything to eat. The first time he saw this brother, he felt that he must be a god in the sky. The boy's tears fell. Brother. More things Si Jing didn't have, but in his pocket he carried some small snacks that Van Jingzhen had given him, probably some chocolate candies or something like that. He put the stuff in the boy's hand. That's all there is. The boy's small fists trembled lightly as he bowed to Si Jing with 1,000 thanks. Thank you, brother. Saying that, the boy pulled out a small object from his pocket, avoiding Xiao Zhou's line of sight and quietly handing it to Si Jing. Brother, this is a communicator. If you have anything in the future, you can contact us. Communicator? Si Jing felt the small piece of iron in his hand, which only had a simple red button on it. The little boy puffed out his chest proudly. Our dungeon lacks everything, but Grandpa Song invented a lot of useful things out of scrap iron. The boy took a step back, afraid that he would soil Si Jing's clean white clothes. He knew that Si Jing from the first base must not lack anything, but Si Jing had helped him and was already unilaterally his friend. Even if he could give his friend a small favor, he would be happy. He glanced at Xiao Zhou, who had already come over furiously, and turned to leave. Brother, my name is Yi Xiao Jump, goodbye. Xiao Zhou looked at the limping little boy. Mr. Si. Alright, let's go back. Si Jing put the communicator away and said with a smile, don't worry, I won't say anything about today. Xiao Zhou nodded gratefully and followed behind Si Jing. Mr. Si never made things difficult for the likes of them, and if the matter of Si Jing communicating with the exile was known by the base, he would definitely be blamed. Si Jing actually wanted to stroll around for a little while longer, but ever since he left the city gates, there was a gloomy line of sight following him. Just now, that line of sight was becoming more and more obvious, and he even felt something wrap around his ankle. It was tingly, as if it had been licked by some animal, and it was permeated with an indescribably cold touch. He looked down in panic, and on his white as snow ankle, there was only a circle of pink traces. He couldn't help but walk a few steps faster, and of course he didn't notice the dark green vines that had hooked onto the hem of his coat just now while he was lowering his head. Chapter 28 Old Attacker, why are you wearing Pinru's bath towel? Returning to the door of Mu Guiting's room, Xiao Zhou said hello to Si Jing and left because he didn't have authorization. The door lock only recorded the fingerprints of both Mu Guiting and Si Jing. Si Jing put his index finger on the recognizer, and with a drop sound, the door opened. The moment the door was opened, the scent of flowers with hot air spewed out, mixed with a bit of familiar soap fragrance. It was the smell of his body wash. Sikio had an unexpectedly dumbfounded look on his face, and all the cells in his body were telling him there was a scam. But he had already stepped into the room with one foot, and by the time he reacted to what he saw, it was completely too late. The smiling Brahma Jingzhen had only a bath towel around her waist, and water was dripping under her half-length hair. But the bad thing was that the bath towel was Sikio's, and the size was still too small for Brahma Jayuzan. The places that should be covered were only half covered, and the places that shouldn't be covered were even more open. Before closing his eyes, only 4 words surfaced in Si Jing's mind. Majestic and magnificent. Ah, being the same male is so enviable. Beads of water slid down the smooth, powerful muscle lines, blotting into the towel from the sinewy abs. Sikio simply didn't have the eyes to see, his cheeks flushed like fresh peaches falling into the snow. Brahma Jingzhen walked towards Si Jing, his tall body casting a heavy shadow on Si Jing. He lazily wiped a handful of his hair, shaking out droplets of water with the fragrance of 100 flowers that landed on the tip of Si Jing's nose. The man's voice contained hazy hot air, and almost instantly reached Si Jing's ear, his thin lips grinding against the patch of skin behind his ear. Little mirror, baby, did you miss me? There was instantly a big hand on his waist, and with his back against the man's hot pecs, Si Jing couldn't even back away. Well, Si Jing pursed her red lips, not knowing whether to say didn't think of you, or please respect yourself. But the difference between the two is not big, anyway, in the end his mouth can only say what the man wants to hear. So he chose to discreetly shut up. As expected, Brahma Pure Zen didn't care about what he said, and those thin lips with vermilion carried a moist and charming fragrance, stealing the fragrance on the youth's red lips. Struggling to no avail, Si Jing ended up being softly carried to bed. Brahma Jingzhen, later on, Mu Guiting will be back. Si Jing guessed slightly, no longer able to maintain a decent appearance, even the loose hair was wrapped around the man's arm. I don't know when it started, but this is all becoming more and more like cheating. He even had to look outside at the sky and beg his lover to leave to avoid being discovered by his late returning husband. He should have been angry when it was clear that Brahma Jinshan was the one wearing his bath towel and using his shower gel. But the way it was now, it was as if he was the inferior one. What the hell is going on here? Before he could think clearly, he was picked up and his entire body straddled on top of Brahma Pure Zen. His skin was slightly moist, and the heat brought out from the bathroom gradually disappeared as Van Jingzhen's body returned to its coldness. The next second, a piece of something was shoved into Si Jing's mouth. What? Ice cold, sweet, one bite bursting with juice. Chilled watermelon. Brahma Jingshan's scarlet tongue rolled away the watermelon residue, the juice was mixed with the fresh scent of jasmine. He was in a good mood, newly cultivated in the base watermelon garden. Si Jing nodded, his eyes flushed with a wintry redness, the equally reddish tails of his eyes carried an upward curvature. In the post-apocalyptic world, fruits would have been a luxury, but for Si Jing, she was able to eat fresh fruits every day. Mukue Pavilion and Brahma Pure Zen raised him well. Even in the end times, he was still a delicate jasmine. It was only when Si Jing covered his stomach and said, "No more," that Fan Jingzhen put him down. What are you doing here? There was still a bit of unfinished watermelon in Si Jing's mouth, his cheeks puffed out, and his voice was a bit muffled. Can't I come see my baby if there's nothing to do? Brahma Jingzhen sighed as if he was sad. That makes me so sad. Sad? Sijit's eyes looked at his up and down paw, and he resigned himself to resting his head on the man's shoulder. I'll believe you're really sad if you take your hand away. Dr. Van, with his excellent 5 senses, chose to feign deafness and stated the real purpose of his visit today. I came to ask you to visit my lab. Si Jing immediately became interested. Lab 0? Laboratory Zero's research project was a zombie vaccine, which was a major topic concerning the survival of all mankind, and it had always been a top secret area of the base. Irrelevant personnel like Si Jing were not allowed to enter. Van Jin nodded. There's a new development in the zombie vaccine, so in order to boost morale, the base has decided to hold a live broadcast in the lab tomorrow morning. The live streams cover the daily research process and also invite some non-researchers to visit the lab. Si Jing's eyes lit up. Visiting the lab sounded interesting. He happily agreed to go. Behind him, Brahma Pure Zen smiled with his eyebrows, but his eyes were fixed on Si Jing's slender neck. Fingers slid up from the waist and lightly tapped a few times at the location of Si Jing's heart. Baby, no matter what happens, always believe that I love you. The man's throat rolled as he spat out his deepest love over and over again. Even though he knew his love was twisted and crazy, he still wanted to choke the man and give it to him over and over again. Over and over again, he wanted him to accept the love of a madman. Trying to destroy everything around him so that he can only cling to him and only cry in front of him to the point of awfulness. So one more reason to destroy humanity. To leave his baby with no one to depend on, not even a kindred spirit, with only one kindred spirit left in the world, him, Brahma Pure Zen. That way they could be together forever, and he could only be with him. The next morning, it was Mukue Ting who accompanied Si Jing to Lab 0. Before the live broadcast even started, the invited people had already arrived early. People made way for the duo, and there were so many pairs of eyes falling on Si Jing that it was a little uncomfortable to see him. Mukue Ting took the hand under the youth's sleeve and placed it in his hand. He swept a glance, unruffled, with an extremely strong sense of oppression, and the people around him lowered their heads. No matter how beautiful this jasmine plant was, it could never be theirs. For them to have the honor of seeing such a beauty, it was already considered a life well spent. Si Jing had just reached the door and was about to wait with the crowd when the door to the lab opened. Inside the door was the impeccable, warm smile of Van Jingzhen, dressed in a white lab coat. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose, exuding the steady detachment of a top-notch scientific research bigwig. Welcome everyone, in a moment we will be broadcasting the research process of Experiment 445 live. Until then, you may all feel free to visit. A trace of coldness flashed in Brahma Pure Zen's eyes as his sight swept over the Makai pavilion. The moment the two of them locked eyes, the surrounding security personnel tensed for a moment, who didn't know that Dr. Fan and Colonel Mu had fought before. And it was still Dr. Van who was beaten unilaterally and didn't fight back. Colonel Mu, who is so stable and self-controlled, loves to beat Dr. Van to death. But the base can't do without either of them, so every time they meet, it's quite a burden on the security staff. Luckily, this time, the two had kept the big picture in mind and didn't fight before the live broadcast. Thanks to Sikyong, he was rubbing a dog's head in his left hand and holding a dog's paw in his right hand. The beautiful and gentle Lord Xiao Si gave up her life to pacify the two vinegar-smelling vicious dogs. The security staff was so moved that they wiped their tears. Who else would love them so much after leaving Mr. Koji? Chapter 29 My Old Attack has a plot. The so-called Experiment 445 was a zombie with a salivating mouth and twisted limbs, kept in a tall glass jar. This was the experimental subject that Mu Guiting had led the squad and personally captured back a few days ago. Brahma Jingchan was very specialized in the research of zombie viruses, and the conditions of the experimental subjects he needed were also very harsh. Sometimes he needed zombies with a mole on the left side of their face, sometimes zombies with a hip circumference of 180. The requirements were so bizarre that even the other researchers thought that Dr. Van might be deliberately tossing Colonel Mack and taking personal revenge. But they had no proof. After all, Brahma Jiakang Zen had a crowning reason every time, and there was no way around it, who made him an expert. At 8 in the morning, the live broadcast started as scheduled. Invitees were touring various parts of the lab, and the rest of the base turned on their own televisions to watch the broadcast on time. Those who didn't have televisions gathered in the base's plaza, looking expectantly at the large screen in the center. Most were there to catch a glimpse of Dr. Van, but after watching for a while, they were drawn to a young man with silver hair. The youth was as cool as an immortal, and his powdered pupils were as warm as water as if they were a section of snowy light that had been cropped. So beautiful, want to marry. He's a guy, but if he looks like this, a guy I'm willing. I'd be willing to be a zombie if he looks like this. However, in the next second, the man beside the youth looked over, his ice-hardened pupils seeming to be able to penetrate time and space. It gave the people in front of the electronic screen an illusion of being seen through by the other party. The charming thoughts just now instantly disappeared into thin air. Colonel Mu's eyes were just too terrifying, just being looked at by those eyes made one's body go cold. After Van Jin's amiable opening remarks, a daily experiment was carried out in an organized manner. It was the first time Si Jing had seen such a scene and found it very novel. Fan Jingzhen walked over with a smile on his face, holding Si Jing's wrist and pulling him to his side. The soft and smooth little hand fell into his big hand, soft and fragrant, almost making him lose his mind. Mukue Pavilion was displeased. Brahma Pure Zen, what are you doing? Brahma Pure Zen's smile didn't diminish as he blocked in front of Si Jing's eyes. Colonel Mu, it's better if you don't go forward, I'll just take Little Mirror on a tour. Mu Guiting's face was cold, as if he was about to tear Fan Jingchan's mask of hypocrisy to shreds the next second. What do you mean? Fan Jingchan said in a voice that only two people could hear. Colonel Mack, when you come close, my experiments are so afraid that they won't even scream. He continued bitterly, it's hard to carry on with our experiment if you're like this. As a high-level zombie, wherever Mu Guiting passed, all the experimental zombies did a double take and dodged in all directions. Mu Guiting's eyes sank, so he had to avoid them and went to the back of the lab alone. Satisfied, Fan Jingchan held Si Jing and stood with the other invitees. He said calmly, everyone can observe number 445, and later we will inject it with the newly developed zombie virus vaccine. As the words left his mouth, people leapt to their feet and one by one, they walked past the glass jar. Number 445 was highly decomposed, had sharp fangs, and was extremely aggressive. It slumped against the glass wall and hissed maniacally at everyone. But when a certain person approaches, it instantly becomes quiet. The gray eyes rolled and stopped banging against the glass. For a moment, it was like a normal person. The scene certainly didn't escape the eyes of Brahma Jnana, who excitedly spoke to the TV screen. Everyone, as I'm sure you all saw just now, we have made a major discovery. He excitedly scanned the circle. One of us has an aura that can suppress zombies. The researchers could be ruled out first, as they had spent time with the zombies, but none of them had produced such a change. Then the change could only have occurred among the invited people. The crowd reacted as they looked at each other, trying to figure out that particular person. The understanding and always passionate eyes of Brahma Jyoti Zen looked at each and every one of them and then asked, I wonder if everyone present is willing to cooperate with our research.
One look by those eyes gave the illusion of being deeply trusted.
People just came back to their senses and called out. Of course I do. It's our honor to contribute to Dr. Van's research project.
It was just a matter of cooperating with the research, which was a normal thing, and Si Jing also whispered a willingness. The people were very fervent and looked like they were eager to give their hearts out to Brahma Pure Zen, yet Makoto didn't say a word.
Brahma Pure Zen walked over and revealed a gentle-looking smile. What, is Colonel Mu unwilling? Dozens of gazes fell on Mu Guiting with probing and scrutiny.
Mu Guiting's eyes landed on Si Jing's face and moved away again faintly, his voice flat. Of course I'm willing. He took Si Jing and tightly wrapped it around him, a strong posture of declaring sovereignty. The moment he brushed shoulders with Fan Jingzhen, he chilled his voice.
If you hurt him, I will definitely kill you. Brahma Pure Zen laughed softly. Heh?
15 minutes later, all the invitees had their blood drawn for the researchers to study. Mu Guiting sent Si Jing back, then changed his clothes and prepared to go out.
Si Jing looked at the faint raven blue under his eyes and rolled on the bed. Didn't you say you could rest today?
At the mention of rest, Mu Guiting was furious. He originally could have stayed home with Si Jing today. But this damned lunatic, Fan Jingzhen, had told him to go find a zombie that weighed 250%.
How could there be one that heavy when they're all zombies?
But the base chief trusted Van Zan so much that it was almost to the point of superstition.
So he had to go.
He grabbed Si Jing's face. Little Jing, be good. When I come back from this mission, I can accompany you. Si Jing hugged his arm, rubbed it, and obediently nodded.
I know.
Mu Guiting's heart instantly collapsed a small piece. Today's little mirror seems to be particularly sticky. After Mu Guiting left, Si Jing got under the covers and shivered while hugging his put-to-sleep doll. The beauty's eyes were heavy with water mist, and her eyes gradually reddened, looking like a delicate flower that had just been abused.
Mu Guiting didn't know what kind of scene was in Si Jing's covered lower body.
But Si Jing clearly felt as if something was crawling on his ankle. It was cool and hard, with fine spikes that slowly wound their way up his thigh. He had wanted to tell Mu Guiting about his situation, but as if it knew what he was thinking, the thing wrapped itself threateningly around his waist before he could speak. It was as if something very bad would happen if he dared to speak up.
Chapter 30, The Old Attacker is a Jasmine Plant.
Under the covers, Si Jing didn't dare to move a muscle.
Not long after Mu Guiting left, the sky darkened completely, and a dangerous aura surged around. The atmosphere of the entire room seemed to freeze. Si Jing tried to talk to it. Who are you? What do you want?
There was no response.
Could this thing not communicate? That's too bad. Can you spare me? I don't want to die. I don't taste good either. A little dull, hoarse voice came from under the covers. Yummy, it smells good. Si Jing's body instantly tightened. It was as if the entire person had fallen into ice water and then been put into an air fryer to be fried into a small egg tart with a crispy outside and tender inside. Is this right? The quilt was getting cooler and cooler, and the flimsy quilt couldn't provide him with a bit of warmth. All of Si Jing's limbs were bound, and there was nowhere to escape. The countless branches transformed into a handsome, pale man. Hard, porcelain white jaws rested against the nape of his neck, unbreathed but richly scented with jasmine. See, mirror. The man's voice was a little hoarse, and at first it was still broken, but the more he spoke, the smoother it became. That's beautiful, come back with me. The man especially liked to pronounce his name, as if he wanted to hold the two words against his lips and crush them hard. Si Jing, are you a flower? It smells so good. The man seemed to be waiting for his answer, but Si Jing knew that he was not at all as gentle and harmless as his appearance showed. Although his face was now fully humanized, those trademark dark green pupils proved that he was the alienated Jasmine. But why was it haunting him? Sikyong was puzzled. My name is Murray, come back with me. How dare Si Jing pick up on this? Where could he go back with him? Where Jasmine lives is the soil, right, so that it is hard for Sikyong not to associate him with the fact that he is going to bury him. In the dark, depressing soil to keep him company forever. Si Jing's red lips faded to a more tantalizing pale pink as they trembled slightly. Don't get buried in the dirt. I didn't expect Murray to be very good at talking. Even if Si Jing refused, he didn't show any anger. Those dark green pupils had more than a hint of indulgence as he flew out of vine to pull the curtains closed. Here it is then. Zell was confused. What's here? Murray didn't answer. Sikyong's sweaty fingers gripped the sheets. A small piece of iron fell out of the cuff, and Sikyong inadvertently touched a round button in his scratches. By the time he reacted, Jump's voice had already come from inside. Brother! I didn't expect you to look for me so soon. Have you caught a cold, brother, and how do you sound? The sweet and delicate voice was like it was dipped in frosting, sounding like it was calling for a blush. Si Jing quivered his long eyelashes helplessly, looking at Murray and then at the communicator. It meant for him to turn off the communicator. It's done, so at least don't bring down the kids. However, Emily looked like he was uninitiated and didn't understand what Si Jing meant at all. His plant brain, which didn't have much capacity, was now filled with nothing but the absolutely beautiful youth.
Si Jing's crystal clear eyes turned soulfully, just seducing him to him.
Yi Xiao too was still talking. Brother, why are you ignoring me?
The signal over there wasn't very good, the sound was intermittent, and there were many other people's voices in there.
Suddenly, an old voice rang out. Little Jump, who are you talking to?
Yi Xiao Jump said cheerfully, a friend I just met yesterday.
The old man did not pursue the question, but said something else. Have you seen your brother Murray? He disappeared again.
Si Jing stared wide-eyed. The small Jump recognized Emoli. Without waiting for him to ask anything, Emoli also heard the old man's voice. He instantly transformed into millions of branches, and with a reluctant glance at Si Jing, he surged into the pipe. Seeing him leave completely, Si Jing breathed a sigh of relief.
The overly tired body couldn't support it any longer and was pulled into a daze. In a haze of consciousness, it was as if he was being picked up. Cold air filled the air around him, and his eyes opened a small slit. In front of her eyes was a beautiful, cold face with a cold look that seemed to carry a few moments of pity. His body was gradually drenched in warm water. Thinking he was going to drown, Si Jing reached out his arms and climbed onto the other man's shoulders, desperately shaking his head. Brahma Jing Zen sighed. Si Jing refused to take a bath, he could only immobilize the person. Slender fingers gently touched the side of the youth's neck. Who did this to you? Si Jing was giddy and told the truth. Murray. This unfamiliar name was heard with a grim look on Van Jingzen's face as he lifted the youth's jaw. Idiot, don't you know when you're being bullied? Si Jing's white soft skin flushed red. He lightly struggled a few times and found that he couldn't. So no longer resist, voice pampering like soft, uncomfortable, don't pinch me. Brahma Pure Zen's heart seemed to be instantly struck. What heavy words could not be said? He only wanted to properly coax the baby in front of him. He let go of his tiny jaw and even rubbed it gently, his voice full of pity. Good baby, I don't blame you, let's get cleaned up first, okay? Si Jing nodded confusedly, her big eyes filled with sweet soft spring water. Good. Fruity was really well behaved. Chapter 31, the old attacker plays a big game of chess. The next day, when Si Jing woke up, the marks on his body had not yet disappeared. But the weakness in his body was much lessened, as if someone was massaging him in his sleep. The memory was a little fuzzy, so Si Jing didn't think much about it. After all, he didn't like to embarrass himself. Breakfast was on the table, sweet milk and little pumpkin pies. He had just swallowed his last bite when the door to his room opened. Mu Guiting was wrapped in a cold air. After he came in and before Si Jing could say anything, he held the person in his arms. Xiao Jing. Mu Guiting was not quite right. His strength was not small, and holding tightly like this, Si Jing even had the feeling of not being able to breathe. What's wrong? His embrace was so tight, as if he was going to lose the baby in his arms in the next second. Si Jing bent his eyes and patiently patted Mu Guiting's back. Brother Mu, what's going on? Mu Guiting gently rubbed his waist, some rare urgency in his tone. Little mirror, I can take you away. Sikio froze for a moment. Why do you want to take me away? Mu Guiting was about to open his mouth to say something when the electronic screen in the room suddenly lit up, still with an emotionless mechanical tone. Fellow compatriots, the First Human Base Broadcast Center brings you two pieces of news. First Human Base Lab 0 discovered in early morning research this morning that the zombie virus has mutated. Both the infectiousness and the power of the mutants have greatly increased, so I hope you all will take precautions. Secondly, it is with great joy that we inform you that the laboratory has released the blood test reports of the participants of the last live broadcast. The serum of one of them has an extremely strong inhibiting effect on the zombie virus. Then, an electronic report card appeared on the screen, and above the column of serum providers, Si Jing's name was clearly written. At the same time, the people who received the broadcast notification at the same time fell into a long silence and disbelief. And in this silence there was a certain hidden hope. A mutation of the zombie virus is a bad thing, of course, but what the report card says in black and white above. Si Jing's serum has an inhibitory effect on the zombie virus, and the stronger the virus, the better the effect of the serum. These were things that anyone who wasn't a dumbass could understand, not to mention that there were no dumbass at all who could enter the first base. Sikio, the one who was so beautiful that he shook his heart, turned out to be the ultimate key to solving this disaster. Mu Guiting hugged Si Jing in his arms from behind. Little mirror, I'm sorry. Now he had long since stopped hiding the fact that he was a zombie in front of Si Jing. His body had no temperature, but it was unusually sturdy, with vigorous and powerful muscles that brought an infinite sense of security. Mu Guiting's lips gently scratched his hair, his eyes showing obvious heartache and guilt. I shouldn't have brought you to the base. He blamed himself for not protecting Si Jing. Even if he didn't come to the base, he could still make Si Jing's life good outside. But the youth held his hand. The fluttering eyelashes were like a butterfly with spreading wings, and with the small mole in the corner of his eyes were all the more fragile and charming, making the man look even more like an exquisite ceramic doll. Si Jing leaned her body towards Mu Guiting's arms, her soft fingertips touching his bony knuckles. I don't blame you, brother Mu. Mu Guiting's eyes fell on those rosy, full lips, and he slowly leaned down, about to touch that touch of scarlet. At this time the door of the room was knocked.
Mu Guiting's eyes instantly turned icy cold as he turned his head to look over. The door to the room was halfway open at this point, revealing the pale, handsome half of Brahma Pure Zen's face. He even hooked his lips and greeted the duo, "Hi." There was absolutely no self-consciousness that he had just interrupted a good deed. Si Jing froze for a moment, his eyes blinking, so it turned out that Brahma Zen could open the door without using his fingerprints. Then the significance of knocking on the door is. Mu Guiting looked coldly askance at the person outside the door. Fan Jingzhen was very natural, and gave a flying kiss to Si Jing, then narrowed her eyes and looked provocatively at Mu Guiting.
"Come out for a chat? I was just about to go look for you."
Mu Guiting stood up and turned back to Si Jing and instructed, "Stay in the house obediently until I return."
"Aha, I won't go out."
Si Jing wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble, and he certainly knew that the current situation was urgent, especially for him.
The base was no longer safe.
His blood is effective against the zombie virus, and if a vaccine is to be made and given to everyone on the base, it can never be done without draining his blood. It was already obvious who would be sacrificed when he was alone, compared to all the senior talents in the base. At this kind of juncture, of course he wouldn't be stupid enough to go out and wander around. Shepard's pavilion lovingly kissed his forehead, and in the next second, a dagger came wrapped in a strong wind. Mu Guiting's eyes were a biting cold. In the moment when the dagger was about to graze through and back, he caught it with his backhand and threw it back with a fierce force. Brahma Pure Zen leaned on the doorframe, one foot stomping on the door, his slender fingers wrapped around the steel dagger, lightly diffusing Mak Guiting's force.
He said irritably, "Come on, don't touch my wife."
Mu Guiting straightened up and walked towards him, not fighting him. Now was not the time to fight. He backhanded the door and locked it, his dark and heavy eyes falling on Fan Jingzhen's face.
"How long are you going to play?"
To say that what happened to Little Mirror didn't have a single thing to do with Fan Jingzhen, he wouldn't believe it.
"I'm just going to destroy this world only."
Brahma Pure Zen snorted, a sickly frenzied gleam in his eyes as he gently pinched the dagger and it shattered into pieces in his hand.
He continued, "Don't you think it's funny? Everyone here thinks of me as a savior."
"You said." The luster in his eyes grew brighter and the smile on his lips grew deeper, as if he had thought of some extremely beautiful image. "If they were to realize before they die that I did everything, how interesting it would be." Brahma Pure Zen was mesmerized, as if the picture he had imagined had come true.
As a top expert in virology, he had extracted the zombie virus a long time ago.
At that moment he simply climbed to the top of happiness, imagining the world out of order, corpses everywhere, too excited to stop himself. He caught a mouse and injected the virus into it. In just a second, the mouse twitched and rolled its eyes, but its twisted limbs eerily stood up and staggered out of the lab.
10 minutes later, the first howls of agony erupted from within the lab building.
Wailing, growling, and hissing followed. From the laboratory building, to the teaching building, to the student and staff dormitories, to the neighboring stores and residential areas, and finally spreading to the whole country and even the whole world. "You've already ruined this world once." Mu Guiting's voice was deep, like a stone, trying to smash that crazy person awake. Brahma Pure Zen shook his head, immersed in his own aesthetics of death and unable to extricate himself. "It's not painful enough. What I want is the most extreme despair.
Despair after great hope is the true hell. This group of people are desperately trying to survive like ants. I give them a tiny bit of sweetness, and they think they can live. In the end it's all a fiasco, and what a wonderful look they'll have on their faces then." Brahma Pure Zen's eyes flickered as he listened to the mechanical sounds echoing in the corridor.
The television station had invited several researchers to do interviews, discussing when the serum would be developed. He laughed contemptuously. He had developed something like the antidote a long time ago, but only made 2 copies. One copy was used on himself, and since then he had been the only person in the world who wouldn't be infected with the zombie virus. What about the other share? Mu Guiting clenched his fists, already having some bad guesses in his heart. Brahma Pure Zen laughed as he pointed to the knot of his alabaster-like throat, and then to the door of Mu Guiting's room. To be precise, it was pointing at the young man inside the door who was inducing infinite degradation for no apparent reason. Back on the day he was pushed into the pile of zombies by Si Jing, his fingers pressed down on the youth's tongue and pushed the last portion of the antidote down his throat.
Brahma was the first person to be immune to the zombie virus, and Sikyong was the second. Now, the antidote had long been incorporated into Si Jing's flesh and blood. Brahma Pure Zen laughed in a crazy and wanton manner. "Otherwise, why do you think Xiao Jing's blood can suppress the zombie virus?" Chapter 32, Brahma Zen, count on me to beg you. Mu Guiting looked at this madman. His face was unusually cold, and a powerful ice alien energy flowed in his hand. "Fan Jingzhen, if you keep pushing Little Mirror, he won't be able to stand it."
Little Mirror was such a kind person. To him, it was like an immortal in the sky. Many times, he felt that Si Jing was sent from heaven to save his hopeless life. But such a good person had to be counted like this by this crazy person, Fan Jingzhen. With a bang, Brahma Jiechan was directly smashed out by a huge force, hitting the cold and hard titanium alloy wall. However, before he could get up, Mu Guiting quickly instantaneously moved in front of him and stepped on his wrist. With a click, the sound of bone cracking was toothsome. Blood flowed out of the corner of Brahma Purizen's mouth, but he still didn't resist, bearing everything almost like self-mutilation. If he had known at that time that he now loved Little Mirror to this extent, he would definitely not have fed that bottle of serum to Little Mirror. Brahma Purizen endured Maketsa Ting's crazy wrestling. He was in pain, but this pain made him more or less at ease. Think of it as making amends to Little Mirror. Fan Jingchan stumbled to his feet, the madness in his eyes not diminished in the slightest. Mak Guiting, you killed me ah. Mu Guiting's blood-stained fingers trembled for a moment, his chest rose and fell violently. Looking into Fan Jingchan's narrow eyes, he leaned against the wall in dismay, one word at a time.
Van Purizen, count on me to beg you. Don't hurt the Little Mirror.
Brahma Jingzan's eyes immediately perked up, as if he was a wild beast that had smelled blood.
He looked at Mu Guiting as if he had seen a ghost, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a nasty yet quick arc. The untouchable Colonel Mu would also beg?
Brahma Purizen suddenly laughed, his nervous laughter echoing in the silent space as he gradually straightened up and came face to face with Makoto. I said that I would never let him suffer a single bit of harm. He just wanted to make Mirror see the faces of these people so he wouldn't hate monsters like him. As long as everyone in the world died, Little Mirror would be with him forever. He was really too afraid of losing Little Mirror. As long as Si Jing frowned and showed the slightest bit of dislike towards him, he would feel his heart like a knife. In front of Si Jing, he was just a dog. For some time after that, Si Jing felt that the entire base was looking at him in a strange way. It was a kind of naked calculation, and a greedy desire. Although these people were still greeting him on the surface as before, behind that single smile was a desire that was hard to hide. Or rather, a desire to survive. Because no one doesn't want to live, no one doesn't want to get out of this huge post-apocalyptic disaster and return to a life that was once peaceful. Si Jing's blood can end this disaster. To put it bluntly, just drain him and this human catastrophe will end. This news was like it had wings, and flew to every human base in a very short time. Even the underground bases of the most unorthodox exiles knew about this news. Overnight, Si Jing stood alone against all of humanity. The mutated zombies are getting stronger and stronger, and Mu Guiting leads the human army against the zombies outside the base all day long. It seemed that only Fan Jingzhen was completely beyond these things, and in front of Si Jing, he was always 100 times more gentle. He told him over and over again, pressing against the tip of his white ear, exhaling cold but compassionate breath, "Wife, it'll be fine, I'm here." Mutant zombies, countless times more powerful than before, added another fire to the people's anxiousness. Si Jing felt that people were looking at him as if they were looking at meat buns. Rumors spread, people stood on the moral high ground and condemned him, and Mu Guiting was under a lot of pressure to protect him. Mu Guiting's combat strength was extremely strong, and with him around, the powerful mutated zombies never broke through the gates of the first base. It was also because of Mu Guiting that the people of the base were able to remain superficially polite to Si Jing for the time being. However, the turn of events occurred on an ordinary noon. Si Jing had been in his room for almost half a month, and when Mu Guiting wasn't around, he didn't dare to go out at all. He felt like mushrooms were growing on his entire body. But outside was definitely out of the question, so he could only retreat to the second best option, choosing to get some air next to the window. Si Jing's slender and beautiful palm had just touched the crystal window sash, and that gorgeous and stunning face had just come close to the glass. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched at that moment, and everything turned into a slow-motion movie screen in front of Si Jing's eyes. Ah ah ah. First, there was an extremely mournful and sad hissing sound, as if it was the kind of sound a person would make in their most desperate moments. It wasn't hard to hear that it was the voice of a teenager, probably 13 or 14 years old, just at the age when a great life had just begun. But at this moment, he was standing in the middle of the street, his limbs twisted in a bizarre state, the bare skin on his body turning corpse-like greenish-white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his eyeballs protruding out into a completely grayish-white color. The teenager was bleeding from his 7 orifices and convulsing. He was a mutated zombie virus-infected person. No one knew the source of the infection, but it was 100 times more grueling and bloody than the normal zombie virus infection process. None of the people around dared to go forward, because the speed of the teenager's mutation was too fast, and it was already hopeless. They didn't have a vaccine now, and they couldn't cope with the infection caused by either ordinary zombies or mutated zombies. The teenager at this moment, although he was still calling for help, had already been sentenced to death. The person closest to the teenager is a woman, that is his mother, who was once elegant and decent has now become gray. The woman's tears were falling one by one, her cloudy eyes bloodshot and drifting, her voice hoarse and moving as she looked at her son, and she kept kowtowing to the person. "Save him, please, save him. Save him." People's faces showed a look of intolerance, but no one could save him. They had the heart to do so. The woman's eyes were transfixed, as if she knew that no one here could help her, and looking at her son, whose breath was fading, she lifted her head. Si Jing didn't know if it was his own illusion. This poor woman seemed to lock eyes with him on the top floor in this moment. Even if the top floor of this tall building was 88 floors, it was impossible to see Si Jing on the 88th floor window with the naked eye. However, Si Jing felt his scalp tingle and took a step backward.
In that instant his heart was helpless and pale, his red lips trembled and he couldn't utter half a syllable. What had he done wrong? What had that innocent boy done wrong? What did his old mother do wrong? No one seemed to be at fault, but everything was so wrong. How can this be? The women knew who lived on the top floor, the beautiful and gentle young man who was the son of God, their only hope. His blood worked, his blood could save them, it could save everyone. But why won't he come down, this God above the 9 heavens, why won't he come down to save his people? The woman couldn't figure it out. She flung herself towards the building and knelt down, kowtowing over and over again, not stopping even though her forehead was already bloody. Si Jing, please, save us. Save us, I'll set up an idol for you, okay, in gold. You won't die in vain, I'll make offerings day and night, please save us. It was as if the woman had gone mad, and all she knew was to keep murmuring. And her innocent son had completely become a senseless zombie. Ow! A high-pitched hiss erupted from the teenager's throat, and the moment before he was about to charge into the crowd. Put! An incomparably sharp ice blade pierced into his brain cavity with unerring accuracy, his head shattered, and his life completely dissipated. Mu Guiting, who was dressed in a black uniform, walked against the light, his handsome and pale face all solemn and cold. Colonel Mu, who represented the highest combat power of mankind, had once again prevented a tragedy from occurring, and the zombies were cut down by him before they could tear into the ordinary people, just as he had saved every ordinary person countless times before. But no one could smile, even Mu Guiting's face was expressionless, joyless, and sad. It was as if what he had just killed with one blow was just an ordinary zombie. But this zombie, obviously yesterday, also gave a bottle of water to Colonel Mu, who was fighting hard on the front line. Those sparkling, vibrant eyes shone like stars, and the little freckles on his face were filled with youthfulness as he tilted his face up to look at him adoringly. Colonel Mac, when I grow up, I want to be in your army too. What did he say then? He cheerfully took the teenager's water, drank it in one gulp, and said, good. Chapter 33, If you bully me, I'll become soft and squishy. As he passed downstairs, Mu Guiting also looked up. But he didn't go up. He no longer had the time to even go up to see Sikyong. He had a moment of trance as his pure black tactical boots stepped over the teenager's still warm blood. The voice of Brahmacharya resounded in his head, compelling him incessantly. Give up humanity. How dare they covet Little Mirror's serum, let these filthy people die. Let's take Little Mirror away, we can protect Little Mirror, you're the zombie king, you're not a human, there's no need to fight for this group of stupid humans. He suddenly felt so tired. Everyone here looked at him with an expression of either numbness or awe. He suddenly wondered if he was doing the right thing? Did he really have to protect this group of people? Mu Guiting walked forward without looking back, the escort behind him wearing special armor and uniforms, silver and black like countless silent ancient Roman statues. The leader of the group, Mu Guiting, was one of the most mysterious and silent sculptures, like a killing machine without feelings. After Mu Guiting left, the whole street fell into a long silence. It was only after a long time that people gradually left. Only the collapsed mother was left behind, still mechanically kowtowing over and over again to the top floor where Si Jing was, her voice becoming hoarse until she couldn't make a sound at all. The blood flowing down between the mother's forehead and the black blood of the zombie teenager fused together like a long umbilical cord. The sky was overcast and it didn't take long for a rainstorm to fall. The rain washed away all the filth and took away certain desperate people. That mother died on this pouring rainy night, committing suicide and falling with a smile on her face next to her son's body. Perhaps it takes a small thing to start every war. People's crusade against Sikyong began with this sad mother and son. At night, the window reflects the light of the fire. Si Jing was sticky and cold, his body was entangled, and the thick scent of jasmine around him gave him the illusion that he was going to die of drunkenness and never wake up again. A clean and ghostly voice sounded behind his ears, and a pair of cold and sturdy arms wrapped him tightly. Si Jing, you're so soft, I like it. The clear yellow firelight outside the window reflected on Si Jing's thin eyelids, like sprinkling a layer of mottled broken gold, dancing on the tender white skin. The overly tired youth opened his eyes, not even a little bit of strength to struggle. He seems to have gotten used to the fact that Murray always attacks suddenly. Other than the fact that every time it took so long that he wanted to beg for mercy and cry, everything else was still very gentle. Murray never hurt him. Murray didn't mean any harm, and he didn't hate Murray. At least in this situation now, Si Jing sometimes even felt that Murray's existence was at least a comfort to him. He turned his head, the tip of his thinly powdered nose rubbed against the man's, his voice taking on some unimaginable softness. Murray, I want to go to the window and take a look. This is not an excessive request. The man's arm crossed his waist and in an instant brought him to the window. It was 12 o'clock in the morning, but the streets were full of people, with torches and other instruments of illumination in their hands. There was also a steady stream of people coming through, all with the same destination, the building where Sikyong was located. It looked like some sort of primitive sacrificial scene. And their pure and unadulterated sacrifice was containing the man's coarse fingers on a high building. Well, Murray, that's payment. The man's voice was so calm that it was unrecognizable that he was doing something so prodigal to the person in his arms.
Si Jing's face reddened a great deal. It was just carrying him to the window, but he had to take the opportunity to collect payment. Si Jing subconsciously glared at him, but those beautiful eyes glared at people with an air of pure charm. It did not serve as any deterrent at all, but instead looked even more adorable. Emily smiled and pinched his earlobe, lowering his voice. If you stare again, I'll do more.
In just half a month, Murray's pronunciation was already much more coherent, able to communicate like a normal person. One must know that he was originally just an unenlightened jasmine plant.
Si Jing immediately did not dare to move, endured a moment of calm. If Murray treats him as a soft persimmon, then he will be soft. Murray's eyes calmly looked out the window. Baby, they seem to be here to catch you.
If you beg me, I can take you away.
Despite the threatening words, Murray's hold on him instead grew tighter, giving Si Jing a feeling that even if he didn't say anything, Emily would never let go of him.
Outside the people are more and more, a huge piece.
Outside the base, the roar of the zombies shook the sky, and Si Jing knew that Mu Guiting was fighting in blood to protect these people. But this group of people, they were about to rush in and take away the love of his life.
How ironic.
What Si Jingjing couldn't see was that Brahma Jingchan was standing on one of the balconies of the opposite building, quietly watching it all. Brahma Jiachan lit a cigarette, the expensive lighter flipping and twirling between his slender fingers. This was a small action he would do when he was annoyed, a habit he had developed a long time ago. A thin, lit cigarette was held between his long white fingers, but he didn't take a puff, and the lingering smoke made the demonic face appear as if it were misty. A man in a white lab coat stood beside him, hanging his head and saying, "Doctor, the sacrificial platform is almost ready, and can be used at 5 in the morning at the latest."
Aha!
Lightly fluttering ashes fell to the ground, and Van Jinjing suddenly threw out the cigarette that was a third of the way lit. Keep doing it. A glimmer of light flashed in the man's eyes. Tonight he would be able to sacrifice that beautiful youth. Humanity was saved. That little glimmer of hope did not escape the eyes of Brahma Pure Zen. The crimson blood-like lips hooked out a sarcastic smile. He loved nothing more than to deal the most painful blow to these people when they were full of hope. It was a game that he would never tire of, no matter how many times he played it. The desperate and resigned look in people's eyes would make him feel happy no matter how many times he looked at them. He wouldn't hurt Si Jing, but he would force Mu Guiting to give up the humans. Just the thought of the expressions on those people's faces when they realized that the god of war they looked up to was the one who would finally send them to hell, despair, agony, and finally deep hatred, made Brahma Pure Zen's scalp tingle with pleasure. After glancing at the top floor, Van Jingzhen raised his foot and casually crushed out the cigarette butts that were sparking, just as easily as he casually crushed people's hopes, and then turned around and left the balcony.